Chapter 1, Gates of All Realms. Primitive Universe, Dry Witch Universe, Heilongjian Starfield, Brolin Star. On a huge land surrounded by blue ocean, green primitive jungles are densely packed. In the vast sky, floating islands are floating up and down, and among the largest islands, the magnificent palace groups rise and fall. In the dark hall, the glimmer of light, a figure sitting high on the throne. Finally, it broke through to the stars. He wore a dark gold combat suit, and Brolin with a long black shawl slowly stood up. His handsome face had unbelievable joy. Feeling the powerful force in the body, the eyes radiate a striking light. Then, the next 2 years of hard work, you should get something. He whispered to himself, his face faintly excited, and he drank, Black Dragon. Understand, Master? A sharp voice sounded, and a black on flashed, similar to a lizard, and a black mini beast full of spikes appeared in front of Brolin. World Roulette, open! As soon as the black mini beast appeared, a fiery gleam began to scream, growling towards the hall. For a moment, Brolin only felt that the space of the entire hall seemed to be confined. Under the light of the black gloom, time seemed to stop. The powerful star power in his body was oppressed and unable to operate. Difficult to move. This is... He was shocked in his heart, his eyes suddenly staring forward. Silently, in the hall, the void was like water waves, ripples, and trembling constantly. Immediately afterwards, a turntable with a strange black flame around a meter in diameter emerged from the void, exuding a powerful breath. The roulette wheel is simple and sculpted with a mysterious pattern. I do not know what material it is made of, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes. The huge breath lasted only a short time, and soon the dim light in the hall converged, and the inexplicable power began to dissipate, leaving only the wheel of flashing black flames quietly floating in the void. The strong sense of oppression disappeared around him. After a little hesitation, Brolin slowly walked towards the roulette wheel, and it was difficult to hide surprise and shock in his eyes. On the ancient roulette, a cosmic star pattern is carved, magnificent and magnificent. At the edge of the roulette, black flames continued to flash. This is what you said, can I enter other worlds? Brolin wondered. Of course, this is the wheel of the world, the hub of the heavens and the realm. Aside, the black mini beast soared up and down, yelling. What should I do? Brolin asked. The master only needs to press his hand on the roulette. Is that so? Brolin looked for a moment before stepping forward. After taking a deep breath, slowly press your right hand against the black wheel. Boom! As soon as he touched the wheel, the roulette immediately began to turn violently. The black beam of light suddenly burst out and rushed straight up. Immediately after, a splendid image emerged from the beam of light slowly, rotating in the void, illuminating the entire hall. Brolin's eyes were fierce, and he was staring at those strange pictures, his expression was shocking. In countless pictures, he saw the world one by one, and even saw some incredible figures among them. Horrible beasts that swallowed the stars ravaged the universe, humanoid creatures that stepped on the ground crushed the void, and more blurred figures opened up the world and created everything. Of course, not all the pictures are such horrible scenes, and some worlds look ordinary, and no extremely terrible existence has ever appeared. Countless pictures emerge, and eventually, one of the images begins to glow, becoming increasingly fierce. In this light, other images of the world began to dim, and eventually converged. After a great tremor, the only glowing shadow of the world rushed to the black roulette. The combination of the two turned into a ray of light that flickered continuously, constantly twisted and deformed, and finally formed a dark portal. A huge amount of information suddenly appeared in Brolin's mind. He could not help closing his eyes and digesting the information in his memory. It's the world. A smile twitched the corner of his mouth, and Brolin opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out. Master, the door of the world has been opened, shall we go now? The black dragon roared, his body flying rapidly around Brolin. Not in a hurry. Brolin looked indifferent, looking at the dark gate of the world, and could not help but remember the memory of 2 years ago. He is Brolin, the Honorable 9 Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He is also Rowling, who used to be a celestial dynasty of the earth, an ordinary youth who is unemployed. 22 years ago, a mysterious Hmang brought Loyolin's soul from the computer desk, and merged him with the soul of the 9 Emperor Brolin. As a result, the new soul with both memories occupied Brolin's body. In a sense, it can be said that the original 9 Emperor Brolin had another experience on the earth. What's incredible is that the mysterious Black Mang not only blended the souls of the two people, but also promoted the original intelligent light brain Black Dragon of Brolin to evolve into intelligent life. The evolved Black Dragon even claimed to have merged the mysterious system of the Black Light, and possessed the ability to travel through all realms. He has the memory of 2 souls, and Brolin naturally knew that he had traveled to the world that devoured the starry sky. Now that they have traveled through a world, there will be no unacceptable emotions for nature like shuttles of all walks of life. And according to the meaning expressed by the Black Dragon, when Brolin's cultivation improves each realm, he can open an adventure world. Therefore, for 2 years, Brolin began desperate hardship. The reason why I am so crazy in cultivation is, on the one hand, to open the adventure world one step earlier. On the other hand, it is because of the great pressure in Brolin's heart. Brolin, who knows the plot, knows that in Devouring the Stars, he is a soy sauce. Although his ending is not given in the novel, it is not difficult to guess. With the description of Brolin in the novel, it is almost certain that he could never break through to the immortal level. This means that Brolin may have a much longer life on Earth than previous lives, but eventually he will die. This made him unacceptable, and it was incredible to cross this great and magnificent world. How can he finally turn into a lowest of lowest? Every man has a dream of a strong man. Brolin has a chance. He wants to change his destiny, to become immortal, and even to become a supreme strong man who looks down on sentient beings. And all this wants to achieve, what he can rely on, one is to be familiar with the plot, and the other is the so-called shuttle system of the universe. Only by relying on these two will he have a chance to rise. Fear of death and desire to become a strong man are the fundamental reasons for Brolin's mad practice in the past 2 years. At this moment, he finally broke through from star to star. At the moment, the first portal of Adventure World has also been opened. From now on, my Brolin will take the first step in changing the sky. Brolin roared. He opened the portal of the first world. Instead of entering directly, as Heilong suggested, he asked Heilong to put the portal away first. According to the Black Dragon, after the world opens, it can open and close the door of the world at any time. After closing the gate of the world, Brolin began to call his subordinates through the virtual universe. Soon, a man in a scarlet combat suit with a strange pattern on his face and a black metal spear walked into the hall and bowed on one knee towards Brolin on the throne. "Master, Kos obeys your orders." Above the throne, Brolin looked at the man below, and said, "Kos, I will go to Kanglan Star for the trial of the mercenaries. You will immediately call all the Blood Dragon guards and set off with me." "Observe, Master." On the throne, looking at Kos's back, Brolin's eyes were deep. To become a strong person, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Wealth is essential, and King Langxing has a huge treasure. Brolin said secretly. Although he is the prince of the empire, and by virtue of his grandfather who is the leader of the realm, he has great authority over other siblings, but if he wants to be a real strong, the resources he has are not enough. Therefore, he must use the plot information he has to obtain sufficient cultivation resources. The Thunder World of Kanglan Star contains all the treasures of the Lord of the Thunder Realm. According to the plot, after the middle realm of that realm is opened, the originally ineffective Thunderstone will become a hard currency for treasure exchange. What I have to do is to advance gather those unattended stones. According to the original plot, Brolin didn't go to Kanglan Star until his own strength reached the second level star rating. At this time, he is only the first order star, which shows that there is still some time before the beginning of the plot. He intends to rush ahead. Although the middle of the original plot was opened unexpectedly, Brolin still wanted to try if he could open it in advance. Of course, the most important thing to go to Kanglan Star is because Brolin wants to meet someone, that is Luo Feng. The absolute protagonist in the original plot, the future Lord of the Galaxy, is the 8th Hunyuan Lord in the growth. This time traveling to Kanglan Star, as long as I can have a good relationship with Luo Feng, and even become friends, once Luo Feng reads the old love, even if I fall in the future, with Luo Feng's ultimate achievement of the Hunyuan Lord level, I can be resurrected. Brolin thought. He made up his mind and must hold Luo Feng's super thigh. As for the adventure world, from the departure to the time I arrived at Kanglan Star, there is at least 6 months. At that time, the door of the world will be opened on the spaceship. I made up my mind. Brolin got up directly, the whole body surged, and instantly disappeared in the hall. Chapter 2, First Appearance of Naruto. On the floating island, a silver spacecraft hundreds of meters long was docked, and blood-colored figures stood neatly and orderly beside the spacecraft. There were thousands of people, sending out a breath of killing. Kos. Brolin was suspended in the air, watching the figure at the door of the spacecraft. Master, 3,000 blood dragon guards have all arrived. Kos respectfully said with a strange pattern on his face. Brolin nodded. The bloody dragon guard is his most loyal subordinate. Each of them has a powerful 9th level star power, and they have slave chips in their brains. They are all based on Brolin and will never betray him. This is the most powerful force in his hands. Don't resist. Brolin drank, and then waved his right hand, and then the dense figure disappeared in a flash of light. Yes, World Ring. Aside, Kos secretly. On Brolin's right ring finger, a quaint ring shimmered at this moment. This is a world ring, a gift from his grandfather. You know, ordinary space rings cannot store living creatures. Only the world leader can intercept the world and create a world ring that can hold souls. Master, it is very troublesome to make a world ring. It is very expensive. Even Brolin has only one. Kos, come in, too, Brolin said. Observe, Master. Put Kos into the ring of the world. Brolin entered the spacecraft, and soon the spacecraft began to start, rushed into space, and began to go to Kanglan Star. The spacecraft has entered the dark universe and is expected to arrive at Kanglan Star in 203 days. In the cabin, Brolin was lying on a chair, drinking a drink and listening to the spacecraft's intelligent report. Black Dragon. Brolin lowered his glass and whispered. Master. The black on flickered, and the mini-beast emerged, flying up and down around Brolin. Now, the entire spacecraft has been taken over by the intelligent system, and there are no other living things. Open the door to the world. Brolin said. Good master. Heilong heard the words, and immediately snarled happily, revealing a touch of impatient emotion. After merging with that mysterious system, the evolved black dragon is no different from real life. It also wants to see the magic of another world. Silently, the dark portal appeared in the cabin. My rise is unstoppable. Brolin stared at the door of the world, slowly got up, and strode in. Stepping into the gate of the world, Brolin found that he was floating in the air at this moment, and hundreds of meters below his feet, there was a building that looked like a town. This is the world of Naruto, Mue village. Brolin looked at the familiar villages and towns at his feet and whispered to himself. Then he looked at the world ring in his right hand with a little nervousness and began to investigate. It's okay. He exhaled. The world ring is still intact, and the supplies, including the 3,000 blood dragon guards, are safe. Black Dragon told him before that the adventure world can be brought into the host world, and it really is true. In other words, Brolin can bring the creatures of the primitive universe into every adventure world, but unfortunately, the life of the adventure world cannot leave. This is also good. As long as I build a huge force in the primitive universe, it will be easier to fight the world in the future. Brolin secretly said. Start to get information about the world. On the side, the black dragon began to glow, radiating towards the surroundings. Information search completed. Soon, a piece of information appeared in Brolin's mind, and he closed his eyes and began to search. Fun, so to speak, my strength has reached its peak in this world. I opened my eyes and Brolin smiled. It's not surprising, Master. This world is only a level below level 1, and the primitive universe is a level 3 world, not to mention the endless source of space outside the primitive universe, which stands on top of all realms. Level 5 world. The black dragon screamed. Brolin lamented that, indeed, even among the heavens and the world, the primitive universe can be regarded as extremely powerful, and Hunyuan space stands on top of the world, and few worlds can communicate with Hunyuan space. Comparable. According to the classification of the black dragon, the strongest in the first level world can only breed out of bounds masters, the second level world can at most breed the Lord of the Universe, the third level world can breed at most the Eternal True God, and the fourth level world can breed the universe at most God King. Only the most powerful 5-level world can give birth to Hunyuan level existence. The primitive universe can create existence above true gods, and is a level 3 world. And the endless Hunyuan space, with countless Hunyuan life, is the most powerful level 5 world. According to the world information obtained by Black Dragon, Brolin has a rough division of the strength of this world ninja. Ordinary lower tolerance, middle tolerance, and upper tolerance, the life level is probably only equivalent to apprentice level warriors. To be specific, it is similar to the warriors, war generals, and god of war powers of the Earth Monster era in the original plot. And the shadow level strong in the major ninja villages, their will, soul, and physical strength have all entered the star rating. As for the so-called elite upper endurance, most of them are in the will, soul, or body, and only 1 or 2 of them have reached the star level, which is not a complete star power. It's too weak. Brolin sighed. Even if it is a tail beast, it seems that only Joey's power level has barely reached the star level. Even among the 1,000 hand pillars that once stood on the top of the ninja world, only the will and body have reached the star level, while the equivalent Uchiha wave spot is that the will and soul have entered the star level. The 2 of them are not real star powerhouses, and their level of life is still worse than the current Brolin. Only the 6th-level powerhouse is the powerhouse of the true will, soul, and body. And the people who have reached this step have only 5 people in the entire ninja world. Datung Muwaya, the 6 immortal brothers, and the 6 spots and 6 belts. Master, don't take care. Although you are already the pinnacle of this world in terms of strength, it doesn't mean that your absolute combat power can ignore anyone. Black Dragon screamed, this world's ninja is still very powerful, especially some forbidden techniques, the power is terrible. Brolin nodded, indeed, the strength of the ninja is not only judged by the number of chakras, powerful ninjutsu is also very important. The natural power of the first-class world is much weaker than the cosmic force of the primitive universe. Feeling the majestic star force in the body, Brolin's natural forces belonging to the tolerance world were oppressed. Fortunately, there are a lot of cosmic crystals in the world ring. Otherwise, once the battle forces are consumed, you will not be able to replenish this world. Yes, Black Dragon. Brolin was a little puzzled. I remember that in many novels, the world will be very exclusive to outsiders. Why did I come to this world without any strangeness? Does it mean that there is no will in this world? The Black Dragon heard the words, and immediately turned around Brolin. All the worlds have will, but there is a difference between strength and weakness. Of course, this world also has, but it is very weak. And there is a creature in this world who is exercising the accusations of monitoring the world. Brolin stunned, then reacted, a figure appeared in his mind. 6 immortals. Brolin drank. To be exact, it is his soul. Heilong said, but the owner can rest assured that he will come to this world through the shuttle system of all realms. Even the will of the world will only treat you as an aboriginal people and will not find out anything unusual, let alone a small star-level soul. And his soul is very weak. The ninja of this world, the cultivated chakra is too powerful and flawed. Therefore, Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, which causes great physical damage. Except for Datong Muaya, the ancestor of chakra, even the other 6 powerful players can only survive for decades. Heilong said, it's just that their souls have a longer lifespan. After all, the lifespan of a star-strength powerhouse is 1 epoch, which is 10,000 years. The soul of a 6-level powerhouse, even if it can't exist for so long, is estimated to be almost the same. Brolin nodded. Indeed, even after the death of the ninjas in this world, the soul still exists, otherwise there will not be such a ban on rebirth. Master, this world is too weak, we can make quick decisions and plunder resources here. Heilong said excitedly. In its view, Brolin's strength is already relatively strong compared to this world, not to mention that His Majesty has 3,000 blood dragon guards, each of which is an elite star level 9 tier strong, single strength, each are more powerful than Tomei. Such strength can completely sweep the entire ninja world. Even if the big tube Muai is reborn at night, I am afraid that it can only be crushed. Isn't that too boring in that case? Brolin smiled slightly. He is very confident. The dark gold combat suit he wears is his B-class combat suit sent by his grandfather, which can effectively resist the blow of the universe level strong. In this world, no one can hurt him on a physical level. As for the soul, only the illusion created by the reincarnation eye of the star can threaten him. Even though Uchiha attack is monthly reading, and even the other gods that stop the water, although they are very powerful jutsu, but because these 2 people only exist in the stars, the level of will and soul is not enough, so it is difficult to treat Brolin cause some damages. Now I just need to avoid the long door, and I'm fearless. Brolin laughed. There are more than 6 months to reach Kanglan Star. During this time, let me have a good time. Chapter 3, Talent Conversion. Looking at Muye village below, Brolin began to meditate. Now it's just the beginning of the plot. At this moment, with strong eyesight, he can clearly see that the protagonist Naruto is graffiti on Naruto Rock. The things that Komoram made me yearn for are nothing more than writing chakras, white eyes, interpillar cells, and scrolls forbidden. None of these things are easy to get. Now the easiest thing to get is the banned scroll. Brolin knew that soon Naruto would steal the forbidden scroll in the confusion of teacher Mizuki. However, all 3 generations of Naruto are well known and use it to sharpen Naruto. The most important point is that Brolin suspected that Naruto's scrolls were simply fake. It is estimated that there is only shadow avatars, which was deliberately taught by Naruto 3 generations. Forget it, play with them first. Sooner or later these things will be obtained. Brolin sneered. If the game isn't fun, he doesn't mind showing up directly and using the Blood Dragon Guard to sweep everything. After taking out a large number of nano-level surveillance robots from the World Ring, Brolin rose into the sky and found a small hilltop dozens of kilometers away from Muye village, and took out a convenient mobile palace from the ring. Lying on the throne, Brolin watched the video from the surveillance robot in the screen in front, waiting quietly. Soon, the anticipated plot began. In the night, Naruto sneaked into the Naruto building and stole the seal scroll. Everything that follows is the same as the original. Mizuki wounds Ilika, Naruto learns multiple shadow avatars, and confronts Mizuki. Should I play? Brolin chuckled, and the figure rushed up instantly. Takagi Hiromi, Mizuki's proud expression, not far away, Irika was injured, and Naruto looked at him with an angry look. Little devil, surrender the scroll obediently, or kill you. Mizuki sneered. Don't think about it. Naruto growled. At this moment he had reacted, knowing that he had been deceived by Mizuki. In addition, Iruka was seriously injured because of him, so now he is extremely blame and full of hostility to Mizuki. Then don't blame me. Mizuki heard her expression indifferent, holding her bitter, and approaching Naruto. In the Naruto building, the three generations of Naruto ape flying stare at the scene in the crystal ball, and his expression is also a little serious. Although he has made arrangements, Naruto is concerned about his safety. He is still nervous. As the son of the fourth generation, nine-tailed person Zulai, the third generation attaches great importance to Naruto. Suddenly, the three generations' eyes fixed and their expressions changed suddenly. At this moment, Mizuki Mori, Mizuki, Iruka, and Naruto are all stunned. Just now, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. I'm sorry, three generations of Naruto. I know you can hear that I will take away the pillar power of the nine-tailed person. If you want him, use the real forbidden scroll and the cells between the pillars to exchange it. Wearing Brolin, in the dark gold combat suit, smiled and finished, and came to Naruto in an instant, and stunned him with a single blow. I glanced at the startled Mizuki inadvertently. Brolin groaned slightly, and then said, "Bring you along too." He came to Mizuki's body in an instant, stunned in the same way, and after taking the two together with the scroll into the world ring, he slammed into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Brolin's speed is really too fast, everything happens between the light and flint. At this moment, rustling in the woods, dozens of wooden leaf ninjas rushed out, but all looked at the sky one by one, with a look of shock. They are all three generations arranged to ambush here in case of accidents, each of them is a master at or above Zongni, there are several people on Shangni. However, the young man in the black fancy dress was too fast, and he even flew. For a while, everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Are you chasing?" a ninja said. "How to chase?" Another ninja frowned. The opponent was so fast and flew away without leaving any traces on the ground. "Take Ilika to the hospital, and the others and I will report to Lord Naruto." "Yes." Alas! In the Huoying building, the three generations have a pale complexion. He miscalculated, and the mysterious powerhouse who didn't know where it came from interrupted his plan. Yes, he confirmed that the young man was the real strong man. The speed shown by the other party has shocked the three generations. That's almost faster than the fourth generation Filii God, and you can't see the marks of ninjutsu at all, that is to say, it is possible for the opponent to reach such extreme speed by relying only on the flesh, which is terrible. The Naruto must be saved. The three generations had deep eyes and flashes of cold light from time to time. Does the goal be the scroll of forbidden surgery and the cells of the first generation? He seems to know a lot of things, is it someone else who is forbearing the village? Brush. A figure appeared behind three generations, and it was a shadow part that belonged to Naruto. Arranged manpower, fully traced Naruto's whereabouts, and strengthened the defense of the village, the other party is likely to sneak in again. Three generations of Naruto whispered. Yes. The dark part forbeared to leave. The purpose of the other party is not Jiwei. Naruto should be okay for a while, but who is this young man who suddenly appeared, and when did such a young strong man appear in the ninja world? The old faces of the three generations became increasingly sad. On the top of the mountain tens of kilometers away, Brolin flew down and came to the palace. When he moved his mind, he took out the forbidden scroll in the world ring. As for Mizuki and Naruto, they were still the same. In a coma. Brolin has no plans to release them for the time being. Brush. Open the scroll sharply. Sure enough. Brolin sneered. This forbidden scroll is indeed not true, except for the multiple shadow clones on the first page, everything is just blank. Three generations of Naruto are well thought out, even if it is to sharpen Naruto, it is impossible to really take the forbidden scroll to take risks. Brolin secretly said, but the forbidden scroll is really mine. Master, do you want to start learning ninjutsu? Hyman flashed, and the figure of Heilong appeared. Yes. Brolin nodded. Multiple shadow avatars can also be regarded as a strong ninjutsu, Brolin will not miss it. Okay. Heilong screamed excitedly. The system I integrated has 3 functions in total. So far, I have used the ability of Shuttle of the Realm. It was a little bit eager to try. Brolin's eyes glowed, a little excited. He naturally knows that there are 3 abilities in the Black Dragon fusion system. The first one he has already seen is Shuttle the Realm, and the other 2 are called Talent Conversion and Mystery Enhancement. Is the discovery of multiple shadow avatars of ninjutsu transformed into a talented secret? The Black Dragon's voice was a little high. Transform. Brolin's eyes glowed. Boom. In front of him, the forbidden scroll glowed, and a black flame suddenly appeared, which illuminated the interior of the palace. The scroll was burned automatically and turned into a dazzling black on, followed by a flash of light, and rushed into Brolin's body. Brolin groaned, and there was a strange feeling around him. The feeling was very mysterious, as if a strange pattern appeared in the body, to be imprinted in his soul and will. His eyes began to glow. And a pattern really appeared in front of him, which was a complex pattern composed of endless golden silk threads, emitting strange waves. The lines in the jade pattern seemed to contain extremely profound rules. This is the cultivation path taken by Luo Feng in the original work. The secret pattern maps all the mysteries and secrets, all condensed in the complicated rule pattern. A secret pattern is a complete secret technique. Time and space seemed to stop. Brolin felt that his soul seemed to resonate with the mysterious golden pattern, and the 2 kept resonating and gradually merged into one. A strange feeling filled his soul, letting his will calm down. For a long time. The secret pattern is branded, and the talent secret method has been successfully transformed. The sharp voice of the Black Dragon sounded suddenly. Brolin opened his eyes suddenly. He found that the golden secret pattern was still visible, as if it existed in his mind, in his soul. Quickly, a message suddenly came to his mind, giving him a sense of understanding, a movement in his heart, and whispering, multiple shadows. Peng peng peng. The breath of Hajihara slammed all around. Brolin trembled, and saw beside him, there were another 7 avatars exactly like him. Success. Feeling the consumption of the force in the body, Brolin smiled. Only then did he gain enlightenment and inject some of the original force into the soul. In the unknown golden secret pattern, the multiple shadow avatar operation was launched. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com suddenly had 7 more avatars. So the multi-shadow avatar has become my gifted secret. Brolin whispered. It really seems to be an innate ability, a thought, a secret deep in the soul. The pattern starts to draw the original force and excite itself. This is the effect of talent transformation. There is pride in the voice of the Black Dragon on the side. Talent transformation can transform any ability and secret method into a talented secret pattern. This secret pattern is like a seed planted in the owner's will and soul. My master can inspire the mysterious pattern in one thought. As long as the energy is provided, the mysterious method will be activated. This is the most powerful point of the talented mysterious pattern. Ignoring the conditions of the original mysticism, it does not require the master to fully understand and master the mystery of the mystery itself. Listening to the words of the Black Dragon, Brolin's eyes grew brighter. This talent's transformation ability is too terrible. Any ninjutsu mystery can be systematically transformed into the form of mysterious pattern. And Brolin himself does not need to learn these ninjutsu at all. He only needs to inject the original force in the body into the mystery map and inspire it, and he can perfectly perform the power of mystery. Master, this talented secret pattern can not only be used to launch the secret method, it is also a seed itself. Heilong said. What do you mean? Brolin was puzzled. Seeds can be sown, grow, and reproduce. Master, please try to see if the secret pattern can be aggregated into a seed. I heard Jan Brolin closed his eyes, carefully realized the golden secret pattern in the soul, and tried to control it. Soon, he showed a touch of joy. Because the secret pattern really had a tendency to be mastered by him, and moved with his thoughts, shaking. The mysterious pattern is trembling, the light is getting brighter, and finally a light spot condenses. Chapter 4, Mystic Enhancement. Brolin opened her eyes suddenly and looked at her palms. A golden light spot was condensing at the palm of his palm, giving off a soft glow. This is the seed condensed in the secret pattern, the master can give it to your strong. Heilong said excitedly, with this seed of mystic law, your master's majesty will also have the master's talent and secret skills. Brolin was completely shocked, which is really incredible. Looking at the golden light spot in his hand, his whole body was shaking slightly. That is to say, I can use this to cultivate countless powerful subordinates with multiple shadow avatars. He growled, his eyes gleaming. Yes. Black Dragon screamed. Pang! A figure suddenly fell to the ground, Mizuki, and Brolin released him from the ring of the world. At the same time, he thought, and the other 7 avatars disappeared instantly. Wake up! Brolin drank, and the stars will slammed. Suzumu sighed suddenly and woke up suddenly, only to feel that his head was about to burst. Stubbornly suffering from severe head pain, he looked around and immediately found Brolin above the throne in front, and his forehead suddenly slipped with cold sweat. Mizuki has met an adult. Uttering this sentence daringly, he recognized that Brolin was the powerful existence that suddenly appeared in the forest of wood leaves, and stunned himself with only one move. At this moment, he looked at Brolin, the other person's eyes stared hotly at himself, as if looking at prey, which made him panic. If he didn't know that there was a big difference in strength, he really wanted to run away immediately. Submit me and give you strength. Brolin raised his hand, and the golden mystic seeds instantly struck Mizuki's body, and he couldn't wait to verify the ability of this kind. Misaki was frightened, thinking that Brolin shot at him, and wanted to resist in an instant, but the next moment, he froze, looking at the front with a look of expression. Brolin looked at the stunned Mizuki in front of her eyes, and her face was looking expectant. After a while, multiple shadow avatar. With a hint of suspicion and disbelief, Mizuki was a little dazed, and whispered. Peng peng peng. 9 Mizuki suddenly appeared. Feeling the almost exhausted chakra in his body, a sense of weakness continued to strike, and Mizuki looked back, the colors in his eyes became brighter. Brolin looked at him, a radiance twitched from the corner of his mouth. He knew that the seeds of mystic art had come into play, and Mizuki already had the talented mystery of multiple shadow avatars, because he had no seal at all when he cast it, that is to say, his multiple shadow avatars were talented secrets, not jutsu. Moreover, he felt that the secret pattern in his soul was faintly connected with the secret pattern in the other's soul. It is similar to the relationship between subject and avatar. Brolin understands that Mizuki's natural secret pattern comes from him, and if he wants to, he can deprive the other of them at any time. At this point, Brolin was clear, and Mizuki, who was gradually enlightened, also realized. At this moment, his face was shocked, and his eyes were shocked. In the end, all the surprises turned into ecstasy, and Mizuki knelt down on the ground. Mizuki swears allegiance to the owner. He was shocked in his heart, completely shocked by Brolin's methods. How incredible is it to be able to give others ninjutsu, and these ninjutsu do not need to be sealed yet. Who is this young man in front of me? You are very acquainted, but as my servant, your strength is too bad. Brolin groaned. Mizuki is just a middle end, and the energy level of his body is only equivalent to that of the warrior level practitioners on the earth in the original plot. Drink it. There was a flash of light, and a transparent test tube suddenly appeared in Brolin's hand, which was filled with some purple liquid and flashed. Mizuki looked at the test tube with hesitation in his eyes. When he saw that Brolin's eyes began to get cold, he gritted his teeth instantly, reached out to take the test tube, and drank it. Ah! He yelled, holding his hands around his throat, feeling like he had swallowed a flame, and his body seemed to be burning. However, with the severe pain, Mizuki obviously felt that his body was becoming stronger, some inexplicable energy was transforming his body, the cells in the body were strengthening, and chakra continued to increase. Realizing this, he no longer yelled, but forced himself to endure. Finally, after a few minutes, Mizuki, who was covered in sweat, was kneeling on one knee panting. This is power. He stretched out his hands and felt the huge chakra contained in his body. The corners of Mizuki's mouth gradually rose, and his eyes were full of wonder. Ha 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 ha! He laughed wildly, and the sudden surge of power made him almost crazy. He never thought that one day he could have such a powerful power. Noise! Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, and Mizuki in ecstasy shuddered. Mizuki it! He immediately fell to his knees, cold sweats left behind. Now, he was more and more awed by Brolin. In his eyes, Brolin was in the eyes of God. Aside from jutsu, your physical fitness is now comparable to that of a shadow-level figure, and you can barely help me. Brolin said lightly. The purple solution just now is just a very common evolutionary potion in the primitive universe, which can help apprentice-level creatures to instantly upgrade their life level to the first-class star level. This kind of potion is not expensive, because the stars and the primitive universe are just dust-like existence. There are many in Brolin's world rings. The light flashed, and a black box suddenly appeared in front of Mizuki. Here are 40 parts of the solution just now. Within 10 days, I hope you can recruit enough people. Brolin said coldly. Chi Shuimu heard that his body trembled. 40. After drinking the purple solution, he can feel that, in addition to not having mastered some powerful ninjutsu, in other aspects, his strength is almost the same as that of the major ninja villages. At this moment, he can be called an artifact level, and the real combat power should be comparable to that of the elite. But once he is able to master several powerful A-level ninjutsu, Mizuki is completely confident to face the shadow-level strong. Now, such a magical liquid that can almost create a shadow-level powerhouse has been taken out of 40 copies at once, which has a great impact on Mizuki. Master, it's terrible. Mizuki carefully picked up the box, and became more and more awed by Brolin, and gradually recognized Brolin's identity. I can follow such a mysterious and powerful existence. Mizuki feels too lucky. Mizuki is very smart. He understands Brolin's meaning. He needs to find 40 ninjas and raise them to the same level of artifacts as himself to help Brolin do things. Subordinates must complete the task. Mizuki said excitedly. 40 powerful men who are close to the shadow level, what a powerful force this is. I am afraid it is enough to conquer the ninja world. For Brolin, he is not worried about Mizuki betraying himself. On the one hand, the secret pattern in Mizuki's soul is connected to him, and he can find each other at any time. On the other hand, he believes that after seeing his own strength, Mizuki will not stupidly run away, because this is a smart man with ambition. Shui Mizuki left quickly. Brolin once again performed multiple shadow avatars. Instantly, nearly 1,000 avatars appeared in the palace. Even though the hall was very wide, it almost could not be crowded. This is Brolin's best effort to perform this mystery. At most you can only be 1,000 or so at the same time, the internal force is almost exhausted. Feeling the weakness of the body, Brolin whispered. The strength of each avatar is not very strong, about at the first level of the star rating. And these avatars are very fragile and unable to withstand powerful shocks. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. The separation from the primitive universe is not a level, it's just a method of divine incarnation similar to the immortal deities. Brolin lamented. The avatar of the primitive universe is a near-independent existence with the deity, but it only shares the soul. As long as it is not the soul kill, the clone or the deity alone falls, the other party can continue to survive. But multiple shadow avatars do not have this characteristic. Once the Brolin deity falls, the avatars disappear together. Moreover, the power of the shadow avatar is very weak. Unlike the avatar born of the Golden Horn monster's talent secret method, it can grow into an existence comparable to the deity. But the shadow clone also has an advantage, that is, the kill of the clone by the soul will not affect the deity. Because the soul of the shadow avatar is not shared with the deity, but completely separated, this is why the strength of the shadow avatar is so weak. It's a shame, if only I could get a secret avatar. Brolin shook his head and sighed. Separation has a great advantage for the rise of the strong, and it almost has a few more lives. However, this mystery is too difficult to obtain. Almost all exist in the form of gifted mysteries. Brolin has never heard of any strong person in the primitive universe who created the avatar. The strong man at the level of the universe can create such secret techniques, but unfortunately, I can't get it for the time being. Brolin remembered the plot in Snow Eagle Lord. Master, it's impossible for you to want the avatar, you forgot that the Black Dragon still has the third system ability. The Black Dragon came out and shook its tail toward Brolin. Mystery enhancement. Brolin's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, I can strengthen any mystery to raise them to the ultimate level, which is the level of Hunyuan. Heilong proudly said. Chapter 5, Ultimate Shadow Avatar. Hunyuan level. Brolin was completely shocked. Hunyuan level, that is the secret technique used by the Hunyuan strong, how terrible. Those mysteries are more powerful than any mystery in the primitive universe, and even the mystery of the broken Donghe vein that Luo Feng obtained in the future cannot match it. A look of ecstasy on his face. Master, however, mystery strengthens this ability. I can only open it 9 times in total. That is to say, I can only strengthen up to 9 mysteries. Speaking of this, the Black Dragon seemed a little embarrassed. That's great too. Brolin was a little sorry, but not very strongly. If he can get 9 kinds of Hunyuan level secrets, his future is absolutely limitless. But the master, rest assured, the strengthened mystics are absolutely top-notch, and they can be called the ultimate mystics of Hunyuan Lord. Heilong yelled, 9 kinds of Lord mystics, even if they are real Lord Hunyuan may not be able to create so many ultimate secrets. Brolin's eyes were instantly dazzling. So, Master, do you want to strengthen the multiple shadow avatar? Heilong's voice was a little charming, rubbing his hands. It can't wait to try its ability to strengthen mystery. Brolin showed a tangled expression on his face. The total number of enhancements was only 9 times, which is extremely precious. Although I really want to get the avatar, but I can't rely only on strengthening this multiple shadow avatar. In the future, if I get a stronger secret than the multiple shadow clone, isn't it more valuable? Master, the technique of avatar is very rare. You can get multiple shadow avatars in the first world. The luck of the master is very good. It can be said that it is very difficult to obtain avatars again in the later world. Black Dragon advised. Moreover, the world that the master will face in the future is much stronger than this world, and it is very dangerous to have no avatar. Brolin was still thinking, and his heart was very tangled. In his opinion, the multiple shadow avatar is not a powerful secret, at least, it is much weaker than some talented avatars of the primitive universe. He is really unwilling to use the strengthening opportunity in this secret. However, Heilong's words also have a certain truth, making him difficult to decide for a while. I continually weighed the pros and cons. After a long time, he gritted his teeth suddenly and finally made up his mind. Strengthen. He squeezed 2 words out of his teeth. Although the 9 strengthening opportunities are valuable, they are not as important as life. As Black Dragon said, this first adventure world is only a first-class world. What he will face in the future may be as powerful as the original universe, or even stronger. World. If there is no avatar protection to ensure his own safety, he must be extremely difficult to act. He needs to be very cautious, which will undoubtedly greatly affect his own development. Moreover, the powerful avatar is indeed difficult to obtain. At least, he has no idea how to obtain it. Fight! Brolin growled. Master, rest assured, the multiple shadow clones may not be as good as other avatars, but once strengthened to the level of Hunyuan Lord, I can guarantee that it will never be weaker than any mystery at the same level. Heilong said from his own channel. Mystery, strengthen! The black dragon screamed, his body glowing with black gloom. Brolin's body shook, the golden light emerged, and a complex and magnificent mysterious pattern appeared, which is the talented secret pattern of multiple shadows. At this moment, the black light emitted from the black dragon's body turned into a bit of black mansions, and began to blend into the golden secret pattern. And the mysterious pattern is like consuming some power in the black on, and the lines on it begin to gradually extend, spread, and become more magnificent. In a short period of time, the lines on the secret pattern have nearly doubled and become more complicated and mysterious. For nearly an hour, the mysterious pattern continuously swallowed the black ons, and the scale of the entire texture expanded countless times. The mysterious pattern was complex to unimaginable, and the golden light was endless. Finally, the secret pattern does not devour the black ons, the golden light gradually stabilizes, and is gradually restrained. The entire talent pattern is much larger than before. Strengthening success. Heilong's voice was also exhausted. Brolin closed his eyes tightly, he was digesting the information in his mind. After the expansion of the talented mysterious figure stopped, a new message appeared, which was the message of the new multiple shadow avatar. Too terrible. Brolin opened his eyes, his face shook inexplicably. Is this the Hunyuan Lord's avatar? A moment later, he showed ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, this time, I can freely cross the world and be fearless. Multiple shadow avatars. For a moment, thousands of figures appeared again. Brolin quickly took out a cosmic crystal, supplementing the force that was depleted in the body instantly. The strength of the avatar is 2 levels lower than that of the deity. Although the will is star-studded, the strength of the avatar's soul and body is only at the apprentice level. Looking around, Brolin whispered and felt the body. The force recovered a bit, and then drank again, multiple shadows. Instantly, hundreds of figures appeared again. The advantage is that you can make avatars without limit. And, avatars and deities can transform each other. At this moment, the breath of Brolin's star has suddenly changed, and he began to be constantly weak, and beside him, among the more than 1,000 avatars, one avatar's breath has been continuously enhanced. Soon, his deity was weak to an apprentice level, and was no different from other avatars, but the avatar next to him was soaring, apparently reaching star status. At this moment, Brolin actually exchanged his deity with a clone. 10 seconds. As long as 10 seconds, any one of my avatars can change the cost of respect. Brolin was extremely excited. The most important thing is that even if my deity falls, my avatar can still exist, and any avatar can absorb energy and become a new deity. Brolin's eyes glowed. This is the shadow avatar at Hunyuan level. It has the characteristics similar to the undead river mystery of Broken East River. As long as one avatar exists, Brolin will not die. He can create endless avatars, no matter how far the deity is from the avatar, he can quickly switch places within 10 seconds. And the deity and the clone are relatively independent. Once the deity falls, as long as there is a clone, that clone can become a new deity. The most important thing is that Brolin's deity and avatar only share the will, not the soul. This means that the soul cannot kill Brolin by attacking any single individual. Unless the soul destroys the deity and all avatars at the same time, he can be killed. Luofeng's undead river also has this effect. Even if Luofeng is killed by the soul, as long as there is blood refined from the undead river, he can be reborn. At this moment, Brolin's shadow clone also has the effect of not being afraid of soul attacks. The difference is that Luofeng can only rely on a drop of blood, while he relies on a living avatar, and he can create thousands of avatars in an instant. Without the blood of the dead river, it is difficult to refine. Two kinds of secret skills see you straight. This means that I not only have a real immortality, but also extremely terrible maneuverability. Brolin was shocked. The enhanced shadow avatar technique is too terrible. The endless avatar of Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com can be transformed into this deity within 10 seconds. This means that once Brolin successfully rises and becomes a strong man of the human race, his main battle deity can quickly reach the place of any avatar. In the Hunyuan space, the reason why the 9th Hunyuan Lord Snow Eagle received the attention of other lords is because the other party can use the avatar to make the main deity of the war quickly reach everywhere and effectively guard each Hunyuan world. At this moment Brolin also has such incredible ability. If I stepped into the ranks of the universe's masters and spread all over the universe, I alone can defend the entire human territory. Brolin yelled. At that time, he will have a very high position among the human race, and no one can ignore his role. Unfortunately, because it is not a shared soul, the avatar's soul and body must be far inferior to the deity, and its combat power is limited. And once the deity falls, it is not easy to restore the avatar to the strength of the deity. Rowling was a little regretful, but then he calmly said, "But that's how I was able to ignore the soul attack." At this moment, he is full of confidence in his future. With the 3 abilities of Shuttle of Realms, Talent Conversion, and Mystery Enhancement, Brolin feels that he already has a powerful capital to rise. At least, he thinks his opportunity is stronger than Luofeng. Your own split is much stronger than Luofeng's undead river. At this moment, the original deity gave the world ring in his hand to the current deity Brolin beside him. Unfortunately, the items on the deity cannot be transferred during the conversion. Brolin said with regret when he put on the ring. Suddenly, it seemed as if he realized something. Brolin was shocked and his face became tense. Chapter 6, Transaction. Black Dragon, I remember once the original universe became a true god, any avatar will disappear under the original condition. Brolin's face was ugly. Master, rest assured. Hearing words, the black dragon slammed out, the Master's avatar is not a gift from the primitive universe, and the level has reached the Hunyuan Lord level ultimate secret method, even the supreme rule cannot restrict the Master. Brolin's tense heart was immediately relaxed, and then the smile on his face grew stronger. At this moment, I'm considered to have the real capital in Wanja. Originally, his goal was only to become immortal, and then to embrace Luofeng's thigh, to escape from reincarnation, and to enjoy eternal life. But at this moment, a strong vision filled his heart. Luofeng. Brolin's eyes glowed with fiery light. 20 days passed quickly, and Mizuki returned as scheduled. Together with him, there were 40 ninjas in different costumes, each of them exuding a strong breath that was not weaker than Mizuki. Obviously, Mizuki gave life evolution to these people. Master, fortunately. In the palace, Mizuki knelt down on the ground, looking abreast at Brolin on the throne, then turned his head and drank, hurried to meet the Master. The other 40 ninjas were also shocked at this moment, they felt the deliberate breath of Brolin. It was a breath of higher levels of life than they made them scary. In the presence of the Star Strength Star, the Star is really nothing, just the breath can be crushed. Subordinates to see the Master. 40 people bowed together. The swelling mentality that had originally gotten powerful power disappeared at this moment, and Mizuki did not lie to them. This mysterious Master was indeed a little incredible. They are all ninjas who are outside the ninja village, or some rebels. They are not good people. They can even be said to be extremely fierce, and their strength is not strong. The ambitions that originally came out of the power close to the shadow level, at this moment in front of the absolute power, they wisely put away their careful thoughts. You did a good job, Brolin said. Since these people are from you, they will take orders from you temporarily. Now, I need you to do one thing. Shui Mu heard the words and said immediately, please inform the host. Help me contact Mui's Tuanzang and tell him I want to negotiate a deal with him. Tuanzang. Mizuki Yuju, as a former wooden leaf ninja, Mizuki still has some understanding of Tuanzang. The opponent is very mysterious, and as a disciple of the second generation Naruto, Tuanzang's strength is undoubtedly very strong. Master, the other party may not believe me. Mizuki said carefully. If he could solve it by force, he would find it easy. After all, at this moment His Majesty has 40 phantom-level powerhouses, and he is completely fearless. But if you want to negotiate with the group, the other party may not agree. Give this to him, he will promise to see me. Brolin threw out a bottle. This is... Mizuki was startled, looking at the bottle of liquid with a pale green light in his hand. He felt a strong breath of life. No doubt, this must also be a liquid with magical effects. This matter, you must finish it low-key, my transaction with Tuanzang, I do not want anyone else to know. Brolin said coldly. Subordinates understand. And you? Brolin glanced at the remaining 40 people and suddenly stretched out his right hand. The bright golden light burst from his fingertips into a small beam of light and rushed towards these people. Everyone was surprised, the golden beam rushed into their bodies, making them too late to react. After a brief panic, everyone's expressions became stunned, followed by an incredible surprise. Do something for me and give you strength. Brolin said lightly. As before, he also inserted the seeds of multiple shadow clone talents into the bodies of these people. Of course, that is not the strengthened Hunyuan Lord's avatar, but the previous version. Although enhanced mystics can also be given, how could Brolin do so? This is just the beginning, surrender to me, you will get more. Brolin said, before that, all you need to do is obey Mizuki's orders and do things for me. Subordinates must do their best. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, their faces were agitated, and they were completely shocked by Brolin's methods. Let's step back, Brolin said in a deep voice. Soon after, Mizuki took everyone away and tried to get in touch with Tuanzang. This game is getting more and more interesting. On the throne, Brolin's mouth has a wicked smile. But I will only play with you for 6 months. After that, the world will be turned upside down. The woody forest in the dark night is a little weird and quiet. A figure stood quietly in the shadow of a tree, almost integrated with the night. This is an old man. Half of his body and his entire arm are covered with bandages. He seems to be seriously injured. He is the leader of the root tissue and the clumps of wood leaves. If you are familiar with him, at this moment you can definitely find that although the group at this time is still the same as the old man, the wrinkles on the face have obviously disappeared a lot, and the whole person is no longer a feeling of lifelessness, but it is secretly issued a sheer vitality. He squinted his eyes slightly, motionless, and the turbid eyes crossed the weird fineness from time to time. He appeared here because he was waiting for someone who might give him a new life. I feel the vitality in the body, and at the same time, I feel deeply shocked and fearful. I have to say that Mizuki's ability is still very strong. Just a few days ago, he succeeded in attracting the attention of the root tissue after using some means in the wooden leaves to implement the means. After that, a root organization was enticed and defeated. Controlled the other side, Mizuki took out the bottle of green liquid that Brolin had given him, and let the name Shangren transfer to Tuanzang, claiming that there was a deal to talk about. Inside the root group, the group that got the news was naturally surprised. He still knew something about Mizuki. The other party is just a wooden leaf rebellion, and only has the level of middle tolerance. However, the most important thing is that the other party was arrested by a mysterious strongman and Jawiran Zulai not long ago. He suddenly appeared at this moment, actually trying to negotiate a deal with him, which puzzled him. Moreover, the opponent already has the strength to defeat Shang Ni, which is a bit incredible. For the bottle of life-filled green liquid, Tuanzang gave it to his men for analysis. The results made him move. That bottle of liquid is an agent containing a huge amount of active cytokines, which can stimulate human vitality. Researchers even told him that the bottle of medicine can make a person restore youth to a certain extent. He got the result of the mass storage, leaving part of the liquid for testing, and the others were drunk by a decisive sip. Sure enough, Tuanzang, who had drank the potion, felt a long-lost vitality. He was convinced that his body had almost returned to the state it was 10 years ago. I should know that since transplanting a large number of writing chakras and increasing age, his body began to decline continuously, and vitality continued to be consumed. This potion means life to him. Suddenly, the other party took out the potion and claimed to trade with him, and Tuanzang felt that he could not refuse. Soon after, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mizuki saw Tuanzang secretly under the guidance of the root organization. He was very straightforward, admitting that the people behind him wanted to see Tuanzang and had a deal to discuss. It's natural to know that the man behind Mizuki is likely to be the mysterious strongman who captured him and the nine-tailed person that day. He was surprised because he felt the powerful chakra in Mizuki's body, which is a huge chakra that can only be owned by the movie-level strong. Undoubtedly, in such a short period of time, the other party directly reached the level of shadow level from a middle-aged man, and it must be the writing of the mysterious strong man behind him. Can greatly improve the strength of the ninja in a short time, and even come up with that magical potion of life. Tuanzang is extremely jealous of the strong behind Mizuki, but also has a strong curiosity. He agreed, and was willing to meet each other. Regardless of the transaction, just because the other party captured Zhuwei's column strength, Tuanzang also had to go there. At this moment, the wood-leaf forest in the night stood quietly, but obviously his heart was not so calm. When he met this time, he did not tell others, including the 3 generations of Naruto. He is a very selfish person. Although he loves Koba no less than the 3rd generation, his method is completely different from the 3rd generation. He is very suspicious, he doesn't believe anyone. He believes that only under his leadership can Kobe be strong and the village be truly peaceful. For this purpose, he sought only 2 things. The first is to ruthlessly eliminate any threats, and the second is to continuously strengthen its own strength. Obviously, if he can restore his youthful vitality, not only his strength will be greatly improved, but also he will have more lifetime to lead Mui to glory. So, this time the transaction was strong enough for him. Chapter 7, Within Temptation. Rustic. The sound of stepping on the dead leaves came, and the muddy eyes of the group were frozen. A figure gradually appeared in the dense forest in front, and a long shadow was drawn down in the moonlight. Mr. Tuanzang, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. The lazy voice sounded, and Brolin approached, looking at Tuanzang, with a smile on his mouth. It's not a good habit to be late. Tuanzang said, his voice hoarse like leaves rubbing. Looking at Brolin now, he was a little surprised. He could not see through the temperament of the opponent. There is no breath of chakra, but there is another mysterious power. He cannot determine the age of Brolin. After all, although the other party is young, he has a mysterious life potion. God knows if this is an old guy who restores youth. He. Brolin smiled, not caring about Tuanzang's dissatisfaction. Let's not talk about the transaction first. Shouldn't you give an explanation for the fact that you have taken away the wooden pillars of my leaves for no reason? Tuanzang said, his eyes were a bit harsh. The importance of Zhuwei to Mui is self-evident. It is impossible for Tuanzang to allow anyone to make a threat to Mui. I should have said before that I want human column strength, exchange the forbidden scroll and cells between the columns. Brolin said lightly. Your appetite is too big. Tuanzang said coldly. Squinting to see Tuanzang's breath becoming more and more dangerous, Brolin immediately chuckled. I won't talk about this in advance, but I really want to know, is Mr. Tuanzang satisfied with the bottle of life potion? Gao Tuanzang's face became serious immediately, and he knew that the drama was coming. What do you want to say? He said deeply. No more nonsense, let's open the door and see, I want to exchange something with you with that potion. Brolin was impatient. What do you want? A pair of right wheel eyes and a pair of white eyes. Brolin stared at Tuanzang, with a sneer in the corner of his mouth. I know you have these things on your hands. The Huan Tuan possession heard the words, his face was a little gloomy. He did have both of these things, but he didn't know what the other party wanted them to do. Judging from the information obtained before, this mysterious character is very powerful, at least in terms of speed. Such a powerful character will inevitably not demand these two things for no reason. Whether it is riding the round eye or the white eye, it is a very strong blood relay limit. The other party so desperately wants to get it, and even hesitates to take out that precious medicine. He didn't want the other party to become stronger. In that case, it was not good for Koba. Are you afraid that I will become stronger with the riding wheel eye and the white eye, threatening your wood leaves? Brolin suddenly said. Xian Tuanzang is indifferent, and does not comment. I can only say, you think too much. Brolin laughed, showing a white tooth, with a look of evil. Because wood leaves are nothing in my eyes. Brush. As Brolin's arrogant words came to an end, a sound of breaking air sounded, and dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the originally empty dense forest. Standing behind Brolin, there were all violent chakra fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Tuanzang's face changed slightly, but his heart was shocked. Because the chakra breath emanated from these dozens of figures has reached the level of the shadow level, among them, Mizuki is listed. Brush. There was a sound again in the dense forest. There were also more than 10 masked figures appearing behind Tuanzang. They also filled the atmosphere of chakra. They all stared at the front with vigilance and confronted each other, but a closer look revealed that, their foreheads faintly sweated. These are all members of the root, each of them is Shangni, and even a few elites are Shangni. But in the face of the dozens of figures exuding a breath of fright, they were all ugly. Do you want to do it? Tuanzang said in a deep voice. He did not expect that the opponent's strength was so strong. There were 40 strong players close to the film level. Such a strength could indeed shake the whole leaf. When did the ninja realm appear to be strong? Tuan hid in his heart. Hands on? No, no, Mr. Tuanzang misunderstood. I just want to prove to you that I have no malicious intentions towards Koba. Brolin waved his hand, and then showed a cruel smile. After all, if I want to, you can destroy wood leaves in a flash. Obituary heard the words, the group hidden eyes light suddenly, and said in a deep voice, Your lord is too arrogant, wood leaves is the most forbearing village, if you want to rely on these people to defeat wood leaves, it is a wishful thinking. Of course, I have no doubt about the strength of Koba. Brolin laughed. These men are just chakras who have a shadow level, but they do not have the corresponding powerful ninjutsu. They are just artifact levels. Perhaps in the face of elite Shangren can still have the upper hand. But if you are against the true shadow level powerhouse, you will only be crushed. Staring at Tuanzang's eyes tightly, Brolin said again, but if I tell you, these people were just some forbearance 10 days ago. Impossible. Tuanzang drank coldly, but immediately, the corners of his eyes shook slightly. He remembered that, among these people, Mizuki was really just a weak person whose strength was only at the level of tolerance for a dozen days. Does he really have the ability to raise so many people to a near-film level existence in a short period of time? Thinking of this, Tuanzang felt cold sweat erupting all over his body. Originally, he thought that the opponent could greatly increase Mizuki's strength, and it must pay a huge price, but at this moment, obviously it is not the case. In the dark forest, for a while, it calmed down, but the atmosphere became more tense. "It's better," Brolin said suddenly. "I can help Mr. Tuanzang to cultivate 10 shadow-level strong men. I believe that with such a force, it should be very helpful for you to ascend to the throne of Naruto." The Xiantang possession was surprised, and immediately looked at Brolin. "In order to show my sincerity, I'll honor my promises first," Brolin said, taking out a purple transparent test tube. The wrist fluttered at will, and the test tube flew out. A masked ninja beside Tuanzang flickered, catching it. "This is a potion of potion, which is more precious than the potion of life before it," Brolin said. "This tube can create 10 shadow-level strong men." Xian Tuanzang took the test tube and his face was dark. "If you don't believe it, you can give your men a drink and try it now," Brolin said lightly. After hearing the words, the Xian Tuan hesitated, then he looked at the masked ninja beside him. The other party was immediately aware, took the test tube without hesitation, opened the stopper, and took a sip directly. The effect of the potion began to play instantly, and a severe pain began to spread throughout the root member. I have to say that the members of the root organization are powerful and amazing in spiritual will. The transformation of the fortifying agent to the body is undoubtedly rude, and the torn cells are directly torn. The kind of pain that most people can't stand. Mizuki and others all rolled in pain when they strengthened. But at this moment, the masked ninja was able to endure the severe pain after a moan. With the action of the medicament, the chakra breath that he emits becomes more and more intense. That is, after the cells are stimulated and strengthened, they absorb the strength in the medicament. Kanshu www.yuuganshu.com is constantly making chakra energy. Soon, the breath of the ninja climbed to the limit and reached the star level. Chakra's intensity was comparable to that of the film level strong. Throughout the process, Tuanzang has been watching nervously. Seeing each other's transformation process, the shock in my heart has reached the point where it cannot be added. I felt my own mighty power, and the masked ninja's face also showed incredible surprise. "Master, my chakra, indeed has broken through the level of upper tolerance." He handed the potion to Tuanzang, and stood behind the opponent, his voice trembling slightly. He had a bland expression on his face, but his eyes were shocked, and the test tube in his hand could not help but be squeezed tighter by him. "How is it, are you still satisfied?" Brolin looked at Tuanzang and laughed. "Maybe I can tell you that the strength of these people behind me has been strengthened in this way. Of course, for the moment, they are not really a shadow-level powerhouse, lacking a strong blood succession limit and ninjutsu. This is why you want to exchange those things." Silently, Tuanzang opened his mouth. He immediately realized that the reason why Brolin wanted scrolls forbidden surgery, writing islets, and primary cells, I was afraid that he wanted to make the people under him into a film-level existence. "Oh, that's right." Brolin chuckled, and it was not surprising that Tuanzang would think so. "In this way, I feel that I can't even trade with you anymore," Tuanzang said in a cold voice, and his whole body was in danger. "Otherwise, your strength will swell to a very scary level. By then, really only I can leave it to you." If Tuanzang had a plan of trading before, at the moment he has only a strong throbbing to stifle danger in the bud. Chapter 8, No God. "Stupid!" Brolin sneered, and Tuanzang's reaction at this moment was naturally prepared. "Even without those few things, with a lot of potentiating potions in my hands, I can train tens of thousands of such artifacts in a short period of time. With this power, if I want, I can still conquer the entire tolerance boundary." Tuanzang was silent. After listening to Brolin's words, his eyes were dim and he didn't know what he was thinking. It is true that if the other party is true, conquering the ninja world is not too difficult. According to the other party did obviously not do it. Obviously, this person's purpose may not really be to unify the world. If this is the case, then the leaves and the other party may not stand completely on the opposite side. But soon, he looked at Brolin, but his turbid eyes were brilliant, and the whole man exudes a strong breath. But I still think it's better to control the danger like you. The cold words came out of his mouth, as if the snake was hissing. Brolin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the other party seemed determined to do something, which made him a little curious. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth, and his face became teased. "Are you trying to show me another god?" Brolin said, looking up and down with interest. The puppet body hides suddenly and suddenly shakes, his face changes dramatically, revealing an incredible expression. How could he know that other gods don't use this technique? Tuan hid in his heart and thought it was incredible. The other gods that stop the water are really powerful. They can attack from the level of will and forcibly change the minds of others. Brolin said lightly, but his limitations are also great. On the one hand, the cost of casting this spell is very high. On the other hand, it can only be cast on people whose level of will is not higher than the caster. That is to say, with the water-stopping will level contained in that eyeball, you can at most only change the thinking will of the characters at the shadow level. For the existence of the will level beyond the shadow level, the influence can be said to be minimal. Brolin was very confident. When he first came to this world, the Black Dragon had analyzed and scanned the world, and got too many secrets. He knows a lot of things, such as the advanced mysteries of writing round eyes. Beginning with a single hook jade, the writing wheel eye can be continuously upgraded and eventually reached the eternal kaleidoscope level. The most fundamental driving force is actually the advanced level of the will and soul. Kaleidoscope's advancement before writing round eyes is still very simple. Under normal circumstances, the ninjas of the Uchiha family can rely on their willpower and soul to open a single hook jade at the right and left of the middle ninja, and double hook jade at the upper ninja level, and 3 hooks at the elite ninja level. But it is more difficult to evolve into a kaleidoscope, at least it will take both the will and soul to enter the star level, that is, the movie level. This is very difficult. Most of the elites of the Uchiha family have just pushed one of the 3 will, soul, and body into the shadow level. Before Uchiha stopped the water and Uchiha Itachi, there was no an elite of the Uchiha family met this requirement. In Ebara's plot, in fact, Uchiha Chisui and Uchiha Itachi are also not true movie grades. Their bodies have not entered the star rating, and they are not true stars. But relying on the power of the kaleidoscope, they still have a combat power beyond the average film level. But the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye wants to become the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. To reach this step, the will and soul must break through to a higher level, which is the star. In the original drama, the reason why Uchiha Bana was able to open the eternal kaleidoscope is precisely because of the pupil power of Uchiha Sumina, which is actually the power of the will and soul, coupled with the stimulus of extreme grief, which caused a great change in the will and soul, produced a transition, thus reaching the star level in one fell swoop. The similar experience of Wu Yubo and Suzuki is that they absorbed the spiritual soul power contained in the eyes of the same writing wheel, which led to the sublimation of the will and soul, thereby opening up the eternal kaleidoscope. As for the eternal kaleidoscope to be reincarnation, in addition to the will of the soul and soul to reach the star level, the body must also reach the same level. In Hajiwara's plot, the body between the thousands of hands has reached this level. The subsequent spots also relied on the cells between the thousands of hands to advance the body. In their later years, they became the true star power, that is, the existence of the 6 levels. Thereby opening up the reincarnation eye. At this moment, Tuanzang wants to use a different that stops the water to deal with his 6-level existence, which is undoubtedly whimsical. Because Zishui did not turn on the eternal kaleidoscope before his death, obviously his will and soul never broke through to the star level, and other gods can only change the will thinking that exists below the star level. Moreover, Brolin believes that even if the water stop turns on the eternal kaleidoscope, it is impossible for other gods to control the 6 powerful men. Because writing the recurrent I is only a degraded level of the recurrent I, the jujutsu contained in the blood repetition limit of the writing recurrent I cannot surpass the power level of the recurrent I. If this is also possible, wouldn't it mean that if the soul of the wool has reached the level of 6 Uchihas to stop the water, he can use the other gods to control the 6 immortals, or even the big tube wood knight? How can that be? Therefore, there must be a limit to the use of other gods. Brolin speculates that the existence of the shadow level is already the limit that other gods can control. As for the original work, Uchiha Itachi wants to rely on other gods to control Uchiha Sasuke, who has reached the eternal kaleidoscope level. Brolin thinks that either Uchiha Itachi overestimates the capabilities of other gods, or he underestimates the eternal kaleidoscope. After all, he himself has not reached the level of the eternal kaleidoscope, and has not experienced the horror of the soul and soul reaching the star level. Tuanzang remained silent about Brolin's evaluation of the words of other gods. Mastering the water-stopping eyes for so long, he naturally knew that the role of other gods was limited. Do NT the gods control the existence of the shadow level at most, but I also do NT believe that you have reached the level of super shadow level. Tuanzang said hoarsely. No one can reach that level except the legendary 6 immortals, even the first generation of Naruto. Will not work. Xian Tuanzang's transcendence of the shadow level does not refer to the so-called super shadow level powerhouses who can exert superpowers due to the use of powerful ninjutsu or blood relay boundaries. It refers to the further transition of the life level to the point of qualitative change, which truly surpasses the life of the shadow level. This kind of existence is the life of 6 Taoism, that is, the constant star. As he said, such a life does not count as the soil and spots after the 10-pillar force. From ancient times to the present, only Datung Muayet and the 6 immortal brothers have reached it, even at the peak of Kai's Homa and Uchiha. Blobs were never as powerful. You are wrong. The strength between Qinchaozu did not reach the level of the 6 immortals, but his level of will has reached that level. So, your other gods have no effect on strong men like the original Naruto. As for me, disappointed you? Brolin looked weird, and the corners of his mouth were getting bigger and bigger. I am stronger than the first generation because I have reached that level completely. With a low roar, Brolin completely let go of his power, and the powerful stellar atmosphere, like the same torrent, crushed the forward group. Even in the primitive universe, the star strength is not weak. A random strike is a nuclear bomb-level power, which is enough to dominate some remote planets. Tuanzang, who has only a star level in life, can naturally feel the horror of this breath. The oppression from the life level makes him have a feeling of difficulty breathing. Su's face turned wild, and the ground beneath Tuanzang's feet cracked in front of this horrible force. The members of the root organization behind him were like a lone boat in a storm, constantly shaking and shaking. You must know that this is just Brolin's manifestation of his own breath. If the force erupts completely, the entire woody forest will be destroyed, and woody village will be affected. The star-studded star power is enough to be called a mobile nuclear bomb. Ukansha www.ukansha.com's internal force is thousands of times stronger than the star rating. And the power contained in Brolin's body is the cosmic force of the primitive universe, which is a level of power belonging to the third world, far more powerful than Chakra. Even if the 10 stars of the stars are also reached, in terms of strength, they may not reach the strength of Brolin at the moment. The 6 levels of this world exist. Although the level of life can be comparable to that of the star powerhouse, the level of strength is far below. But really want to fight, with 6 powerful ninjutsu, can still compete with the star strong. At this moment, in order not to attract the attention of the leaves, Brolin restrained his breath in one direction and oppressed Tuanzang and others with all his strength. The reason why he did this is naturally to let Tuanzang know the gap between each other, so that the other party would give up using other gods. Although he knows that the other gods in Tuanzang are hard to shake his star power, but he is not afraid of 10,000. You know that Brolin's avatar is powerful, but the only weakness is where the will is. Although his avatars are not afraid of soul attacks, all avatars and deity share the will. Once attacked at the level of will, all avatars will be hit, which Brolin cannot bear. Alas, the will level attack is very mysterious. At least, almost all the lords of the primitive universe, even the strongest, have never mastered the will attack mystery. This is also why in the original plot, when the human race confronted the coalition camp, they took out the eyes of the ancient gods and released the impact of the will to obtain such great results. Because of fighting at the level of will, almost no one was involved. But this world has such a magical means. God. Chapter 9, Eyes of Evolution. Writing. Takaji Leaf Forest, Tuanzang, and others are still struggling to resist the horrible oppression of Brolin. Tuanzang himself regretted it, and at the same time he was shocked to add more. He did not expect that the strength of the other party was so powerful that he might have reached the level of the legendary 6 immortals. He had some regrets, and he shouldn't have made a hasty decision just now. At this moment, he had no idea what to do. As for continuing to display the thoughts of other gods, he has been left behind. Even if he still has a whole card, he can forcibly turn on other gods under the pressure of Brolin, but at this moment Brolin's strength shows that the probability of success is almost zero. Once the gods are cast, it will not open again until 10 years later. Obviously Tuanzang didn't want to waste it here. Will His Excellency Tuanzang continue to talk about our transaction now? Brolin's words suddenly sounded. The Xiantang possession heard the words, a loose heart, a bitter smile, do I still have a choice? The other party also wants to continue the talk, indicating that the situation has not deteriorated to the point where the two sides are desperately fighting. Feeling the power of Brolin, the previous plan was obviously abandoned. At the moment, peace talks are the only ending. The powerful oppression disappeared instantly, and Tuanzang just felt loose and looked up at the mysterious man in front of him. He felt an unprecedented sense of weakness. After all, the person in front of him is likely to be a person with enough strength to rival the legendary 6 immortals. The content of the transaction is still the same. I will give you a potion of life that will increase the lifespan of 20 years, plus the potion in your hand. Brolin said lightly. And what you need to give me, in addition to a pair of riding chakras and white eyes, and the eyes containing other gods. I accept other conditions. It is impossible to give you water-stopping eyes. Hearing this, even if the group is ready to compromise, it still rejects it categorically. The power of the other gods is really amazing. It is impossible to surrender the group to Brolin. In case the other party uses other gods to deal with itself, wouldn't it be that they would become the other's running dog? Then replace them with cells between the columns. This is the price you only want to control me. Brolin chuckled. He naturally knew that it was impossible for Tuanzang to surrender other gods. The reason why he said it was to retreat, and the real goal was the cells between the columns. But don't call this horrible secret technique of God, I must get it. Brolin sneered. Everything he does is based on a game mentality. When he reaches the Kanglan star, he will end the game immediately, sweeping the entire ninja world in an instant, and everything of value cannot escape his palm. Now, everything is in a hurry. The Gao Tuanzang was silent. Apparently, he heard the determination in Brolin's words. Trading, I promised, he said. But you must promise me, you must never endanger the leaves. Haha, what qualifications do you have to say such a thing to me? Brolin heard a smirk in his mouth, his eyes glowed fiercely, and the majestic breath belonging to the 9 Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire began to pervade. Weak people can only beg for mercy, not qualified to ask the strong to do things. Pu Tuanzang's pupils shrank sharply, feeling the strength of the other side, and a moment of sorrow and weakness filled the heart. The other party is too strong. Regarding strength, even the original of the ninja world, Jian Shaozu, may not be the opponent of the other party. When it comes to power, the artifact level powers of the opponent can completely impact any force in the ninja world. This existence is really not something he can threaten. However, I really don't have any hatred for wood leaves, you can rest assured. Brolin said again, and I have no interest in unifying the world. I hope what you said is true. Tuanzang said weakly. Brolin turned around, incurred Mizuki, and waved a hand, throwing a green potion of life to Tuanzang. My men will go back with you and get back what I need. Brolin said. The deal has been set. I hope you don't do anything stupid, otherwise my anger will burn the whole wood. After speaking, Brolin's breath gradually weakened, and his deity at this moment was being exchanged with a distant clone. Goodbye, then, in order to celebrate the cooperation, please watch a firework. Brolin looked at Tuanzang and smiled a little evil. In the eyes of Tuanzang's astonishment, Brolin rose into the sky, and instantly reached thousands of meters in the sky. Burst! A huge roar rang, the force wave slammed into the sky in all directions, and the exploding fire illuminated the sky, and the entire Mue village was alarmed. Brolin blew himself up, which made Tuanzang hardly believe his eyes. But soon, he calmed down, with a touch of horror in his eyes. It is impossible for the other party to commit suicide like this. The only possibility is that this is another mysterious method of the other party. This guy, it's terrible. Tuanzang's heart sank. On the top of the mountain, dozens of kilometers away from the leaves, Brolin sits high on the throne of the palace. Trying to grasp the world ring in his hand, the corner of his mouth smiled. The deity and the clone are exchanged for each other, it is much more convenient to fly back all the way, and the price is only to abandon a clone, which is not a problem at all. Unfortunately, the items on the deity cannot be transferred together. This time, Brolin's deity went to meet Tuanzang. The B-level combat suit and the world ring were not brought, but were worn on the remaining avatar. At this moment, the avatar has become the deity. Riding the round eye, the white eye, and the cells between the columns, these three things can be obtained immediately. Brolin's eyes were extremely sharp. The shadow avatar only gave me a strong ability to protect himself, but it did not give me more powerful. And those three things can really improve my strength even more. When I become stronger, I can fear the threat of Nagato, the soil, and the black. By then, this games will be even more interesting. Before using 3000 Blood Dragon Guards, Brolin was still jealous of some powers of the world. Such as the reincarnation eyes of Nagato, the mighty power of the earth, and the weird blackness. Especially Heiju, the other party can directly attack 6 spots in the later period and put the other party to death. This alone cannot be underestimated. After all, the strength of Liu Daobon is likely to be stronger than the current Brolin. He has the ultimate shadow clone, and now his only weakness is the field of will. After all, avatars share the same will with the deity, and once there is a strong attack in this field, there are no more avatars. I didn't expect that even the ultimate mystery of Hunyuan Lord level would have weaknesses. Brolin sighed. But if you think about it, if you don't even have the weakness of the level of will, then the ultimate shadow clone can be said to be the real immortality. There is no existence that can kill Brolin, then this is too bad. Even if it is endless space, there is no such secret technique. I should know that even the existence of the Hunyuan Lord level is not completely impossible to kill. Sure enough, I am too greedy. Brolin sighed. Soon after, Mizuki rushed back overnight, and brought what Brolin wanted from Tuanzang. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. In the empty palace, Brolin sat alone on the throne. In front of him were floating 2 transparent glass bottles filled with green solution. One contains 4 eyeballs, while the other is a small piece of tissue resembling human skin. Everything is at hand. The plan can be carried out. Brolin's eyes were hot. With a touch of the world ring in his hand, a set of equipment full of sense of technology appeared in the hall. Brolin lay down, and the robotic arm began to move, performing a double eye transplant for him. Soon, the operation was completed. Brolin got up and opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were no longer the same as before, but his pupils became scarlet, and there was a black hook on the side. "It's worth writing the round eye." Brolin was a little surprised. He can feel that these eyes are much stronger than before, and now he looks sharper and clearer than before. Tuanzang is really careful. The writing of the chakras for me is just a level of jade. Brolin sneered. Unfortunately, he doesn't know. For me, as long as the chakras are enough. Immediately afterwards, his expression calmed, the whole body gradually began to produce inexplicable breath, and a sense of oppression began to spread. He is controlling his own star power, and will slowly guide it to his eyes. He wants to promote the evolution of the writing chakra. According to the information obtained by the original Black Dragon scanning the world, the evolution of chakras relies on the mental power stimulation of the eye masters. The spiritual power is also the willpower and soul power. As Brolin continuously urged his own will and soul, he stimulated his eyes. Gradually, the writing wheel eye began to change. The hook jade in his eyes turned slowly. Chapter 10, Reincarnation. As Goyu turned faster and faster, ghosts began to appear, and as his soul willpower continued to pour into his eyes, ghosts became more solid. Finally, the speed of Goyu's rotation began to slow down, and the ghost image began to dissipate. When Goyu stopped turning completely, something incredible happened. In Brolin's eyes, 3 hooks appeared. Elevated to the level of the 3 hooks in one fell swoop. Brolin whispered, he felt the changes in his eyes. Whether it is visual insight or sharpness, compared with the previous single hook jade level, there has been a huge leap. Not enough. Brolin whispered, then continued to motivate the willpower of the soul. San Guyu's writing wheel eye turned crazy again, and soon, amazing changes appeared again. The 3 Guyus suddenly merged into one during the rapid rotation, and turned into a strange pattern. At the same time, a burst of information appeared in Brolin's mind. I didn't expect that the kaleidoscope of my awakening was. After digesting the message in his head, Brolin first froze, and then smiled at the corner of his mouth. Monthly reading, and other gods. At this moment, both Brolin's eyes have turned into a kaleidoscope. It can be clearly seen that his left eye is the same as the kaleidoscope of the original Uchiha Itachi, and his right eye is almost the same as Uchiha's water stop. I actually awakened 2 kinds of illusions. Brolin was surprised. Kaleidoscope's ability is divided into 2 kinds of physics and illusion, like Tianzhao and Shenwei are physical attacks. The moon reading and other gods are obviously illusions, and are the means of attack at the level of will and soul. Is it because I have merged 2 souls, and the soul will is stronger than the flesh, so I will wake up with illusions? Brolin guessed secretly. Because the crossing caused the soul to merge, Brolin found that his will and soul were indeed different from before, and the level seemed to be stronger than the physical body. In general, he is very satisfied with the kaleidoscope's ability, whether it is monthly reading or other gods, it is a very terrible ability. Unfortunately, as I guessed, the limit of other gods is that they can only control the strong ones below the star level. Brolin lamented, after all, this technique is associated with the writing eye. The writing eye is a low-level version of reincarnation. Even reincarnation is just a star level. The most powerful technique of writing chakras cannot exceed this level. At this moment, his awakening moon reading and other gods, at best, are bullying, which has no effect on the strong stars. This has nothing to do with his strength. Even if he becomes immortal, the use of these 2 kinds of mysteries can still not cause the effects of mysteries on the stars. It is as if a piece of paper cannot cut a piece of glass, whether it is in the hands of adults or children. This is not a question of the level of power at all, but the level of the tool itself is not enough. It's a real chicken rib. Brolin just felt a toothache. The effect of such a powerful anti-sky technique is completely useless for his current level. After all, the stars below him are just ants, and there is no need to use moon reading and other gods. Is it really necessary to consume another opportunity for strengthening? He said secretly, tangled. For such a mysterious technique of other gods, Brolin is naturally extremely stunned. After guessing that this mystery is extremely restrictive, Brolin still spends a lot of time writing round eyes, which is naturally impossible to be boring. He has his own plans. He wants to use the mystery to strengthen the system again, and lift the other gods to the level of Hunyuan. How powerful and terrible the other gods at the level of Hunyuan! Brolin thought with excitement. However, the thought of mystery enhancement 9 times in total, and he had used it once, he felt extremely painful. Do NT be a god, but he still hesitates a little, fearing that he will consume the enhancement opportunities at will. In the future, if he gets more powerful mysteries, he can't strengthen them. Is NT it a tragedy? Tangled, extremely tangled. Forget it, there is no rush to strengthen things, let's evolve the reincarnation eye into the reincarnation eye first. The indecision Brolin simply did not consider this matter. Brolin once again strove to evolve the kaleidoscope to the reincarnation eye level in one fell swoop. This is very simple, after all, he is a star, which is the existence of a 6-way class. My current level of life is a 6-level existence at the same level as Datong Mui. My will, soul, and body have reached the star level. Once I have completely injected the star's will and soul power into the eye of the writing wheel, then, the awakening is not the eternal kaleidoscope, but the reincarnation eye that will become the ultimate form. In Ebera's work, Uchiha Baba is an eternal kaleidoscope opened by the star-willed soul when confronting the Valley of Termination and Thousand Hands. After relying on the cells between the pillars to bring the flesh to the stellar star, it became a complete stellar star, which is the 6th-level existence, thereby opening the reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eyes. Brolin drank, looking forward in his eyes. Boom! As the willpower of the soul suddenly injected into the eyes, the kaleidoscope pattern began to tremble violently, and then became faint. Circles of purple stripes began to appear gradually. Eventually, the kaleidoscope dissipated, and purple lines covered his eyes. Reincarnation, open. Brolin at this moment, squinting his eyes slightly. He realized the new information that appeared in his mind, and felt the new powerful power he possessed. Soon after, he opened his eyes sharply, his hands quickly closed and drank. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom! A powerful repulsive force burst out with Brolin as the center, destroying all obstacles. No sturdy palace made of cosmic alloy can stop this force. The huge impact shattered the palace directly from the inside, and the debris blasted away in all directions. What? A terrible scream came. It was guarded outside the palace, and those artifact-level powers subordinated to Brolin were hit by smashed palace fragments. The force of the shock was so great that some people were unlucky, and were directly interrupted by the fragments, killing them on the spot. The rest of them were almost all wounded, all of them panicked. It was early morning, and the ruins of the palace, Brolin's figure shrouded in the light of the sun. Everyone looked at him with endless fear in their eyes. They don't know why the powerful master suddenly shot, and the means were so terrifying. Very good. Brolin smirked in the rubble. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the effect of Shen Luo Tianzheng. It is true that the reincarnation eye is the existence of the star level, and the secret technique contained in it is also the star level. Ninjutsu such as the Luo Tianzheng, Brolin exerted, the power is strong enough to make the star level power of the same level as him change color. And the mysteries contained in the writing wheel eyes like Yueshu and other gods have almost no effect on the stars. Because the level is low, even the strongest user is invalid. The stronger will often create higher levels of mystery, and abandon the mystery created when they were weak. It is as if the Lord of the Universe can only perform the secrets of the Master of the Universe, and does not choose to use the secrets of the Supreme Master of the Universe to compete with strong men at the same level. Unfortunately, the mystery of the reincarnation I still can't surpass the star level. Once I enter the universe level, the reincarnation I will be useless. After all, the Naruto world is just a first-class world, where the mystery here is impossible to be strong. The reincarnation I is nothing but the indigenous view of this world. For me at this stage, reincarnation is still valuable. However, I don't like to end up in battle. Brolin whispered, then drank, Black Dragon. Understand? Hyman flashed, and the figure of Heilong emerged. Although he is already an intelligent life, the Black Dragon does not yet have his own body, so there is usually no call of Brolin, he is hidden in Brolin's body. At this moment, it naturally understood what Brolin meant. If you want to start ninjutsu without the seal, naturally there is only one way, which is to convert ninjutsu into a talented secret. Talent change. The Black Dragon screamed, his body glowing with black gloom, shining towards Brolin's body. Suddenly Brolin's body shook, and a familiar feeling emerged. He closed his eyes, feeling the depths of his soul, the birth of golden talent secret patterns. Sure enough, even if the mystery is not recorded but hidden in the blood of the soul, it can be found systematically and transformed into a talented secret pattern. Brolin sighed. At this moment, all kinds of ninjutsu contained in Samsara's eyes were systematically extracted and began to be transformed into mysterious patterns, which were imprinted in Brolin's will and soul. Shen Luo Tianzheng, Vian Tian Tianyan, Earth Explosion Stars, Reincarnation Innate Techniques, Susanonen Hu, Izanamai, Don't God of Heaven, Moon Reading. There are 9 talented secret patterns, which means 9 powerful talented secrets. Chapter 11, Clogs. There are 4 types of reincarnation eyes, and the original mysticism of writing chakras has also been retained, and there are 5. Brolin whispered. However, for him at present, there are only 4 reincarnation eye tricks and Su Zoneng that have the effect of combat increase. The other 4 mysteries are illusion-type jutsu that belongs to the writing round of eyes. The level is low, and it is not enough to see the star strength, and it will be seen by the other party. However, it seems strange, the mystery seems to be incomplete. He was a little puzzled, it seemed that the power of the reincarnation eye was somewhat incomplete, at least he didn't get the round tomb in the original plot, the psychic spirit of the alien golem, related to it are the 6 Taoist techniques. This puzzled him a little, and the prison next to the round tomb was just fine. After all, Uchiha Spot did not begin to perform this trick until he became a 10-tailed person. At the moment, he didn't congregate Kaihudayu. But the outer golem is indeed the secret technique of the reincarnation eye, and without this 10-tailed shell, how did he become a human pillar? Cannot be a pillar of power, then he was so eye-catching round of the tomb-side prison cannot be obtained. Brolin was a little depressed. But it doesn't matter. He was relieved soon, reincarnation eyes can only play a role when I am a star. Even a powerful secret technique like the round grave prison will be seen through at a glance when facing a strong person who surpasses the star. After all, the level of reincarnation is placed there, it belongs to the mystery of the stellar stage. What's more, my strength has improved a lot. Even in the face of Dawaimuwayat, I am not vain. And, I have other ways to become stronger. His eyes looked at the pair of white eyes aside. After all, in the original plot, the ultimate form of white eye reincarnation eyes, but not weaker than reincarnation eyes. Soon, Brolin took out the surgical equipment that had been previously included in the world ring, and then lay on the surgical equipment. The ability of reincarnation eyes has been transformed into a talented secret pattern, and he can use those skills without relying on these eyes. At this moment, he plans to put on his eyes. Surgery is fast and smooth. The technology of the primitive universe is undoubtedly very powerful. In the process, around the mountaintop that was almost flattened, everyone, including Mizuki, watched Brolin's series of weird actions, but none of them dared to act. The strength of Brolin has been deeply imprinted in their minds, and no one has the courage to resist. This white-eyed eye is really something special. Brolin felt a bit different visual effects at the moment. In the original plot, the white eye will evolve into a rebirth eye, which requires a lot of white eye pupil power. Brolin said to himself. To put it plainly, this is the same as writing the round eye to evolve into the recurrent eye, both of which require strong willpower and soul to be able to promote the evolution of the eye. With the previous experience of writing the round eye, Brolin quickly began to pour the will and soul power into the white eyes. I soon found something wrong. With the constant injection of the will and soul of the star, it stimulated the white eyes, but the eyes did not change at all, and there was no tendency to evolve to a higher level of reincarnation. What's going on? Brolin was confused. His thinking should be correct. Under the stimulation of the star power of the star, the white eye will definitely evolve to a higher level like the writing round eye. But now, this is not the case. Don't say. He thought of a possibility. In Sugawara's work, Rebirth Eye appears in the drama version of the plot. In the real Naruto story, it didn't appear. Even the big tube Muayat, which finally appeared, only had white eyes. Does the white eye of this world have no so-called final form? Brolin seemed to understand a little, and there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. He knew that the idea of getting reincarnated eyes would probably fail. Forget it, reincarnation eyes and reincarnation eyes are just things of star level, which is of little value to me. Brolin enlightened himself. Since the rebirth of evolution is hopeless, Brolin simply changed back to reincarnation. After all, with the memory of the Earthman, Luolin, Brolin still has a special feeling for reincarnation. In the end, only the cells between the columns are left. Brolin looked at the skin tissue in another glass bottle. The first generation of Naruto was called the God of Ninja Realm. His wooden symbols were also very powerful blood succession boundaries. Brolin naturally would not give up such a powerful force. Using surgical equipment, Brolin did not hesitate to implant the extracted intercolumn cells into his body. In the original plot, the intercolumn cells were very overbearing. Hastily implanted, if it fails, the body will be line-iffied, and it will die very miserably. Most importantly, this probability is very high. However, as a star powerhouse, Brolin does not believe that with his cell strength, he can't absorb cells between 1,000 hands. After all, the body between the thousands of hands is just a star, and even if it fails, his cells cannot lignify Brolin's body. With the help of surgical equipment, cells were implanted smoothly. Sure enough, my body can withstand the cells between the 1,000 hands. Brolin secretly said. As a message from the bloodstream came to his mind, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, his hands quickly printed and he drank swiftly. Clogs, the tree kingdom is coming. The original force in the maggot rushed away instantly, rushed into the ground along Brolin's body, and spread in all directions. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge earthquake on the ground. It seemed that an earthquake had occurred on the top of the mountain, and the earth began to undulate like waves. Huge black shadows impacted from the ground, one after another, covering the sky. It is a huge tree, which brings out the momentum of an earthquake and breaks through the earth. For a moment, the entire mountain top was covered by countless huge trees, and it turned into a primitive jungle. Between the trunks, Mizuki and others are constantly dodging to avoid the crazy long branches, and their faces are shocked. This kind of ninjutsu, which can change the landscape in a wide range, really scared them. At this moment, Brolin was almost as omnipotent as God in their eyes. Unfortunately, the advent of the tree world and the secret techniques contained in other clogs are only close to the star level. They can only pose a certain threat to the star power. Once I break through to the universe level, I will expand the tree. The influence of the world cannot strengthen the destructive power of these giant trees. Takagi is only close to the stellar star's blood succession limit. Its level determines that it only has value for the star's Brolin. Once Brolin breaks through to the cosmic level, the mystery of the wooden clams will become a chicken rib. Unless Brolin is willing to use the mystery augmentation system to strengthen the muddle to Hunyuan level. Obviously, Brolin couldn't do that. There are a total of 8 opportunities left for mystery enhancement, and you must be careful every time. It's a long time before I break through to the cosmic level. Before that, both the reincarnation eye and the wooden symbol have greatly increased my strength. Brolin secretly said. Now, he is much stronger than when he first entered the world. Now he can rely on himself to run the world. Game, it's only just started. At the top of the mountain, Brolin looked at the huge trees all around, and immediately launched the Shen Luo Tianzheng, sweeping out a flat space. The host, Zishuimu and others appeared, kneeling in front of Brolin's body, with awe in expression. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. There is one thing you need to accomplish. Brolin said. Please ask the master. Mizuki and others were serious. No matter what method is used. I need you to collect 9 nine-tailed beasts for me as soon as possible. After hearing the words, everyone was shocked. You must know that the prestige of the tail beast can be said to be unknown in the world of ninja, and their power is far beyond that of the ninja, which is not something that ordinary people can compete with. What's more, almost most of the tail beasts are now sealed in the pillar body of the major ninja villages. If you want to capture the tail beasts, you will have to fight against each ninja village. Even though more than 30 of them have reached the level of artifacts at this moment, when I think of going to war with the powerful ninja villages, I still feel a sense of astonishment. After all, no matter how high the personal force value is, it can't stand the siege of thousands of ninjas in a ninja village. Thousands of ninjas launched a war ninjutsu, which is definitely a level of destruction. What's wrong? Brolin chuckled. Subordinates, do your best. Mizuki and others gritted their teeth. Although your chakra level is comparable to the shadow level, after all, the ninjutsu mastery is almost below the A level. Fighting with the true shadow level exists, it is probably not an opponent at all. Brolin sneered. But since I need if you go to complete the task, it is impossible for you to die in vain. After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and the bright golden light condensed at his fingertips, and then the golden light dots burst out and rushed into the bodies of Mizuki and others. The ecstasy look on everyone's face was too familiar. They closed their eyes and realized the messages in their heads carefully. I gave you strength, so don't let me down. Chapter 12, Koyo, Here I Come. The leaves in the morning are quiet and serene. Most ordinary people have not yet got up. After all, as the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, the civilians of Konoha can still live a happy life. There are almost no wars that can spread to this village. It is still very safe in itself. At this moment, the Naruto building. The 3 generations of Naruto Abe Flying sat in the office early, holding a pipe on his mouth, and his aging face was full of sadness. Since this time, he can be said to be very upset. For more than 10 days, Naruto, who was captured by the mysterious youth, still has no news. The leaves of the ninja, almost half mobilized, searching around, but no progress. Naruto was taken away, to a certain extent as his responsibility. Previously, he tried to hone Naruto with a fake seal scroll and with the help of Mizuki's ambitions. As a 9-tailed person, Naruto's importance to Muie is self-evident. Therefore, during this time, 2 consultants and Tuanzang took the opportunity to attack him and seize power. Tuanzang seems to have some restlessness recently. 3 generations sighed heavily. He knows that Tuanzang has always disagreed with the way he managed Muie, and has always been in the shadow of Naruto. But there has always been a tacit understanding between the two. At least, the 3 generations thought that as long as they were alive, Tuanzang would never dare to do anything extraordinary. However, in recent days, the movements of the root tissue have been somewhat unusual based on observations in the dark. Just last night, Tuanzang left Koba for a while and did not know where he went. I hope my worry is superfluous. 3 generations said to themselves. What he didn't know was that the time when the root tissue started to move abnormally was exactly the time when Mizuki began to contact the Tuanzang. Alas! Wood leaves, really a good place. At a height of hundreds of meters, Brolin carried his hands on his shoulders, overlooking the building below, and a smile crossed the corner of his mouth. I was able to enjoy a little peace in the chaotic ninja world, and the leaves of the ninja did pay a lot. He slowly fell. He stood on top of Naruto Rock, and then looked at the location of Naruto Building. Ape Flying Sun Cut. A thunderous drink rang through the leaves, and the sound waves even shook the house. Almost everyone was awakened by this voice, and then suddenly his face changed. Who is so rude, dare to call the names of 3 generations of adults? Unacceptable. I have to say that the 3 generations of Naruto still have a very lofty status in Koyo. At this moment, it is indignant to hear someone disrespecting the 3 generations. However, unlike these ordinary people, every ninja who hears a voice changes greatly. They realized that foreign enemies had invaded. Hurry up and get going. The direction of the sound seems to come from Naruto. Soon, all the ninjas in the whole village started to move. Huoying Building, the face of the 3 generations changed slightly. He naturally heard the shout, and without hesitation he flickered and rushed out. At this moment, where Naruto is, hundreds of ninjas gathered here, one by one with a poor look, and watched with vigor the young figure standing on the head of the first generation Naruto Kyunchaozu. In the dark, someone is transmitting the voice, belonging to the dark, let everyone restrain, do not take it easily. Because he recognized Brolin and knew that this was a mysterious figure who had taken away the 9-tailed pole that night, his strength was unknown. Don't act lightly, wait for 3 generations of adults to come. Enclose him first. There are ninjas discussing in secret and acting quietly. At this moment, a large number of ninjas are coming one after another. Brush. A figure appeared. Master K. The ninja on the side suddenly respected. The Talai people are my Tekka with the title of Blue Leafy Beast. Wu Kai responded and looked at Brolin's figure. Brolin obviously noticed K's appearance and looked at the other side as well. 4 eyes are opposite. So strong. Made Kai's pupils shrank, his muscles tightened, and he felt pressure. If it is on body art, Matty is undoubtedly the most powerful existence in the entire ninja world, and also the person who has the deepest research on body art. In particular, after practicing the 8-door armors, the puppet became familiar with and mastered the human body, which can be said to have reached a very scary level. With extraordinary acuity, Matty can clearly perceive that the opponent's physique has reached a very amazing level, and the whole body exudes terrible blood. Is he also a ninja of practice? Matty was shocked. Brolin stared at K, and the corners of his mouth ruffled. He is a star-strength powerhouse. On the level of life, he is comparable to the 6th-level powerhouse in this world. However, the energy in his body is the cosmic force from the primitive universe of the tertiary world, which is much stronger than chakra in this world. The 2 energies are not a level. This also results in his body being much stronger than those in the same world as him. Even at the peak of the 10 tails, at this moment in physical strength, I am afraid that it is slightly inferior to Brolin. Brush. Everyone appeared one after another. Asuma, Red Sunset, Kimu Kakashi, and others arrived. In addition, secretly there are also older generations who are watching, such as the pig-deer combination and the heads of various races, such as the Sun and the Sun, all were shocked. Because both the content that Brolin just shouted and the power contained in his voice made these people have to pay attention. Dare to call the name of the 3 generations, and Sonic made the buildings tremble. Is such an existence common? At first, in order to prevent Brolin's sneak attack, the 3 generations left most of the elite of Mui in the village. The wooden leaves at this moment can almost be said to be the strongest force in the ninja world. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the crowd, and it was exactly the 3 generations of Naruto ape flying. 3 generations of adults! Shouted everyone. It's you! When Ape Fei-sun saw Brolin, he couldn't help but drink. Expressions are complex, with surprises and worries. What I like is that since this time, Koba has been tracking the whereabouts of this person, but he did not expect that the other party would appear at this moment. The worry is that the other side captured the 9-tailed person Zulai. At this moment, he dared to appear in the wood leaves, which is bound to be fearless. His eyes. 3 generations of hearts moved, a little strange, he saw Brolin's reincarnation eyes, it seems that the other party's eyes were not like this before. Hehe, since the 3 generations of Naruto still remember me, shouldn't we forget our agreement? Brolin smiled. 23 generations heard the words, and frowned suddenly. He knew that the other party was referring to the use of forbidden scrolls and primary cells in exchange for human column power. The Lord forcibly took away the people who took my leaves, and it was a bit too much to conquer the leaves. 3 generations of Shen said. Hearing these words, the ninjas present glared at Brolin immediately. It is naturally impossible for the 3 generations to preach about the deprivation of Ren's Huli, so most of the wooden leaf ninjas are still out of the knowledge. At this moment, when I heard that Brolin had taken away the leaves of wood, he was going to sacrifice for 3 generations, and was immediately furious. Among the puppet crowd, only a few insiders were grim. Have you really done this? Didn't you take my wood leaves in your eyes? An old man who came out next to the 3 generations was the elder consultant Mito Minyan. Do you want to go to war with Mue? On the other side, consultant Xiao Chun said poorly. As soon as the 2 men spoke, nearly 1,000 ninjas around began to stir slightly. To them, Koyo is their home, and anyone who tries to hurt Koyo will be hit by their madness. In the distance, Tuanzang was standing on the roof of a building. He did come. Tuanzang's face was calm. The scroll of forbidden art can turn the artifact level strong into a real shadow level, and he will certainly not give up. It's okay, let this guy help me clear up the obstacles on the road. Tuanzang's eyes became dark and he looked at the 2 consultants around the 3 generations. Destruction. Do not break or stand, it is time for Koba to experience nirvana. Alas. Yu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.com. On Beacon Rock, Brolin suddenly sneered when he heard the words of the 2 consultants. Wood leaf, what kind of thing? He started, instantly angering everyone below. So arrogant guy. I will teach him fiercely. Master Naruto, order it. Yes, let's go. Tokaji leaf ninjas are all angry, if not for 3 generations, they have already rushed forward. In the crowd, Chimu Kakashi ripped his mask, exposing the eye of the writing wheel, and wanted to see the true and false of the opponent. Stubborn elites such as them do not shout and kill like everyone else, but they all look serious. Because they all felt a dangerous breath from Brolin. This is a battlefield-proven ability that belongs to the intuition of the strong. The 3rd generation of the Naruto ape Flying Sun was still inactive. His eyes stared at Brolin, not knowing what he was thinking. I can't see it at all. He was secretly startled. Depending on his strength and experience, he could not see the depth of the other party at all. There is no trace of chakra around him, just like an ordinary person. Ape Flying Sun is a little incredible. But there is nothing wrong with that dangerous intuition. In this case, there are generally only 2 possibilities. Either the opponent is not a ninja at all, or the opponent is stronger than him and much stronger. Obviously, the former is impossible. Ape Fei can be sure that the opponent is very strong and is a real strong man. This is based on the opponent's previous performance and his intuition as a strong man. Then there is only one possibility. This guy is probably stronger than me. Chapter 13, Dark Susanoo. As the 3rd generation of Naruto, the strength of the ape Flying Sun is naturally needless to say. Even if you are old and ill, you still have real movie-level strength. In Hajiwara's plot, if Dashamara was not reincarnated through dirty soil, with the power of the first and second generations, it would be impossible to defeat the third generation, let alone kill. At this moment, of course, in the face of opponents that are likely to be stronger than themselves, of course, the three generations are unlikely to rush, but are thinking about countermeasures. Your request is indeed difficult for some strong men. 3 generations, Shen said. I'm sorry, I can't agree. The opponent is already strong. If you really get the banned scroll, you will undoubtedly become stronger. To such an enemy-like and non-friendly existence, it is natural that the 3 generations could not act to enhance the strength of the other party. If you can change your mind at this moment and return the kidnapped child to us, then I promise that Koba did not happen. The words of the 3 generations are very clear, the scroll is impossible to give, and the leaves do not accept threats. But they also don't want to tear up their faces and start the war directly, so the best result is that Brolin handed over Naruto, so everyone thinks that this thing doesn't exist. Hello, everyone. This attitude, on the one hand, shows the toughness of wood leaves, on the other hand, it also shows that the 3 generations did not want to be enemies with Brolin. You are strong, but it is not impossible for Koba to pay you for paying the bitter price, so don't challenge our bottom line, just accept it when you see it. This is a subtext of 3 generations. No one spoke against it, partly because of the influence of the 3 generations. On the other hand, because it is not only the 3 generations, the secret owners, and other powerful players such as Mati and Kakashi, have judgments in their hearts and the other party's strength is very strong, so they are unwilling to shoot easily. After all, you are in Wei at this moment, and once the war starts, it is likely to spread to the village. The hustle and bustle of the crowd gradually calmed down, and no one was a fool. After seeing the response of the 3 generations and others, everyone calmed down. Obviously they realized that the opponent is not easy to mess with, otherwise their own strong man would not react in this way. Oh! Brolin sneered, then looked at the 3 generations of Naruto. I did not expect to wait for more than 10 days, and Lord Naruto gave me such a ridiculous answer. Then his face became extremely indifferent, and he said, in a word, the scroll of forbidden surgery exchanges human column strength, change or not. Do you really want to be aggressive? The 3 generations' faces were completely cold. I really want to go to war, you won't end well. On the other hand, Naruto consultant Mitamanyanyan Cold Road. At the scene, the atmosphere was freezing to a freezing point. It seems that you still haven't figured out the situation. Brolin said quietly, his eyes were cold. I'm not forcing you, but you, forcing me to kill. Susanoo can do it. With Brolin's low drink, the huge star power in his body suddenly exploded, and the whole Naruto rock was shattered by this force, and a mess of stones penetrated for a while. The wood-leaf ninjas present were all horrified, only feeling a mighty rush to the face, the body involuntarily began to retreat. At this moment, a dark skeleton emerged, formed entirely by the force, and appeared behind Brolin. Immediately thereafter, muscles of the tendons and veins began to twist, condensed and attached to the skeleton, and then the dark skin quickly covered everywhere. Soon, a huge energy giant appearing tens of meters high and shrouded in a black cloak. Powerful and unmatched power emerged from the black giant's body, the black airwaves swept in all directions, shattered the ground, and spread like a spider web. The scarlet eyes were like lighthouses, projecting the blood of 2 dark and strange weeds with an unknown breath. What is this? What a terrible breath! Everyone was shocked. The suddenly appearing black giant shrouded Brolin, and the breath of energy was too amazing. Even elites such as Mati and Kakashi are shocked by this power and their expressions are very dignified. In front of the crowd, the faces of the 3 generations changed dramatically. How is this possible? This is the power of the Uchiha family. The 3 generations were completely shocked. Perhaps others did not know the origin of the black giant, but as a disciple of the second generation of Naruto, he knew very well some secrets. This kind of power has been exhibited by Zengjin's Uchiha spot. It is said that it belongs to the higher level kaleidoscope of the Uchiha family, which is only capable of writing chakras. This guy is a Uchiha family. The third generation's face was ugly for a moment. He thought a lot, and he even began to wonder if the other party was really the Uchiha family, then it was for the Uchiha family's destruction. But this breath is not chakra. Everyone is shocked. The breath on the black giant exudes evil waves, terrifying and powerful, but it is not chakra, but another powerful force. Is this surprised? Brolin sneered, it's not over yet. As his words came to an end, the black giant began to change again. A pair of dark wings burst out. The black cloak quickly changed to form a black armor. The giant's face formed a Tengu mask. Its body is pulled up sharply, no longer looks like the upper body, but has become a complete form close to 100 meters. A black painted sword appeared in the hands of the giant. That's what it means to be a complete body. Brolin drank, looking down. At this time, he had risen in the sky, nearly 100 meters away from the ground, and entered into a diamond-shaped crystal where Suzuo Neng's heart was located. Strong! I felt the power contained in Suzuo Nenghu, and Brolin's eyes glowed. It is indeed worthy of being in the original book, which Uchiha Baba calls the tyrannical existence that can cut off everything. The mystery of this mystery is that the Uchiha family uses the kaleidoscope to write chakras and convert their powerful spiritual energy into physical energy, so that the family can make up for their deficiencies in the level of physical attack. As we all know, the writing wheel eye of the Uchiha family mainly strengthens ninja skills such as mental force illusion. In terms of physical attacks, it is far less than the families of the Kishou and Hui families. Suzuninho is a powerful secret technique that can use mental power to enhance physical strength. Like Yu's Haibo Ataki in the original plot, after turning on the kaleidoscope, his will and soul have reached the star level, that is, the intensity of the movie level, but his physical strength is far below this level. Therefore, his illusions are very strong, but his physical skills are much worse. But as soon as he performs Suzuno, the star's spiritual power will be transformed into chakra's power, integrated into his body, making his power soar, and eventually forming an energy giant in physical form. At this time, under the blessing of the will and soul of the star, the giant that Suzuki could form would have both the spiritual and the physical power, reaching the physical level of the star. Another example is Uchiha's spot. His soul will be star-studded, but the flesh is still star-studded. Compared with the 1,000-hand pillars with star-studded flesh, the level of physical attack is worse. But by virtue of Susanoo, he transformed the star power of the star into the physical energy of the giant, so that he could conduct the ultimate physical confrontation between the Valley of the End and the 1,000 Hands. Convert the power of the will and soul into the power of the physical level, this is the mystery of Susanoo. My will, soul, and body are all star level, and there is no shortboard like the Uchiha family whose body is weaker than the spirit. Brolin whispered, this will help me to connect my soul strength to the body. The combination of the original force. The combined power of Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com has completely supplied the black giant. At this moment, Brolin's black beard can be a giant, and his power level is stronger than Brolin's deity. After all, the combination of soul and physical power is not the result of 1 + 1. 10 times. The strength level of the energy body is required to be 10 times that of the first-class star level of my body. Almost 5-star level. In the primitive universe, the power level of the first-order star is 100 times that of the first-order star, while the second-order star is twice that of the first-order star, and so on. It is 256 times the first order of the star. At this moment, Suzuo can be 10 times as powerful as the first-order star, between the 4th and 5th order stars, and close to the 5th-tier order. Suzuno, it really surprised me. Brolin sighed. This mystery is really too powerful, and it can play a decisive role in the battle between strong men at the same level. It is also the first-class star. After turning on Susanoo, Brolin can completely sweep the strong at the same level. Unfortunately, this mystery is limited by the level of reincarnation. Brolin secretly pity. Once he broke through to the cosmic level, this stunner could not be able to combine his cosmic level soul and body. Maybe, really think about strengthening Susanoo. At this moment, above the ground, Konoha Ninja has begun to move frantically. The 24 Zeon arrays have already opened, and Susanoo of Brolin was besieged. From a distance, it looks like a purple cuboid glass cover. Almost all the ninjas of Takagi gathered, thousands of them. A large number of ninjas gathered together, ready to collectively release large-scale attack ninja. Chapter 14, 8 Menkai. I just found out that Susanoo's terror might scare the whole wood leaves, and I had to immediately take out the most powerful force to face this unprecedented enemy. The 4 purple flame formations must not be able to trap each other. The 3 generations were heavy and opened their mouths to everyone around them. Wait a while, we catch the moment when the other party is out of difficulties, and use the impact of group ninjutsu to keep him away from the leaves. At this moment, the battlefield is almost in the leaves, and the aftermath of the battle will bring an unimaginable disaster to the village. Feeling the energy fluctuations emitted by the black giant, the 3 generations only felt that the soul was throbbing. Mantis arms become cars. I watched the energy barriers condensed by the 4 purple flame formation, Brolin sneered. The nearly 100-meter-tall black body is completely unshaven, exuding a wicked atmosphere of evil. At the moment, it moves with his thoughts. The black arm holds the sword with the same gloomy light, just passing casually. Black the blade will divide the purple light wall of the 4 purple flame formation into 2. In the distance, the 3 generations changed color. He expected that the 4 purple flames could not hold each other, but he did not expect that the other party behaved so casually, which instantly made his heart fall to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Come on!" After the words came to an end, thousands of ninjas launched ninja at the same time. Fire salamanders, water salamanders, wind salamanders, earth salamanders, a large number of mass ninjutsu bombarded, and an astonishing force erupted. You should know that thousands of ninjas also release jutsu at the same time, also known as war jutsu. Ninjutsu of this scale is extremely powerful, and ordinary shadow-level powerhouses must retreat. In the original work of Ebara, during the 4th Ninja War, Uchiha Baba in the rebirth state has definitely possessed 6 levels of power, but many ninjas can work together to release war ninjutsu, and they can still compete with each other. At this moment, thousands of wooden leaf ninjas are working together, and some of them are elites like Kakashi. How powerful is it? The horrible Chakrahong rushes towards Brolin. This degree may not kill him, but it can definitely keep him away from the leaves. The 3 generations looked nervous. He didn't want to defeat Brolin quickly, but to shift the battlefield, so as to minimize the loss of Koba. Water, fire, earth, wind, 4 large-scale war jutsu hit from the ground, facing the 100-meter-high black Susanoo to bombard away. No amount of ants can shake the dragon. Brolin's look remained unchanged. Suzonang held up the dark sword in his hand, stepped forward, and slashed out. Boom! The huge roar accompanied the powerful air wave impact in all directions. The black sword light glided across the void, the 4 war ninjutsu were shattered by Susanoo, and the horrific energy flow was everywhere, but Susanoo could only retreat take a step. How is this possible? Below, everyone was stunned, and then they were panicked. Too strong. Everyone was desperate at this moment, and even powerful war ninjutsu could not compete with each other. At this time, a green figure suddenly emerged from the sky, and a blue light burst out in the air. Asshole, don't be too arrogant, the youth will not give up. With a look of anger, Mate Kai opened the 7th shock door, and the huge chakra breath shook the sky. His face was full of anger, and he shot a day tiger directly towards Su Zonenghu's eyebrow. The horror of the tiger's roar caused everyone below him to be excited, and his heart ignited hope. Below, seeing a friend stepping forward alone, Kakashi screamed and worried. Seventh door, day tiger. Brolin looked at the shocked Matty, sneering at the corner of his mouth. I was really underestimated. Boom! Hit! Everyone exclaimed, exulting. The mighty day tiger blasted directly on Susanoo's forehead, a loud noise broke out, and the terror wave hit all around. However, Mai Tekai was not in the slightest joy, but his heart was cold. How is that possible? Mat K was shocked, with an incredible look in his eyes. Well, a terrible defense. It hit me a day tiger without any damage. The eyebrows of Su Suzuon and Guo, where the diamond crystal of Brolin was located, a day tiger of Matekai bombarded here without any effect. If Suzuno had broken the war ninjutsu skill before and showed amazing attack power, then at this moment, a day tiger was hardwired and unscathed, showing unparalleled defense. Open the 8th door, otherwise, I don't even have the desire to shoot you. Brolin stared at Mat K coldly. This guy. Mat K heard, his face was extremely ugly. In the face of such a powerful and offensive and horrifying adversary, he felt extremely difficult. Before quickly returning to the crowd, he looked up at the huge figure of Susanoo, with a solemn look. Wood leaves, is there only this level of strength? Brolin sneered sneerily at the bottom. Su Zoneng was holding his sword high, and in everybody's horrified eyes, instantly fell off. Boom! Huge tens of meters of black energy blades blasted out, as if to split the heavens and the earth. The horror sword light smashed and shattered, crushing all the obstacles in front. The whole wood leaf was almost divided into two by this knife, countless buildings were destroyed, dust was spreading, and huge cracks on the ground spread to the distance. Damn! At this moment, all the wooden leaves ninjas, including the 3 generations, are bloodshot. I just destroyed a large number of buildings in Wei just now. I don't know how many civilians died under that blow. Even some weak ninjas were not spared from the shock. Endless anger, mixed with fear, began to spread in everyone's heart. All forbearance, now immediately transfer civilians in the village, especially to ensure the safety of the children. 3 generations shouted, others are scattered, don't concentrate. 23 generations realized that in the face of Suzo's almost unbeatable force, blind concentration could only cause huge casualties. The gap in strength levels is too great to be able to compete. The 3rd generation's face was ugly. He regretted it and underestimated the strength of the opponent too much. At this moment, the Black Suzanne could be a giant, and the pressure on him was too great. Feeling the majestic momentum, the 3 generations were almost hopeless. After all, even in the original work, even when Wu Ying almost wanted to give up the resistance when facing the complete body of Satoshi Uki. Because the gap in strength is too great, there is no hope at all. Whether it is a powerful physical attack or a strange psycho-psychic attack, Susanoo can resist it perfectly. At this moment, the leaves of the ninjas are crazy to perform all kinds of ninjutsu, but, in any case, cannot break the powerful defense of Susanoo. It's really boring. Brolin sneered, and Su Zoneng, who wielded another sword, terrifying energy raged, the black knife light pierced the sky, and once again hit the ground of wooden leaves with a huge crack of thousands of kilometers. There is nothing to stop. As Susanoo Noj waved his sword, the buildings flew into the air with a large number of ninjas. Asshole, stop! In front of the crowd. Mat K roared, the breath around him began to violently skyrocket, a trace of blood-colored air began to flow out of his body, and the black pupils began to gradually disappear. Oh, do you want to open the 8th door? Brolin looked over. Fine, that's interesting. Don't be impulsive. Kakashi drank. He knows that the 8-door armors, once Kai opens the dead door, although it can explode with great power, but at the cost of losing life completely. He doesn't want to lose this friend. We can try again, maybe there is another way to defeat each other. Kakashi advised, but unfortunately, he could not believe such words. As Kane's elite ninja, a well-known ninja copying ninja, Kakashi now feels unprecedented powerlessness, because his opponent is too strong. Kakashi, don't say any more. K's eyes, looking at the slashing swords in the distance, brought up large buildings and ninjas. The youth will have a day to burn out, protect the leaves, I will go all out. Boom! The steam burst suddenly, and made Kai completely opened the 8th door, dead door. The 8-door armored strike. With a loud scream, Kai rose into the sky, stepping on the air with his solace, and heading towards Suzoneng. Coming! I saw Matty, who was covered in blood-stained steam, and even Brolin couldn't help but look serious. After all, K, who is fully open, almost killed the 6 spots that have become the pillars of the 10-tailed person. With his strength at the moment, compared to Lu Daban, it can be said that it is almost the same. Although he is not a 10-headed person, and has no defense against the amazing Chudayu, but Susanoo no, agglomerated with the stronger universe force than Chakra, is not weaker than Chudayu in defense. It can even be said to be stronger. Let me see, the power of the 8-door armor. Brolin laughed, and Susanoo's sword slashed at Kai. Chapter 15, Zixiang. Zixiang! Mate Kai shouted, punched upward with a punch, and a huge shock wave swept over the black sword. Boom! The invincible black blade edge was blocked by Zixiang's air shock wave at this moment. Suzoneng could hold the sword with both hands, but it couldn't be crushed. Fine, that's interesting. Brolin's eyes glowed. Brush! Mate Kai disappeared and appeared on Susanoo's side instantly. Zixiang! Boom! The huge shock wave hits, and the powerful Ruzuo Zoneng is a cricket on the body, and the black energy armor on the side has cracks. Continue. Matty's eyes brightened and he roared, the figure kept flashing, and he struck 4 times around Brolin. 4 consecutive horror shock waves erupted almost instantaneously and simultaneously, restraining Suzoneng who, 4 huge columns of air were constantly squeezed, Suzoneng who made up for cracks around his body, making a terrible click sound. Just as Mat K wanted to continue to burst into the evening, a sharp pain stopped his body instantly, and a lot of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. The body can't bear it anymore. Mat K sank inside. Below me, everyone, including the 3 generations, was shocked. With the exception of a few people who understand the 8 doors, most ninjas have seen this technique for the first time. Too strong. Someone shivered. Finally there is hope. Master K is amazing. The flames of hope ignited again in the hearts of everyone who was almost desperate. K. The 3 generations are extremely heavy, and he naturally knows that with the use of the 8 gates of Mai Tekai, although the strength can be improved to an astonishing level, the price is also unbearable. Pay such a huge price, you must succeed. Kakashi clenched her fists, her eyes glowing with pain. He hated himself for being incompetent, and could only watch his comrades desperately, but he couldn't help. Everyone, go all out! The 3 generations yelled, and immediately stamped, and the psychic sent out a golden hoop and rode towards Susanoo. The Shuriken Shadow Avatar. Countless shurikens formed a huge sword array, whistling towards Suzoneng who. Up! At least restrain each other. Relieve Master Kai's pressure. Everyone shot madly, all kinds of ninjutsu shot out, and bombarded at Brolin. Brolin sneered. The black Susanoo shook suddenly, and the 4 air pillars were blown away. The terrible black swordsman slashed and instantly broke the 3-generation shuriken array and wiped out everyone's jutsu. It's a group of annoying bugs. Brolin yelled, Clogs, the Tree Kingdom is coming. Boom! As his words came to an end, the ground began to shake, and huge trees came out from under the ground, like a giant dragon dancing, driving the mighty might and crushing away towards the woody leaves. This is the first generation of wooden crickets. The 3 generations were shocked, while the figure kept flickering, avoiding the sharp branches that punctured. What? Bad screams sounded from time to time, and there was a wooden leaf ninja who could not escape, and was pierced by the sharp trunk, and died on the spot. Boom! A wooden stab broke through the ground, stabbing towards Kakashi, who had just escaped a tree. At this moment Kakashi was leaping in mid-air. When he responded, the wooden thorn had reached a distance of less than 10 centimeters in front of him, and the seal was too late. His pupil suddenly enlarged, and his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. "Are you finished?" He was unwilling. At this moment, his riding wheel eye with the earth trembled violently, and the 3-hook jade began to spin frantically, and soon a windmill-like pattern was revealed. At this moment, in front of his eyes, the space shook, and then a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared, pulling the thorny branch into it and disappearing. At a critical moment, Kakashi turned on the mighty power. At high altitudes, Mat K panted, watching Brolin's oppression from Zixiang, his face ugly. "Can't even Zixiang break the defense?" He stared at Brolin and whispered, "Well, it would be nice if you could avoid the energy giant and attack him directly." In the eyebrows of his eyes, Brolin had a cruel smile on his lips. Below at this moment, the entire Mue village has been transformed into a primitive jungle by the tree boundary he casts. Once all the buildings are destroyed, thousands of ninjas are scattered. On a tree trunk, 3 generations of binoculars were about to spit fire. Seeing that the entire Mue village was destroyed by the opponent's ninjutsu, his heart was bleeding. "Do you want to use that trick?" he said to himself, his face ugly. "But I'm really not sure." In the air, Brolin stared at Medak with a playful expression on his face. "Xi Xiang's power is really strong, but it is not enough to defeat me. You should have a technique called Yekai, I want to see it." How did this guy know Yekai? Mat K heard his words, showing an incredible look. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "K, shot." Above the ground, Kakashi leaped suddenly, and the eye of the riding wheel, which had become a kaleidoscope, stared at Brolin's place. Magic! The breath of space fluctuates, and Suzunin's eyebrow-shaped crystals are located. A space vortex suddenly appears, separating Suzunin's energy shell, exposing the surprised Brolin's body inside. Good opportunity! Mat K flashed instantly and the figure appeared in front of Brolin. Zixiang! With a loud roar, Mat Kai almost exhausted all his strength and banged his fist on Brolin's chest with a brilliant red light. Wow! He was directly hit by Xi Xiang, and Brolin spit out blood, and the whole person was like a cannonball, which turned into a streamer and smashed above the ground. Losing Brolin's original support, Suzuo could disintegrate in an instant, and the horrifying 100-meter black giant dissipated. Boom! The chaotic stone penetrated the air, huge smoke and dust rushed up, and a huge cave appeared on the ground. Hit! Great! Mat Kai and Kakashi both showed joy, and the hit just now directly hit the opponent's body. All of a sudden, the entire battlefield was noisy. Success! In the distance, the 3 generations were excited. In the primitive jungle, everyone who saw this scene was surprised, and as the black giant dissipated, they only felt that the pressure in their hearts had suddenly reduced too much. At this time, "It's too early to hurt me if this level of attack wants to hurt me." A low voice came out of the bottomless cave, making everyone look pale and unbelievable. Look! Boom! Brolin's figure soared from the cave, suspended in mid-air, and looked at my Tekai in front. That's a big deal. Wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth, Brolin glanced at Kakashi below. I did not expect that Shinwei could break through Susanoo no. There was a fiery light in his eyes. However, although the power of the previous blow was strong, I was far from being seriously injured. This guy, is it really human? In the distance, Metke gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that after receiving a blow from the front, the opponent just suffered some minor injuries, and his breath was not weakened at all. This made him unbelievable. But, just now, it hurts. Browlin looked sullen and screamed, "God's heaven! OM!" A unimaginably huge repulsive force exploded violently around his body. The air of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com all trembled under this force. Wu Hengxing's huge cosmic force leaked out of his body. Just below, the ground was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a crater-like hole, which was constantly expanding. The invisible repulsive force expands rapidly, driving the air to form a huge shock wave, radiating out in all directions. It's over. The 3 generations of Naruto looked pale, and felt the unstoppable force from the air. He turned back instantly, yelling at all the Konoha ninjas. "Everyone, run away!" However, the speed of the shock wave at this moment has already surpassed the speed of sound. Before his words had spread, the huge shock wave had come down and covered. Boom! The entire sea of trees is destroyed by the shock wave, including the wooden leaf ninjas, who are constantly throwing up and down in the wave-like shock wave torrent with short branches and leaves. 3 generations of Naruto inserted the golden hoop made of an ape into the ground and resisted it. However, soon a large piece of land under his feet was rolled up by the shock wave and flew away. In the air, Mai Tekai gritted his teeth, and a rushing shot of the night, difficult to block the shock wave in front of him. Kakashi below him launched divine power and sucked the shock wave into a different space. Above the ground, the billowing smoke pours into the sky for a long time. There are ruins everywhere, countless ninjas either lie between the ruins of the broken wall, and their lives are unknown. 30 generations of Naruto pushed the top of a big rock, all covered with dust, slowly holding up with both hands holding a gold hoop. Wood leaves, it's really over. A tear fell down in the cloudy eyes. Chapter 16, Yekai. I looked at the countless wooden leaf ninjas lying around, 3 generations of blood dripping from my heart. He understood that no matter what the outcome of this battle was, Koba was over. The loss is so heavy, even if Koba can repel the strong enemy, I am afraid it is difficult to gain a foothold in the cruel forbearance. Whether I can succeed or not, I will use that trick. His expression was stubborn, already dead-hearted. As the smoke cleared, Brolin looked coldly down. "No, forgive me." In midair, Matkei's eyes were cracking, and the blood-stained steam around him seemed to burn. "What?" With a loud shout, Miteka's blood was soaring all over his body, and the horrible blood was like a sunset, which almost illuminated half the sky. "Finally, are you coming?" Brolin looked at Matty, who was almost violent at this moment, with a solitary look. He knew that the opponent was about to make a final blow now. "Yekai!" Brolin whispered, with anticipation and madness on his face. "He can become the most powerful prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He stands out among countless brothers. Brolin depends not only on his ingenuity and the grandfather who is the master of the realm, but more on the dare to fight in his heart." Crazy! In order to truly feel the thrill of battle, I didn't even wear a combat suit. Don't let me down! Brolin yelled frantically. Hajiwara's power is so high that the Black Suzuka can reappear, showing a complete body, with a height of 100 meters. Go to hell for atonement! Metkei growled, madly accumulating strength. The huge chakra kept surging, and gradually agglomerated a red dragon head, roaring behind him. Yekai! Metkei blasted the air under his feet, and the whole person shot like an arrow. The terrible air waves hit the quartet, and the red dragon sprinted towards Brolin with Metkei sprinting. As the red dragon roared, huge sound waves shook the sky, the space was affected, and the light began to distort. Sure enough, Yekai has the power to distort space. Brolin's eyes changed slightly. Caveat. Discover super energy fluctuations. When Brolin looked for a moment, the scream of the black dragon suddenly echoed in his ear. According to the system's estimation, the opponent's power level has reached the 9th level of the star level. It is recommended that the host not resist, otherwise the deity may fall. Brolin discolored slightly. Yekai's power has even reached the 9th level of the star. I must know that at this moment, his Susanoo energy strength level is just a level close to the 5th level star, that is, Yekai's power is more than 16 times that of Susanoo energy. This kind of power can completely make his main battle deity fly away without a combat suit. So, let me experience it, feel the death. Brolin's eyes suddenly showed madness. Dead. Mat K kicked heavily on Susanoo, like a sharp dagger pierced into a wooden block. The black Susa energy body began to twist with the surrounding space, and collapsed in an instant. Solution: the terrifying red dragon captain swallowed up Brolin. Brolin only felt an unimaginable force hitting his chest heavily. Su Zoneng, who did not play any protective role under Yekai's ability to distort space. His body directly withstood this. With an unimaginable blow, the soul trembled, and his consciousness left the body instantly. Boom! A huge explosion flashed a dazzling light in the air. The 100-meter-high Susanoo could disintegrate in an instant, and the horrible energy waves impacted the sky and the ground. The shock wave formed by the terrible Big Bang baptized the original ruined landmark again. Above the ground, the living people had to face the terrible shock again, struggling. After everything was settled, the remaining survivors looked around in shock, and then slowly gathered spontaneously. Is that guy dead? Someone trembled. No one spoke, and the 3 generations were silent. It should be dead. Master Kai's blow is terrible. I don't believe anyone can survive that kind of injury and survive. Someone said with a firm tone. The scene was silent. In the sky, Maddie's red body floated down like a fallen leaf, and fell on a large rock, and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Kakashi's eyes were red on the side. On the other side, 3 generations and others are also sad. The hero of Koba. Shendai said in 3 generations. The rest are also silent. At this moment, everyone's mood is extremely complicated, and grief and solitude are entwined in everyone's hearts. Mui suffered unprecedented calamities, and too many people lost their lives. The 3 generations spoke with grief, but the survivors cannot be immersed in the pain all the time. Mui is destroyed, we must rebuild. Send someone to contact the civilians and the ninjas who were evacuated before. In addition, immediately search and rescue the wounded on the battlefield. Everyone began to reconcile the grief in their hearts. They understood that now is not the time to be sad. The disaster of Mui has passed, but the next crisis has just begun. Ape flying, don't you think you should give an account of today? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Everyone was watching. At this moment, Tuanzang came with dozens of people with a somber expression on his face. Tuanzang. 3 generations' expressions suddenly sank. Tuanzang, what do you mean? On the one hand, Naruto consultant Mitamonian frowned. At this moment, basically all the people gathered here are above the level of resistance, such as Kakashi, Asuma, Xirihong, and 2 consultants, all survived the previous terrible shock. What do you mean? Tuanzang sneered, his eyes glanced around. Isn't it because of you that Mui made it look like this? He whispered. If you didn't analyze the situation and rashly started, how could the village be destroyed? In light of this, I don't think you are a qualified filmist at all. The sham group Tibetan Righteousness Lingran looked at the 3 generations of Naruto, and his eyes were covered with surprise. He originally intended to use this conflict to persuade Naruto to step down, but what he didn't expect was that this conflict would eventually turn into a fierce battle, and the whole wood leaf was almost destroyed. But the final result surprised him. He didn't expect that Brolin actually died in this battle. This was completely unexpected. At this moment, Tuanzang's mood can be said to be very good. In his opinion, the village was destroyed and completely rebuildable. With the 10 extra shadow-level beings under his control, Woodleaf can not only restore vitality, but also achieve greater glory under his leadership in the future. The most fearful person died in the heart, and the forces belonging to Naruto's veins suffered heavy losses in this battle. At the moment Tuanzang feels that he is the biggest winner. I watched Tuanzang with a younger face, and the 3 generations looked extremely ugly. Tuanzang, are you trying to win the position of Naruto? Xiao Chun whispered as he turned to bed. Naruto should have been able to live there. Tuanzang sneered, I believe that Wood Leaves can rise to the end of the ninja world under my leadership. Why are you? Midaman said coldly, mockingly, only by your roots. On them. Tuanzang drank coldly. Behind him, 10 masked members of the root organization came forward, and the whole body began to stir Chakra's breath. This is 3 generations of pupil shrink. The rest of the people present also changed their looks. Chakra at the shadow level. Mito Minion gritted his teeth, and he glared at Tuanzang, you have such strength, why didn't you see that you just shot? Seeing the village destroyed was indifferent, but now came to seize power, Tuanzang, you are the sinner of Koba. Aside, everyone looked complicated. The people in front of the eyes are the true highest level of Koba and are members of the Elder League. Even if Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, they can't express it directly even if they feel resentment in their hearts. Say you're stupid and don't believe it. Tuanzang sneered, can we just step in at the level of combat? If not for me to retain my strength decisively, how will the future Koba stand in the ninja world? The 3rd generation and others were silent. In this battle, Koba lost more than 70% of the strong, all of which are above the tolerance. The village's backbone can be said to have suffered heavy losses. If other villages invade in the future, Wood Leaves will be difficult to resist. But the strength suddenly revealed by Tuanzang at this moment is to relieve the pressure in their hearts. With 10 more shadow-level powerhouses, the peak of Makina's peak combat power soared. This way, the safety of the village can be completely protected. At this moment, both consultants are looking different. Obviously, the meaning of Tuanzang is very simple. He became Naruto, and there will be 10 more shadow-level strong men in Koi. If he didn't agree with him, no one would know what Tuanzang would do. At this moment, the initiative is already in the hands of the group. As you said, today's disaster really comes from me. The 3 generations spoke with a low tone. I'm sorry, Koba, and Naruto shouldn't continue to serve. You want to be Naruto, you can. The 3 generations looked at Tuanzang. And the words suddenly changed. But I hope you can truly protect the village and everyone, as you said. I have no less feelings for Koba than you. Tuanzang said coldly. Everyone is silent. The situation is clear now, Tuanzang has an absolute advantage, and Wei's supreme power is about to be controlled by him. No one can shake his position. At this moment, among the huge ruins, under a humble rubble, a simple ring was lying quietly, emitting a faint light. Chapter 17, Ghoul Ban. Time passed, the light became brighter and the whole ring shook slightly. Suddenly, everyone only felt the emergence of a powerful breath, and gradually diffused. This is... The face of the 3 generations changed dramatically and instantly turned to look at a ruin. Impossible. How come? Everyone was terrified, looking at the sudden appearance not far away, his face was full of incredible. Even Tuanzang's face was incredible, but soon, his frown frowned, and he seemed to think of something, and his face was ugly. I forgot, this guy's means. He suddenly remembered that after the other party had traded with him for the first time, he burst into the sky and exploded. You are not dead yet. The voice of the 3 generations was extremely bitter. Looking at the figure in front of him, a sense of weakness struck the whole body. No, I am indeed dead. Brolin's figure hovered in the air with a smile on his face. Feeling the energy breath of the 9th tier star, Brolin couldn't help but sigh. Since getting the ultimate shadow clone, in order to prevent the fall of the deity, he has already separated a large number of clones. Not only does the Naruto world have, but also the primitive universe, at the moment there is also a clone of Brolin. The former deity, without the protection of a combat suit, has died in the hands of Mitek. At this moment, he is an avatar previously hidden in the World Ring. The World Ring is made by the Master of the World. Even Yekai cannot destroy it. When the deity falls behind and the ring falls, the avatar in the ring senses that the deity is dead, and immediately begins to absorb the energy of the cosmic crystal and restore strength. After all, the avatar of Ultimate Shadow Avatar has 2 realms of strength lower than the deity. Brolin's deity is only a star, so his avatar is only at the apprentice level. Only after the deity has fallen, can the avatar be able to absorb external power, enhance its strength, and become a new deity. But this process is not easy, because although the will of the avatar is consistent with the deity, they are all stars, but the body and soul are only apprentice level, and it is difficult to recover quickly. In such a short period of time, I only recovered to the top of the star rank. Brolin secretly said, if I wait for me to become immortal, once the deity falls, the time and resources that the avatar wants to recover from the domain master level to immortality will be inevitable. A terrifying number. When he thought of this, his frown could not help but frown. Brolin is only recovering to the 9th tier star level at this moment. Although the breath of the whole body is still strong, it is not the same as before. You are not dead, but you are seriously injured. The 3 generations realized this, and said coldly. The rest of the people heard that the color of fear on their faces had dissipated a lot, and many people even had a murderous urge to take the opportunity to truly kill the culprit who destroyed the leaves. Kakashi stared at Brolin, and in the scarlet riding wheel's eyes, the 3 hooks turned wildly, and it seemed that the kaleidoscope would be opened at any time. Apparently, Maddie's death made him hate Brolin, and the killing in his heart was difficult to hide. What you said is pretty good. Brolin looked at the 3 generations of sneer. I did decline my strength too much, but what about it? Killing you is still like killing ants. Vientiane heavenly lead. Brolin raised his hand suddenly, and suddenly a strong gravitational force appeared. In the crowd, Kakashi's body trembled suddenly, and his face flew towards Brolin uncontrollably in the face of a sudden change of face. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to make a shot. Magic! Kakashi turned on the kaleidoscope instantly, trying to release ninjutsu towards Brolin. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin stretched out his other hand, but released a powerful repulsive force, interrupting Kakashi's divine power. At this moment, Brolin's left hand Vientiane Tianyan and right hand Luo Tianzheng, gravity and repulsion squeezed Kakashi's death in the air. The horrible gravitational and repulsive forces, one after the other, resemble a large mill, crushing his body, making a terrible creak sound, and the huge pain made Kakashi roar. Water Margin, Dragon Bomb. 3 generations of seals attacked Brolin and everyone else shot, trying to save Kakashi. Brolin sneered, facing no one's ninjutsu attacks, but did not respond, and let powerful ninjutsu hit his body. What? The 3 generations and others all changed their faces, showing an unbelievable look. I saw that as soon as all the jutsu touched Brolin's body, it began to be transformed into chakra, and then it was decomposed into the purest energy and absorbed by the opponent's body. Sure enough, the reincarnation I can absorb almost all ninjutsu. Brolin secretly said. The Shuriken Shadow Avatar. A roar, 3 generations shot again, since pure ninjutsu is useless, use cold weapons. Go! Brolin sneered, Shen Luo Tianzheng suddenly launched, bombarded Kakashi set in the air to the shuriken thrown to the 3 generations. Shinwei. Critical moment, Kakashi forcibly opened Shinwei, transferred the shuriken, and then completely lost consciousness in severe pain and was caught by 3 generations. "Sir, please stop." On the one side, the silent Tuanzang suddenly spoke, and everyone, including the 3 generations, looked at him. Brolin also looked at Tuanzang. "In the name of Naruto, I agree to give you the banned scrolls." Tuanzang said, "I hope you will retreat." As soon as this remark came out, the 3 generations and others all changed their faces. "In the name of Naruto? What qualifications do you have for Tuanzang?" Midaman drank coldly. "I will talk about the ownership of Naruto later, but now, we must kill this guy while he is seriously injured." Turn to bed. Xiaochun angered. "Yes, kill him." Many people said, emotional. "Oh!" Brolin sneered and looked around. "Enough, you idiots, do you really want to destroy the leaves?" Tuanzang yelled suddenly, his expression sullen. He was really scared, afraid that Brolin would be provoked and wipe out the leaves. After all, he knows that the other party has absolutely not used his real strength, at least, the dozens of artifact-level powerhouses have not yet appeared. "Ape flying, you have to think clearly, don't make mistakes again and again." Tuanzang looked at the 3 generations. The look of the 3 generations kept changing, and his face was extremely ugly. In the end, he sighed. "Just as you say." Everyone heard the words, they were all silent, the 2 consultants had to speak, but the 3 generations waved their hands directly, begging them to stop talking. The Xiantang turned and looked at Brolin. "So, what do you mean? I knew it this way, why bother?" Brolin sneered, watching everyone. After a short while, the forbidden scroll was sent by the Shadow Ninja. 3 generations of Naruto picked up the scroll and walked towards Brolin. "This is the scroll of forbidden surgery you want?" 3 generations of Shen Sheng. "I took the scroll," Brolin smiled, and at this moment, a low drink sounded, and he could not help but change his face. "The ghouls are exhausted." At this moment, the 3 generations of Naruto, only 1 meter away from Brolin, were extremely serious, and their hands quickly printed. Soon, a cold and powerful breath suddenly appeared. "This is it." Brolin winked. You reading a book. www.wukenshu.com stared closely behind the 3 generations. "I saw a huge phantom appearing in mid-air, but it was a blue fang with a knife in his miserable white gown with a knife in his mouth. This is the so-called death," Brolin said secretly. Brolin naturally understands that the ghouls are exhausted. In the original plot, the 3 generations used this forbidden technique to sacrifice their souls to the of death at the cost of sacrificing their own souls, and cut off the soul hands of the big snake pill. Brolin is quite curious about this technique. He wondered what the so-called death was. This operation is indeed weird, but the power is just average. Brolin showed disdain. After all, in the original work, the 3 generations could even take away the soul of Dashiwan, only to cut off 1 hand. The big snake pill is worthless in front of Brolin. Even though my soul and body haven't recovered to the star level at this moment, they are still too powerful compared to Dashiwan. They want to kill me, delusional. Brolin looked at the 3 generations with interest. When I saw Brolin's fearless expression, the 3 generations looked very ugly. He originally thought it would be unrealistic to kill the opponent with this technique, but he would try it anyway. 3 generations drank and launched the seal of the ghoul. Behind him, Death suddenly stretched out a hand and slammed through the body of the 3 generations. 23 generations showed a painful look on his face. After all, at this moment, his soul had been penetrated by the hand of Death. This pain is much stronger than the physical pain. The arm of the dying kept on, and continued toward Brolin's body, as if to grab his soul together. Hey! What of Death, so mysterious? Brolin drank coldly, his eyes were fierce. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Chapter 18, Go Away. The huge repulsive force bombarded in all directions, and the ground was sunken. What? Brolin was surprised. The powerful repulsion of the Luo Tianzhang failed to block the arm of the of death. Even the 3 generations of Naruto were fixed by the arm of the of death and never bounced off by the repulsive force. Even if it is immune to physical attacks, as long as it is still jutsu, I don't believe that reincarnation eyes can't resist it. Brolin sneered. The reincarnation eyes could absorb most of the jutsu, which was Chakra's nemesis. Although this of death is weird, after all, it is 3 generations of psychic emergence, and the whole body still has the flavor of chakra. However, to make Brolin's horror happen, the arm of Reaper ignored the reincarnation, and straight into his body. A feeling came as if the soul was being held tightly. Brolin could not help but change his face slightly, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to underestimate the corpse. With me, I will always be trapped in the belly of death. Brolin just felt a strong force coming, and his soul was going to be pulled out of the body. Seal me? It's up to you. Brolin drank, the soul instinctively resisted. All of a sudden, the arm of Reaper, who was submerged in Brolin's body, and clenched his soul, couldn't pull the slightest, which made him feel relieved instantly. I can't even pull out the soul of Dashiwan, how can this of death help me? Brolin sneered. Abominable. The 3 generations looked embarrassed, trying their best to seal the corpse, and the death gods behind them began to scream. For 4 weeks, everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Tuanzang was a little shocked at this moment. The development of the incident was beyond his expectation. Father! In the crowd, Asahi Asama tried to rush up, but was stunned by Xiri Hong. What shall we do? A ninja said. Must help 3 generations of adults. A dark ninja snarled, then took out a bit of misery, and quickly rushed to Brolin, who was fixed at this moment and unable to move. After all, everyone already knows that ninjutsu is completely invalid for the other side. At present, only cold weapons can be used to destroy the other side's body. Everyone did not stop, including the group hiding, and wanted to see if Brolin could avoid it. If you can really kill him, you can be considered a good place to fly. Tuanzang had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. At this moment, in the center of the field, Brolin and the 3 generations stood opposite each other. The huge death was suspended behind the 3 generations, but his right arm passed through the body of the 3 generations and was directly submerged in Brolin's body. Let's die! The shadow ninja, holding a bitterness, appeared in front of Brolin at an astonishing speed, wiping hard against his neck. Suddenly, his action was delayed for a moment, and immediately surprised the others. Illusion! Tuanzang's somber face murmured. At this moment, the eyes of the shadow ninja have lost focus, and the body is constantly shuddering, the next moment it falls down. Stupid, although I can't move my body, my eyes can still move. Brolin sneered. I was just in FANFIC. He performed monthly reading, pulled the other party into the monthly reading space, and tortured for 3 days. Can't go on like this. He whispered, and the power of the soul began to tremble. As a star powerhouse, his will is undoubtedly very powerful. And a strong will is more effective in exerting the power of the soul. In the original work of Luo Yuan, Luo Feng once said that the soul is a soldier and the will is a general. A strong will can make the most of the soul power. Although his deity is only the strength of the star, but with the will of the star, he can perfectly mobilize the power of the soul and exert much stronger power than the ordinary star. Abominable! 3 generations drank, he felt strenuous, the arm of death couldn't pull the other's soul at all, he couldn't shake it. Then go back, at least seriously hurt him. The eyes of the 3 generations have madness. Hey! Brolin said for a moment. He felt that the arm of death was no longer aimed at his soul, but instead he held his soul arm and began to pull. Want to do this? Brolin sneered, I'm not the waste of Asumaru. The tug-of-war battle continues, and the 3rd generation is almost insane, and he finds that it seems impossible to even cut off the opponent's arms. Aside, Tuanzang and others could not sit still, and some people started to move, wanting to continue to kill Brolin. Just don't look at his eyes. A shadow ninja rushed forward, his eyes grimly. Enough. Brolin was angry, and the power of his soul exploded. His soul arm turned on instantly, pulling the arm of death to his front. Bian Lian took the 3 generations of souls on the arm of the of death. Under this tier, the 3 generations of spirits actually got rid of the body. I lost my soul, the body of the 3rd generation fell down, the corpse ghost completely lost the caster, and immediately disappeared. The huge ghost of death, along with the 3 generations of souls worn on the arms, gradually disappeared in the void. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force instantly hit the shadowed ninja that came from the attack. Brolin looked around coldly, and the killing in his eyes was not concealed. Lu Tuanzang and others have come down with cold sweat. I did not expect that the 3 generations still failed. They failed to kill each other, even if they lost their lives, and eventually they could not hurt the enemy. Father. Abe Fei Asma looked sorrowful, her eyes bloodily staring at Brolin. Had it not been for Xi Zihong, he would have rushed forward desperately. I'm very angry. Brolin slowly spoke, her eyes glowing with cold light. Everyone was creepy. They naturally knew why Brolin was angry. After all, he had promised to send out the scrolls before, but he did not expect that the 3 generations suddenly shot, posing a huge threat to him. His Excellency, please. Tuanzang said quickly, everything that has just been made is ape flying, and it has nothing to do with us. At this moment he has paid the price, I hope you will raise your hand. But I saw that you acquiesced to 2 people to kill me. This is a misunderstanding. Tuanzang trembled, if your permission is granted, we can make full compensation. He was really scared. The other side was really terrible. Wood Leaves almost tried their best, but he still couldn't effectively kill the other side. The only thing he wants to do now is to send this guy away as soon as possible. Can it be compensated? Yes, let me think about it. Brolin's expression converged, and he ceased to kill himself. The puppet team suddenly felt relieved. As long as the other party did not rush to kill everything, everything was easy to say. Let's do this, Brolin said, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. You killed these 2 old guys, and I don't care about what happened. The Tuan hid for a moment, his eyes looking along Brolin's eyes. Naruto consultant Mito Minion and turned to bed at the moment Xiao Chun looked dramatically changed, staring angrily at Brolin. You want to kill us? Mitomonitis gritted his teeth. Of course, you 2 old guys made me unhappy just now. Brolin sneered, and then looked at Tuanzang, kill or not, you decide. Xi Tuan hid an expression of embarrassment on his face, but at the bottom of his heart was smiling with flowers. He had long wanted to get rid of these 2 Naruto consultants. At the moment Ape Flying Sun is dead. Once the 2 old guys die, he can completely control the Wood Leaves. Tuanzang, are you crazy? Xiao Chun went to bed and drank. Sorry, I can only sacrifice you for the sake of the leaves. Tuanzang looked like righteousness. Behind him, 2 members of the root group flashed. Stop! Kakashi drank, and the figure appeared in front of the 2 consultants, blocking the attack of the 2 rooted strong men. In addition, Ape Flying Asma and Zixi Hong also stood up and glared at Tuanzang. Are you trying to rebel from the leaves? Tuanzang narrowed his eyes. Yu reading books www.yuyuganshu.com. Kakashi and others are silent. Kakashi, we will take 2 consultants out of here for the time being. Red whispered on the eve. Aside, Ape Fei Asma glanced at Brolin unwillingly and nodded in agreement. Okay. Kakashi agreed. Want to leave? Where do you want to go? Tuanzang sneered. Behind him, the 10 members of the root organization who had been promoted by him to a true shadow-level existence rushed out and killed Kakashi and others. Shinwei. Kakashi released Kaleidoscope Ninjutsu in an instant. 5 people including 2 consultants shot at the same time to release the impact of ninjutsu. On the other side, 10 members of the root organization also launched ninjutsu. Let's do it now! Kakashi shouted, and Asuma and others rushed into the air and fled away. Chasing! Tuanzang's face was ugly. Brolin looked sideways from the beginning to the end. At the moment, he couldn't help looking at Tuanzang. Feeling Brolin's sight, Tuanzang was a little nervous, and he said, "Have your rest assured, the 2 cannot escape." Brolin smiled uncritically. He didn't care if the 2 consultants were alive or dead. Everything was just a whim, a game. Now that I have all the things I want, I'll say goodbye. Brolin looked at the crowd with a smile, then the figure rose to the sky, and soon disappeared. Xi Tuanzang and others were completely relieved. I looked at the surrounding ruins, and Tuanzang's face was a little unsightly. Although he has successfully controlled the power of Mui, at this moment, the situation in the village is not optimistic. He must act immediately to rebuild Mui. Alas! Chapter 19, Catch the Tail Beast. Quickly, the news that Mui was attacked by the mysterious strongman spread throughout the ninja world and shocked everyone. What? The whole wood leaves were completely turned into ruins, and even 3 generations of Naruto were killed. In the village of Maiwu, the 5th generation of Water Shadow Zaome stood up suddenly from her desk. Not only that, but the loss of the backbone of Konoha was heavy, and more than 70% of them were killed. In front of him, a haze ninja was reporting. The 2 Naruto consultants have defected because they are dissatisfied with the leader of the group, Koba. Jinyunren village. How could this happen? Who is attacking Mui? 4 generations of Lei Ying stared and drank. It is said that there is only one attacker. Below, a ninja swallowed. One person, destroyed the wooden leaves. Lei Ying showed an incredible look. The cypress leaves are almost annihilated. The shock of this news is too strong, and the whole ninja world is shaking. But soon, an undercurrent began to surge, and the ninjas of various countries began to act. Let's take advantage of the vitality of the wood leaves. My country should also settle accounts with them. 3 generations of Soil Shadow Oniki sneered. There are a lot of wars in the history of Tutu-Ren village and Mui, and it can be said that there is great resentment. I am not only them, but also other large countries, even some small countries. At this moment, they are staring at the leaves, and want to take advantage of it. The country of rain. In Xiao's secret base, all members gathered. Who the hell? Tiandao Pain whispered heavily. He was extremely shocked at the moment, and originally planned to destroy the leaves of wood, but he did not expect that someone would take the lead before him. Moreover, what he couldn't accept most was the means used by the opponent in battle based on the information that came. How could anyone else have reincarnation eyes? Nagato was shocked, feeling unbelievable. It's not clear who exactly is, but he can do this step. The other party is really strong. The ghost on the side shook his head and sighed, shaking his own power to shake a great country. Even he felt very admired. At the same time, he couldn't help looking at Pain's heavenly way, looking strange. Because everyone knows at this moment, the mysterious man seems to have the same ability as Pain. Need to get in touch. Xie said, maybe we are all the same. No need, the other party is strong, don't rashly expose our existence. Tiandao said. I'll go to Koba. Suddenly, the silent Uchiha Itachi whispered. The rest of the people were silent and had different faces. Nine-tailed is said to be out of the hands of Mui, what's the point of going there? Daidala didn't care. I have my reasons. Uchiha Itachi coldly. That's the case, then you go. Tiandao said, now the form of the ninja world has changed. Our plan must be advanced. Others, in accordance with the previous arrangements, go elsewhere to capture the tail beast. After everyone left, with a mask and soil, that one eye was incredible. How is it possible, except for the spot, how can anyone have reincarnation eyes? In the other direction, half of the body in the ground is absolutely shocked. Is it that the Uchihas have awakened reincarnation? This is impossible. Alas! The country of howling wind, sand forbearance village. At this moment, many sand forbearances are constantly retreating, all eyes are panic. In front of them, there were more than 30 people in various costumes, each with a cruel smile. Under them, hundreds of sand-bearing corpses ran. Vientiantianyan. Mizuki stretched out with one hand, a strong gravitational force erupted, and instantly sucked a sand bear. I looked at each other's terrified expression. Mizuki smiled cruelly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Huge repulsive force blasted the opponent out and smashed heavily on a rock wall, and it was dead. Leaning aside, the rest of the people also behaved like Mizuki, constantly killing one after another. Have a fight with them. At this moment, hundreds of Sheren's eyes turned red. Behind them, the two elders of Sheren village, Chiyo's mother-in-law and his brother Hai Lao Kang, as well as Temari and Kanjuro and a dozen Shangren, are guarding Ai Luo at this moment. I love Luo at this moment, already unconscious, covered with blood. The rest of the people were all wounded, and Kanjuro's arm had disappeared. Chiyo's mother-in-law looked ugly as he watched the fierce battle ahead. Not long ago, the group of strong men suddenly appeared in the Sand Ninja village and attacked strongly. Not only did they kill many ninjas, but even the 4 generations of Feng Ying died under the attack. My Ai Luo was also beaten into seriously injured. In that battle, I Love Luo was seriously injured, and at the end took the opportunity to break the seal. But those strong men were terrible, the means were extremely weird, and they were able to manipulate the inexplicable force field. Even a Shao crane was defeated by them and resealed into my body. At this moment, the whole Sheren village was seriously injured. We can't stop it, Hai Lao Zhang whispered. You must never give me Arlo to them. Chiyo's mother-in-law said coldly. Everyone can see that the purpose of these mysterious powerhouses is to take away the power of a person. However, even if we desperately block, the final result will not change in any way. Hai Lao Zhang Shen said. We have to protect my Ai Luo even when we die. Temari and Kanjuro gritted their teeth. Ahead, in the battlefield. This is the end of the game. Mizuki drank coldly, and everyone else looked serious. Shen Luo Tianzheng. More than 30 people were scattered in the battlefield at the same time. The repulsion of terror was like a tsunami, and the entire desert was shaking with buzz. Around them, hundreds of sand forbearances were squeezed in the middle by the repulsive force of more than 30 gods Luo Tianzheng, and their bodies deformed instantly. Some weak ninjas suddenly became meat pie, and they were squashed by the force. It's really vulnerable. Mizuki sneered. That is, I did not expect that the so-called Big Five nation village is at such a level. The rest laughed. Yu reading books www.yuuganshu.com. Soon, they stared at Cho and others not far away. Xiaoju, Kanjuro, you will take me Ai Luo, how far you run? Chiyo's mother-in-law said blankly, staring at Mizuki and others. Mother-in-law. Temari had tears in her eyes, and she naturally understood Chiyo's mother-in-law's intentions. As long as you are alive, Sheren village will not perish. Hai Lao Zhang said in a deep voice. Understand. Kenjulang resisted the grief, raised Ai Luo back with only one hand, and left with Juju quickly towards the distance. Want to run? Mizuki sneered. The figure rushed up. Stop! Kai's mother-in-law and Hai Lao Zhang greeted him with a look of death, and the rest of the dozens of Shangren also started desperately. The fierce wave of ninjutsu broke out, and in the distance Temari and Kanjuro turned back, with tears in their eyes. But soon they endured grief and continued to run away. Earth Star. At this moment, with a loud roar, Teju and Kanjuro felt only a light body, a huge gravitational force appeared above the head, and the ground under their feet had begun to tremble. Soon, they found that the entire person had begun to leave the ground. It's over. The two were frightened in denominations, and their hearts were cold, and despair emerged. 33 figures followed the countless gravels toward a black spot in the sky. Let you run away, how can I make a difference to the master? On the side, a ninja stepped out and looked at the small moon created by the starburst in the sky, sneer. On the other side, Mizuki and others also ended the battle. It's the end, what village should I go to next? Alas! Chapter 20, Akatsuki's Response. Underground, in a huge laboratory. The wood leaves were actually broken, and even the old man died. The pale snake whispered, his eyes had a strange luster. Yes, I watched the battle bravely. Aside, Yayadashi respectfully. That person's eyes. Asumaru looked a little excited. If the description of Yayadashi is correct, the strong man who almost destroyed the wood leaves is likely to have the legendary fairy eyes. Be sure to get those eyes. Asumaru's voice was a little frantic. But I am Lord Asumaru. Yayadashi said, that man is really too powerful. We are not our opponents at all. Hey, I know it naturally. Asumaru sneered, but there is a way to deal with one person. Oh? I'll see. What can you do to deal with me? Suddenly, a sound of indifference sounded, which suddenly changed the color of Dashiwan, and the medicine master on the side turned wild. Boom! The walls collapsed, the rocks were splattering, and a figure gradually appeared. Are you? Dashiwan squinted his eyes, he noticed a cold sweat-stained medicine pocket master, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. Aren't you thinking about me? Brolin sneered, looking at Asumaru. The big snake pill was shocked, and it really was that person. He looked at Brolin's eyes, and those reincarnations shocked him, with fear and consternation in his heart. I didn't expect that your excellency would find this place. Dashiwan sank his face, and he thought it would not be a good thing for the other party to find him. I looked up and down the big snake pill for a while, Brolin smiled. I am here this time and I need you to do something for me. Su Vinian said. Dashiwan suddenly hesitated, but soon sneered. Brolin is very strong, but his big snake pill is not a soft persimmon, at least, in the whole ninja world, in terms of life-saving ability, his big snake pill recognizes the second, and no one dares to recognize the first. I'm not the one who can help anyone. Dashiwan said coldly. Leaning aside, Yayadu's face was pale. Both of these are ruthless people. It is very likely that the unpleasant talks will start, and then he will likely be affected. I believe you will help me. Brolin smiled, with a quirk in his eyes. What? Asumaru was startled, and suddenly he realized something, his face changed drastically, but soon his face was dull and blind. For a long time. Master. The snake pills looked respectfully at Brolin. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard these words. He looked at Dashiwan, only to see that the other side was completely a slave. Don't be terrible. Brolin sighed. Yes, just now, while Dimuru looked at himself, he immediately launched the other god's art, forcibly changed the other party's will, and let the other party recognize himself as the master. By virtue of the strength he has recovered to the star level at this moment, he launches other gods, and only the shadow level Osumaru cannot resist at all. After all, in the original work, Uchiha Itachi, who is only in the shape of a kaleidoscope, can easily pull the big snake ball into the illusion. Can I do it again in 10 years? Brolin said secretly, reading the message of other gods in his mind. Soon after, Brolin began to order Dashiwan to do something for him. He took down his reincarnation eyes and gave them to Asumaru, and transplanted a pair of white eyes. For him, ninjutsu who casts the reincarnation eye only relies on the talented secret pattern. Whether or not the reincarnation eye is used has no effect at all. What he wanted Asumaru to study is why his reincarnation eyes did not have the ability to summon the golem. Without a golem, I can't be a 10-tailed person, and I can't get more powerful jutsu such as round grave prison. Brolin had also guessed whether Nagato had already summoned the golem one step before, so that he could not summon it. After all, the golem is the body of the 10 tails, and there is only one. To prove it, I have to go to the country of rain. Brolin's eyes flashed, pain, it's time to learn. Alas! The country of rain. The Xiao Xiao organization, almost all members except Uchiha Itachi, are gathered here at this moment. Someone is collecting tail beasts just like us. Tiandao Pain began, with a calm tone. Someone snatched the tail beast, which did not shock him, but the other party's means of use made him uneasy. Reincarnation eyes. Nagato's heart is heavy. From all indications, the opponent is attacking the major ninja villages, and it is the secret technique of reincarnation eyes that is being performed. Is that the mysterious strongman who destroyed Koba? At this moment, members of the Xiao organization are discussing countermeasures. 1 tail of Sand Ren village, the 4 tails, the 5 tails of Yan Ren village, and the other 3 tails were taken away by the other side. We have only 6 and 7 tails. The other party is very strong. What do they want to do? Are you going to shoot? Wu Xiao organized the discussion. Don't do anything for the time being, find out the other party's purpose first. Tiandao said, now, only 2 tails of Yunren village and 8 tails and 9 leaves of Muye are left. The 9-tailed wood leaf is said to have been taken away by that mysterious man. Then we will take the first step and capture Uni village and the 2 tails and 8 tails. This time, go to a few more people. Alas! At this moment, the atmosphere of Yunren village is a little dignified. According to the news, all major ninja villages have been attacked by mysterious characters, and all of their column strength has been lost. Lei Ying looked extremely serious. Now, we are only Uni village. Asshole, as long as they dare to come, I will kill them. Kirabi danced side by side. Master Lei Ying, obviously the other party's target is a tail beast, we must take precautions. One Shang Ren said. Yu reading books www.yuuganshu.com. I have ordered it and strengthened the village's defense. Lei Ying nodded. In addition, I also contacted other forbearing villages. The opponents this time are very strong, and you need to join forces with each other. Alas! More than 30 people, including Mizuki, stood on a small hill outside Jinyunren village, observing the defense situation of Yunren village. Boss, let's go in. Someone suggested. Le Shuimu frowned, apparently disapproving of the proposal. Since this time, everyone has pushed the various ninja villages on the one hand, of course, because of their strong strength, on the other hand, Mizuki's plan has also played a vital role. Coupled with the fact that Mizuki was the first to follow Brolin, the rest of the people centered on him and called him the boss. The strength of Yunren village cannot be underestimated. In addition, the strength of 2-tailed beasts, especially the 8-tailed beast, is second only to the 9-tailed beast, which is very powerful. We rushed to attack, and we are likely to pay a small price. Mishuimu's eyes were cold, and his mind was constantly thinking of feasible plans. At this moment, a violent explosion came. Suddenly Mizuki and others were shocked, and saw a cloud of smoke rising from the distance. It's Yunren village. Someone is attacking. Is that the group? Since this time, they have been collecting tail beasts and have collected 4. However, they found that there was another force doing the same thing, and that the other had 2 tail beasts. Go, look over. Mizuki coldly. Everyone was rushing towards Yunren village with shadows. Alas! Chapter 21, Ambush. Yunren village at this moment. The scorpion looked at Daedala with a headache, and the horns and flying segments were ugly around. At first, they thought of ambushing to see if they could wait for another wave of tail-collecting guys to appear, but they did not expect that all plans would destroy a bomb of Daedara. Haha, let's explode! Daedala laughed wildly, and threw clay bombs at the Uni-village ninjas who were besieged. Is it necessary to ambush? As long as we have a quick decision, we will take the 2 tails and 8 tails as soon as possible. Daedala said. You broke Pain's plan, he might teach you fiercely. Scorpion spoke. Daedala sneered. In the jungle not far away, Tiendao Pain punched a tree trunk. Daedara. Forget it, that's it, we can only make a quick decision. The ghost on the side spoke, and the masked Uchiha took a flash of soil and headed for Yunren village. Asshole! With a burst of yelling, 4 generations of Lei Ying appeared, his blue thunder light flickered, and fist blasted to Daedala, who was constantly throwing bombs and causing heavy casualties to Yun Ying. When Sun Fei rushed out, blocking his punch with a sickle in his hand. In the other direction, the 8-tailed person Polari Kiribi also rushed over, and the red light flashed around his body, apparently he had borrowed a part of the power of the 8-tailed. Alas, Kiribi's attack was still blocked by the horns. At this moment, Scorpion and Daedala continued to use puppets and clay bombs, causing heavy casualties to Yun Ying. You look for death. Lei Ying broke out completely, and flew the flying segment out with 1 punch, and then attacked Daedala and Scorpion, who was forced to dodge. These guys! Lei Ying's face was ugly. The strength of the 4 Daedala is undoubtedly all exist at the film level, and the methods are strange and unpredictable. The general film level is very difficult to meet them. Send someone to inform Hao Ying and Yan Ying, and ask them for support. Lei Ying ordered. At this moment, the opponent is very difficult to deal with, and no one knows what means the opponent has. Before the major ninja villages were defeated by each other, taking away the column strength, Lei Ying felt that it would be difficult to deal with Uni village alone. When the earth and water shadows come, if the 3 of us join forces, there should be no problem. Lei Ying secretly considered. He did not doubt that Taiying and Shui Ying will come to support, after all, this group is almost a public enemy of ninja. In addition, the pillar forces of Wuren village and Yanren village were both taken away, and Water Shadow and Earth Shadow were bound to be taken back. In view of the powerful strength of this group, a single ninja village cannot fight at all, and union is the only way. At this moment, a figure appeared in mid-air, and suddenly everyone's eyes were drawn away. In mid-air, Tiendao looked down and his eyes were cold and ruthless. If you decide quickly, you can only use that trick. He folded his hands, his body began to exude horror. This guy! Beneath the bottom, Daedala changed color, and the corners and other people also changed their face. Immediately, they stepped on their feet and flew away from Yunren village. Super God Luo Tianzheng. An unimaginable repulsive force erupted suddenly, centered on Pain Heavenly Road, and radiated in all directions. The huge shock wave depressed the ground, and Uni village was sinking. Numerous buildings were in collapse. Shockwave swept through a large number of broken buildings and ninjas in Yunren village, whistling towards the distance, bringing up a large area of smoke and dust. After a long time, the dust of the sky began to settle slowly, and the surroundings became clear. At the moment, only 4 generations of Lei Ying, Kilabi and a dozen elites of Yunren village are still standing in the ruins, and the rest are buried under the ruins by this trick. I do not know how to live or die. Looking at the tragic surroundings, Lei Ying's eyes exuded a terrible killing intention. Asshole! He yelled, the terrible blue thunder light around him flickered, and he rushed to the sky in an instant, killing him with a punch. Big brother waits for me. Kiribi also roared, and after Thunder Shadow rushed to the heavenly pen in the sky. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Soon, the 2 sides started fighting. I have to say that the fourth generation of Lei Ying is really strong, and coupled with Kirabi's assistance, even Tiandao is in a disadvantage for a while. The two tales have already succeeded. On the other side, ghosts, bands, and other people appeared. At the same time, other people in Xiao's organization, such as Daidala and others, joined the team one after another. The sacred power of the banded soil exerted an amazing effect and quickly reversed the situation. There are only a dozen elites left in Yunren village, and there have been casualties at this moment. In the end, Hakio Kirabi was caught, and only 4 generations of Lei Ying were desperate to kill the siege. In this process, Mizuki and others are observing in the dark. These guys are very powerful. Someone secretly said. Also, the guy with yellow hair has exactly the same eyes as the master, and even the jutsu is exactly the same as the master gave us. Are they also the master's men, performing the same tasks as us? No, Yao was caught by them. What can I do, can't I? Aside, Mizuki's look was constantly changing, and he was also considering whether to grab the tail beast from this group of people. The master never said that he instructed others to catch the tail beast, these guys are likely to belong to other forces. He secretly whispered in his heart. Shoot! Suddenly, more than 30 people were flashing. It's a pity, they didn't notice it at all. In the hidden corner, a yin and yang face with a pitcher plant covering their heads, half of the body submerged into the ground, staring at them with a sneer in the corner of their mouth. In the ruins of Xiao's members gathered together. The guys have appeared. Tiandao whispered. Waiting for them. The ghostly eyes on the side looked cold. Leave the tail beast, don't die around you. A roar. Mizuki waited for more than 30 people to appear, and surrounded Xiao and others. In the middle of the market, Pen 6, with soil, corners, flying segments, scorpions, Daidala, ghosts are motionless and indifferent. Don't understand us. Someone from Mizuki drank it. It's all set up. Ju got out of the ground, and spoke to Tiandao Pain. When I heard this sentence, Mizuki's face suddenly changed slightly, and the situation seemed a bit wrong, and the other party seemed to have been prepared. This sentence, I leave it to you. The ghost whispered and smiled. Matrix, open. Tiandao Pain drank. The ground began to shake inexplicably, and the dazzling light penetrated from below the ground, forming a strange pattern faintly. What's going on? Mizuki and others were startled, feeling the vibration of the ground, feeling a little disturbed. www.readwn.com. At this moment, if you look down from the sky, you can see that the ground where Mizuki and others are on top of it, a huge reincarnation eye appeared unexpectedly, circle after circle like the ripples of a lake. Xiao's crowd is standing in the center of the eyes of that reincarnation. Bind. Tiandao drank, his eyes froze. Ah! Suddenly, Mizuki and others screamed. I saw a thin black rod piercing from below the ground, piercing their bodies. Either the legs were stabbed, or the body and arms, there were too many thin rods. At this moment, Mizuki and others have never escaped. Damn, Shen Luo Tianzheng! Someone was angry, his eyes turned red, and he wanted to start Shen Luo Tianzheng to destroy the fine stick. However, the next moment he was horrified to find that chakra in his body seemed to be half-bound, and could not be mobilized at all. Ninjutsu could not be performed. It's these black sticks. Mizuki's face was ugly, and the black sticks that pierced their bodies had the ability to restrain chakra. Boss, what to do? Someone looked terrified, looked at Mizuki, panicked. Although these people have received the powerful power given by Brolin, after all, they were only small characters such as forbearance or forbearance. At this moment, they encountered difficulties and began to show their true colors and began to panic. Don't panic! Mizuki shouted coldly. Although he was pale, he was better than everyone else, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. I didn't expect it, it was so easy to be subdued. The ghost smiled coldly. We dare to grab what we want, really death. Fei Duan also said indifferently. Let me blow them up. Daedala exclaimed and pulled out a clay bomb. Chapter 22, Cooperation. Pain reached out and stopped the crazy Daedala. He said indifferently, I don't think there are so many strong people in the ninja world. They will show you the tails. At the same time, tell me your motivation for hunting tail beasts and why you can perform such a technique as Shen Tian Tian. He was very surprised at the moment. These people obviously did not have reincarnation, but they seemed to be able to perform the technique of reincarnation. If you don't cooperate, you will die. Aside, the strange monster laughed, but in his heart he had the same doubts as Nagato. Zishuimu and others' faces kept changing. At this moment, they completely fell into each other's hands, and their lives were under the control of each other. Boss, what should I do? Someone said, looking at Mizuki in horror. Give them the tail, otherwise. At this moment, Xiao members' looming killing in the eyes scared these little characters who were originally incompetent. They were really afraid of the other killer. The black sticks interspersed in the body, sealed their chakras in their bodies. At this moment, they are completely different from ordinary people and lose their strength. I have no powerful strength, and their mindset has returned to the ranks of the weak. At this moment, facing the murderous Xiao organization, their hearts are full of panic. Can't get the tail out. Mizuki gritted his teeth, his face sullen. The arrest of the tail beast was the owner's order. Do you want to betray the owner? Everyone's face changed slightly, and the awe of their hearts appeared when they remembered the mysterious and powerful master. I did not surrender the tail beast. The murderousness in the eyes of the guys in front of them was not false, but they betrayed their masters, and their end was probably not much better. For a moment, these people were in a dilemma and their faces were extremely ugly. Oh, there is a so-called master behind you. Pain said. Let me guess, is that the mysterious character who destroyed the wood leaves? He laughed with a sneer. During this time, Mizuki and others naturally learned the news that Mue was attacked, and understood that the person who shot was undoubtedly their master. Well, I don't have much patience. Tiandao Shen said, and, I don't need so many people to answer my questions. Dead. Aside, the flying figure rushed out, the sickle slashed out sharply, bringing up a blood flower, and a head flew away. Sui Mizuki and others all faced sudden changes, and the expression of fear was difficult to conceal. Strength is strong, but the mentality is still weak. The grimacing expression on the side dismissed and commented to everyone. Next. Heaven said. Sun Fei waved a sickle and beheaded another person. I don't want to die. Someone yelled, looking terrified, and seemed to be about to run out. Even Mizuki is also afraid in my heart at this moment. After all, these people were originally inaccessible beings, either rebellious or walking outside the village of forbearance, and their mental quality could not keep up with the improvement of physical strength. If you are the strongest of the big ninja villages, you will not be moved by death. I said, we collected the tail beasts by the order of the master. Someone shouted, Master, the man who attacked Koba before. Why do you know how to perform the god Luo Tianzheng? Tiandao chuckled coldly. That's the power our master gave us. The master has the same eyes as you. Giving it. Nagato was completely shocked, and it was enough to have reincarnation. The other party was able to let the people under him master the technique of reincarnation, which was incredible. Who is this guy? The strip of soil on the side also showed an incredible light in his eyes. At this moment, a whistling came from the air, and a figure flew quickly, appearing immediately above the crowd. Master! Mizuki and others suddenly exclaimed. Nagato and others were all shocked and looked up. It's strong. The ghost's face changed slightly. The person who came suddenly was so fast, not only could he fly, but the breath around him was very strong, and a strong wave of power different from chakra was secretly emitted. Waste is always waste. Brolin, standing in the air, glanced at Mizuki and others, and said lightly. Su Vinian said that Mizuki and others were ashamed and horrified at the same time. After all, they just succumbed to the Xiao organization and revealed a lot of information. Who is your excellency? Heaven said, his voice heavy. He was a little strange. The black man in front of him should be the master of Mizuki and others, but does the other person have reincarnation eyes? Why do they see a pair of white eyes at the moment? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I can help you achieve your wish. Brolin smirked a weird smile. Nagato, if you want to rebuild the order of this world, I can help you. What? Payne's eyes looked incredible. He actually knows me. At this moment, the long door of the body of the controller Yahiko was shocked. Why, I'm surprised. Brolin sneered. I know more than you think. The disciples who have been here have lost their best friends and are disappointed in the world. You are just a poor person. You guy. Tiandao's eyes stared at Brolin. Don't look at me like this, we are actually a kind of people. Brolin said, looking indifferent, you are disappointed in this world, and I don't care about this world at all. What do you want to do? Tiandao said coldly. I said, I want to help you rebuild the order of this world. Brolin said, I believe you have also seen my strength, you and I joined forces, enough to subvert the world. Why help me? Tiandao stared at Brolin. Of course, I can't help you in vain. Brolin laughed. My request is that you and I join forces to reawaken too. And I became a 10-tailed person. Brolin's words changed, everyone's face changed. Jean Dato and Heiju's face changed drastically, and they couldn't believe it. Brolin knew that the existence of Shiwei. You know, even though Nagato summoned the body of the 10-tailed, that is, the outer golem, but Nagato did not know the existence of the 10-tailed. 10 tails. The entire Xiao organization, except for the soil and the black must, no one knows what the tail is. Does it mean Pluto? Nagato secretly said, Pluto, what is it? Originally, they collected tail beasts, and also wanted to use golems to absorb the power of tail beasts, so as to summon the so-called Pluto, and use the power of Pluto to level the ninja world and restore order. For Pluto, Nagato didn't know what it was, only that it was strong enough to deal with any enemy. Hey, that's the body of the alien golem you summoned. Brolin said, in short, the 9-tailed beasts will be merged into the golem, and the 10 tails will be resurrected, and I will also be the 10-tailed person, have more power. You mean, you help me rebuild this world, and the reward is to get the so-called 10-tail power. Tiandao narrowed his eyes. Yes. Do you think I will believe you? Tiandao said coldly. Those are not important, what is important is that now all 9 tail beasts are in our hands, and don't you also want to incorporate the tail beasts into the golem? Now, our goals are the same. Brolin said. Yu reading books www.yuuganshu.com. The scene fell into silence for a while. Nagato was thinking. Indeed, the other party was right. He did inject the tail beast into the golem. From this point of view, the two sides have the same purpose and no conflict. Aside, the bands of dirt and black are also weird. Of course, they are also happy to see the resurrection of the 10 tails. Whether it is the realization of the Eye of the Moon plan or the resurrection of the night, the 10 tails are essential. Is it the 10-tailed person? Heiju sneered, no matter who absorbs the 10-tail, it can be used as a carrier for the mother's return. I don't care. Even if a second double reincarnation eye really appeared, even if it wasn't the spot that eventually became the 10-tailed person, he never cares. What he cares about is 10-pillar strength. Because Huiye was able to resurrect with the help of the 10-tailed pillars, it doesn't matter who the pillars are. The strongest players in the scene and the deepest hidden people were silent. As for the others, it was all according to Payne's orders. Well, we can work together temporarily, at least, before we seal the tail beast into the golem. We have no conflict. Tiandao said. Yes, it is most important to seal the tail beast into the golem first. Brolin looked at Mizuki and others. Can you put them down? Can the tail beasts provide them? Of course you can. Tiandao Union shouted, solution. Suddenly, the array under everyone's feet dissipated, and the black stick also dissipated. This is the nine-tailed pillar, and you, bring all the pillars you have caught. Brolin single-handedly threw the unconscious Naruto out of the ring of the world. Zishuimu and others brought the pillars of people who sent them to imprison them. Go to the golem now, it is not too late to merge the tail beast. Brolin said calmly. Chapter 23, 10-Tail Human Pillar Force. The Xiao Xiao organization did not refuse. Anyway, the tail beasts have been collected, so the plan can naturally continue. There is a complex color in the eyes of the banded soil, and everything now deviates from the original spot plan. Forget it, as long as this ugly world can be ended, why should we follow the plan of the spot? With the soil secretly said. Besides, the resurrection of the 10 tails is already in the plan, and it will be good to act when the time comes. In the eyes of Haihiju, unspeakable joy was revealed, and finally, the tail was about to be resurrected, not far from the time of the resurrected mother. The country of rain, the secret base of Xiao organization. In the cave, the giant alien golems stood, and the terrifying appearance exuded a cold breath. This is the body of the 10-tailed body, is it the body of the tree? Looking at the golem, Brolin showed a splendor. Behind him, Mizuki and others were curious. The tail beast has been collected and can start. Looking at the 9 pillars in the cave, Tiandao Payne's voice was a little excited. Engulf. With the body of Heavenly Path, Nagato cast reincarnation, and began to pull the tail beast out of the human body, and injected it into the body of the 10-tail. As the tail beast pulled away, the vitality of all the column powers dried up instantly and was about to die. Even the protagonist Naruto in the original plot is at the brink of death after Joey is pulled away at this moment. This time, members of the Xiao organization shot together. Even Brolin and his staff of more than 30 people helped out, so the tail beast was drawn at a surprisingly fast speed. Success! Tiandao drank. Boom! A mighty chakra burst from the golem, shaking the cave constantly. The golem appeared to be alive, making a loud roar, his body was constantly moving, and the shape was changing. Not good, leave here first. Everyone changed colors. The cave is about to collapse, the body of the golem is huge, and at this moment it seems to start to change its form, and an amazing breath erupts. Everyone rushed out, and then, the body of the golem appeared, and a huge body nearly 100 meters stood on the ground, roaring constantly. This is... At this moment, the heavenly eyes changed, and there seemed to be some enlightenment. Sun has reincarnation eyes, and after the 10-tail recovery, he has some connection with him. Is the column strength? Tiandao said to himself, his expression inexplicable. Brolin, who was aside, noticed this, and then sneered. This game, it's time to end. Hide away from the country of rain, the hiding place where Nagato is. What is the strength of the 10-tailed person? Of course, such a powerful force can only be assured in the hands of oneself. Nagato's thin body was fixed with a black rod on his back and whispered. Aside, Xiaonan looked at him with a worried look. Not good. Suddenly Nagato's face changed and he looked up suddenly. A huge force exploded suddenly, breaking through the top of Nagato's hiding place, and the sun began to drip. Who? Xiaonan looked at the sky that had been exposed at this moment. 8 full-footed men, wearing blood-colored battle coats, with dark spears standing quietly in the void, looked at Nagato and Xionan indifferently. These guys. Both Nagato and Xionan's faces changed, and they felt the horror of each other. The district stars are not weak, the host actually let us 8 come together. One of the green-haired and enchanting women said coldly, I can do it alone. Don't say more, follow the master's order. The other man drank and rushed towards Xionan and Nagato. Although curious about appearing in this strange world, the Blood Dragon Guard has a chip inside it, and it is absolutely obedient to Brolin's orders. The master only needs those eyes, these two are dead or alive. Cold words echoed around, making Nagato and Xionan's faces change dramatically. Want to win reincarnation? Nagato looked ugly. The 8 were too powerful, and his mere breath gave him a terrifying feeling. Xiao Xionan wanted to take a shot, but hesitated. Although she has hundreds of billions of detonation marks, but that is a means to end up with the enemy, and at this moment Nagato is nearby. If it is launched, not only will she die, but Nagato will also be affected. But other means cannot compete with each other. The moment she hesitated, the powerful Blood Dragon Guard woman captured her in a sneer. After all, the gap between the strengths of the two sides is too great. Xiaonan's strength is about the level of the movie. In the face of the star level 9 tier, the strength is comparable to Huiyet's Blood Dragon Guard, which is really irresistible. Let her go, or I'll destroy these eyes. Seeing Xiaonan, who was subdued by a trick, revealed despair, Nagato yelled. Do you think you have this ability? A cold voice appeared near the ear of Nagato, instantly shrinking his pupils. It's over. Nagato showed a terrible expression, and then his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Alas! Have you already shot? Brolin sneered, noting that Tiandao Paine's eyes were a little loose. Obviously, Nagato was in trouble at this moment and had no energy to control the 6th house. 8 elite Blood Dragon Guards, each of them can easily torture several strong stars who are also 9-star stars. Even if Liu Daobon faced this lineup, I am afraid that they will be defeated. He sneered. Boss. The Xiao organization on the side noticed the anomaly. At this moment, the who lost the control of the Nagato was directly planted on the ground, which surprised the ghosts and others. What did you do? Daedala glared at Brolin, holding a clay bomb. Nothing, just interested in his eyes and want to study it. Brolin didn't care. What? Everyone was stunned, they didn't understand what Brolin meant. Only one side of the soil and a look of abnormality. This guy even knows where Nagato's real body is. Dutu's face changed slightly. I have found the reincarnation eyes. In this way, this guy will really become a 10-tailed person. There was excitement and anxiety in the eyes. Once the 10-tailed human pillar is born, Heiju just needs to fuse himself with the opponent's body to awaken Hui's will, so that Hui can be resurrected by the human pillar's body. Now, Black must be a little bit upset. Because if he had planned, he could easily sneak in a spot that trusted him. But now, trying to attack this guy is a bit difficult. I have to plan something. Heiju secretly said. At this moment, the outer golem has been completely resurrected and turned into 10 tails. There is no Nagato use the reincarnation eye to control. At this moment, the 10 tails fall into a state of out of control, screaming constantly, destroying everything around them. What a terrible monster! Xu Xiao organized everyone to dodge, and was shocked by the power of Tommy. Brolin looked at Shiwei coldly, after a while, you will belong to me. Suddenly, a whistling came from the sky, and everyone looked up and was shocked. I saw a horrible burst of sound coming from all directions, driving a terrible sound boom. The flying speed of the star-studded star power has already surpassed the speed of sound far far away www.readwn.com, and in a short time came to everyone. Master. A man came to Brolin and respectfully presented the reincarnation eyes in a transparent bottle. Everyone including Xiaodai and Heiju, the Xiao organization was a bit horrified at this moment. Looking at the 8 blood dragon guards in blood-colored combat clothes, they felt the horror. Where did these guys come from? Heiju roared in his heart, the breath of these guys is not weaker than the original feather coat, no, even stronger. He felt like he was going crazy. When did ninja suddenly appear such a strong man? His breath could be comparable to his mother Hueyeji, and when it appeared, there were 8. What makes him unacceptable is that such a strong man even calls Brolin the master. Who is this guy? The rest of the people, including the soil, were also stuck in a sluggish state. The 8 people who appeared suddenly were too strong to breathe, and they were completely shocked for a while. La Shuimu and others are incredible. They did not expect that besides them, Brolin had other subordinates, and their strength was much stronger than them. After all, when Mat K opened his 8-door show at Night Kai, he only reached the level of strength of the 9-star star. That is to say, the breath of the 8 blood dragon guards at this moment is comparable to Yekai power. How terrible! Nagato's eyes. Brolin narrowed his eyes, no, or, Ukka's spotted eyes. Belt Soil suddenly changed his face, revealing an incredible look. Well, since there seems to be some defect in my reincarnation eyes, then simply use these eyes to help me become a 10-tailed person. Brolin sneered. Chapter 24, Strengthen Again. The reincarnation eye of his own evolution does not have the ability to summon golems, nor does he have some of the skills of Nagato. According to his own speculation, there should be some relationship with the beings who are not themselves in this world. Therefore, when he handed his reincarnation eye to Dashiwan for research, he was ready to transplant himself into the reincarnation eye of Uchiha's Spot, and use the spotted eye to absorb the 10 tails, and become a human pillar. I will absorb the 10 tails, and do not want to be disturbed. Brolin soon replaced the reincarnation eyes, staring at the 10 tails that were going crazy at this moment. Kill them! Brolin glanced at the soil and others. His eyes were cold, especially him. This soul body must be destroyed. Brolin refers to Heiju, and the other party is Huiyi's volition, which is actually something similar to the avatar, except that it has no body but exists as a state of will and soul. Master, what about them? A blood dragon guard looked at Mizuki and others. In his eyes, Mizuki and his team were not really Brolin's subordinates, just like Xia organization. Brolin heard a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Kill. Escape. Heiju's expression mutated instantly, abandoned by Ju's body, turned into a weird black state, sank into the ground and began to escape. In his state, ordinary methods could not hurt him at all, and he wanted to deal with him only with a seal. But how deeply did the original universe of Brolin's study of the soul? Killing the soul is not difficult for Blood Dragon Guard. Haihei is also guessing that the other party has a way to deal with him, which is why he flees wildly. After all, these people are too mysterious and they can't guess what cards they have. The rest of Xia organized the people, including the soil, and his face changed dramatically. His body flickered instantly, away from Brolin. Facing the 8 blood dragon guards with terrible breath, they did not have any luck. As for Mizuki and others, they fled away in horror with horror. They heard the resoluteness in Brolin's discourse, and apparently, they had no use value. Understood, Master. 8 blood dragon guards heard Brolin's words, and suddenly appeared savagely murderous, chasing and killing several people who fled in a hurry. This game should end early. Ignoring the others, Brolin stretched out his hands as if embracing the void. Become part of me, Tommy. Boom! A huge amount of suction erupted from Brolin's body, wrapped towards the 10-tailed madness in the distance, and soon pulled the other side over. When the body of the 10 tails came into contact with Brolin's body, it began to transform into a majestic energy, and continuously integrated into his body. After a short while, the huge 10-tail disappeared into Brolin's body. At this moment, his body also began to change. A layer of mysterious shell wrapped him. The cricket seemed to be the sound of a cracked eggshell, a piece of crystal feathers drifted in the void, and a noble figure like the of heaven appeared in the air. This is 6 patterns. Brolin reached out his hands, and at the moment, in his right hand, had a black scepter. Behind him, there are still 9 dark Taoist jades suspended. Browling at this moment is different from the 6 patterns with soil, but almost the same as the 6 patterns, except that on his forehead, there is a blood-colored 9-hook jade reincarnation eye that is the same as Dawai Maui. I remember in the original book that it seems that the 10-tailed person's column strength only opened the eye of the moon when it was close to the moon. Why, as soon as I absorbed the 9 tails, opened the eye of the moon. Brolin was a little confused. No matter what. Soon, surprise appeared in his eyes. Now, my strength is surging again. At this moment, the power of the 10 tails has been integrated into his body, and all the chakra energy has been transformed into the cosmic force. I can feel that this scepter and Chudayu are all formed by the cosmic force of the universe. Brolin drank. Compared to the original book, his Chudayu is undoubtedly stronger, and the cosmic force is much stronger than chakra. Brush. Behind him, the 9 Kaihudeo jades fused and instantly formed a huge black curtain, which wrapped Brolin to form a sphere. For a while, Brolin looked at the protective shield formed by Chudayu, and his face showed a satisfied look. This intensity, even Yakai, cannot be broken. He can feel that the defense power of Dayu is completely immune to any attack below the cosmic level. I am afraid that it is not easy for the cosmic class to break this defense. And this scepter, like Chudayu, has the ability to decompose the force of the universe. In the original work, Chudayu can break down chakra, ignoring any ninjutsu attacks. And now, Brolin's original force-seeking Dayu can also break down the universe's original force. Unfortunately, I can only dissolve the forces below the universe level. He sighed. After all, the level of life of the 6 Taos is only comparable to that of the star power, and is limited by its own level, plus the level of this world is not high, so Brolin now relies on the power obtained by the reincarnation eye. He can have horrific power only when facing star powerhouses. The current Brolin can completely treat the star strength star as an ant, and he who has Chudayu can ignore any star strike attack, and his blow, no star can resist. Round tomb. He whispered. An inexplicable wave appeared, and his look could not help changing. Are the 4 shadows? Brolin squinted his eyes, relying on reincarnation. He could see that he had 4 more avatars beside him, and these 4 avatars seemed to be in a strange state. Have the same physical strength as the deity. Brolin whispered, the disadvantage is that each call can only exist for about 10 minutes, and then you must return to the body, and you can call again after 30 minutes. And only physical attacks, no secrets. Even so, Brolin still laughed. Although the shadow of the prison next to the round tomb is limited, it still cannot be ignored. If I only summon 1 shadow at a time, a total of 4 shadows can always exist, so how terrible is it if another me who is physically powerful like this always exists in the dark? Brolin at this moment, it can be said that there is no opponent under the universe. Called the strongest star in the primitive universe. There are so many powerful mysteries that are worth strengthening. Susanoo can do it. Round tomb in prison. Don't God. 8 doors. The ghouls are exhausted. Bad soil rebirth. Well, at this moment, you have already obtained the mystery in the Forbidden Scroll and the complete 6 mysteries of Brolin, and you are already thinking about which kinds of mystery should be strengthened. At present, all 6 of them make him extremely fascinated. Susanoo can superimpose the power of the soul on the flesh, and form a 10-time combat power of the Susanan giant. Front of the tomb of the round tomb can form 4 powerful shadow avatars that are not weaker than their deities, and are invisible. Do NTB gods, change the minds of others from the level of will. 8 doors, UU reading www.uuganshu.com. 8 doors can be opened to a large extent to increase the combat power. The ghouls are exhausted, the extremely powerful soul attacks mysteries. Bad soil rebirth, you can enslave the terrifying mystery of the strong. Once these 6 mysteries have been strengthened to the level of Hu Nguyen Lord's ultimate mystery, Brolin cannot imagine how terrible it is. Abomination, which one should be strengthened? He was in distress. Each type of mysticism has great ability and great potential. Once it becomes the Hu Nguyen level mysticism, it must have very amazing effects. However, it is obviously impossible to strengthen all 6 mysteries. There are only 9 opportunities in total, and 1 has been used, and 8 times are left. Obviously Brolin cannot bear it. Ultimate Shadow Clone has greatly improved my survivability. Now, what I lack is a powerful attack method. The 3 mysteries of the 8 doors, Suzunanhu and the Round Tomb are my first choices. Brolin thought, obviously, I can't bear to strengthen all 3 mysteries. Which one should I choose? Just when Brolin was extremely distressed, the figure of the black dragon suddenly appeared. Master, I think you may have misunderstood. What do you mean? Brolin said for a moment. Master, in fact, you don't have to worry about choosing Susanonanjo and the Round Tomb. The black dragon shook its tail, and it was possessed by the mysterious system. It could be perfectly integrated in Brolin's body. Everything I think is clear. Because these 2 mysteries belong to the ability of reincarnation, as long as the master chooses to strengthen the reincarnation, both of them will be upgraded to the level of Muddy Source along with the reincarnation. What? Brolin was shocked. Chapter 25, Hu Nguyen Level Reincarnation Eyes. In fact, although the third ability of the system is called Mystery Enhancement, it can not only strengthen mystery but also bloodline. Heilong's voice apologized, as if he had apologized for failing to explain the system to Brolin before. For example, the master you can strengthen the lineage of the reincarnation eye to the level of Hu Nguyen life. In this way, the talent and mystery carried by the reincarnation eye of Hu Nguyen level is naturally at the level of Hu Nguyen. How could that be? Brolin was surprised. If that's the case, I can just pay the price of strengthening once and get a series of mysteries possessed by the Hu Nguyen level reincarnation eye. Brolin's words were trembling. There are a lot of talents and secrets in the reincarnation eyes. Shenluo Tianzheng, Vientian Tianyan, Earth Explosion Star, Round Tomb Prison, Suzunaru, Don't Be Gods, Moon Reading, Ixanaki and Ixaname. So many operations have reached the level of Hu Nguyen, and Brolin thinks it is unimaginable. Master, do you want to strengthen reincarnation eyes? Heilong screamed. Enhance! Brolin shouted almost frantically. Observe, Master! Boom! The familiar feeling reappeared, and the black dragon began to flash strong black glimmer around his body. A little bit of black on escaped from it, drifted towards Brolin's eyes, and disappeared into the eyes. As the endless black photoelectric constantly immersed in his eyes, Brolin felt that the various secret patterns of the reincarnation eyes that were imprinted deep in the souls will begin to change. The original complicated secret pattern began to expand continuously, the golden lines continued to spread, and the complexity of the pattern increased geometrically. At this moment, Brolin was standing in the air, his whole body was shrouded in the black light released by the black dragon. On the sidelines, 8 blood dragon guards flew from a distance, and none of them looked very good. Let the black shadow run away. A blood dragon guard said in a deep voice. The guy with the mask, the trick is also very weird, failed to kill him. The other person also gritted his teeth. Except for the soil and the Heja, everyone else in Xiao organization has been killed by them. In the face of the blood dragon guard who reached the peak of the stars, Daidala, the ghostly stream is still not enough. As for Mizuki and others, even though they were forcibly promoted to stardom by Brolin and mastered some reincarnation techniques, they still could only die in fear in the face of blood dragon guard. Only with the help of divine power, Black must escape by the blood dragon guard's pursuit. What to do? The host will blame us. A blood dragon guard man's face was frightened. The masked man is fine, but Brolin himself said that it must be killed. At this moment, they were unable to complete the task, and they were afraid that Brolin would give them off. There is no other way but to wait until the owner wakes up and decide. Master, it seems to be changing. The breath of life is changing. Seeing the mysterious changes of Brolin's whole body, these 8 blood dragon guards all showed an awe-inspiring look. After a long time, the black light that poured into Brolin's body gradually decreased. Enhancement is complete. The black dragon's voice is a bit sloppy. Obviously mystic enhancement needs to consume it, or a lot of energy of the system. When the black mang flashed, the black dragon disappeared and got into Brolin's body. Brolin's eyes closed tightly, as if feeling something. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, the corner of his mouth became more and more curved. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he laughed wildly in the sky, exuding a powerful breath. Hunyuan level reincarnation eyes are too strong, ha ha ha. Brolin's eyes had crazy joy. The strengthened reincarnation eyes really gave him so much surprise that he was a bit disoriented. Hunyuan level reincarnation eyes, there is no limit to the secret technique. Originally, mysteries such as Shenrou Tianzhang and Round Tomb Prison were limited by the level of the Naruto world and the life level of the reincarnation eye itself. As a result, once Brolin broke through the star level, these mysteries could not play their role. There is power. But now, with the reincarnation eye, these restrictions are no longer possessed. These mysteries will increase along with Brolin's strength. For example, no matter if Brolin broke through to the universe level or the domain master level, or even became immortal, Susanoo could form a dark giant with a power level far stronger than his own power. The shadow formed by the prison next to the round tomb, even if Brolin becomes the Lord of the Universe, he will also have the power of the Lord of the Universe body level. This time I strengthened, I lost 4 kinds of mysteries. Reincarnation is born, no God, Izanagi, and Izanami. Brolin said, but there was no regret or disappointment on his face. But I got more power. 6-way mode. Brolin drank, God. At this moment, his body began to glow, and the level of will began to show signs of breakthrough. Soon, his will went from the star level to the universe level. Human way. I was yelling again. Brolin's will level began to decline, and gradually returned to the star level, but his soul began to transform and broke through to the universe level. Sura Road. Brolin drank again. With the decline of soul strength, his body began to emit a more terrifying atmosphere. The cosmic force in the body broke through the star and entered the universe level field. This is the 6 patterns. Brolin had a great surprise in his eyes. Tenjin, human, and Shura can each raise my will, soul, and body to a level of life. What a terrible mystery this is. The soul, and the flesh are the source of all life. The 6-way mode can make these 3 make a leap of life in an instant. If one day, once I step into the universe's master level, with the help of Tenjin, I can have the will of the universe's strongest at the universe's master level. Human Tao and Shura Tao can let me have the strongest soul and deity in the universe. I was the master of the strongest universe at the time, and even the strongest could hardly threaten me. Brolin laughed wildly, it's more than that. Hell! Boom! A powerful field force field is overwhelming, with Brolin as the center and rushing away in all directions. Around him, the 8 blood dragon guards who were stunned by this series of actions by Brolin were instantly shrouded in an intangible field, and suddenly they fell into the mud and began to struggle. My field has more than just the ability to bind. Brolin's eyes glowed. At this moment, the 8 blood dragon guards all showed a look of horror, constantly struggling and resisting in the field of released by Brolin. It's the force attack. A blood dragon guard exclaimed, no, there is a soul attack. It's the will of the will. I can't concentrate my will, I can't defend effectively. Master, forgive me. The blood-stained dragon guards were extremely embarrassed at this moment, panicked and begging for help from Brolin. In the field of hell, they were attacked invisibly, and the source of the attack could not be found at all. Brolin snorted. Although he was in the process of strengthening the secret method, he could still sense the surroundings. He naturally knew that Heiju had escaped, so he planned to give the 8 blood dragon guards some punishment. The field of hell, the ubiquitous will of the will, and the attack of the soul force. Brolin immediately sighed. And the intensity of these attacks is matched with my strength. Under the attack of the Trinity, with me the existence of the same realm cannot be resisted at all. Next is the Hungry Ghost Road. Brolin switched the 6 forms again. www.readwn.com. The realm immediately dissipated, and the 8 blood dragon guards took a breath and looked at Brolin's eyes more awe. Ultimate Shadow Avatar. With a loud shout, Brolin launched the avatar, and thousands of avatars appeared in an instant. Now, my limit is to make 1,200 or so avatars at a time, and the life level of each avatar is lower than me by 2 realms, only about the first order of apprenticeship. Brolin at this moment, after making full use of the avatar, both the power of the soul and the physical force of the deity are consumed greatly, and the breath of the whole body is obviously weakened. But there was an excited expression on his face. You, come. He looked at a blood dragon guard man. Yes, master. The other side came to Brolin in fear. At this moment, a huge unreal and terrible grimacing face appeared behind Brolin, and the huge fang's blood opened suddenly, and the blood dragon guard was swallowed in at once. The horrible chewing sounded, making the remaining blood dragon guards trembled. Mum. The horror grimace swallowed the blood dragon guard, and then began to fade, turning it into a pure energy, converging towards Brolin's body. The breath of Brolin, with the infusion of this pure power, continued to improve, and eventually recovered to its peak. This is the power of the Hungry Ghost Road. His eyes showed a terrible light. No matter how badly the body or soul is damaged, as long as it can devour enough energy, it can quickly recover. Engulfed the soul and body of a star-studded 9th-tier star. The soul power and original force obtained can completely restore my previous damage. Chapter 26, Plot Repair. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to devour living creatures like this. Brolin sighed slightly. The reason why Fang Fang was so easy to launch the Hungry Ghost to devour a blood dragon guard was mainly because the other party was Brolin's slave and he never resisted from beginning to end. There are 3,000 blood dragon guards with slavery chips in their minds, and they fully recognize Brolin as the main. Even if they let them die, they will not be half resisted. With my current strength, I can forcibly devour the lives of the stars, and strong men at the same level. The Hungry Ghost Road cannot devour each other at all, and will be easily broken away. Put away more than 1,000 folds with the World Ring, Brolin whispered. There is also the last 6 patterns, the beast-like path. There was a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes. Among the 6 modes, this animal mode was the most exciting and valued. Instantly switched to beast mode, instantly Brolin's body began to emit a strange wave, and faintly, the surrounding space and time seemed to be bound by some force, and the words of sacrifice and sentient beings worshipped the gods and gods. Slaves all beings on the level of will, regards living beings as livestock, and drives me, this is the beast way. Brolin's face was a little crazy. Unlike the soul slavery in the primitive universe, the enslavement of the beast is in the realm of will. Once enslaved, it is like being hit by another god, driven by the caster. The most terrifying point of this technique is that it is difficult to detect and see through. The soul is enslaved. It can be discriminated by the essence of the soul, but the slavery in the field of will is not recognized at all. In the primitive universe and the original universe, the Lord of Chaos once said that he could judge whether or not someone race was enslaved by alien souls by grasping time and space. But if someone is enslaved by Brolin's beastly mysticism, even the chaotic city master, don't even think about it. After all, slavery in the field of will is more sophisticated than soul slavery. At least, the primitive universe has not heard anyone who can enslave others in the realm of will. Tianjin Tao, Human Tao, Shura Tao, can each raise my will, soul and body to a level of life. Hell Road gives me the bound and hit field of the trinity of will, soul, and force. Hungry Ghost Road allows me to devour all things to recover instantly. Animal Path can even enslave those beings whose life level is lower than mine at the level of will. With these 6 patterns, Brolin is destined to become the supreme existence of the heavens and the world. Brolin's eyes were frantic. At this moment, he is full of pride. This trip to Naruto is really worth it. He was standing in the air, looking down at the ground below, with inexplicable expression in his eyes. This is the end of the game. In this world, I have enough things. Brolin smiled with satisfaction. The whole story of Naruto has been almost destroyed by him. Whether it is the main character or the supporting character, it is already dead. At this moment, the Earth and the Black are absolutely deserted, and the Eye of the Moon plan cannot be implemented. The Uchiha spot is completely cold, and Huaya is unlikely to return to the world. That being the case, the world is worthless and it's time to leave. He brought the remaining 7 Blood Dragon guards into the World Ring. When Brolin planned to summon the Black Dragon and summon the Gate of the World to return to the original universe, his eyes moved and he noticed an unusual sight. This is the breath of the tail beast. Brolin whispered, the 9 big tail beasts have merged into 10 tails. How could there be such a breath? This seems to be 9 tail. Brolin was a little surprised. Is it Naruto? At this moment, a sudden chakra wave erupted suddenly at the original golem's location, and the red light flew into the sky. Then, a figure flashing with red light all over the sky suddenly rose from the ground ruins. Not dead. Brolin was surprised. That figure is really Naruto. After being pulled out of the 9-tail lag, he did not die. Also, it seems to be in fairy mode? What's going on? Brolin wondered. Naruto at this moment, the physical state and the plot, and the final state similar to the Big Tube Muay Night Duel, the breath of the whole body, even reached the star. In the original work, Naruto was also pulled away from the tail beast. It was the 4th generation of Naruto that gave the other half of the power of Naruto to Naruto and saved him. Could it be said that the same thing happened? Just as Brolin was puzzled, Naruto in fairy mode burst into a powerful breath. Immortal Law, super large jade spiral pills. Naruto yelled, holding a huge immortal spiral pills in his hand, rushing towards Brolin. Impossible. Brolin was completely discolored, feeling a little weird. You know, Naruto at this moment hasn't even come to visit the teacher. Behind him, 9 Chudayus instantly merged, turned into a black curtain, wrapped Brolin, and blocked Naruto's powerful blow. Black Dragon, what the is going on? Brolin looked unsightly in the black curtain. Master, in this case, the plot correction power is working. The figure of Heilong appeared and squeaked. Story correction. Brolin whispered, thinking. At this moment, beyond the curtain, Naruto is constantly exerting various methods, bombarding Brolin's Taoist jade shell. Master, this world is a world of plots, all trajectories, and the fate of all life is long doomed. Once this world's trajectory has been changed by external forces, the world's will itself will be repaired, and every effort will be made to restore everything to its original trajectory. It's as if this kid was pulled out of the 9 tails and should have died, but he is the destiny child of this world, so once he dies, the world will end. So, he can't die, the world's will save him, and give him the power that originally belonged to him in advance. What do you mean, I can't kill him? Brolin groaned. Of course, but once the Son of Fate dies and the plot is completely destroyed, this world will also lose its meaning of existence and will be destroyed. So, the will of this world will definitely try its best to prevent the Master from killing important plot characters. Will of the world. Brolin whispered, and then sneered, a world of adventure, just stop limiting me. Boy, have you hit enough? suddenly removed the black shell of Chudayu, Brolin stared coldly at Naruto, who was constantly attacking. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force immediately blasted Naruto out and hit him heavily in the rubble. After all, although Naruto at this moment has been promoted to the star level, compared with Brolin, who has become a 10-tailed person at this moment, there is still a big gap in strength. This bastard rushed out from under the ground, Naruto staring fiercely at Brolin. He was on the verge of dying, but his soul saw an old man who claimed to be the 6 immortals in a mysterious space. It was the old man who gave him powerful power to save him from death. Naruto, be sure to kill this guy from a different world, otherwise the entire ninja world will be destroyed. What the 26 Liuxian immortals did after bringing Brolin to the ninja realm was shown in front of Naruto. Naruto's eyes turned red when he saw the pictures of the destruction of Konoha and 3 generations of war. That's why, when Naruto woke up, he attacked Brolin crazily. At this moment, in the ruins, the powerful star power began to erupt, and Naruto roared towards Brolin again and rushed away. Look to death! Brolin's eyes were cold, and Susanoo opened instantly, and the huge black giant stood upright. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. The black sword cut through the sky and chopped down towards Naruto. The space seemed to be oppressed and almost split. My Suzuninju, the level of strength has reached the 9th level star, can definitely kill this kid. Brolin sneered. After the reincarnation of the reincarnation, Susanoo is even more powerful. At this moment, his body is still in the 1st order star, but when Susanoo is turned on, the power level of the dark giant has reached the 9th stage of the star. You must know that the original Susanoo could probably increase his power level 10-fold. However, the power level of the 9th level star is 256 times that of the 1st level star. Obviously, Susanoo's power bonus has been increased terribly. At this moment, the black body must fully support the dark sword in his hand, exuding a powerful breath of extreme horror. Under the horrible pressure of the black sword, the air began to explode. Underneath, the face of Naruto, which was shocked by Brolin, suddenly changed, and felt the threat of death. His strength at this moment is probably about the 2nd order star, which is not a little bit worse than that of Suzo, who is the 9th star. This knife will kill me. Naruto was terrified. But it is too late to avoid, the black sword is too fast, and it will be split above his skull in an instant. At this time, a blue figure appeared momentarily, grabbing Naruto with a flash, and then disappeared under Susanoo's dark sword. Boom! Susanoo can be cut with one stroke. The horrible black swordman tears the ground and bombards a huge crack of dozens of kilometers. Uchiha! Sasuke! Brolin was surprised. Chapter 27, Bad Earth Rebirth. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, dressed in Uchiha's clothes, grabbed Naruto with one hand and landed on a ruin. His eyes. Brolin's eyes were frozen, and I saw Uchiha Sasuke at this moment, and one eye had turned into a 6-hook jade reincarnation eye. Is this the power of plot correction? Brolin whispered, his eyes sharp, or, that world will be against me. Master, I'm sure that the will of the world has discovered our existence, and intends to use these plot characters to deal with us. Black Dragon's scream echoed in Brolin's mind. Don't you say that with the system, these world wills won't find me at all. Brolin was a little angry. That's when the master and you didn't completely destroy the plot. Heilong's voice was a little helpless. Now, the plot of this world has undergone drastic changes. If you continue to deviate from the original plot, the entire world will no longer exist. This time if the will of the world cannot be found, it is too unrealistic. Brolin was speechless, and then snorted, forget it, even if the world will find me, and want to rely on these 2-star rated ghosts to deal with me, it is too whimsical. Not far away, Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side. Sasuke, why are you here? Naruto escaped from Susanoo Noburai and was full of gratitude to Sasuke. Uyubo Sasuke did not answer Naruto, but looked at Brolin with a hatred look. I have to say that in order to deal with Brolin, the world will of this world is almost unscrupulous. Some time ago, Uchiha Itachi heard that Koba was almost destroyed by Brolin and went to Koba. In order for Sasuke to have the power of self-protection, he started the drama of Battle of Brothers in advance. In the end, before the death of Uchiha Itachi, the world will take the opportunity to forcibly control the body of Uchiha Itachi, who lied that Brolin had instructed Self to launch the Uchiha genocide case many years ago, and made use of Uchiha Itachi's hands, greatly improved the power of Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, who thought he knew the truth about the extermination, naturally couldn't wait to come and wanted to seek revenge from Brolin. Brolin sneered, and the world will want to rely on these two little guys to deal with him, which made him disdain. Sasuke, this guy is too strong, we may not be able to fight together. Naruto's face has a dreadful look, looking at Brolin in the distance. He can feel that Sasuke also seems to have been extremely powerful, no less weak than him. However, as soon as he remembered the other side's Suzunan stab, he had no idea. Don't worry, this guy's enemy is more than just us. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, then his eyes glanced toward the side and rear. After hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto immediately hesitated, then followed his gaze to look sideways and backwards. I saw a hill not far away. At this moment, there was a row of black coffins, which made Naruto's eyes widen. The reason why Brolin hadn't hit the two at this moment was because he noticed this scene and had a different color in his eyes. At this time, bang, bang. The neatly arranged, a dozen coffin covers fell down at the same time, and then, a number of figures stepped out of the coffin. Bad soil rebirth. Brolin was surprised. At this moment, the figure in the coffin completely walked out, and there were more than a dozen figures, all of which were born from dirty soil, and the body was covered with broken lines. The shadows of the 5 great nations of the past, an Uchiha's spot. Looking at those figures, Brolin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the figures coming out of the coffin are exactly like the 3 generations of Lei Ying who have been killed in the major ninja villages. Among them, the presence of the 4 shadows of Muye is also listed. It's this guy, and he has become stronger. The resurrected 3-generation Naruto ape cuts off, and after walking out of the coffin, he stares at Brolin's figure. Oh, I didn't expect to have a day to fight side by side after death, spot. Among the crowd, the original Naruto Thousand Hands looked around, and then looked at a red figure not far away. Uchiha snorted coldly. He looked at Brolin in the distance, his face slightly ugly. The meaning of this battle must have been very clear. A cold speech echoed in the minds of a dozen strong men after the rebirth of dirty soil. This is a battle that pertains to the survival of the forbearance community. I hope everyone will go all out. After all, this strong man from another world is extremely terrifying. A dozen of the most famous strong men in the history of the ninja world frowned, looking at Brolin, who was suspended in the sky in the distance. Brolin's eyes were staring at this direction. The snake pill has been enslaved by me, and it is impossible to oppose me. Then, it should be him now, the dirty earth rebirth caster. Brolin looked cold. Pharmacist's pocket, what about your master Dashiwan? Brolin yelled. Strong existence, you still don't know the name of the zone. Suddenly, the eyes of a filthy earth rebirth powerhouse suddenly became hollow, and his mouth made a cold voice. Brolin sneered. Master Asumaru has been punished by the 6 immortals, and I, upon the order of the 6 immortals, came to kill the invaders of another world. The pharmacist's words sounded. 6 immortals. Brolin whispered, want to come is the will of the world, with the help of the soul of the big tube wood feather, is engaging in ghosts. Another invader, this guy. Among the filthy soil reincarnations, Yu's Haibo's face was dull. Regarding the identity of Brolin from a different world, the 6 immortals have passed to each of the resurrected powerhouses. At this moment, I feel that Brolin's body exudes nothing like Chakra's breath, and no one doubts this. Sunyuji's spot was shocked at the moment. On the one hand, he did not expect that the legendary 6 immortals were alive. On the other hand, he found that the plan he had made with the soil during his lifetime was a mess at the moment. Xiao organization was destroyed, and even Heiju and Zhu Tu were almost killed. This guy actually used my eyes to become a 10-tailed person. Uchiha looked at Brolin in the distance, looking extremely cold. The 26 immortals have long passed on all the pictures of Brolin's arrival in the ninja world to everyone, including Uchiha, and these resurrected powerhouses already know what Brolin has done so far. All of you, under the power of the 6 immortals, now I, showcasing the rebirth of the dirt, can let you 100% of your peak combat power. You can go all out, you must kill this alien, defend the ninja," said the pharmacist's pocket. Let's join hands together." The original Naruto Thousand Hand Pillar looks serious. www.readwn.com staring at Brolin. He devoted his life to maintaining the peace of the ninja community. The overall view is very strong. Obviously, the existence of Brolin has threatened the safety of the ninja community. At this moment, among the Thousand Hands and Pillars, the intention of killing has risen. Don't get me wrong, I didn't do it for this hopeless world. Uchiha sneered. Bad soil rebirth, solution. Suddenly, Yu's Hibo spot untied the reincarnation of the dirty earth, making the pharmacist unable to control him. Bad soil rebirth, solution. Not far away, the first and second generations also made the same move. The black spots and pillars can be unlocked. On the one hand, they have an understanding of the dirt rebirth, and they are very powerful. The second generation Naruto is because it is the creator of the dirt rebirth. So it can naturally untie the bondage. They are all really strong and not used to being manipulated by others. The current first and second generations are much more powerful than when they were reborn in the original book by Ashimaru, and they already have the power to lift the seal. I was surprised by the secret pharmacist's revelation that the dirty soil reincarnation was lifted, but said nothing. At this moment, he is affected by the will of the world, and his ultimate goal is to kill Brolin. Unfortunately, Lord Ashimaru ruined those reincarnations before he died. Otherwise, our odds would be even greater. The pharmacist sighed secretly. On the other side, other strong players such as the 3 generations of Lei Ying, although shocked by the 3 people's ability to lift the rebirth of the earth, have not expressed much. At this moment their common enemy is Brolin. After all, although they died, their village and partners existed with the entire ninja community. Therefore, they must make every effort to deal with Brolin, a foreigner who threatens the ninja community. Go ahead. Chapter 28, Fierce Battle. Among the crowd of people, the 4th generation Naruto Feng Shui Gate moved first. At this moment, although he saw Naruto in the distance, he felt the closeness from the blood, but knew that it was not the time to meet. The Fei Thor technique made him almost the fastest in the crowd, and soon he rushed to Brolin. Immediately afterwards, the other 3 Naruto caught up instantly, besieging Brolin. 4 Xiang arrays, get up. 24 Naruto immediately launched the 4 Xiang formations. The powerful red energy barriers instantly stood up, completely covering Brolin. Stuck in the line, Brolin glanced around, looking at the 4 red sun arrays that could trap the 10 tails in this original work, but a scornful expression appeared in the corner of his mouth. He is among the black crystals of the black beard and the eyebrow, which is hundreds of meters above the ground, and looks down at the crowd. Sculpture of the worm. In Brolin's smirk, the power of the complete body was violently exploded, the original force of the universe oscillated, the black sword force broke down, and the energy of the stellar 9th order energy wave opened wildly. Boom! The energy barriers of the 24 Xiang array suddenly trembled. Suddenly, and it seemed to face the situation of disintegration at any time. This made the four major Naruto, including the first generation Naruto Thousand Hand Pillars, all look slightly changed. At this moment, among all the people, in terms of real combat power, only Qinchaozu and Uchiha have reached the star level. Although the rest can exert their peak combat power, they still do not have the star power. At most, it is the level of the 9-star peak of the star rating. After all, not everyone is the son of destiny like Naruto and Sasuke, the reincarnation of the sons of the 6 immortals, and the world will not want to strengthen everyone's strength. Hung Sing is already the strongest being that can be bred in this world. It is impossible to create a strong star on a large scale, and the world will not wield the sword again. The 4 Xiang formations are completely broken, and Brolin's manipulation Suzuo can step out. Up. 3 generations of Lei Ying and others made all-out attacks without reservation. All of a sudden, all kinds of powerful ninjutsu came out, and the horrible chakra torrent almost broke the space and blasted towards Suzuno of Brolin. I don't know what it means. Brolin sneered, and in the face of the past generations, he showed a strong disdain, and Suzuno waved his sword, breaking the powerful offensive with just one hit. Kill. The 3 strongest generations of Lei Ying among the crowd rose into the sky, and the attack known as the strongest spear launched violently, always bombarding Brolin. The momentum is amazing, but it is not a little bit worse than K after opening the 8 doors. Brolin looked indifferent. In his sneer, 9 Chudayu shook behind him, then slammed out, and radiated toward the 3 generations of Lei Ying. You want to stop me with just a few broken balls? 3 generations of Lei Ying suddenly sneered at the sight. He was very confident in his strength, and the power of thunder and lightning surged again. In his opinion, he could completely break the defense of the Black Giant in one shot. However, the final result was to stun the 3 generations of Lei Ying. His most powerful attack method was not even lost to the black spheres. Not only that, even his body was bombarded by those spheres. It's broken. Impossible. What surprised him even more happened. At this moment, his body, born from the dirt, showed no signs of recovery after being broken. What's going on? The rest were surprised. Everyone be careful, although we are in a state of reincarnation, but that guy has become a 10-tailed person with a power similar to that of the 6 immortals. He seems to be able to cause us irreversible killings. The second generation of Naruto looked awkwardly, staring closely at the scepter in Brolin's hand and the 9 begging jade that flew back to him. Xianfa, Ming Shenman. The first generation of Hao Ying was serious, his hands quickly printed. Soon, huge wooden doorposts descended from the sky and blasted down towards Brolin. This mystery is extremely horrible. In the original book, however, the 10 tails of the 10 tails are blocked. The 10 tails that are forced can only be reduced in size to escape. It can be said that the power is amazing. However, at this moment Brolin is still calm. After all, his strength has already far surpassed the 10 tails. There is not a small gap between the two. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsive force erupted from the Black Su Zoneng's body, flying down the Ming Shen gate that fell down into the air, and this scene suddenly made the face between the 1,000-hand pillars a bit ugly. This guy, it's not easy to deal with. At this time. Stealing the strangeness of Uchiha's power. Uchiha's words came, and at this moment, he had already turned on his full body. His giant energy giant, hundreds of meters in blue, stepped on and shook the earth shake. Boom! Uchiha's spot controls Susanoo no, and suddenly a blue energy giant blade drives the wind, chopping off the black Susanoo no at Brolin. Interesting. Brolin drew a smile, and Su Zoneng under him broke the same sword. This is a big collision between the body and the body. Boom! The huge black and blue energy knives collided together, driving a powerful shock wave, leveling the surroundings, and even the surrounding square kilometer of ground began to sink. Spot, your Suzuneng is almost out of ignition. Brolin laughed. The collision of this sword, he has the upper hand with stronger strength. At this moment, the black Susanoo Noto's sword slammed down Uchiha's spot, kneeling on the other side with the oppression of the opponent, and could only support it with difficulty. This guy. Among the blue crystals, Uchiha's spots looked ugly, and there was shame in his eyes. In his opinion, it was with his eyes that Brolin became the 10-tailed pillar force and captured the powerful power that should have belonged to him. Dare to take away the power that originally belonged to me, and forgive me. Uchiha spotted madness on his face. Under his control, Blue must be able to gradually stand up. Brolin's eyes were cold, and he tried again to suppress Uchiha's counterattack. At this moment, the strength of Kyunshaozu and Uchiha Baba are probably around the 3rd-tier star, which is stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, but in the face of his powerful 9-tier star power at the moment, still not enough. The will of the world, are you the only means? Brolin suddenly looked at the sky and sneered, it's really disappointing. Mullet, thousands of hands. With a loud shout, the earth rumbling sounded like an earthquake. With the rapid printing between Kyunshaozu, the unique pattern of fairy mode appeared on his face. The next moment, a giant Buddha with 1,000 hands blasted from below the ground. It was actually bigger than Susanoo, and caused a terrible power. Some interesting. Brolin glanced at it. The power of these thousands of hands in the original work is very amazing. www.yuyugonshu.com. He really wanted to see it. Kill. Thousands of hands drank, and there was a rare intention to kill on his face. Thousand-handed Buddha moved with him. Thousands of wooden arms fell like a meteor shower and turned into dense raindrops and attacked the black Suzu of Brolin. At this moment, Brolin is suppressing Uchiha, and he can only forcibly receive this magnificent blow between the 1,000-hand pillars with his energy shell. However, he looked calm and obviously had great confidence in Susanoo's powerful defense. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, thousands of huge wooden fists smashed onto the black Suzunaka. Even though at the moment, Suzunaka, who has reached the 9th stage of the star class, felt the huge pressure, on the black body surface, fine cracks began to emerge. However, in the end, Brolin resisted the terrible attack of thousands of hands. Although Suzonenghu was covered with cracks, he did not break. After all, Stellar's 9th-tier defense is not so easy to break. At this moment, Uchiha Spot was taking the opportunity to get rid of the suppression of Brolin, and the blue giant jumped back to a distance. Resisting against thousands of hands, haven't you been hurt? At this moment, the heart between the thousands of hands sank. The powerful stellar star force flowed out of Brolin's body, quickly repairing the fine cracks on Susanoo. So many of you, is there only such a little patience? Brolin stood at Suzuereng's eyebrows, yelling at everyone, showing a look of contempt. Boy, don't be too proud. Uchiha drank, forbearance, heaven obstructs the star. The next moment, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers fell from the sky, shattered the clouds, and crashed towards the location of Brolin. Chapter 29, Unlimited Monthly Reading. This method, don't take it out. Brolin sneered. Suzoneng waved the dark sword, a horrible curved black energy blade soared into the sky. It was about to cut the world. In an instant, the huge meteorite was split into pieces, falling into countless fragments and falling down. Clogs, the tree world is coming. At this moment, Kyunshaozuma and Uchiha Spots were drinking at the same time. Suddenly, countless huge trees burst out from under the ground and swept towards Brolin. It turned out to be such an idea. Brolin looked coldly at this moment, already surrounded by huge branches, and was struggling to work. Don't think you can trap me. Brolin sneered. Of course Musha can't trap you, but we only need to restrain you for a short time. Kyunshaozu looked serious. It's our turn. At this moment, the figure of the 4 generations of Naruto Fengshuman appeared instantly, and in his arms, he was holding Naruto and Sasuke. At the next moment, the wave wind and water gate threw the two of them vigorously. The figures of Naruto and Sasuke flew left and right, and flew towards Brolin, each holding out one palm. If you observe carefully, you can see that there are sun and moon marks on them. This is want to seal me like seal Hui Yeji. Brolin sneered, and couldn't help sneering. Must succeed. At this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke are shouting in their hearts. The reason why the two of them didn't show up just now is because the 6 immortals are teaching their seal method. At this moment, using the opportunity created by the joint hands of Kaishoma and Uchihaban, they must succeed. After a brief confrontation, everyone on the scene knew that even if everyone joined forces, it would not be possible to defeat Brolin, who was extremely powerful. The only hope is to seal each other, so I have the perfect cooperation this time. At this moment, Black Suzu was able to continue to struggle, and the sword in his hand continued to cut off large trees. And Chien Shaozuma and Uchiha Baba are constantly trying to release the wooden clogs, and the Sea of Terrors drowns everything here. Success! Suddenly, a pleasant surprise sounded. Above the center of the linden tree world, Naruto and Sasuke pressed the black Susanoo energy skin of Brolin respectively, and both of them showed joy. 6. Earth Exploding Star. Boom! Brolin felt as if he had turned into a huge source of gravity, slowly floating on the sky, while the earth beneath him was constantly roaring and rolling, and huge blocks of land were suspended in the void and gathered towards him. When Brolin's figure, together with Suzonengu, were concealed in the huge spheres piled up continuously, his eyes only exuded cold light, and the corners of his mouth were faintly curved. The terrible scene caused by the blasting sky star lasted for an hour, and finally, a huge star close to the moon was suspended in the sky and kept rising slowly. And below, it forms a huge Tiankeng with tens of square kilometers. In the Tianatian Keng, the reincarnated people and Naruto and Sasuke looked at it all with a shock. Is that how the 6 immortals sealed the 10 tails? Uchiha murmured to herself, with joy in her eyes, but also a touch of anxiety. This powerful and disgusting alien figure was eventually sealed. In this case, his plan may be back on track, without a huge obstacle. However, at this moment he is missing the most critical thing in the plan. Damn, my reincarnation eyes were sealed with this guy. I have no reincarnation, so the plan that he and Edo made before is completely useless. As the crowd shook and Uchiha's spots were annoyed, the huge sphere in the sky shook suddenly, and then shook violently, and countless pieces of debris began to fall. What happened? Is that guy? Everyone was surprised, they all changed their faces. Couldn't such a terrible seal method work? Boom! A huge crackling sound rang through the sky. In the sky, the huge star with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers broke into pieces, turned into countless pieces of gravel, and shot in the void. It's that guy. Naruto raised his head, his face was incredible. Thousands of kilometers into the sky, Brolin looked coldly down, and the black-bearded figure stood under the sun, as if a demon was looking down on the earth. This guy is really too strong. Aside, there was a helpless wry smile between Chien Shaozu. Others, including Uchiha, are looking up at this moment. The ground-breaking star that Nagata Naruto and Sasuke jointly exhibited was amazingly powerful. At least no one in the audience thought that he could escape from such a seal operation. I have such a powerful opponent, why can't I raise a sense of blood boiling? Uchiha spotted himself, looking very unnatural. For a long time, in his eyes, the whole ninja world was only regarded as his only opponent by Chien Kyunsu. And at this moment, he has the power to open the reincarnation eye in his later years, and since asking himself, he has already surpassed the 1,000 hands. Once upon a time, he felt lonely for his strength and excited to find a sufficiently strong opponent. However, in the face of Brolin, who is really powerful and horrible at this moment, he has no excitement when he meets his opponent, but has a faint hint of fear. It makes him shame. I am Uchiha, and I will not lose to anyone. With a loud roar, he looked stern and rose into the sky. The operation was completely necessary to kill the Brolin in the sky. Look to death. Looking at Uchiha's spec with an angry expression on his face, Brolin sneered, his eyes flashed with murder. Spot, now that I have taken your reincarnation eyes, then let me help you to continue your Eye of the Moon plan. Brolin suddenly spoke, looking at Yuzhibo Spot with a playful look. What? Uchiha's body stagnation in the air, revealing surprise. Brolin looked up. At this moment, it was day, and the moon had not yet appeared. It seems that some moons need to be created. He whispered to himself, and then folded his hands. Earth Star. A black gravitational ball full of the size of a basketball appeared in his hands. Then, Brolin threw a violent throw and the black gravitational ball flew into the distance. Burst. With a light sip, the gravitational ball exploded instantly, turning into dozens of smaller black gravitational balls, and scattered. Boom! Huge roars rang through the sky, dozens of black gravitational erupted into earth-shattering gravity, the earth was constantly being pulled, and numerous huge stones floated up, converging towards the gravitational ball, slowly forming one by one huge astral body. Qian Shaozujian and Uchiha Baba and others watched this scene with a shocked look. www.readwn.com. Instantly, dozens of huge small moons appeared in the sky. The dozens of small moons are constantly rising. Soon, the whole ninja can see these moons. This guy, is it? Uchiha's face changed suddenly, revealing an incredible look. Eyes of the moon, come out. Brolin sighed. At this moment, he looked into the sky, and the reincarnation on the forehead that looked exactly like Hui Yeji's reincarnation flashed a bright light. Soon, the sky, dozens of small moons, actually appeared images of 9 hooks and reincarnation eyes. No, this guy wants to start reading for unlimited months. Uchiha's spots changed color completely. The whole world is sinking into my infinite monthly reading. Brolin laughed, and a wicked expression appeared on his face. Invisible waves erupted from the dozens of small moons that turned into the eyes of the moon, sweeping the entire ninja world. All the creatures swept by this invisible wave are transformed into reincarnation eyes in an instant, immersed in the illusion of infinite monthly reading. At this moment, among the crowd, only the Thousand Hands, Uchiha and Naruto and Sasuke are still resisting the illusion of infinite moon reading, and even the second generation of Naruto Kishou is caught in the moon reading space. As for the other strong incarnations of the dirty soil, have all turned into flying ash and dissipated. This is because the entire ninja world was swept away by the invisible fluctuations read by infinite moon. Once he entered the illusion, he could not maintain the rebirth of the dirt, resulting in the return of all souls except the first 2 generations and Uchiha Baba, the 3 people who had lifted the rebirth of the dirt. Chapter 30, 6 Immortals. It's a terrible illusion, I can't support it soon. Thousands of hands were heavy, and beside him, Naruto and Sasuke clenched their teeth. Impossible, infinite monthly reading should not be effective for those who have reincarnation eyes. Uchiha's teeth gritted. His state at this moment is very strange. Although he does not have reincarnation, he is not a living life. He still has part of the ability of reincarnation in the dirty soil state. In theory, he should not be affected by infinite monthly reading. Oh! Brolin looked at the remaining 4 struggling, sneer at the corners of his mouth. The infinite monthly reading that I exhibited is not a technique possessed by ordinary reincarnation eyes, but an extreme mystery operation that has been strengthened to the reincarnation eyes at the level of the Hunyuan. The so-called infinite monthly reading is just an illusion of performing monthly reading in a large range. Therefore, in the original work, after Uchiha Spot opened the eyes of the moon, he could not control everyone. For example, Suzunaka of Uchiha Sasuke can resist the illusion of the moon eye. This is because the monthly reading at that time can only be regarded as a strong illusion, which is not enough against the sky and can still be cracked. However, the monthly reading exhibited by Brolins at this moment is the ultimate illusion enhanced by the Hunyuan level reincarnation, which is not the same level as when it was not strengthened before. As long as it is swept away by the invisible wave emitted by the eye of that month, unless it is a level of will that exceeds Brolin, it must be irresistible. Now Brolin, the level of will is the star level, that is to say, unless the level of the will level of the universe is reached, any strong star level will sink in his monthly reading and cannot resist. At this moment, the 4 people in the 1,000 hands and columns only have the star level and can persist until now, either by relying on the ability of reincarnation eyes or by virtue of the fairy mode to temporarily resist the moonlight illusion attack. Ah! Uchiha spotted a roar. Can't stand it. Kyun Chaozu also drank. Soon, the last 4 of them have completely turned into the state of reincarnation, and have fallen into the illusion of infinite monthly reading. In the sky, Brolin watched all this coldly, and the corner of his mouth gradually made a slight arc. Ended. He can feel that at this moment, all the lives of the entire ninja world are caught in the infinite monthly reading. The invisible fluctuations of the eyes of the dozens of months have swept the whole world, and the illusion attack covers the entire land. Abominable will of the world, dare to count me. Brolin had a chill in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand, palms covering Naruto and Sasuke and others. Look at me killing these 2 Destiny Sons and completely destroy the world. His face was covered with cruelty. At this moment, Brolin frowned, and the movement of his hand stopped, and he felt the sudden appearance of a mysterious force. The next moment, a glance at his eyes saw space ripples in the air, and a figure slowly emerged in it. You are 6 immortals. Brolin was a little surprised. I saw that at this moment in the air, the 6 immortal big tube wooden feather clothes were angry and stepped out from the ripples of time and space behind them. Souls from a different world, accept your judgment as the price of your wanton behavior in this world. The low voice rang out from the mouth of the 6 immortals, and a terrifying breath burst out. Even Brolin was taken aback. What happened? He looked stunned, and the appearance of the 6 immortals was still in his expectation, but the strength of the other party at the moment made him somewhat unexpected. Warning, Master, the strength of the opponent has reached the level of the universe. The scream of the black dragon suddenly sounded. What? Brolin was startled. Cosmic. Don't you say that this world can only breed strong stars at most? He yelled. Master, the guy you see now is no longer the original 6 immortals. He is already integrated with the will of the world, that is, at this moment, you are facing the will of the world itself. Right now, the world's will has been completely integrated with this guy, raising the power to the strongest. Heilong said sharply. Brolin's face changed slightly, while the 6 immortals slowly raised the black scepter in his hand, and the horrible power emerged. At this moment, the other party already has the power bonus of the will of the world, and the strength has soared to the cosmic level. He is about to kill Brolin with all his strength. It's so easy to kill me. He growled. It just shows me how strong the power I just got. Shura Road opens. Susanoo can do it. Brolin opened the Shura Road in the newly obtained 6 modes instantly, strengthening his body to the cosmic level at the same time. At the same time, Zunyohu opened, a huge dark giant of 100 meters appeared, and the breath of terror spread out. Standing at the rhombus crystal where the black Susanoo could be close to the giant's eyebrow, Brolin controlled the black giant and slashed fiercely towards the 6 immortals. In Shura Road mode, my body has also reached the cosmic level. In addition, Susanoo is able to integrate my star power. At this moment, my Susanoo is a giant. The strength level has reached the 9th level of the universe. The pinnacle. Brolin sneered, calm. Before the reincarnation I had not been strengthened, Su Zoneng whose strength level was about 10 times that of Brolin's body, but at this moment, Su Zoneng who had a stronger increase. The Shura Road promoted him from the First Order Star to the First Order Universe, and Su Zhenghu increased it to the 9th Order Universe. You know, the power level of the 9th order universe is 256 times stronger than that of the 1st order universe. In other words, the increase of Su Zoneng has been strengthened from 10 times to 250 times. Even if you get the bonus of world will and break through to the cosmic level, in the face of my cosmic peak power, it is still vulnerable. Brolin laughed wildly. Black Susanoo could hold a huge black sword and screamed towards the 6 immortals, driving huge energy fluctuations. The ground under his feet continued to crack, and the void began to shake. Boom! The huge black energy sword violently collided with the black scepter in the hands of the 6 immortals, and the two arrived together deadly. A powerful energy wave erupted, driving the wind and whistling the sky. The ground was completely shattered, and the mountains were completely transformed into flying ash. The collision of the universe-level strong forces, the scene triggered was completely natural disaster level. Ha ha ha! Brolin laughed wildly, dead. As he continued to work hard, Su Zonenga gradually drew down his sword, and the face of the 6 immortals became more and more ugly, and he fell behind. Strange! He growled in his mouth, with an unwilling look in his eyes. What's wrong, angry? Brolin sneered, I will make you even more angry. Dead. With a loud roar, behind Brolin, the 9 begging jade trembled and changed into 9 sharp black daggers, piercing quickly towards the ground. The goal of these 9 daggers is on the ground, and they are falling into Naruto and Sasuke who are reading in the infinite month. No. Seeing this scene www.readwn.com, the 6 fairy screamed, and his face was scared. Behind him, he also flew out of Kaihudeo, trying to stop the 9 daggers. It's too late. Brolin laughed, exposing white teeth. 9 daggers penetrated Naruto and Sasuke's bodies in a split second, and with a wow sound from both, they spit out big blood, and the severe pain awakened them from the illusion. As soon as the two of them got out of the illusion, they felt the coming of death. Seeking the power of destruction contained in Dayu, they instantly took away the vitality in their bodies and made their pupils dizzy. If it weren't for his special body, if someone else was hit by Chu Dayu, it would only collapse instantly, and the corpse would not remain. At this moment, the 2 destiny sons of the Naruto world finally died in the hands of Brolin. Ah! The 6 immortals began to go mad, growling upright, and looked terrible. There was a terrible change between heaven and earth. The sky began to become blood red, endless dark clouds began to gather, the earth was shaking, and an extremely depressed atmosphere was gradually spreading. Brolin sneered, he knew that the current scene was a sign of the destruction of this world. The reason why he killed Naruto and Sasuke is because he knows that once the destiny son of this world dies, the story of the world will be completely destroyed, and the world will lose its meaning of existence and will be destroyed. But dare to count me, then it will pay. Brolin had a chill on his face. Originally he became a 10-tailed person. Zhu Li was about to leave, but the world will use Naruto and others to deal with him. This made him angry, and he kept doing it. Sunda Brolin, the 9 Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, is not a kind-hearted person. Chapter 31, Naruto End. At this moment, there is a scene of silence between heaven and earth, and the breath of death is everywhere, which indicates that the world will be destroyed. At this moment, the 6 immortals are no longer roaring wildly, but stare at Brolin fiercely. His state is similar to that of Hongjun in the Flood Waste world. He has become the spokesperson of this world and the carrier of the world's will. What Brolin had done had brought the world into destruction. At this moment, the world was surging with mad hatred. However, in the face of Brolin at this moment, even the will of the world is invincible. On the one hand, the level of this world is not high, at most, it can only give birth to a star, which is a 6-level powerhouse. Coupled with the imminent destruction, the power that the world will be able to mobilize is greatly reduced, so that at this moment, the 6 immortals can only exert a combat power of about level 7 in the universe, not Brolin's opponent. Exotic, let's fall together. 6. Earth-burst star. 6 immortals shot crazy. He has realized that he is not an opponent of Brolin. At this moment, he uses reincarnation eye secrets, intending to temporarily trap each other, to drag him into the torrent of world destruction, to be buried together. Boom! The dark black gravitational ball was condensed by the 6 immortals, and directly hit Brolin's chest, immediately making his body slightly stagnant. Afterwards, countless huge stones were pulled up from the ground by strong gravitational force and squeezed towards Brolin. Through the reincarnation technique against me. Brolin sneered, Shen Luo Tianzheng. A huge repulsive force exploded from his body against the black gravitational ball, and at the same time prevented the huge stones constantly rising from the ground from approaching. The universe-like 6 immortals, the Earth-burst stars exhibited, are much stronger than those exhibited by Naruto and Sasuke, even though Brolin has now risen to the highest level of the universe with the help of Shura Road and Sasuke. It is also a bit laborious. However, it's just hard work. In the end, with more powerful strength, Brolin got rid of the shackles of supergravity. Let's disappear! He yelled. Susanoo's dark sword slashed, shattered the black gravitational ball completely, and then struck the bodies of 6 fairies. The opponent's body suddenly flew out, bringing a large blood flower, and there was even despair in his eyes. At this time, the sky and the earth began to change color, the endless dark clouds overwhelmed, and lightning shuttled through. The space is starting to shake. 6 swordsmen were shot with a single blow. Brolin's face changed slightly, and he looked at the ground that was constantly rolling like boiling water under his feet. Master, this world is going to be destroyed, let's go quickly, otherwise, if you get involved, you will be in trouble. Heilong screamed. Brolin looked calm, but he did not worry that he would fall. After all, in the spaceship of the primitive universe, he already has a clone of him. Even if the deity falls in this world, his clone can still survive and become a new deity. However, let the deity fall freely with this world, Brolin will not do such a stupid thing. Brolin whispered, Go! Black Dragon summoned the gate of the world at once, and as soon as the figure flashed, Brolin disappeared. In the distance, the 6 immortals watched this scene, but could not stop it. Naruto world, the end is coming. Takagi leaves, everyone was in panic, watching the newly built village destroyed again by the severe tremor on the ground, and the corners of Tuanzang's eyes kept shaking. In the sky, blood-colored lightning was hidden in the dark clouds, emitting a terrifying atmosphere. What exactly is going on? Not only is the wooden leaf, the entire world of ninja is in panic, the breath of doom permeates the whole land, and a feeling of despair gradually appears in the heart of everyone. In a dense forest, Kakashi and others who escaped from the pursuit of the group were shocked, looking at the unpredictable sky and the constantly shaking earth, panicking in their hearts. Are the demons born, or is the world ending? Lei Ying, who escaped from Xiao organization, looked ugly and stood alone on a hill. I feel the breath of great destruction. Iwakura village, Earth Shadow Oniki has fear in his eyes. No, I'm not willing. In the corner of the ninja world, Heiju, who escaped from the Blood Dragon Guard, lurks, seems to realize something, and screams in panic, I haven't resurrected my mother, no. I also hid in the soil of the Shinwei space. At this moment I also noticed that something is wrong, because the Shinwei space around him is constantly disintegrating. What's going on? The face under the mask was terrified. At this moment, between the world of forbearance, the sense of horror of silence drifted, the space began to collapse inch by inch, the ground began to disintegrate, and the mountains turned into flying ash. The horrible scene continued. In the end, with a crisp sound like the broken porcelain, the entire ninja world disintegrated instantly and completely dissipated, and everything came to nothingness. Primitive universe, the silver spacecraft sailing to the blue star. Browling Hai sits in the throne in the spaceship, playing with the wine glass in his hand, with a playful look in his eyes. The world of Naruto should be broken. This first adventure world is a big surprise for me. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Maybe the original plan should be changed. Originally, this time the trip to Clan Lan, on the one hand, Brolin was heading for the treasures of the Thunder Lord's realm, on the other hand, he planned to make Luo Feng. After all, the other party is the protagonist of the primitive universe, and the 8th Hunyuan Lord in the future. The achievement can be said to belong to the highest ranks in all heavens and kingdoms. However, at this moment Brolin decided to change his original intention. Luo Feng, according to the original destiny trajectory, I'm just an ant in your eyes. Brolin's eyes were extremely indifferent. Even before entering the world of Naruto, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, I am going to please you, and end you. But now, everything is different. His expression suddenly became sloppy. In this life, I will override everything, I will step on your body, and step on the top of all realms. I will crush you completely when you are most proud and let you fall under my feet. After learning the original plot, Brolin's heart has always been hostile to Luo Feng Huai, but the other party is the darling of destiny. His life's fortunes are unparalleled and destined to become supreme existence. Therefore, Brolin couldn't help but want to go to King Langxing to hug each other's thighs. But now, Brolin also really has the qualification to become supreme. He already has the capital to compete with Luo Feng. Naturally, he no longer conceals his dislike of Luo Feng. As for holding the other's thigh, of course, it does not exist anymore. Hit him, Brolin, to compete fairly with Luo Feng, relying on the system, he has the confidence to completely defeat this son of destiny, and wash away the shame in the original destiny track. The first adventure world has ended, and now the most important thing is to start the next adventure world. Brolin whispered. The Naruto world gave Brolin too many surprises. At this moment, he can't wait to open the next world. However, according to the rules, only when Brolin broke through to the cosmic level can he start a second adventure world, which annoys him. It's not difficult for me to break to the cosmic level, but it is not so easy to do it in a short time. In the 26 modes, the human way can elevate Brolin's soul to the level of the universe, which greatly helps him to understand the laws of the universe. You must know that there are two ways to advance the levels of life in the heavens and earth. One is the rule line, the other is the divine line. Chapter 32, Universe Genius War. The so-called divine power line is the means by which Luo Feng breaks through the true God in the original work. With the breakthrough of the level of life genes, the body is promoted one step ahead, and the soul will be promoted. The rule of law line is to advance the level of the soul through the law of perception, then drive the will and body to advance. The difference between the two is nothing more than who breaks through the body and soul first, and who drives who escalates. In fact, in Brolin's view, the line of divine power is also a line of law to a certain extent. Because the Lord of the universe is already the life of the divine body, the soul and the divine power are completely integrated, and it can be said that the divine body is the soul. A breakthrough in the genetic level of the body means a breakthrough in the soul. Brolin felt that, in fact, the advancement of life in all heavens and earth follows the rule of law, and the soul plays a leading role. This was confirmed when the Snow Eagle broke through the Hunyuan Lord. Suandongbo Snow Eagle became the Lord of Hunyuan, following the ultimate path of soul. When his soul reached the ultimate realm, he not only broke through to the Hunyuan level, but also directly reached the Hunyuan Lord level. From this we can see that in the advanced level of life, the soul and the body are the dominant. In the primitive universe, the star-strength powerful people want to break through to the universe level, they can only understand the law of the origin of the universe. As their understanding of the rules deepens, their souls will undergo qualitative changes and break through to the universe level. Suddenly, the transformation of the soul will drive the will and the body to progress together, and thus enter the universe level completely. I opened the Brolin of humanity. Although the strength of the soul will go directly to the universe level in a short time, the will body will not advance together. However, the soul of the universe has an innate advantage for understanding the law of the origin of the universe. It's as if elementary school students can't understand advanced mathematics, but college students can. Brolin, who opens the human world, can understand the rules of the universe at a very fast speed, and can break through to the universe without a bottleneck. The human way is the capital where I really look down on the heavens. Brolin sighed. With the cosmos-level soul, the cosmos-level original law, there is no secret in front of me, and only by taking time to enlighten, I can let the soul truly be in this field without relying on the human way. However, the origin-level laws of the universe are indeed more mysterious. Even if I keep in human mode, it will take several years to break through to the universe level at the current rate of understanding. Brolin lamented secretly, but unfortunately his strength of avatar is too weak, only apprentice level. Even if the 6-channel mode is turned on, the level of soul can only be upgraded to the level of star. This means that he must always rely on his deity to practice. Black Dragon, prepare me 130 small ships. Brolin said. Okay, Master. The figure of the Black Dragon emerged. As an intelligent life, it could enter the spacecraft system without hindrance. My Majesty has 130 planets of life. Now, there are thousands of avatars in my world ring. Brolin said. Take these planets as divergent points, and throw a lot of my avatars around the universe. Come, my viability will be guaranteed. Even if the deity is killed in battle, as long as a clone survives, Brolin will not fall completely. There is still a long way to go before Kanglan Star. In the next time, my deity will be aware of the universe-level origin laws in the human mode and strive for an early breakthrough. Suddenly, it seemed that something had come to mind. Brolin's face changed, and a profound smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, I almost made a big mistake. He yanked, can't rush to break through the universe. I forgot this. Cosmic Genius War. Yes, Brolin suddenly remembered that in the near future, a grand event that sweeps the entire territory of the primitive universe, the entire 1081 universe, will be held. Only the star level can participate in this grand event. Once the performance is excellent, there is a chance to enter the core layer of the virtual universe company. Brolin has a glimmer of vision in his eyes. In the original plot, Luo Feng was able to rise rapidly because he showed his edge in the universe genius battle, defeated many other genius superstars in the entire human race, directly joined the early mystery and became the core layer of the virtual universe company a member. With my current strength, the star level is completely an ant in front of me. I can easily kill even the cosmic level. Brolin is extremely confident. With his strength, even if he died on the first day of the original plot, Bran, he did not look at it at all. In the story of Ebera, although the death of the Baron is far superior to Luo Feng and others, the understanding of the laws of space is claimed to surpass the vast majority of the masters. The so-called law of space of Berlin surpassed most of the realm, but it was nothing extraordinary. Because most of the realm masters do not become realm masters through the realization of space laws, it is as if a real master has stepped into the realm hierarchy by relying on the principle of realizing the origin of gold, then his space law perception may not be as strong as not his specialty. The law of space and the rule of time are the most difficult rules to understand. The entire human race becomes the master by understanding the rules of space, very few. The perception of the law of space if compared with those very few masters who understand the laws of space, it is not worth mentioning, but compared with those who specialize in the laws of gold or fire, they have an advantage. How difficult is it to cross-level battles below the world leader? Brolin sneered. In his view, in the original plot, Bran, Rongjun, and Luo Feng, no matter how excellent the performance, after all, there is only the star-level life level. Among the strong players in the same stage, they may perform amazingly, but face higher the strong one at the level is not enough. In the story of Ebera, on a desolate planet, the suspected immortal mysterious bald teacher of Bran arranged 100-star level 9-tier strong men to confront Bran. Buran killed them in an instant. Obviously, although his strength can easily kill thousands of stars, but in the face of the universe, he cannot be so easy. Otherwise, his mysterious teacher will definitely not just arrange the star powerhouse to confront Bran. After all, there is a big gap between the star power and the cosmic force in the cosmic body. The strength of the cosmic first order force is 100 times that of the star level 9th order, and the force of the cosmic grade 9th order is 256 times that of the cosmic first order. In other words, the light is the strength of the cosmic force, and the cosmic 9th order powerhouse is 25,600 times that of Berlan Lufeng and others. In addition, the mystery of the universe level strongman is much stronger than the star, so don't look at the amazing performance of Berlan and others in the virtual universe, to marvel the entire universe, but that is just marveled at their talent, and not real combat power. Genius is not equal to the strong. This time the universe genius battle, there are 3 criteria for measuring genius: will, realm and law perception. Needless to say, with the help of the Golden Horn monster, Luo Feng possessed a universe-like will, and had a great advantage in the war of genius. Jaina, the magic demon, is extremely scary. The reason why Luo Feng can defeat each other is by strong will. In the field, almost all geniuses who have applied for the battle have entered the field level, and the difference is in the level. You must know that in reality, only the strongest in the universe can perceive the realm, and the realm of the realm can be achieved by the domain master. Realizing that the level of the field means that those who apply for genius warfare, in reality, each of them has a strength far beyond the 9 stars of the constant star. Because they are already on par with the cosmic powerhouses at the domain level. As for the so-called law perception, it is even more important. For example, Luo Feng, who has entered the threshold of the law of origin, belongs to the highest level in the entire Dry Witch universe. Why? Because in reality, only the domain master can enter the threshold of the source law, and the domain master can be regarded as a real entry. In other words, how amazing is Luo Feng's feelings on the rule, which is comparable to the domain owner. According to Brolin's estimation, in the original plot, among the more than 820 billion participants in the Dry Witch universe, the real combat power is comparable to that of the first order universe, and the second tier to third tier universes are less, such as Hong. It is this level. Cosmic grade 4th to 5th orders are considered strong. The geniuses cultivated by the Dry Witch universe in the original, such as Pushkin, are almost at this level. As for the 6th to 7th level of the universe, it is considered a real genius. The Windwheel that once fought against Luo Feng in the original book is almost at this level, and can enter the ranks of the top 1000 in the Dry Witch universe. Luo Feng's strength, before being defeated by Rong Jun, was probably at the level of the 8th to 9th level of the universe. UU Reading Books www.uuganshu.com. After reincarnation warfare, Luo Feng's strength has increased to a level that is several times higher than the cosmic level 9. You have to know that the power of the first order strongest in the domain master level is 100 times that of the 9th order universe. Brolin estimates that Baron's true combat power is about tens of times that of the cosmic class 9 class powerhouse. It is infinitely close to the domain master and has the power to easily kill the cosmic class powerhouse. As for Rong Jun and Luo Feng, it is estimated that it is several to 10 times the level of the 9th order universe, which is also between the peak of the universe and the level of the domain master. But with my current strength, even Buran is nothing at all in front of me. Brolin smiled. In the Battle of Genius, he can use Shure Road to upgrade the body of the star level 9th order to the 9th level of the universe. In addition to Susanoo's nearly 250-fold increase, his power will surpass the second order of the domain master. This strength, even Baron cannot match. Of course, the premise of all this is that all my mysteries must be able to be performed in the virtual universe. After all, the virtual universe is not the primitive universe, and Brolin is not sure if his reincarnation eye trick can be performed in the virtual universe. Because those techniques are similar to the talented secrets, they exist deep in his will and soul in the form of talented secret patterns, not the secrets created by him. If the virtual universe is unable to perform reincarnation, then the power that Brolin can exert will be greatly reduced. In that case, he will lose a major opportunity, and the genius of the universe will miss him from the strongest ranks. This is undoubtedly a huge loss, and Brolin is unwilling to accept it. Go to the virtual universe killing field to test it first. His eyes were dignified, with expectations, and a hint of nervousness. Chapter 33, Arriving in Thunder World. Consciousness instantly entered the virtual universe, and Brolin came to the killing field, where he could choose his opponents at will, of course, for a fee. 9-tier star, warrior. Brolin groaned in the black killing space. Although he is a prince, he is also warlike. He has always been a frequent visitor to the killing field, and is very skilled in choosing opponents. Confirm. The electronic sound of the machine starts. Soon, a burly man with a firstborn single character appeared in the void in front of Brolin. Dead. When the burly man first appeared, he just yelled, directly showing the strength of the star 9 tier, and killed him towards Brolin. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin's eyes were cold, and he drank at the same time, sensing the depths of his soul and starting to inspire the secret pattern of talent. Effective. He showed joy and felt a huge repulsion erupting around him as the center. At this moment, he only has the first order star power level, but as the mystery carried by the reincarnation eye at the level of Hunyuan, the huge repulsion of Shenra Tianzheng still firmly gives the star level 9 level burly warrior blocked it. You know, Brolin's force is 256 times. It seems that my talented secret pattern can also be displayed in the virtual universe. Brolin's eyes shot a brilliant light. He is undoubtedly excited at this moment. He can fully exert his peak combat power in the virtual universe, even the universe level 9 level peak power. He is not afraid at all. Now, he is fully capable and confident, and has achieved a brilliant result in the upcoming battle of genius in the universe. Brolin can also pass the universe. He shouted in his heart. Sura Road, open. When Shura Road was opened in an instant, Brolin's body's life level soared directly to a level, from the first level star to the first level universe. Susanoo can do it. The terrible black energy giant appeared in the killing field space, and soared to the terrible breath of the 9th order peak of the universe, so that the burly warrior on the other side was shaking. This guy is actually a universe-level strongman. The burly warrior was bitter in the heart, and cursed, "Your grandma, you are a universe-level, it is shameless to choose a star-level opponent. We must know that the opponents selected in the virtual universe killing field are not virtual characters, but are similar to online battles. They are real strong men matching each other. The strong come to the killing grounds to experience themselves. Generally, they choose the strong at the same level as themselves, and rarely bully the weak. Obviously, this burly warrior regarded Brolin as a cosmic powerhouse with a bad taste. I realized this, and he simply resisted. Haha, die. Brolin laughed, feeling the most powerful force that belonged to him at this moment. Boom! Wu Hung star-level martial arts smashed directly into nothingness. As soon as he thought about it, Brolin returned from the killing field to the spaceship of the primitive universe. Cosmic Genius War. On the throne, Brolin's face showed a very excited look. Relying on his strength, let alone Luo Feng, even the Death Bran, he is sure to defeat the opponent. In other words, in this cosmic genius battle, he has every chance to win the first place. In Ebera's plot, Brolin has been hailed as a super genius rarely seen in hundreds of genius battles, and has the talent to become the supreme master of the universe. Once Brolin defeats Berland, he can imagine how much glory he will get. The most important thing is that once I win the first, I can enter the original mystery of the virtual universe. Brolin's fists clenched involuntarily. Once joined in the original mystery, Brolin will get a huge amount of resources, which will undoubtedly be of great help to his rapid rise. If I rise in the War of Genius, then the treasures of the Kanglan astral realm will be a bit of a rib to me. I confirmed that I can show my real combat power in the virtual universe. Brolin suddenly felt a bit dull on this trip to Kanglan Star. The treasures of the middle realm of Jane World are comparable to some of the poorer immortals. Once Brolin rises in the War of Genius, joining the virtual universe company will get amazing wealth. The treasures of the realm seemed trivial in an instant. Forget it, it's too early to start the Genius War, so go play. Brolin chuckled. What's more, I still want to see the genius Luo Feng. As soon as the name was mentioned, Brolin's eyes shot brilliantly. In the following time, Brolin relied on humanity to raise the level of soul to the level of the universe, and realized the law of the origin of the universe. He is very careful, just understand the rules, and not rush to break through. Soon, several months passed, and after this period of law realization, Brolin has even touched the realm level. Master, King Langxing is coming soon. In the silver spaceship, the sharp sound of the black dragon awakened Brolin from practice. Coming soon. Brolin looked at the distant planet in the spaceship's large screen. My soul has grown a bit, and has touched the level of the universe faintly. He whispered, his eyes glowing. Of course, he will not be in a hurry to break through. He also needs to maintain the strength of the star, to participate in the Universe Genius War. A few days later, the silver spacecraft landed on Kanglan Star. The news of Brolin's arrival has long been known by the forces of the imperial family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire on this planet, and everything has been arranged properly. The spacecraft docked, and a silver spacecraft landed slowly. Suddenly, a large group of people with black creeps on their clothes swarmed towards the silver spaceship. Welcome to His Royal Highness 9. Wu Hong's loud voice spread, so that everyone in the distance looked at it. It seems like a big man. Prince? Which empire? The cabin opened, Brolin stepped out slowly, looking around, and soon, he noticed a group of people bowing and saluting. Why, how has His Highness His Royal Highness changed so much? Is this His Royal Highness 9? The people in charge of welcoming everyone, looked at Brolin at this moment, and were a little surprised. Browling at this moment looks very different from the pillar power of the 10 people. Holding a black scepter, there are 9 black seeking Tao Jade floating behind him, and even his hair has turned white, exuding a mysterious breath. It is His Royal Highness 9, that's right, I have contacted His Royal Highness up close, and the breath of life has not changed. Primitive Universe www.readwn.com. Life is strong to a certain degree, and it is free to change the shape of its own body, but it is very difficult to change the original breath of life. The appearance of can change, but the breath of life cannot be faked. Therefore, although the person who came to answer Brolin at this moment was confused, he never doubted his identity. I recently practiced a secret technique, which caused a big change in the image. Brolin saw their doubts and explained a little, you are the Empire's clerks in Kanglan Star. Yes, Your Royal Highness. I'll be ordered to come and lead His Royal Highness for the assessment of the mercenary. A green-skinned, fat, middle-aged man is obviously the leader of a group of people, and speaks respectfully. Then take the way. Brolin was too lazy to talk nonsense with the clerks of these empires. Under the warm reception of a group of people, Brolin smoothly entered the Thunder City, and entered the world of the Master Thunder world hidden in a villa. The main world in this world is somewhat similar to the space in my world ring. As soon as he entered the world of Thunder, Brolin felt a familiar atmosphere. The space in the world ring in his hand is a part of the world that was cut out. However, this so-called trial of the realm is meaningless to me. I would like to know where the entrance to the realm is. In the desert of Thunder World, Brolin released all the thousands of blood dragon guards in the world ring. I have sent all the relevant information to your intelligent light brain, your task is to find that entrance for me." Brolin drank. "Yes." The blood dragon guard spread out instantly, and began to associate in pairs, searching for the entrance to the realm. Chapter 34, Boundary. According to the original plot, some information can be inferred. There is still a chance to find the entrance to the middle of the realm. Brolin thought to himself, it's really impossible, just wait for a while and wait for Na Lufeng to come. He has found that the earth has been registered in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and that he already has a lord. Wanting to come to Luofeng has settled the offensive of the Nolan Mountain family. In this way, it is not far from the days when they came to experience the Kanglan Star. For 9 months, Brolin looked for a quiet place in the world of the Lord to practice silently, while Blood Dragon Guard was frantically searching for the entrance to the Middle Kingdom. Is there no entrance news? On this day, Brolin received a message and slowly woke up from the practice. Luofeng, they're here. There was a smile slowly across the corner of his mouth, and Brolin's eyes flashed with a striking light. He arranged manpower at the entrance of Jizongja Villa in order to wait for Luofeng and others. Now, his subordinates have returned to the realm of mankind similar to what he described. I have thoroughly realized some field-level powers, and it is only one step away from breaking through the universe level. In addition to reincarnation, now I am much stronger than Luofeng, a genius, and wartime. Luofeng, let me see if your future Hunyuan Lord can still compete with me. Alas! As Luofeng, Hong, and Thunder God roamed in the realm of the realm, soon, the exit of the realm that the Blood Dragon Guard had never found was finally found and opened by an unknown team in accordance with the track of destiny. After hearing the news, Brolin immediately called all the Blood Dragon Guards to the entrance. Here, a large number of star testers are hovering and hesitating. No one enters first. They have not realized that this is the entrance to the realm of the realm, so they have not ventured into it. When Brolin led a large number of Blood Dragon Guards, everyone was surprised. It's all 9-star stars, so many people, thousands of people. All guards, who is this young man? It is estimated that the great power of heaven is the proud. Everyone was shocked by the lineup of Brolin and his team. After all, even some elite disciples of great power have only a few star-rated guards around them. Cosmic Mercenary Assessment: no matter how many people in your world ring, as long as the strength does not exceed the star, as long as you have the world ring, you can bring as many people as you want. It is a pity that the ring of the world that can carry living life is not something that ordinary people can own. Go! Brolin led a group of Blood Dragon Guards, and without hesitation, rushed in towards the entrance of Jizongji. Everyone was surprised. But soon, someone realized what was happening, ecstasy in his eyes, and started to enter it frantically. This is the realm of the realm. Brolin stood up in the sky, glancing around. This is a vast world, which contains the strong force of the origin of the universe. Below the earth, there are massive cosmic crystals. Brolin, who is familiar with the plot, naturally dismissed these cosmic crystals. You have advanced digging tools in your storage rings. Brolin glanced at the Blood Dragon Guard. Now, I need you to find a kind of stone that contains the power of thunder, and they are buried in this underground, and the content is not low. Go and find them all for me. Observe, Master. 3,000 Blood Dragon Guards shouted in unison, and then according to the light in his head, Brolin sent a message about Thunderstone and began to spread and search madly. Everyone who came after Brolin, including Luofeng and his party, began to dig up the cosmic crystal frantically. Among them, Luofeng and others relied on Moyuntang to harvest a lot of cosmic crystals. Oh, this is the benefit of being familiar with the plot. Brolin sneered as the other forces went crazy for the universe. Although he is confident of rising in the Genius War, he does not value the treasures in the middle world in this world, but he will not refuse the treasures given by. Having more resources is not bad for his future rise. At this moment, the outside world has also shaken. The opening of the realm has alarmed almost all of the realm masters in the Heilongjian starfield. But like the original plot, they are blocked from the world of the Lord and cannot enter. As a result, the entire Heilongjian starfield, 2 holy places, 4 major organizations, and the main families of the 16 realms began to hold meetings to organize a large number of star-strength strong players to enter the middle realm. With the discovery of the castle of the Lord of the Kabo realms, the old man with white beard announced a lot of treasures and threatened that they could be exchanged with Thunderstone. No matter the outside world or the realm, all forces were crazy. At the same time, Brolin's grandfather, Lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land, Hargrave had also contacted Brolin. 4 major organizations, 2 sacred places, 16 realm families, a total of 2 million Hungsing troops will enter. And the forces of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will have more than 200,000 Hungsing troops, all of which will enter the middle of the world. It's my command. Brolin sneered, and my goal is to grab the triple password of the inherited crystal in front of everyone else. His grandfather made a great concession, making the major families of the Heilongjian Empire, including the Imperial Star Army, more than 200,000 obey Brolin's order. Hargrave has only one requirement, that is, Brolin must get the inheritance crystal. Unfortunately, although Blood Dragon Guard started to collect Thunderstone one step in advance, it still has limited gains, just enough to exchange for more than a dozen 5th Order Force weapons. However, with these 200,000 people, it will be much easier. In the following time, Brolin relied on the more than 200,000 troops to deter the other major forces. The Thunderstones he will keep getting are all used to exchange crystal passwords, and he turns a blind eye to various other precious treasures. He did this, of course, not to please his grandfather, but to have his own plans. Soon, Brolin had already redeemed the double crystal password, only the last password, which made Hargrave waiting outside very happy. Numerous armies are stationed around the castle in the Middle Kingdom of the Netherworld, and there are endless tents. His Highness, according to the news, the last crystal password has been replaced in advance, and the treasures in the castle are almost completely exchanged. In the big account where Lu Brolin was, a star staff subordinate spoke respectfully. It's a step too late. Above the throne, Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com. Brolin sighed. In the original plot, it was the world leader that Tianchen gave away the last password, which forced Hargrave to pay a huge price to exchange. Soon after, Brolin smiled again. But it doesn't matter. No one can take my things. At this moment, the realm of the realm, around the castle. The star-studded army of the major forces in Heilongjian gathered here. I heard that the treasure has been sold out. Yeah, it's gone. So, can we leave here? Thousands of stars are gathered here, and the sound of the discussion is shaking. Stupid, still thinking about leaving. Someone sneered. The real fight, start now. Someone looked terrified. Treasures have completely fallen into the hands of the major forces. Next, if the big men behind them haven't settled it, I am afraid it will be a fire. In the area where the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is located, Brolin stepped out of the large tent and looked around. He rose to the sky and looked down at the endless tents on the ground. I have never had the habit of sharing treasures with others. There was apathy in his eyes and a sneer in the corner of his mouth. In my eyes, you are just collecting thunderstones for me, now the game is over. Sura Road, open. 6. Earth Exploding Star. Instantly opened Shura Road mode, Brolin's body reached the level of the universe. A huge cosmic force exploded. In his hands, a huge black gravitational ball like a basketball condensed. With a violent wave, Brolin threw the ball of gravity into the sky. Boom! For a split second, the sky was falling apart. Chapter 35, Unlimited Monthly Reading. The black gravitational ball emits horrible power, an endless gravitational force comes out, pulling the space and time around. Even if it is as hard as the mid-bounds, the ground begins to smash, large pieces of land rise in suspension, converge towards the gravitational ball, and squeeze away. After strengthening the reincarnation eyes, the starburst in this place is also more powerful. The black gravitational ball of Ebera's local starburst simply changes the force field and emits a strong gravitational force. But now, this gravitational ball has faintly affected the surrounding space and time, pulling the surrounding space to distort the gravitational ball. Casting this starburst with my strength at the moment, even a cosmic level strong, it is difficult to escape from this gravitational field. Brolin whispered. Soon, as a large number of megaliths rise and squeeze towards the black gravitational ball, a huge star is slowly taking shape and becoming larger and larger. Below you, the more than 200,000 star powerhouses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were stunned by this scene, and at the same time began to shake the force, escaping from the area covered by gravity. Seeing this situation, Brolin sneered. If it wasn't for his purpose not to kill these people, none of the 200,000 stars could run. You must know that at this moment Brolin opened the Shura Road and the force level has reached the cosmic level. Under this state, the huge gravitational force exerted by the starburst is extremely difficult for even the true cosmic strong to resist. It is impossible for a creature at the stellar level to escape under the gravity of this intensity. Coming soon. Brolin watched as the sky became larger and larger, nearly 10 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, within hundreds of kilometers of the circle, all the star powerhouses of all major forces are looking here, and they are surprised by the inexplicable gravitation and the huge stone ball that suddenly appears and keeps growing. What the is this? Good gravity, I have 9-star strength, and I went all out to escape that area. It's weird, is it the means left by the dead lord? For a moment, the entire realm of the realm was attracted by the huge power of the starburst star. Finally, the stars in the sky stopped expanding and the gravitational field gradually dissipated. 3 suns, what are you talking about? In the distance, Thor, Luo Feng, and Hong stood on a hill. I don't know. Luo Feng shook his head and looked at the compact planet with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers. At this moment, the stars in all circles are looking at the giant sphere in the sky with a puzzled look. Earthburst star has created the moon, and now the final performance. Brolin sneered, and in his brows, the 9-hook jade reincarnation that was the same as the big tube Muai night echoed the moon in the sky, a faint red glow. God of God, open! Brolin switched 6 modes and raised his will to the universe level. What is that? Something emerged from the surface of that tiny planet. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of star-rated powerhouses were exclaimed. Fools, perish in my infinite moon reading. Brolin had a hint of madness in his eyes. At this moment, the surface of the moon with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, a pattern of 9 hooks and reincarnation eyes emerged, and then the whole moon burst into a dazzling light. The dazzling blood-colored brilliance sprinkled from the sky, and all life within hundreds of kilometers is covered by this blood-colored brilliance. For the hundreds of thousands of star-studded army, almost all of them were flashed by blood, and their eyes turned into reincarnation, and the whole person fell into a sluggish state. Damn, it's an illusion attack. A few loud roars rang from different areas, and then a few powerful breaths burst out suddenly. Oh, cosmic! Brolin sneered, and then sneered. Since this time, it seems that several lucky stars have broken through to the cosmic level and become some leading figures. At this moment, the few new cosmic class are doing their best to fight the illusion of infinite moon reading. The enhanced infinite monthly reading, as long as it is illuminated by the light, will be pulled into the illusion of the monthly reading space. After Brolin opened the Tenjin mode at this moment, he soared to the cosmic level of will, and then performed monthly readings. Even those cosmic powerhouses could not hold on for long. Sure enough, just a dozen seconds later, the cosmic powerhouses were all dull, their eyes turned into reincarnation, and they fell into the illusion of infinite monthly reading. Monthly reading is the ultimate illusion. It is impossible to have resistance against the same level of will. Brolin sneered. Unless the level of will is higher than his level, never think about cracking the monthly reading. With his universe level of will at the moment, only the strong domain master can carry the illusion of reading next month. What a terrible illusion attack! My level of will has reached the peak of the universe, almost comparable to the domain master. It is still so strenuous. Shan Feng in the distance, Luo Feng is still insisting, and beside him, both Hong and Thor are already in the illusion. Luo Feng's golden horned monster has already been cosmic, and with the advantage of being a human being in the state of mind, his will is even closer to the domain owner, so he can persist to the present. In the whole realm, within hundreds of kilometers of the castle, all life except Luo Feng is caught in the illusion of infinite monthly reading, and there is silence all around. Even if there are other stars in the world, as long as it enters the range of the eye of the moon, it will be affected by the moon reading and drawn into the illusion space. Brush. Brolin released dozens of intelligent robots in the world ring that were prepared in advance and were not affected by monthly reading. Go and get me all the treasures in the hands of other forces. Brolin waved his hand. Intelligent robots are highly intelligent, but without the will and soul, they can ignore the effects of moon reading illusions. Dozens of intelligent robots spread apart, taking the treasures from the realm of the world from the leaders of major forces who have fallen into illusion and have no resistance. www.readwn.com soon, Brolin will have more a bunch of space rings. The third password was not found. It should be the same as the original plot, and it was destroyed in advance by the world leader. Brolin said to himself. In Ebera's plot, Tianchen got the last crystal password, which severely killed Hargrave. Forget it, let Hargrave go and exchange Tianchen for himself. As the 9th Emperor of the Empire, Brolin will not be affected by emotions. Even if he knew that his grandfather Hargrave would be severely pitted for a false heritage, he did not intend to interfere in the least. Family love, what a strange word for the royal family. He was able to stand out from many princes. Brolin relied not only on Hargrave's support. His own wrist city also played a huge role. Otherwise, how could Hargrave put a lot of effort into supporting him? Next, it's time to meet the future Lord of the Galaxy. Brolin's eyes looked far away, and there was still a figure that persisted, a smile on his lips. At this moment, moon reading illusion still does not pull Luo Feng into the illusion. Abominable, I can't stand it anymore. Luo Feng's face was ugly. You must leave this blood-covered area as soon as possible. But this blood shrouded hundreds of kilometers around. At this moment, all his energy is against illusion, and it is difficult to move at all. It's worthy of Luo Feng. I can persist until now. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded. Luo Feng was suddenly shocked, and looked up hard. I saw a man holding a scepter with 9 black suspended behind him, 2 horns on his forehead, and a one-eyed man standing above him, looking down at him. Chapter 36, Deal with Luo Feng. How can this guy know me? And, this eye? Luo Feng was startled, and the eyes on the other's forehead looked exactly the same as the pattern on the inexplicable miniature planet. Does it mean that this guy just launched an illusion attack just now? Thinking of this, he sank in his heart and had a bad hunch. Who is your excellency, and why did you launch such a large-scale illusion attack? Luo Feng drank lowly. Aren't you afraid to offend the major forces like this? Although Luo Brolin had previously commanded more than 200,000 troops in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he had hardly ever shown himself, so that Luo Feng did not know his specific identity till now. Why? Of course, for treasure. Brolin chuckled. If I don't, how can I take what is in the hands of the major forces? As for offending them, haha, offending, then offending, so what? Brolin laughed disdainfully. Not only them, but the treasures in your hands, I'm very interested. Your boy is not simple, the good things in your hand are not much less than the major forces. Brolin whispered. Luo Feng heard that, his face became increasingly ugly. He did have a lot of treasures, relying on the powerful digging ability of Mo Yunteng, but he exchanged several pieces of 5th order force weapons. But he didn't understand why this guy knew this. What to do? Should you hand over the treasure? Luo Feng was very entangled at the moment. He can detect that the opponent's strength is very strong, at least that terrible illusion attack, Luo Feng can't stop. Even if Moyun is released, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat the other party. Only then did he feel the breath of several cosmic powerhouses, and after a sudden outburst, they fell silent. Obviously, the cosmic powerhouses are not the opponent of this mysterious youth. I have an avatar. It doesn't matter if it falls, but Hong and Thor are not avatars. In addition, Mo Yunteng has managed to break through to the universe level. His eyes glanced at Thor and Hong on the side. He does not want to give up his brother, nor does he want to lose the powerful help of Mo Yunteng. Forget it, just let Zongjin never come here. In the end, Luo Feng still made a decision. With a sigh, Luo Feng showed helplessness and said, I am willing. Let's make a deal. The words came out at the same time. Luo Feng immediately hesitated, and Brolin twitched. I thought I was going to take your treasure. Brolin sneered. Luo Feng froze, didn't he? I don't see your point. I came here just to make a deal with you. Brolin said indifferently. Luo Feng, I'm not afraid to tell you, I know your details. I know you are from the Earth. It just so happened that I knew that planet and was very interested. As soon as Brolin's words came out, Luo Feng's face changed. He felt unbelievable. This obviously not a fellow of the Earth, not only knew his name, but even he came from the Earth. I know you've got a lot of good things with the cosmos like Maroon Vine. Brolin sneered, I promise you, I won't take your treasure, and at the same time, I will let you and your companions. But at the cost, I want you to sell me the smallest continent on Earth. Through the official Black Dragon Mountain Empire, follow the normal procedures and attribute that land to my name. I heard Luo Feng's cold words. Luo Feng's face became increasingly ugly. He doesn't know why the other party knows so much. Even Mo Yunteng, who has just broken through the universe, knows very well, but this guy dared to threaten to seize the land on the Earth, which made Luo Feng difficult to accept. If he is not controlled at this moment, he will turn his face immediately. After all, the Earth is the birthplace of all human beings and is the ancestor. How can the Earth of the Earth be given to aliens? If you think about it, even if your horned monster avatar is shot with Mo Yunteng, it won't be my opponent. Brolin said coldly, and glanced at Hong and Thor on the side. The meaning of threat is beyond words. In addition, I only need a small piece of land, and it will not have a big impact on your planet. Abominable guy. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. How on earth did he know so many things? He feels scary at this moment. The other party even knows his horned monster avatar. It is incredible. If he is alone today, he can completely ignore the threat from the other side, and he will fight the other side with Mo Yun. Because the other party requested to trade through the official Heilongjian Empire, he must be cautious. Luo Feng felt that the other party did not dare to be detrimental to the Earth, just like the Nanuolan family. But at this moment Hong and Thor are here. He and his two are not separated. Once they are involved in the war, they are really dead. Tangled, extremely tangled. Can you tell me why you want the land of the Earth? For a long time, Luo Feng said in a deep voice. Oh! Brolin sneered, and there was a joke in his eyes. Well, that's... No comment. Luo Feng, can't promise him. Babata's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. There are too many secrets on the Earth. There are a lot of relics left by the owner. Once this guy goes to the Earth, he will definitely be jealous. I don't know what he will do then. The lives of Hong and Thor are far less than Earth. This guy wants to buy the land of the Earth through official channels, which shows that he has some scruples in his heart, and he doesn't dare to mess around. You must not promise him. I listened to Baba Tower's words, but Luo Feng had no fluctuations. Since this guy knows the earth, even I know so much about it, do you think he will not understand the relics of the earth? Luo Feng asked back. He feels that, in most cases, the other party purchases the earth's land, and it is simply going towards the treasure left by Hu Yanbo. But even so, Luo Feng was helpless, because on the one hand, he was out of reach, on the other hand, the lives of Thor and Hong were completely in the hands of the other. After listening to Luo Feng's analysis, even Baba Tower was silent, and at the same time gritted his teeth. It did not understand why Brolin knew the information of the earth so clearly. Luo Feng bowed his head and remained silent, while Brolin on the side did not bother him. It should be because he knows that Luo Feng is a very affectionate person, who attaches great importance to the earth and friends. If the persecution is tight, maybe it will be counterproductive. After a long struggle, Luo Feng finally looked up, with blood in his eyes. I promised. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. He is an emotional person, and it is impossible to watch Hong and Thor die, but he can't help himself but can only temporarily answer the party. When I have enough strength, the earth will still belong to my humanity. He vowed in his heart that he will become stronger in the future and regain the lost territories of the earth. It's a wise choice. Brolin laughed. So from now on, you'll follow me and wait out of the realm, and we will complete the transaction on this blue star. He is very happy www.readwn.com because he got a large area of the earth. You must know that the earth is a great place for the souls to be bred by the mountain guests. A planet carefully crafted by a king is worthless. In the story of Kasahara, after learning about the role of the earth on the soul, the 5 major forces of the human race are competing for it, and even the creators of the giant axe and many of the universe's masters are amazed. In the original plot, even the undead sage just asked Luo Feng for an island, but I won a continent. Brolin was very happy. Brolin must not only be the supreme being of all realms, but my ethnic group must also be the most powerful ethnic group. Sunda is asking for territories of the earth, naturally for future generations to consider. Babies born on the earth have much more innate talents and can create more geniuses, which is too important for a group. Sunda Brolin is already a star, but has no children. Now it is time to think about future generations. You have to know that the higher the strength of the primitive universe, the lower the probability of birth of a child. Once it becomes immortal, it will completely lose the ability to have offspring. Brynlin certainly wanted to give birth to his own offspring before immortality. Once he has children, a family, and countless descendants, he must plan ahead for his own group. The earth is the treasure he prepared for future generations. In the future, my offspring will conceive newborns on the earth. In this way, the offspring of my family will have a stronger soul talent. Even if the role of the earth is discovered in the future, and the virtual universe company wants to buy the earth, I can use the land in my hand in exchange for amazing wealth. Chapter 37, Go Away. I got what I wanted. Brolin looked up, and the reincarnation of the forehead glowed, and the infinite moon reading was lifted instantly, and the huge eye pattern in the sky disappeared. Who? Luo Feng suddenly exhaled, but he was fighting against illusion from beginning to end. I soon lost the eye of the moon. The whole world, all the stars who fell into the infinite monthly reading, started to wake up. And the first to wake up are those cosmic level strong. Damn, what about my storage? Do not. As soon as Wang woke up, they realized that they were wrong, and immediately checked their own situation, which turned them into discoloration. A few moments later, several snarling growls, startling everyone who just woke up. The cosmic leaders of several major forces have discovered that their treasures are gone, and the storage ring has been taken away. Suddenly, all the major forces began to mess around. It must have been done by the guy who just launched the magic. Who is it? dare to offend the major forces at the same time. After some confusion, several million star powerhouses, with the acquiescence of the big men behind them, started a terrible melee. Because everyone thinks that it is very likely that other forces secretly shot and took away the treasure. The main powers behind the major forces are even more angry. In this case, then kill it, everything depends on strength. The terrible war began. Millions of stars starred in the sky, and those just breaking cosmic powerhouses became targets in the war, all falling in the terrible energy fluctuations. In the end, the major forces with heavy casualties still failed to produce a result. The warring parties felt that the treasure was in the hands of the enemy, but in fact, none of them had any treasure. Finally, the lords behind the major forces did not know what agreement was reached. The Jija portal finally opened, and the Star Army stopped fighting and began to evacuate. During the evacuation, Luo Feng always followed Brolin's side, which led to Nolan Mountain daring not to kill Luo Feng as in the original. The reason why these stellar stars have not been thoroughly investigated in the case of lost treasures is because after some discussions among the main powers of the world, they believe that they can put a million stars into illusion, even universe the strong were unable to resist, which must be a means left by the Lord of the Kabu realm. They felt that this treasure exchange was a farce deliberately planned by the intelligent life of the owner of the Kabu world from beginning to end. After playing around with everyone, they used their means to retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, how many precious treasures can really be exchanged for with stones? Therefore, many realm owners intend to withdraw all the star powerhouses. They personally enter the realm of realm and search for the whereabouts of those treasures. Fortunately, the inherited crystal password is not fake. Outside, the world's leading strongman Hargrave and Zhang Tianchen were relieved. After speculating that the treasure exchange might be just a farce, he and the two began to panic. At the same time, they immediately went to the Universe Galaxy Bank. After inspection, they found that their respective passwords were the account passwords of the Kabu World Masters. Just rest assured. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Since the treasures that were exchanged were recovered, why is it so precious to inherit the crystal password, but is it true? If you know the password, once it is known, it cannot be recovered like a treasure. If it's just for teasing everyone, there is no need to exchange out the real password. They can't guess at all that this exchange game is not a farce, but all the treasures are in the hands of Brolin and Luo Feng. In the end of these realms was tragic. Before the so-called treasure was found, they were bombed out by the Space Mercenary Alliance, and the realm of the realm was closed permanently and no longer open to the outside world. And Brolin told Hargrave the two password that he had obtained. As for the many other treasures, it was collected by himself, and no one knew. In the end, just like the original plot, Tianchen severely pitted Hargrave, and Hargrave got a fake crystal heritage. Luo Feng was also under the coercion of Brolin and under the official testimony of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The ownership of the smallest continent on the earth was transferred to Brolin's name. Alas! Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Brolin Star, deserves to be the master of the thunder. The collection is really amazing. In the magnificent palace, Brolin was sitting on the throne, rubbing the world ring on his finger, and sighed. At the end of his trip to the realm of the realm, his grandfather Hargrave got a fake crystal heritage, and he got all the treasures except Luo Feng's hands. If he can release these treasures in his hands, Brolin is sure that his wealth will surpass most of the masters of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It's temporarily unavailable for sale right now. I am afraid that the entire Lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is staring at me. As soon as I sell these treasures, I will be stared at immediately. Brolin said to himself. Wait a second, wait for me to show my edge in the Genius War and join the core layer of the Virtual Universe Company. By then, I will have nothing to worry about in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He can be sure that once he rises and becomes His Royal Highness in the original secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, even his ancestor, the immortal of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, will be kind to him. Now, the only thing I have to do is wait for the cosmic genius war to start. Brolin's eyes were glorious. The territories of the earth have also been obtained, and it is time for me to plan for my descendants. Brolin is very clear that in the primitive universe, the stronger the creature's strength, the lower the probability of its offspring. For example, it is extremely difficult for a world leader to have a child, which is far more difficult than the birth of a star-strength strongman. This is a limitation of the law of the universe. Once it becomes immortal, becomes the life of the divine body, the soul and the physical body are completely integrated, and it will completely lose the opportunity to conceive the offspring. And Brolin was born only a few decades ago. UUGonshu.com. Although there are many women, they have not yet given birth to their own offspring. Therefore, he must plan early, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to have a child after he is stronger. Even Luo Feng already has 2 children. Brolin should have his own offspring. Even Brolin has chosen his future partner. Domain owner, Kinney Ya. Not bad. Brolin was very interested in the silver-haired and silver-clad women who had previously blocked many of the world's owners from the Thunder World. The other party is a disciple of the third army leader of the Dry Witch universe. His strength is also the domain master level, and his temper fits Brolin's appetite. For the sake of the rules of the so-called mercenary alliance, many powerful world leaders were blocked outside the world. Although they used the power of the third army leader behind them, they have to say that they are very bold. There are too many beautiful women in the universe. Brolin naturally cannot choose an ordinary woman as a companion. Only a talented, powerful, and character woman like Chini Ya can attract his interest. If it is the original 9 Prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the original plot, I am afraid that she will not be regarded by Chinia at all. After all, Brolin of the original plot has no chance in life to break through to the domain master level, and the two are not a level creature at all. But now, everything is different. With the help of the system and the Black Dragon, Brolin can look down on sentient beings in the future. That girl's strength is not weak, I'm afraid that her vision is quite high. Brolin chuckled. But when I rise in the war of genius, whatever obstacle I want to come will no longer exist. Genius fight, I really look forward to it. Chapter 38, Genius Fight, Start. Earth, Luo family. 3 sons, did you really give Australia to the guy named Brolin? Thor asked Shen Shen. Looking aside, Luo Feng kept silent. It's all because of us. Hong Gao sank, knowing what happened, he naturally understood that Luo Feng only compromised his life with Thor's death. Yes. Thor was ugly, I'm useless. Brother and brother, you don't need to blame yourself, in fact, things are not as simple as you think. Luo Feng began to persuade. That guy doesn't know why. He knows a lot about the earth and us. He wants to come to him to have a plan. Even if there is no such thing, I'm afraid he will come to me sooner or later. I heard Luo Feng in other words, both were silent. Why, this guy, want land on earth? Thor was puzzled. Maybe it's a relic on the earth. Hong began. Since the other party has an incomparable understanding of the earth, those traces on the earth have not escaped the other party's eyes. The other party chose to transfer land ownership with me under the official testimony of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Obviously, there are some scruples. I think he should not mess around on the earth. However, what makes me strange is that although this guy asked for territories on the earth, but after the transfer of ownership, so far there have been no follow-up actions and no people have been sent to the earth. Luo Feng Shen said. It's as if he just wanted to name him and prove that he has a partial ownership of the earth in his hands. He frowned. This is really strange, leaving them scratching their heads and having a headache at the same time. In any case, it is imperative to improve your own strength. Hong Shen said. Brolin's shot in the realm shocked a few of them. At least so far, they have not been able to deal with the strange bizarre magic of each other. Brother is right. Thor said, in the final analysis, this is because we are not strong enough. As long as we can become stronger, we can get back what we lost sooner or later. Luo Feng also drank. Alas! After a while, Brolin practiced silently on his planetary territory, improving his strength, while waiting. Finally, in the virtual universe on this day, a dangling list appeared, and the brilliance shone, shaking the entire human race. The registration of the Universe Genius War begins, and all the humans in the universe are excited. The battle for the genius of the universe has finally started. In the dark palace, Brolin opened his eyes sharply, his eyes flashed a bright light. Time to rise. Earth. Opportunity, great opportunity. Luo Feng looked excited and yelled, be sure to seize it. After learning the information of the Genius War, he became extremely excited. Because he understands that as long as he can perform well in this genius battle, there will be huge gains unimaginable. Virtual Universe, one of the top 5 giants, can be called one of the most terrifying forces in the entire human race. How high is the level of Genius Wars it hosts? According to the rules of Genius Wars, the best performers will enter the core of the Virtual Universe company and become one of them. What is the status of a core member of one of the 5 giants? If you can join the Virtual Universe company, it's the best. Luo Feng clenched his fists. Even if it can't, the worst, as long as I am amazing enough, I can join the great forces in the Dry Witch universe. Then I can take advantage, you can take back the earth intact without the threat of that guy. Since this time, Luo Feng has been very depressed. Because Brolin seemed to have forgotten that he still has a territory on the earth, so far he has not moved. But Luo Feng is even more disturbed. After all, the earth belongs to the entire human race. He transferred the earth's land to Brolin. Even under the circumstances, he was always suffering. At this moment, the opening of the Genius War has given him hope. He wants to rise. By joining the great forces, he will use oppression to oppress Brolin and force him to return the Earth's land. Luo Feng, you are right. Babata said. In the universe, it is the best policy to go it alone. No matter how powerful it is, it needs to be warmed up. If your teacher was willing to join those great forces, how could it end in ruins? It is extremely supportive of Luo Feng's idea of joining the great forces, because with Hu Yanbo's lesson learned, it proves that the Lone Ranger is very disadvantaged in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. After experiencing the threat from Brolin, he also deeply realized his lack of strength and the importance of having a large force behind him. In the universe, countless other geniuses have also learned of this news. All the star-studded geniuses in the 1081 universe are trying their best. On the first day of the Genius Battle registration, it was just the Dry Witch universe, and the number of participants exceeded 300 billion. After the registration was completed, the number of participants in the entire Dry Witch cosmic country reached an astonishing 820 billion in the original plot. Actually, this number may seem large, but it is not too alarming. I want to know how vast the entire Dry Witch universe is, the stars do not know how many, and the planet of life is billions. The 820 billion yuan placed in the entire Dry Witch universe is just a drop in the ocean. The more than 820 billion people who have the courage to sign up are not weak. At least they have realized some fields. In reality, they are almost as talented as the universe. After all, like ordinary stars, I am embarrassed to sign up, because it is only cannon fodder. Apart from experiencing the pain of being killed, I can get nothing, and it is better to watch the game well. Otherwise, the stars of the Dry Witch universe are all individuals who sign up, more than 820 billion? In the story of Ebera, Brolin knew his own strength and did not sign up for the competition. Instead, he sat in a spaceship with a group of aristocratic children of the Witch universe and watched the game. But this time, Brolin certainly won't do it. Registration succeeded. The prompt of the virtual universe sounded. On the throne, Brolin smiled. Finally www.readwn.com, it's my turn. Alas! Soon, in the attention of the entire human race, the Genius War officially began. According to the instructions of the virtual system, Brolin Ga sat on the throne in the palace. Consciously entered the virtual universe, opened his eyes again, and he appeared in a tall building. At this moment, he still looks like a 10-tailed pillar, holding 6 scepters in his hand, and 9 begging jade floating behind him. I was assigned to the 6th world zone. Walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the towering building outside, and felt that at the moment, the virtual universe was unified to the stellar 9-star body, and Brolin laughed, meaning. Like the original plot, the 820 billion entrants of the entire Dry Witch universe are divided into 100 world regions, each of which has about 8.2 billion people, and these 8.2 billion people are divided into 10 different cities. There are about 800 million people in each city. At this moment, including Brolin, there are more than 800 million star-rated 9-tier strongmen crowded into the city's buildings. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion suddenly sounded, and then it became a peace. Outside the window, you can see the fierce force shock. Obviously, the fight has begun. Such a dense crowd, such a large-scale slaughter, even a strong master can't stand it. Brolin lamented, at this moment hundreds of millions of people are crowded together. Even if they are strong, they will be involved in the group and they will still die in the group. Attack. In the original story, Luo Feng chose to hide it in the early stage, avoiding the danger of being besieged. Unfortunately, I'm much stronger than Luo Feng. Brolin's eyes were cold, and, the last thing I'm afraid of is team fighting. Sura Road, open. Suzu Nobu. Chapter 39, Massacre. Almost instantly, Brolin exploded to the top of his strength. The 100-meter-high black energy giant suddenly appeared, crushing all obstacles around. This abrupt scene scared the other contestants not far away from the building, and the black mustache could breathe even more chilling. At this moment, Shura Tao raised Brolin's physical force from 9th level star to 9th level universe, and Su Zoneng increased by 250 times again. At this moment, he has reached the 2nd order domain master in the body levels. All my points! Brolin sneered in the void, exposing white teeth. Earth Star. OM. A black gravel ball with a diameter of 1 meter was condensed out by him, and then shot fiercely upwards, hitting Gao Tian. Booming. For a moment, a huge gravitational field swept over the entire city, including the ground, and everything started shaking. What's the situation? What happened? At this moment, no matter whether they are killing or hiding many star powerhouses, they stop and feel the horror of sudden gravitational restraint around them. Brolin's figure came into the sky, looking down, with a sneer in the corner of his mouth. Struggle, just in vain. With the starburst stars released by the 2nd stage of the Domain Master at this moment, even that terrible gravity is extremely difficult to fight against, and it is difficult to escape. Below you, the entire city is shrouded in an endless gravitational field of starburst stars. Countless buildings were pulled to the sky by the huge gravity of the black gravitational ball and turned into fragments. The ground is shattered, and huge pieces are suspended above it, in the middle of which there are countless human figures. The star powerhouses of the entire city were bound by the gravitational pull of the starburst star, and flew towards the sky in terror. It's impossible, how could there be such a strong gravitational force? A skinny young man with blue skin had incredible eyes. He has an airy rule, and asks himself at an alarming rate. Even a powerful gravitational force like White Dwarf cannot restrain him, but at this moment, in the face of the horrible suction in the sky, a feeling of despair is spreading in his heart. This gravitational force is approaching the black hole. He growled, his body rising uncontrollably. The gravity of the black hole series is so great that even the strongest in the world can cope with it, let alone constant stars. There are also too many people in despair, all pulled by gravitational and constantly rising. Do not. In the end, what happened? All of a sudden, the whole city was roaring and screaming, mixed with the loud noise. In the sky, a huge star slowly formed, everything on the ground was attracted away, merged into the surface of the star, and kept expanding. Huge gravitation shrouds the entire city, everything can't escape, everything is converging towards the sky. The huge gravitational field lasted for more than 3 hours. Eventually, a huge star with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers was suspended in the sky. Below, the original city had turned into a huge crater. Brolin, points, 8093654442, ranking, first. Seeing the information displayed on the screen of his wrist, Brolin's mouth ripped and he looked down at the sky. Everyone killed will get 1 point, so to speak. That one star burst to the sky and killed more than 800 million people. You know, the entire city is only 820 million people. In other words, Brolin alone wiped out almost everyone else. Escaped more than 10 million people? Impossible. Brolin said to himself, then shook his head. He just noticed the movement below. Some people did escape from the scope of gravity because of their good strength and good luck, but not many. Should be just the killing of the genius, which has caused many people to have already fallen, and the number of people who can escape from my starburst star is definitely not more than 100,000. And these 100,000 people are all lucky because they are on the edge of the city and too far away from the black gravitational ball. What really escaped by his own strength, according to Brolin's observation, there was none. The Earth explosive star at the main level of the territory is released in such a dense range. It is impossible for the cosmic level strongman to break away from that terrible gravity. Even if the genius player participates in the genius war, he cannot exceed the cosmic level strongman too much. That is, Nibiran. With the strength of being close to the domain owner and the gift of space law, it may be possible to escape under this trick. As for other people, even Luo Feng and Rong Jun, it is impossible to escape from close range. The gravity of the starburst. Brolin had confidence in her eyes. According to regulations, the first place in each world zone can directly represent the Dry Witch universe and go to the Virtual Universe Company finals. Brolin thought. Universe Genius Battle, held in the 1081 universe, each universe country selected the strongest 1000 people, went to the Virtual Universe Company for the finals. In the Dry Witch universe, the first place in the 100 world regions is directly awarded, and other survivors will compete for the remaining 900 places through the Battle of Taiwan. In Ebera's plot, Luo Feng obtained the qualification for the final through the Battle of Taiwan. At this moment, Brolin has buried nearly 1/10 of the participants in the entire 6th world region, with points reaching more than 800 million terrible, which is currently the absolute first in the world region. In the original plot, Luo Feng only has more than 30 million points, which is more than 50 in the world rankings and 800 million points. I can imagine how terrible it is. I don't want to waste time to participate in the so-called Taiwan competition. Although 800 million points are very high, I have to continue to kill and make more money for insurance. Brolin looked at the distance. There are 10 cities in the entire 6th world. He plans to go elsewhere to continue to earn points and stabilize his position. Releasing the status of Susanoo and Shura Road, Brolin used the Virtual Universe game system to explore the location of another city, and the figure moved away, moving towards the sky at high speed. Among the endless ruins below, the nearly 100,000 people who were lucky enough to survive were hiding at this moment, and looked at Brolin in the sky in horror. Obviously, everyone has realized that the terrible gravitational attack before should be the figure in the sky. Seeing the other person's figure disappearing quickly, these surviving geniuses breathed out one by one. UU Reading Books www.uugonshu.com. This horrible guy, go! Someone blushed. Leave, finally leave. It's really terrible. Is this guy really a star level 9th tier star? Isn't the virtual universe company wrong? A young man with a single-headed groaned. I want to complain, I'm sure this guy's original force level is definitely not a star. They find it hard to accept, after all, that guy just wiped out a whole city with just one move. More than 800 million. It was incredible that everyone shuddered at the thought of this number. There are peerless geniuses in the universe, but they do not believe that with such terrible geniuses, they can kill 800 million strong classmates with the same physical strength. I want to know that these contestants are also very strong in their own right, far beyond the ordinary star level 9. But in front of each other, they are slaughtered like ants. This makes them unable to believe that there is no such person. They would rather believe that something is wrong with the virtual universe company. How can they know that Brolin's strength is not comparable to them at all? Brolin at the time of the attack, after experiencing a continuous increase in Shura Road and Susanoo, the force level in the body almost reached more than 6.4 million times the 9-star level of the star. You know, Shura Road upgraded him from star level 9th to cosmic level 9th, which has already increased by 25,600 times, plus Susanoo's increase of more than 250 times, which adds up to more than 600 million times. With the strength of the cosmic force of this universe, release the Hunyuan level mysterious Geoblast star, and deal with the so-called geniuses of the constant star, there will be no suspense at all, absolutely kill. Chapter 40, Shock. This time, the World War II's 100 world regions are too fragmented and there are more than 820 billion participants. Therefore, the Virtual Universe Company did not broadcast the game. Anyone who wants to watch the game can only buy tickets watch it. At this moment, the endless distance above the 100 world zone, countless spacecrafts hovering, moving slowly. A large number of spectators are inside the spacecraft. With the help of the large screen, they can see very clear scenes on the ground and watch specific competition scenes. Haha, there are more than 800 million people in a city. Look, kill. Oh, how terrible. That guy is so good, unfortunately, he was under siege. On a spaceship, a group of gorgeously dressed people were drinking drinks and watching the scene of the game, constantly evaluating, and their expressions were extremely high. I can come here to watch the game, but it costs a lot of money. Therefore, each of these spaceships is a big man on the planet or even the star field. However, above the 6th world zone, unlike the excitement of the audience in other world regions, all the ships are dead. Almost every audience stared at the big screen with their eyes straight, their faces shocked. At this moment, one of the 10 cities in the 6th world zone is displayed on the big screen. However, that city is gradually disappearing. Above it, an expanding tiny planet is suspended in the sky. How can that be? A city just disappeared. In a spaceship, the original discussion was still going on. The audience who were evaluating the game showed incredible expressions, staring at the big screen one by one, and many people's eyes were almost staring out. That guy, who is it? Someone trembled. What's the secret method? One trick, ruined a city. On the big screen of the spacecraft at this moment, the black complete body that is up to 100 meters tall is completely visible, and in the eyebrow of the giant, Brolin's figure is standing. Not far from Susanoo, the starburst technique continued, and countless figures, together with a large boulder on the ground, were continuously being towed toward the miniature planet. It lasted for 3 hours, until the figure of Brolin disappeared on the screen, the Earth star was completely over, and all the audience completely recovered. Number 1, points, more than 800 million. An incredible scream sounded in a spaceship. How is this possible? More than 800 million, that does not mean that he is almost extinct by himself, a tenth of a genius in the 6th world area. Crap, don't you see the whole city disappear? The sound of continuous air inhalation was rising and falling in a spaceship, and the audience in almost the entire Sixth World area couldn't believe their eyes. How could such a person exist? Name Brolin, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Is there something wrong with the virtual universe system? This guy can't be a star, right? Everyone thinks that there is something wrong with the virtual universe system. Maybe this guy's body has not been set to a star level 9th order. It should be like this. It is definitely a flaw in the virtual universe company that set this guy's body to the universe level. No, not even the domain master level. Yes, it must be. They don't believe that Brolin can kill more than 800 million powerful people in one stroke. This method is no longer a genius. In the real world, even a domain owner is unlikely to kill so many in one stroke. Stellar 9 tier. In the history of genius warfare, there have indeed been many terrible existences far beyond other players, but I have never heard of anyone who has the power to destroy a city. Soon, a big wave erupted from the Sixth World area, sweeping the entire Dry Witch universe. What? The Sixth World region ranks first with more than 800 million points. A move that destroyed a city and killed more than 800 million people. What, are you kidding? This almost ridiculous rumor feels like a storm, sweeping the entire Dry Witch universe, and even beginning to spread toward other universe nations. You know, the war of genius in the universe has received attention throughout the entire human territory. Almost everyone sniffed when they first heard this rumor. One stroke to kill more than 800 million people in a city? How is it possible that this is a battle of genius in the universe? Everyone who signs up is not an ordinary star-studded 9th level star. Even if there is a gap between each other, where can we go? Killing so many star-level geniuses at one time, in reality, even the domain owner can hardly do it. But soon, after seeing the game data of the virtual universe, after seeing the streaming video, they stopped talking one by one, leaving only endless shock and incredible. It turned out to be true. Number 1 in the Sixth World region, more than 800 million points. Browling, who is this little guy? From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Which country is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Is it strong? For a while, Brolin and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire became hot words in the virtual universe. At this time, a message came out, which triggered another earthquake. The more than 800 million eliminated players in the Sixth World Zone are passing on. It is because the virtual universe company made a mistake. The body of the person who shot was definitely not set to star level 9. They think that the name is Brolin. Player, it is likely to be set as the domain master level 9. Not only them, but also the countless citizens of the universe. A lot of big people ask the virtual universe company to investigate thoroughly and give an account. In the universe, many people are lamenting. It's true that this incident has had too much influence. Since the Cosmic Genius War was held, no player has ever seen such an overwhelming force to eliminate hundreds of millions of people in one fell swoop. It is a miracle. Hardly anyone wants to believe this is true. Look at it. It is said that Virtual Universe has begun investigations, and senior management has stepped in. Alas! Virtual Universe, in a magnificent palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Sovereign www.readwn.com. This is the specific situation. In the glorious hall, the female immortal Jade King looked at the blue figure above the throne and spoke respectfully. At the top of the palace, that figure is the person in charge of this genius war, the 9 swordsmen. Interesting. After listening to Longjio King's return, Lord 9 Swords could not help laughing. The outside world is rumored that there is something wrong with the virtual universe system, but as the company's true senior executive, the Lord of the 9 Swords naturally scoffs. How could the virtual universe system go wrong? You must know that this virtual universe was created by the original ancestors. At the time, the original ancestors captured the master of the universe of the mechanical family and used it as the core of the virtual universe to process all the data of the virtual world. This also makes the virtual universe have never made the slightest mistake since the endless years. At least, for a term of genius warfare, I have never heard of errors. The virtual universe system can't go wrong, of course, there is only one possibility. This little guy named Brolin really has something special. Because of his status as the supreme master of the universe, he was only questioned by the outside world, and he would never investigate the matter himself. The reason why XI attaches such great importance to him is that Brolin's performance is indeed too incredible and has aroused his interest. Call up the video. In front of the hall, a virtual screen appeared, and soon every picture appeared. It was the city of Brolin in the 6th world area. From the start of the game until the entire city disappeared, Brolin left, everything that happened was clearly shown on the screen, and played completely. Long for a long time. Genius, real genius. His Holiness the Sword said, his eyes were stunning. Chapter 41, Genius. He has already watched the video about Brolin in the 6th world zone, and at the level of his Supreme Master, he can naturally see the mystery in it. The original force level in this little guy's body was indeed a star. Sovereign Nine Swords sighed, but after using the secret method to condense the black giant, his force level has soared. The trick that releases strong gravitation is even more extraordinary, and it involves the space-time field. The face of His Holiness the Nine Swords had a touch of shock. He did not expect that even a star-rated little guy could do this to his surprise. These two mysteries are extremely high level. Not to mention whether it was created by him. Just the two secret methods that can be performed at the star level have already shown that this little guy's talent is absolutely amazing. At least, he has a very strong talent in the way of time and space. The eyes of His Holiness the Nine Swords flashed. You know, after strengthening the mystery of the starburst star, it has reached the level of Hunyuan, and it is no longer simply involved in the field level, but has entered the realm of time and space. The endless gravitational force emitted by the blasting sky contains the extremely mysterious laws of space and time. That kind of gravity is not only attracting objects, it can also distort the surrounding space and time. Just star-studded stars can perform this mysterious law involving esoteric rules of time and space. The Lord of the Nine Swords apparently thinks that Brolin has an unimaginable cultivation talent in time and space. Time and space are the top-level laws of origin. Exclaimed Lord Nine Swords, in order to become Lord of the Universe, you must understand one of them. If you want to be the master of the universe, you must understand both. Obviously, to a strong man at his level, the true genius must have the talent of powerful rules of time and space, because only these two rules can make a real strong man. There is no talent in time and space, and it is undoubtedly a dream to want to become the supreme master of the universe. In the primitive universe, only the supreme master of the universe can truly be regarded as entering a higher level of existence. This little fellow's talent in the way of time and space is the strongest I have ever seen since my endless years. His Holiness drank in his heart. If you teach well, it may not be possible to step into the ranks of the Lord. His Holiness the Nine Swords enthusiasts, he looked at the figure of Brolin in the video, but he actually gave birth to the idea of accepting the apprentice. Brolin's talents are indeed amazing, even at the level of the Supreme Master of the Universe, they are all amazing. If he can teach a disciple who is also the Supreme Master of the Universe, it is undoubtedly a great thing for the Supreme Master of the Nine Swords, which can greatly expand his strength and influence. But now it's not urgent. He smiled slightly. According to the rules, this genius war is hosted by him, and in theory all geniuses will be attributed to his lord. It's not too late to look at this little guy's subsequent performance. Alas! Dry up the witch universe. At this moment, almost all the citizens of the universe who are concerned about genius wars are discussing things about Brolin. Even the real upper-class figures, those great immortal beings, are extremely concerned about this matter. You guys say, is it the virtual system that failed, or is that little guy named Brolin really amazing? Error? How could the virtual universe system go wrong? It's not an error. How could this happen? Should kill 800 million geniuses in the same ranks, who can believe this? The battle of genius is still going on. In countless worlds, in an extremely huge and luxurious spacecraft, a series of magnificent thrones are lined up, and immortal beings sit on them and communicate with each other. These are the real people in charge of the Dry Witch universe, and the existence of endless souls can be determined in just one thought. Oh, I think, that little guy, maybe he is really a peerless genius. Yes, not to mention the other, just the energy giant and gravitational attack, two mysteries he exhibited are enough amazing. Haha, I think so too. At this moment, hundreds of immortals are talking about it, and their faces are shocking. Their strength and insight are naturally far behind those of the 9 sword lords. They cannot see the true mystery of the two mysteries, but they do not affect their ability to judge the power of the two mysteries. In their view, Brolin, who can cast Susanoo and the starburst of the sky, is indeed a genius. I still don't believe it. Some immortal shook his head and questioned. Yes, if the virtual universe system is not wrong, wouldn't it mean that this little guy can easily defeat the domain owner by virtue of constant star repair? All the powerful existences who watched Brolin's videos agree that the power of the starburst star is absolutely amazing, comparable to the gravity of the black hole series. Even if the domain owner wants to resist, it is extremely difficult. Normally, the force of the 9th level star is not enough to support that level of mystery. Haha, look at it. Is it that the so-called perfect virtual system is wrong, or am I doing a truly amazing genius? An immortal laughed. Many immortals are also showing hope. They are waiting for the investigation of the Virtual Universe Company, and they are also very interested to know whether the little guy from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is really an incredible existence. At this moment, the entire Dry Witch universe is waiting for a response from the Virtual Universe Company. Above the World Zone, within a spaceship, all high-rises of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, including the Emperor, are here. There was silence in the hall of the spaceship. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire Emperor sits high on the throne, looking at the many high-level empires below, with anticipation and anxiety on his face. The expressions of everyone else are the same. Suddenly, a domain master level strong side stood up. Your Majesty, I have got the news. Su Vinian said that everyone was shocked, and the Emperor Heilong-shan changed his look with a touch of nervousness. The 9 princes did sign up for the Genius War in the universe, and the world zone they are in is the 6th world zone. There is no second person with the same name as the 9 prince in the 6th world. In addition to the news from King Langxing, it is said that the 9 Emperor has recently practiced some secret technique, and his body has changed greatly and looks like. I met the domain owner for a moment, and looked at the large screen of the spacecraft, revealing the color of movement. It's the same as the man in this video. Wow! The entire spacecraft suddenly exploded. It turned out to be the 9 prince. Unbelievable! How could it be? How could His Royal Highness 9 princes be so strong? Empire High Level www.readwn.com. Those domain masters and world masters are showing an incredible look. Haha, haha, haha haha. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain burst out laughing. My queen, is really my queen. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Her Majesty. The Empire is booming. Everyone spoke up and cheered. I have confirmed the identity of Brolin, and they are all trembling with excitement. Even though Virtual Universe is still investigating Brolin's body information at this moment, the entire Dry Witch universe agrees that even though Brolin's body is not a star-studded 9-tier, but with his Suzuki's ability to explode Tianxing is also enough to prove his genius, and definitely belongs to the top level in the entire genius battle. Because there are too many big people praise two kinds of mysteries, the most important one is the Witch Master. Very amazing secret. This is the comment made by the Dry Witch Lord after watching Brolin's video. What is the level of amazing mystery that even the great cosmic lords think? Regardless of the results of the survey, Brolin's name of top genius has taken hold. How can this group of empires not be excited? Notify the clan owner immediately. The Emperor Heilong-shan suppressed his excitement and began to send information in the virtual universe. The lord of the clan that he said is naturally the founder of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the immortal deity, the god of the Great Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land. At this moment, the Great Immortal is also waiting to confirm the identity of Brolin. Publish the news, the peerless genius ranked number 1 in the 6th World Zone, not others, but the 9 princes of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Chapter 42, Dry Witch Lord. After the identity of Brolin was confirmed and announced, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire was crazy. Prince 9. The Great 9 Prince. Every citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire has been insane. For a long time, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire has never had such a brilliant record in the Universe Genius War. One kill kills 800 million people. The 9 princes are simply gods. However, some of the wealthy children who are familiar with Brolin are showing incredible expressions. Brolin, how could it be so strong? Impossible. It must be a duplicate. Don't be stupid, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain has announced the news. What genius, isn't the Virtual Universe Company still investigating? It must be something wrong with the Virtual Universe system, said the wealthy children who did not deal with Brolin, jealous. However, a news soon came out that once again shocked the entire Dry Witch universe. What? The Virtual Universe Company released the news, the virtual system is not wrong, the little guy named Brolin, like everyone else, is a star-studded 9-tier body. Impossible. It's so bad. As soon as the news of the Virtual Universe Company was released, all those who waited for the news were stunned, even those high immortals were inexplicable. I didn't expect such a character to appear in this genius war. It's incredible. As long as he does not fall in the future, it will be easy to become immortal. I am afraid that it will not be impossible to become the Supreme Master of the universe. Yes. The reality of Brolin's watch is that these immortals are completely served, and the star can almost threaten the strong at the Domain Master level. This is simply a miracle and caused size of countless strong. Compared to the true peerless genius in the history of our human race. Cosmos, really anything can happen. Alas! Dark Witch Universe Country, the deepest part of the witch secret, a figure sitting quietly, seems to blend into the surrounding void. In terms of the star-level combat power, even if this little guy is not as good as that one, I'm afraid it's not inferior. Gan Wukuo sighed. He is also paying attention to the War of Genius. The storm caused by Brolin was too big, and naturally attracted his attention and watched the video in person. Like the Lord of the Nine Swords, he naturally saw the extraordinariness of Su Zonenghe and the starburst of the Earth, and also recognized that Brolin had a terrible talent in space and time. He even praised these two secret methods. In history, mankind has indeed produced many amazing and arrogant arrogances. For example, the Science Association, once a disciple of the Chaotic City Master, the Master of the World can kill Feng Hao. The Dry Witch countryman thinks that Brolin's talents can even be comparable to that of KK. You know, in the original universe, Chaos City has 52 chaotic monuments, each of which corresponds to a sky bridge. Generally, immortality can pass through 10 layers, 18 layers can be called invincible in immortality, and 21 layers can become the owner of the universe. In the primitive mystery, there are 3 primitive Tongtian mountains, which are the universe level, the domain master level, and the world master level. In the original work of Luo Yuan, Luo Feng broke through the domain master level and the world master level, while Ke Yan, all broke through. Ebera's plot describes that in order to break through the cosmic grade Tongtian mountain, he must have the 12th level of the Tongtian Qiao, that is, he can only pass through if he exhibits an immortal strength at the cosmic level. And the domain level Tongtianshan needs the strength of 16-layer Tongtian Qiao, which is already close to the immortal strength of the king. And the main level of Tongtian mountain, you need 20 layers, close to the strength of the Supreme Master of the universe. In other words, Cody's genius at the level of the universe can be compared to immortality. The Domain Master is equivalent to the title of the King, and the Kingdom Master is almost close to the level of the Supreme Master of the universe. Case then, when the genius was fighting, the strength he showed was close to the level of the Masters, but it scared a large group of people. Ganwukuo lamented. Brolin's performance, although it has not reached the level shown by K-Yan in the stars, but has also reached the level of the Domain Master, enough to surpass most of the genius in human history. It can be said that it is second only to K-Yuan. In Ebera's plot, even Berlan is only close to the strength of the Domain Master. He has never really reached this level, and is worse than Brolin. The war of genius is not over yet. I am afraid that many old guys are already following him. Ganwukuo frowned. At least, the guy of Jijian will never give up on such characters. In theory, as the person in charge of this genius war, this time the genius will be His Majesty the Nine Swords. However, a character like Brolin who behaves against the sky will still be followed by other super beings, and it is very common to want to be a disciple. Only now that the competition is not over. According to the practice since the genius wars of previous generations, before the finals are over, the level of the Supreme Master of the universe must not reveal the intention of apprenticeship to those geniuses. The reason why there is such an unwritten rule is because many lords of the universe want to maintain a certain fairness. Because there was a time in history, once a peerless figure appeared in the genius war, he would be immediately accepted as a disciple by the owner of the universe country, which makes those universes stronger but in a distant place. His Holiness is not bad. For example, Brolin is now in the Dry Witch universe, and the Dry Witch Master can find him in a step ahead. The Lord of the Universe proposes to accept him as a disciple. Does Brolin dare not agree? In this way, the powerful universe lords of the virtual universe company such as the Nine Sword Lords will lose the chance of receiving apprentices. Why, then, would these mighty lords agree? We must know that the territory of mankind has been stable so far, and the 1081 universe nation constitutes most of the territory of the universe. The 1081 universe masters are all fixed and are the oldest group of cosmopolitan lords. But there are more than 1081 human beings in the universe. After the cosmopolitan lords, the rising cosmic lords could not open up cosmic nations. In this way, haven't the peerless people who have risen in the genius wars of all ages been always preempted by those cosmic lords and become their disciples? Therefore, the human universal lords have formed such an unwritten rule privately. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. Every genius battle. Only after the end of the finals, many geniuses have entered Chaos City. Those lords of the universe in order to send an email of apprenticeship, so as to maintain a certain fairness. This is also why, after the Lord of the Nine Swords had accepted Brolin's will, he was still in a hurry. On the one hand, he is responsible for this genius war. In theory, Brolin belongs to His Majesty. On the other hand, due to the unwritten regulations, only after Brolin entered Chaos City, he could send Brolin's willingness to accept his apprentices. At this moment, the Witch Lord is extremely convinced that once the game is over and the geniuses enter the virtual universe company, I am afraid that the scramble for the disciples will begin. It is very difficult for such a figure to honor the Nine Swordsmen. I'm afraid that at that time, those cosmic overlords will send out invitations to accept their apprentices, and even the great cosmic master may move intentionally. After all, the old K was scrambled by many masters of the universe, and eventually became a disciple of the Chaos Lord. But Brolin's talent is almost not much worse than that of Koti, and even on the talent of time and space, it may be better. For these geniuses who have the potential to become the supreme master of the universe, the witch masters naturally want to be disciples. However, he has no bottom in his heart. Although he is the supreme master of the universe, his true combat power is not very strong among the supreme master. It is not a big chance to compete with those old guys who have deep foundations. The talent shown by Brolin will be extremely high as long as he does not fall in the future. This is already the default fact in all the Supreme Masters of the universe who pay attention to this matter. Therefore, it is not easy for such a disciple to win hands. Chapter 43, Kill God. When the outside world was shaken by Brolin, in the virtual universe, Brolin finally came to the second city. Thousands of meters high, Brolin looked down. The whole city is broken. It seems that a war has broken out and many people have died. Brolin's mouth slightly rose. Obviously, the city has gone through a round of crazy battles, with ruins everywhere, and the original 800 million people, I am afraid there are not many left at this moment. Everyone is scattered, the effect will be greatly reduced if the star bursts out. Browling's figure fell quickly and headed towards the city below. He doesn't plan to release the Earth explosion technique, because the crowd is scattered, the effect of Earth explosion star is not ideal. So many people have fallen, now every time you kill a master, you can get huge points. Brolin decided to change his tactics. He intends to earn points by killing masters alone. So arrogant guy. In the cities below, those hidden strong men noticed Brolin falling from the sky, all of them sneered. I dare to be so high profile, I really don't know how to write dead words. You know, after experiencing the brutal killings, all the survivors of this city are some real strong men. High profile revealing figures like Brolin can easily besiege. Either a arrogant idiot, or a real strong man. How about the strength, just try it out. At the moment when Brolin fell to the ground, a dozen powerful force attacks screamed from the surrounding ruins. Brolin saw this, and her eyes were cold. He stood on the broken street, and the 9 begging jades behind him instantly merged, turning into a dark curtain, wrapping him up. Boom! A dozen powerful force attacks fiercely bombarded on the black curtain, but failed to break through. Stop it! In secret, everyone who shot was surprised. So many people are shooting at the same time, and their strength is not weak. Although there are tentative elements, the power is absolutely powerful. This person is strong, at least in defense, he can be ranked in the top 10 of this city. Someone said in a deep voice. Strong, it's not easy to provoke. Hurry up. I realized that Brolin was a hard stubble. The secretly strong men in this area were reluctant to leave and decided to leave. Want to run after the sneak attack? How can there be such a good thing? The black curtain dissipated, revealing Brolin's sneer. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom! The huge repulsive force erupted instantly, sweeping away the surrounding ruins, revealing more than a dozen figures, all scattered slightly. Vientian Tianyan. Brolin looked cold and shot continuously. The horror of gravity erupted, and those dozens of figures suddenly seemed to be caught in the mud. What? The dozen or so people were surprised, with a look of horror on their faces. Good gravity. Can't move. They are constantly struggling, and the whole force is madly rioting, but in the face of the powerful gravitational pull of Vientian, it is useless. Come here. Brolin drank and drew again, Vientian Tianyan strengthened, more than a dozen figures flew towards him. Dead. Brolin immediately started to repair the road, and at the same time Susanoo could show the upper body of the black energy giant. Even if it is not perfect, Brolin Suzuneng at this moment, the level of strength still reaches the domain master level. The black sword swept violently, and the huge force shattered everything within a kilometer. With just one stab, the dozen or so powerful stars who were not weak were shattered in fear. Quickly ended the battle, Brolin lifted Shura Road and Susanoo no state. A dozen or so people actually gave me close to 1,000,000 points. Brolin was a little surprised. Actually, he doesn't know that he can survive to the present in the melee, all of them are not weak, and they have at least tens of thousands of points in their hands. It looks like these guys are okay. Brolin smiled. Actually, to this day, those who dare to attack and kill others have some strength. The weak people are hiding and easily do not dare to attack, fearing to expose themselves. With my strength, no one in this city is my opponent at all, even if they attack me, I am not afraid at all. Brolin was confident. In this way, Brolin was alone in the city ruins, without hiding his thoughts. He is deliberately exposing himself, attracting those who are lurking, and enticing them to take the initiative to kill themselves in order to work. The effect is surprisingly good. In just 1 month, nearly 10,000 people have died in Brolin's hands. Among them, among the top 10 in this city, 3 well-known powerful men also fell into the hands of Brolin. In just 1 month, he earned more than 100 million points again. Brolin walked quietly on the broken street. The points have exceeded 1 billion. He looked at the numbers on his watch and smiled. It is unrealistic to want to earn a large number of points in a short time with the starburst star as in the beginning. The cities of the entire 6th world region have already experienced crazy killings. Not many people have survived and they are scattered. Although the speed of earning points has slowed down, there is no problem if you want to keep the top spot. Brolin is still very confident. Unless he falls, the points will be taken away by the person who killed him, otherwise, few people can surpass him. As for killing Brolin, no one in the entire 1081 universe can do it alone. Even the Death Bran, at most, caused him some trouble, and it was far from threatening him. It's him, that killing God. Let's go, kill God. This block, those who are hidden in the dark, found the figures of Brolin, and all of them turned pale, and began to quietly escape. Since this month, Brolin has relied on absolute strength to sweep all those who attacked him. Even the top 10 people, www.readwn.com, still have a hard time escaping his life. Crazy killing. No matter how strong and no matter how many people, Brolin pushed all the way across, killing all those who dare to appear in front of him. This also earned him the title of Kill God. Brolin sneered, and the movements of those secretly strong men escaped naturally and could not escape his induction. Shen Luo Tian Zheng. The terror repulsion centered on Brolin and radiated in all directions. All buildings within a kilometer radius were destroyed, leaving the bare ground. The people who were hiding in the building were all exposed and started to flee wildly. Vientian Tianyan. As Brolin continued to shoot, a lot of silhouettes were attracted to him, and his face was full of despair. Kill God, go around us. You've killed so many people, the points are already enough, why bother us? I really want to kill everything. Everyone yelled, some begging for mercy, some madly scolded. Dead. Suzuna could appear, cut it out with one stroke, and finish everything. Kill everyone. Brolin looks at the updated points data on the screen on his wrist, revealing satisfaction. The more late, the more points you get for each kill. Since this time, his killing mode is almost fixed. He first scrambled out the hidden people, then arrested with Vientian Sky, and finally required the killing knife of horror. Few people could resist this series of actions. Continue. Brolin's eyes flickered, and he continued to go elsewhere. Chapter 44, Sword Demon. By this time, the genius battle was nearing completion. At this time, Luo Feng, after the initial forbearance, has begun to exert its strength, the ranking has begun to soar, and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire has begun to spread Luo Feng's name. Compared with the original plot, Luo Feng's sensation at this moment is far less huge than before. In the original plot, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was crazy because of Luo Feng's record, but now, because of Brolin's nearly terrible record, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire has already experienced a carnival. At this moment, Luo Feng's record is remarkable, but by comparison, it's not so exciting. It was more than a month later, and finally, on this day, the first selection of the Genius War in the universe was coming to an end. 30 minutes left. On the broken street, Brolin stepped on a young man covered in blood at his feet. In this month, his points have skyrocketed to 1.3 billion. The strong men in the whole city have fallen under his crazy killings. A few of the remaining strong men have even fled to other cities. Brolin's points are still the first place in the 6th world area, which made him very satisfied. Kill God, you won't have a good end. At his feet, the young man with his first 2 horns spoke hard. Brolin sneered, this man is the 3rd strongest man in this city, and is almost about to enter the threshold of the law of origin, and he is very strong. Once escaped from Brolin, and then remained hidden. Until recently, the Genius War was about to end and he dared to appear, but unfortunately, he was hit by Brolin again. This time he was not so lucky. He was directly wounded by Brolin with all his strength and was about to fall. What's my fate, can't even turn your back on waste like you say it. Brolin sneered, starting to work under his feet and crushing his head. Kill God. At this moment, an amazing sound rang through the sky, and huge sound waves echoed throughout the city, shaking the building. Hearing this voice, the 2-horned young man who had been waiting for him, first hesitated, and then laughed wildly. Haha, it's a sword demon. Kill God, you are done. He laughed and laughed, feeling gloating. Because of this voice, it is the voice of the city's recognized number 1 strong man, the sword demon. Obviously, at this last moment, the number 1 sword demon is going to fight against the of killing. For a long time, the strong men in the whole city have different opinions about how powerful the is. Some people think that the power of killing the gods should be the first and exceed the sword demons, because more than one of the top 10 strong men fell in his hands, and the record is stronger than that of the sword demons. However, some people think that the sword demon is still the first and it is better than killing the gods. After all, the opponent has been killing all the way from the beginning of the game to the present, and it has always been invincible. Unfortunately, both sides have never played against each other. But today, obviously something has changed. At this moment, the remaining strong men in the whole city all heard the shout of the sword demons, and all of them turned their faces. It's the sword demon. Are the sword demon challenged to kill God? Everyone was shocked, but soon got excited. It must be that the demon has accumulated enough points to ensure that half of the points saved after his fall can still make him advance. Yes, it looks like he's going to let go. Hit, I look forward to this battle for a long time. I also want to know whether it is the sword magic or the killing is stronger. At this moment, the remaining strong men in the city are all in action, sneaking away in the direction of the sound of the sword demon. Kill God, I bet you will die under the sword of the sword demon. At the feet of Brolin, the 2-horned young man laughed wantonly. But the sword demon has entered the threshold of the universe's original law, and the strength is much stronger than me. Although you can defeat me, but you don't want to defeat the sword demons. The 2-horned youth laughed wildly. That's a lot of nonsense. Brolin sneered, sneering under his feet, and instantly smashed the head of the twin-corner youth, and the laughter of the other side came to an abrupt end. Blade Devil! Brolin looked up, looked away, and chuckled, are you finally brave enough to show up? The outside world has always thought that Damon and Brolin never met, but it was not true. The two of them had seen it from a distance. Brolin was killing at that time, but the sword demon took a long look and then retreated. It has entered the threshold of the law of origin, at best it is a somewhat interesting opponent. Brolin shook his head. Okay, you can have a good time in the last 30 minutes. There was a ray of excitement in his eyes, and the figure flickered away, flickering away. At this moment, on a 10-story building, a black figure stands alone. This is a dark-haired young man with black leather jacket and leather all around. Behind him is a black sword with a length of 2 meters. Hit him, it was originally the number 1 strong in this city, the sword demon. Brush. A rustling air sounded, and the sword demon's eyes were frozen. Not far from him, a black and white figure appeared. Kill God. Dao Shen Shen said. Blade Devil, I thought you would always avoid war. Brolin smiled. You're strong, I won't take risks until I have enough points, Daemon said. But now, I can let go. After all, I also want to compete with a strong opponent like you. It's okay to fight me, but before that, how about cleaning up those annoying bugs? Brolin laughed. Of course you can. The Sword Devil nodded. Around him, those powerful men who were hiding in the dark and ready to watch the war immediately jumped their hearts, and then their faces changed wildly. No, run away. They instantly understood that the two men did not intend to let them watch the war, in case something happened between the clams and the fishermen. At this moment, hundreds of figures began to flash, rushing towards the distance. Vientiane Heavenly Lead. Brolin sneered and shot instantly, and the huge gravitational force swept away www.readwn.com. All the figures were affected and the speed decreased sharply. Kill. The Sword Devil drank, and showed no mercy when he shot. The long sword came out of the sheath, and in a split second, hundreds of terrible black swordsmen were cut out, and the bound figures were directly broken. I can live to this day, and the strength of hundreds of people can be said to be not weak, but in the presence of Daemon and Brolin, they can only be killed. Good swordsmanship. Brolin admired. In his opinion, the sword demon's strength is indeed very strong, at least so far, he has not seen anyone whose strength can rival the opponent. If I guessed right, you should be a master of the Witch Universe Kingdom. Brolin said. The stellar stars who entered the threshold of the universe's origin law, even if it is the entire Dry Witch universe, it is estimated that there are no more than 100 people. In the original plot, after the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun was over, the immortality of the Dry Witch universe once rebuked his geniuses so that they should not be overconfident. And those geniuses also believe that Rong Jun can be called the first in the Witch universe, and Luo Feng's strength should also rank among the top 10 among them. Yes. Daomo nodded. He is indeed a genius cultivated by the Dry Witch universe, and he has a very high position, belonging to the top 3 among all people. I admit that you are good. Brolin said, confident in his eyes, but unfortunately, it is still not enough compared with me. Who is stronger? I only know it if I have ever played it. Daomo said coldly. Come on, I hope your strength matches your confidence. Brolin laughed, waving his 6 black scepter in his hand. Kill. The sword demon drank, the figure rioted instantly, and a tens of meters of black swordmen cut through the void and severely fell towards Brolin. Chapter 45, Round Tomb. The swordmang inspired by the rules of the wind, although fast enough, but powerful, average. Brolin chuckled. Behind him, the 9 Taoist jades merged instantly, turned into black spheres, and wrapped him. The huge black blade shows a mighty power and splatters on the surface of the black sphere. However, it did not cause any slight damage. Sure enough, the defense is amazing. Sword Devil's face changed slightly. He had studied Brolin's fighting methods and knew a little about his means. This black sphere, he knows, is a strong defense. No matter how strong the defense is, it will disintegrate in the face of a strong enough force. Daomo roared in his heart, I slashed thousands of knives in a row, I do not believe I can't break it. With a loud roar, the figure of the sword and the demon kept turning around Brolin, and black swords rushed out, slashing wildly towards the black ball turned into the jade of Taoism. In the black sphere, Brolin felt the movement of the outside world and sneered across the corner of his mouth. Blade Demon, there are indeed 2 hits. He whispered to himself, with inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. As the strongest opponent I've encountered so far, I'll make an exception. You should feel honored. After the discourse was finished, Brolin's body shook suddenly, and the Shura Tao mode was instantly turned on, raising the strength of the body to the cosmic level. Games start. At this moment, the outside world, the sword demon is still frantically sending out black swordsmen slashing and chopping towards Brolin, but his face has become increasingly ugly. This defense is too terrible. he growled in his heart. At this moment he had chopped out thousands of knives, but the black ball showed no signs of damage. Abominable! Feeling the consumption of the original force in the body, the sword demon can only stop the attack. Kill God, passive beating is not like your style. He yelled, trying to provoke Brolin to fight him. But unexpectedly, Brolin did not react at all in the black sphere, which made the sword devil's face suddenly sink. I don't believe it. He gritted his teeth, ready to continue his shot. At this moment, a sudden pain suddenly began to spread from his waist, and a huge burst of force broke out, causing him to spit out blood. Boom! As if it was hit by something, Damon's body looks like a cannonball, slamming into the ground, arousing a lot of smoke and dust. At this time, the black Beg Tao Jade dispersed, and Brolin's figure appeared. On the other side, the severed sword slayer also responded quickly. Looking at the sword demon who leaped from the bottom of the ground, the corner of his mouth bleeding, Brolin couldn't help laughing. This guy's breath is so powerful. Looking at Brolin, who showed his figure, the sword devil could not care about his injury, and his face was shocked. At this moment, Brolin relied on Shure Road to improve his strength to the 9th order of the universe, with a strong breath around him. What was the matter just now? Wiping off the blood from the corner of the mouth, the sword and devil's eyes stared at Brolin, his mouth lowered, his expression looked dignified. Just now, he felt a huge force suddenly hit his waist, hit him hard. But he didn't notice the slightest, and nothing around him attacked him. But he understands that the attack is real and must be related to this killing god. This made him horrified, and the other party seemed to have some weird means. Want to know what happened? Brolin's eyes glowed with danger. Since you got these eyes, you are the first one to experiment with this trick. He chuckled. Hum. Sword demon heard a cold hum, his eyes constantly scanning around, watching for the inexplicable attack that just happened again. However, again and again, as if someone had hit his face with a fierce punch, the sword devil's head slammed up, a scream was made, and the body rushed away again into the distance, smashing the ground decaying. Damn! With a loud roar, the blood-stained sword demon burst out from under the ground, his eyes were blood-red, staring at Brolin's place. I'm going to kill you! He was almost insane, he was extremely vigilant, and nothing appeared around him, but he suffered an inexplicable blow twice in a row and was seriously injured. Boom! The dagger demon is crazy, one blade splits, the black blade burrs tear the air, and a huge black blade burrs of up to 100 meters are cut diagonally. Only the sharp edge of the blade rips the ground apart. The power of this knife is close to the 9th level of the universe. Brolin's eyes lightened. This sword demon is indeed a genius strongman cultivated by the imperial family of the Dry Witch universe. Regarding the attack power, I am afraid that even the current Luo Feng is slightly inferior to him. Unfortunately, you and I are not at the same level at all. He whispered to himself. The black force began to radiate, and then Susanoo appeared suddenly in the upper body. Boom! The terrible black swordman was directly dispelled by Su Zoneng. This is the end of the game. Brolin yelled. He seemed to be responding to his words, and in the distance, Dao Dao's eyes suddenly widened. I saw above his body, and suddenly there were 4 large blood holes in the bowl without any warning. One of them penetrated his heart directly. Wow! A blood spurt was spit, and the sword demon's eyes had an incredible look. What thing? He looked at Brolin, struggling to speak, his face uncomfortable. I was fatally hit again, but he still didn't figure out what was attacking him. Want to know? Brolin smiled. I just don't tell you. The sword slayer demon stared at him, an indescribable anger surged, and then his eyes darkened, and his consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. Well, 20 million more points. Brolin looked at the information in his watch and smiled. He looked at the corpse of the sword demon, a wicked smile twitched the corner of his mouth. The only shadowless and invisible attack of Fang Fang was naturally the secret technique of Brolin, the round prison of the tomb. Full of 4 shadows, after I opened Shura Road, they all possessed the cosmic 9th order physical body. How powerful is the physical attack? He sighed that the prison next to the round tomb is really a terrible mystery. The 4 shadows hidden in the dark, except for the inability to launch the secret method, the strength of the body and soul are the same as his deity. As long as the level of the will and soul does not exceed his deity, it is almost impossible to see through the existence of the 4 shadows and not feel it at all. At this moment, my will and soul are star-studded, and the round tomb on display, even at the ordinary cosmic level, is difficult to detect the existence of those 4 shadows. I have to say that this trick is really against the sky, and can guarantee that Brolin will occupy the absolute top in the duel of the strong at the same level. Genius Battle enters countdown, 10, 9, 8. At this time, a reminder of the virtual universe came from the watch. Is it over? Brolin whispered, a smile on his mouth. Finally, the first round of trials of the Universe Genius War officially ended. Those who survived the consciousness returned to the primitive universe. Some of them failed in the selection, but others got enough points and were qualified to enter the Battle of Taiwan. Earth. Hey, it's finally over. Luo Feng walked out of the room with a smile. 3 sons. A Feng. Dad. At this moment, Yu reads www. In the hall of yuyuganshu.com, Hong, Thor, and Luo Feng's family, and their 2 sons are here. When they saw Luo Feng, they were all happy. 3 sons, okay, actually rushed to more than 50. Thunder God slaps on Luo Feng's shoulder. My dad is amazing. Xiaoping and Xiaohe embraced Luo Feng's legs and started cheering. Okay. Luo Feng also smiled. A group of people are talking and laughing. A moment later, Hong and Lei Shen pulled Luo Feng aside. 3 sons, do you remember the guy who stole the ownership of Earth Australia? Hong Shen said. Naturally remember, what's wrong? Luo Feng was surprised and asked quickly. You don't know yet, we first eliminated 1 step and returned to the original universe early, you look at this. Hong quickly sent a message to Luo Feng through the virtual network. After receiving the message, Luo Feng glanced up quickly, and soon he showed an incredible look. That guy, is it so strong? He screamed incredulously. Browling, the 9 princes of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Thunder God gritted his teeth, this is his true identity. This time in the trials, he has done his best, number 1 in the 6th world. Luo Feng has shock in his eyes. Of course, he knows what it means to be the first in the world. He can directly get one of the 1000 places in the Dry Witch universe. I worked hard at the last stage and kept killing, but I only accumulated tens of millions of points. This guy has more than 1 billion points. Luo Feng shook. He just destroyed a city. Thor shouted. Chapter 46, Dazzling. The video about Brolin has already spread through the universe at this moment, and it was included in the email sent to Luo Feng only. How can this guy be so strong? Luo Feng gritted his teeth. He originally thought that with this genius war, he could rise up and become a member of a powerful force, and then use the forces behind him to suppress Brolin and force the other party to return the land of the earth. He thought that his performance was already amazing enough, but he did not expect that the actions of the other party directly shocked the entire universe. Yet, today, the entire 1081 universe of human territory is spreading the story of Brolin. Note that the War of Genius in the universe is a huge event for the entire human race, which has attracted the attention of countless humans, and Brolin's performance is enough to be described as unique since the previous Genius Wars and naturally received great attention. Now, everyone who is concerned about genius warfare already knows that there is an amazing peerless genius who has risen in this genius war. Any strong person who has watched the video believes that Brolin's talent can definitely be ranked in the history of human genius. It belongs to the peerless figure who came out in the tens of millions of times. This guy, Luo Feng, has a sense of weakness all over him. He knows that the opponent is stronger than him at the moment, whether it is talent or strength. The original intention of using strong forces to persecute the opponent is obviously useless. With Brolin's performance, joining the virtual universe should be no problem. What should I do? The earth was caught by such a monster. Luo Feng was a bit weak. 3 sons, don't be discouraged. It seemed to see Luo Feng's inner frustration, and he spoke suddenly. Your performance is also amazing enough, as long as you continue to maintain it, not to mention joining the virtual universe company. At least, the great forces in the Dry Witch universe will definitely open the door for you. Of course, it is best to join the virtual universe company. Of the 3 of us, the second child has been eliminated. You also know my strength. It is basically impossible to enter the top 1000 of the Dry Witch universe. So, you can only rely on you now. Hong looked at Luo Feng. You have to work hard and do your best to smash the top 1000 of the Witch universe, so you can at least enter the periphery of the virtual universe company. As a member of the virtual universe company, Brolin will not be too presumptuous in the future. The safety of the earth is also guaranteed. Yes, 3 sons, come on, the future safety of the earth can be pinned on you. Thor also said solemnly. I will work hard. Luo Feng nodded, feeling a heavy burden on his body. Alas! Dry Witch universe, Dry Witch realm. On a floating island, in the magnificent palace, Brolin sat tall on the throne. After the qualifier was over, his father, Emperor Heilong-shan, immediately went to visit him in person, and even awarded him a full galaxy territory reward. His performance this time, but surprised everyone. If not, Brolin's talent is too high, almost destined to join the virtual universe company. The next emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire must belong to him. Later, he was recruited into the Holy Land Heilong-shan and saw the ancestors of the Heilong tribe, who created the immortal existence of the Heilong-shan Empire. The immortal praised Brolin lavishly, gave him a lot of treasures, and encouraged him to continue his efforts. He promised to give him full support to grow up. Finally, an immortal envoy of the Dry Witch universe came in person, bringing a lot of resources and treasures given by the Dry Witch Master, and conveying the expectations of the Master of the Space to Brolin. Number 1 in the universe. Brolin whispered, which is what the Dry Witch universe landlord expected of him. The Lord of the universe really has great confidence in me. He chuckled, and he paid so much attention to me and placed me in this witch secret place. Not long ago, the immortal special envoy of the Dry Witch cosmic state heading to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire invited Brolin to this Dry Witch realm in accordance with the orders of the Dry Witch State Lord. The reason is that the witch owner is worried that Brolin's talent is too high, and his fame has spread to the entire human territory, and I am afraid it will lead to the assassination of strong aliens. In the secret realm of witchcraft, there is a witchcraft owner sitting in the town himself, and Brolin's security issue is definitely not to be worried. Brolin has the ultimate avatar technique, and naturally has no fear of so-called assassinations, but he has not refused the good intentions of the Witch Kingdom Master. After all, he also does not want to face alien assassinations at any time. During the period of the Dry Witch secrets, the Dry Witch Country Master pointed him from time to time. Even, Brolin could feel that the Lord of the Dry Witch State revealed his intention to accept himself as an apprentice. Unfortunately, Brolin feels that he who has the system can rise without anyone's help. Becoming the apex of the primitive universe is just a matter of time for him. He doesn't need to rely on anyone at all, nor does he need any teacher. Even if you need a teacher, with my performance, I can worship the Lord of the Universe in virtual universe in the future. A teacher at the level of the Supreme Master of the Universe does not have much appeal to Brolin. Therefore, Brolin has been pretending to be stupid for the faint hints of the Witch Master. When the reincarnation war is over, even a total of 1,000 people, including me, will go to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company in the Virtual Universe on behalf of the Dry Witch Universe and make the next selection. Browlin's eyes shone. He is the first place in the world. Without going through reincarnation, he can occupy one of those 1,000 places, but people like Luo Feng must go through battles again and again to capture the remaining 900 places. This round of reincarnation is a great help for Luo Feng. Not only did he successfully prove that he has the top 10 strengths in the Witch Universe in the duel with He Rongjun, the most important thing is that through repeated battles in Taiwan, he continuously improved his strength. Unfortunately, even Bran is not my opponent. Brolin sneered. Until Luo Feng didn't get the secret of 9 calamities, Brolin wouldn't take him seriously. Only after Luo Feng obtained the 9 calamity secrets, his level of life genes continued to increase, and his strength would have an explosive growth. By that time, even Brolin had to face Luo Feng's threat seriously. After all, at this moment, his level of life genes is just the level of ordinary humans, and Luo Feng currently has a golden horn monster with a life level up to 10 times. I rely on ultimate shadow art and reincarnation eyes. Whether it is life-saving skills or attack methods, I am already strong enough. But at the level of life genes, my shortcomings are still very obvious. Brolin frowned slightly. In the primitive universe, for the strong men above immortality, the standards for measuring strength are mainly in the following aspects: attack secrets, avatars, treasure gear, and strength of the body. These 4 aspects determine the true strength of the strong. Needless to say, the original mystery of attacking Luo Feng, at the immortal level, with the help of the ancestors of the starry beast, realized the mystery of the master level of the universe in the small universe of the other party. www.readwn.com. Kill the Light Lord of the Universe Overlord at one stroke. From this we can see how powerful the powerful secret method is for the improvement of strength. As for the avatar, it is also extremely important. On the one hand, it can greatly enhance the survivability. On the other hand, a few more main battle avatars, whether siege or mobile operations, are very important. Treasure items and equipment, not to mention, treasures, but the existence of the Supreme Master of the Universe must be mad to the existence. In the original work, Luo Feng is almost fearless in the primitive universe with the help of the Star Tower. In the original work, the most important reason why Luo Feng can become the number 1 in the universe is because of his deity. In the primitive universe, a large divine body means that it is difficult to kill, which means that there is more divine power, and it will take a great advantage to consume to kill. He is like the Lord of Nine Yu, why no one dares to provoke him, because his body is huge and almost impossible to kill, so no one wants to provoke him. In Luo Yuan's works, before Luo Feng became the true god, the deities, the horned beasts, and the demon-slain clones were all 90,000 kilometers in length. As for the secluded sea, it was almost endless. With its powerful avatar Luo Feng, whether fighting or saving lives, it is almost impeccable. I can still suppress Luo Feng with the reincarnation eye, but once he rises with the talent avatar of 9 calamity code and golden horn monster, I am not sure. His genetic level of life will be his biggest weakness. Unfortunately, the 9 calamity secrets can only be learned by one person, and it seems that they can only be specifically matched to Earth people. If possible, Brolin hopes to master the 9 calamity secrets. I thought of this, and he felt moved. Chapter 47, End of Reincarnation. Black Dragon, if I can get the complete slate of the 9 secrets, can the system turn it into a talented secret pattern? Brolin asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Of course you can, the master. You underestimate the ability of the system. How can a system that can't be restricted by even the high laws be stumped by the restrictions of a secret method? The Black Dragon's figure appeared instantly, revealing a look of pride. That's great. Upon hearing that, Brolin suddenly looked excited. The secret code of 9 calamities. With this mysterious king-level secret, he can at least raise the level of life genes to perfection, which is 10,081 times, and the height of the body will be increased to the level of 90,000 kilometers. The higher the level of the gene of life, the stronger the force of my universe will be. It is important to know that an increase in the level of genes not only means an increase in the body, but also increases the intensity of energy in the body. For example, Luo Feng's golden horned monster has a life gene level 10 times that of ordinary humans, so that the golden horned monster can have 10 times the lifespan and force strength of human powerhouses at the same level. Ordinary human master, life expectancy is only 1,000 epochs, but the golden horned monster has a life expectancy of 10,000 epochs. The most important thing is that the strength of the golden horn monster is 10 times that of the ordinary human master. Once my genetic level of life reaches 10,081 times perfection, my force will be strengthened 10,000 times again. Brolin screamed in his heart. You know, with Shura Road and Susanoo no, he can now increase his strength to 6.4 million times. On this basis, relying on the level of life genes to increase 10,000 times again? That would be impossible to imagine. If I am now in the 9-star class of Hung Seeing, the strength of the force in the body can be increased to the 2nd class of the main level of the domain. On this basis, it is increased by 10,000 times, which is the first order of the main level of the world. Such an increase is simply incredible. Cody in history, at the star level, nothing more. If it is said that Brolin is second only to Cody's genius at the moment in terms of combat power, then after getting the secret of the 9 calamities, he will be able to go hand in hand with the other party, which also belongs to the most terrible genius in human history. The secret of 9 calamities. Brolin's eyes showed a strong desire. It is a pity that the slate containing the 9 secret codes was scattered by the mountain in the universe. It is estimated that even Luo Feng has not found it. In order to sharpen Luo Feng, the Huashan guest simply divided the 9 calamity secrets into several parts and let Luo Feng search for it. The hidden places are more dangerous than others. The last 2 fragments are even hidden in the realm of the strong at the level of the Master of the Universe. I'm not in a hurry. When Luo Feng finds the slate, I can take it from him. Brolin sneered. It is imperative to strive for better performance in the genius battle. In this case, I can also be seen by more powerful people. When I enter the virtual universe company, I will get more resources and better cultivation. The reincarnation warfare of Luo Feng and others will continue for a period of time. During this period, Brolin intends to continue to open the human path for cultivation, and to infinitely improve his own laws and insights to close to the universe level. When the genius war is over, he will break through immediately. Start the next adventure world. Broken into the witch's mystery, Brolin fell into cultivation. Primitive universe, the genius battle is the start. Luo Feng, like the original plot, proved through battle that he has the top 10 strengths in the Dry Witch universe. Tan Erong was also in the battle with Luo Feng, shouting out the grand words to win the universe. However, unlike the original plot, this time the citizens of the Dry Witch universe are generally not optimistic about him. In their opinion, although Rong Jun is strong, it seems to be worse than Brolin. After a while, the reincarnation war was finally over, and the 1,000 participants of the Dry Witch universe had been selected. The next battle was the 1081 universe. This guy Rong Jun is really outspoken. Brolin woke up from the practice, a sneer sneered. He naturally knew that Rong Jun claimed to take the first place in the universe, with some smirk. Isn't it from the same ethnic group as the founder of the giant axe? In my eyes, even Baron is far worse than me, dare to beat me. He felt that Rong Jun must know his record and strength. After all, Brolin's reputation at this moment has spread throughout the universe and the human race. The 1081 universe states that Brolin is a peerless one in the tens of millions. Character. In this case, Rong Jun dare to say that he wants to take the first place in the universe. Isn't it clear that he thinks that Brolin is not an opponent? You better pray that you don't meet me in the decisive battle. Brolin looked coldly. Soon, the virtual universe system sent a message to 1,000 players representing the Dry Witch universe, and all of them entered the Dry Witch continent where the virtual universe is located. Thousands of talents gathered here on the vast square. He's Rong Jun, who claims to be the first guy in the universe. These geniuses are all in groups, and get together with people they know and communicate with each other. Yun Rurong, celebrities like Luo Feng, naturally attracted much attention. That guy is really powerful, but the first in the universe is still a bit too much. A dark-haired man in black surrounded by many geniuses expressed his opinion. Have never played against God, you will never understand his horror. If Brolin is here, you can recognize that this person is a sword demon who has played against him in the sixth world. As a super genius cultivated by the imperial family of the Dry Witch universe, the strength of the sword demon is undoubtedly very strong, and it is also an absolute top 10 existence among more than 1,000 people. We are optimistic about Rong Jun, because Brolin's record is really amazing. Even though Rong Jun is already very strong, it is still a little dim compared to it. Rong Jun's face naturally did not look good when he heard the discussion of the crowd. Although he also knows that Brolin, who is said to kill God, is really strong, but he also has the dignity of his own strong man. He has never played against him, and he will never admit that he is no better than anyone. Prove it to you in the finals. On the other side, Luo Feng also laughed and exchanged with several friends such as Fen Gluan. From time to time, some people talked about Luo Feng and compared him with Rong Jun and Brolin and others. Look, it's killing God. Suddenly, someone whispered. Suddenly, almost 1,000 people turned their heads and looked at a black and white figure. With a smile on his lips, Brolin stood at the corner of the broad square and looked around calmly. Unlike Rong Jun's mad words, killing God is recognized as the person most likely to win the first place in the universe. Yes, it is said that even the Witchmaster is very optimistic about him. Rong Jun wants to defeat him, unlikely. Anytime you watch Brolin's video, you will be stunned by his power, especially the destruction of a city and the killing of nearly 800 million people in one fell swoop. Kill God. In the distance, Rong Jun's face changed slightly and he groaned. He naturally knows Brolin's record, but he believes that the other party only has a means to kill the weak on a large scale. There are more than 800 million people in that city, and there are not many strong ones. He felt that if he really wanted to fight alone, the opponent was not necessarily terrible. My strength is not just exposed. Chapter 48, Genius Gathering. On the other side, after Brolin's eyes looked around the crowd, he fell on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, it's been a long time. Brolin's mouth twitched a smile, and began to think of transmission. Suddenly Luo Feng changed his face slightly and hummed slightly. He doesn't have a good opinion of this guy who forcibly plunders the territory of the earth. At this moment, a powerful breath suddenly came, oppressing everyone. This breath is so strong that everyone is discolored, even Brolin's face is ugly. A blood-colored figure fell from the sky. This was a burly man with an 8-meter-tall one-eyed giant. Around him, the wave of horrible power continued to shake the virtual space. Immortal. Someone in the crowd drank, his voice trembling. The comer is the 13th general of the original master of the Witch Kingdom, the immortal powerhouse nicknamed 13. I am the leader of this genius war in the Dry Witch universe. Everyone must obey my order. You can call me the 13 adults. The voice of the burly giant was loud. Rong Jun. The 13 gods looked at everyone. Wu Rong Jun looked respectful. You are one of the most outstanding people in the world of witchcraft. The owner has great expectations of you. You must work hard and do not let the owner be disappointed. Chi Rong Jun immediately said yes. At this moment, as soon as the 13 gods turned their eyes, they fell on Brolin, and then even a slight smile appeared on his face. As for Brolin, you are the greatest hope of my witch universe. The landlord believes that the first in the universe is not a problem for you. As soon as this remark came out, apart from Rongjun's ugly face, the others were not too surprised. Your strength is really good, but don't be too confident. This genius battle, other space nations have a lot of terrible characters. Don't be careless, don't live up to the expectations of the landlord. Browlin nodded and said yes. As for you, the 13 gods will suddenly turn around and look around. There is no hope, even Luo Feng. This time it is good to rush into the top 5,000, it is very difficult to get into the top 1,000. When I heard this, everyone was discolored. I didn't expect that this immortal would judge them like this. Luo Feng's strength is recognized. He can be ranked in the top 10 in the Dry Witch universe, and it is difficult for him to enter the top 1,000, so there is really no hope for others. Now everyone goes to the teleportation place, and we will start in a while. As soon as everyone heard what they said, they immediately acted. Soon, under the leadership of the 13 god generals, everyone went from the virtual universe to the Witch continent to the place where the headquarters of the virtual universe company is located. This is a much larger crystal square with 1081 huge towers. All of you in the Witch universe, your residence is in building 0852. A middle-aged man in a white robe looked respectfully at the 13 gods. The 13 gods nodded, and then led everyone to fly towards the building. At this moment, more than 100,000 people have gathered in the square. They are all human beings in various forms, and obviously they are all contestants in various universes. Look, that's the team of the Dry Witch universe. Suddenly, someone yelled. Yes, it's the Witch Space Country. Kill God. That's the guy. Soon, countless gazes came over the square, glancing at the Dry Witch universe, and soon they stayed on Brolin. It's this guy who is hailed as a peerless figure in the tens of millions of ages. This genius war is most likely to win the terrible existence of the first. I believe that I am not weak and that I am the deserved number one in my ancient round universe. But even my teacher thinks that I have no chance of killing the gods. Not a level. Everyone shook his head. Brolin's fame has spread throughout the universe and is considered by countless people to be one of the most powerful people in this genius war. Maybe only that monster in Noah's universe can compete with him. Death Bran. Everyone's eyes could not help but look to the other side. It was a white figure with a long sword, exhaling a cold atmosphere. He is nicknamed Death God, and is also known as the peerless genius who came out of tens of millions of epochs, Bran. Although Brolin was strong in this session of the genius battle, the performance of Death Bran is also extremely amazing. He is also considered to be a strong competitor of the first person. Rongjun's face was unnatural in the Dry Witch universe kingdom. The geniuses of other universe kingdoms only paid attention to Brolin, which gave him a sense of shame that was ignored. Soon, everyone came to a building. After the 13 gods distributed the room keys to everyone returned to their residences and began to wait. The 13 divine generals strode into a magnificent restaurant. Here, there are long and powerful figures, thousands of people, all leading immortal gods of the universe. 13. It's 13. When I saw the 13 gods coming in, many immortal gods suddenly smiled and said hello. As a majesty of the Lord of the Dry Witch Kingdom, 13's strength is still very strong and his reputation is not weak. I heard that you are doing a terrible character this time. Oh, it seems to be a little guy named Brolin. I've watched his video. It's really amazing, it can't be easy for the star to be that strong. It seems that this time the whole universe is number one. It's your turn to witch the universe. Some immortal gods started laughing and joking about the 13 gods. That's not necessarily true. I heard that your Noah universe is also an amazing young man. The 13 gods will look at an immortal. Bran is indeed very good. The immortal smile of the Noah universe. The rest of immortality is also clear. The first of this session should have occurred between the Dry Witch universe and the Noah universe. Because those two young people are really amazing, far more than other competitors. For talented people like Rong Jun, several genius battles have appeared in previous generations, and even the first place in many previous genius battles is stronger than Rong Jun. But like Brolin and Berland, Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com has shown a crushing trend in the face of competitors of the same generation. Such geniuses have not seen much in recent hundreds of genius wars. I can say that the two of them can be regarded as hundreds of thousands of peerless people who can only be seen in the genius wars. It is not without reason that the geniuses who came out in the tens of millions of epics are definitely not unreasonable. At this moment, in the 1081 building, all the geniuses are in perfect condition, adjusting their state to the extreme, and making the best preparations for the next battle. At this moment, Brolin was in the room. According to the original plot, the next game is to break through the 7 trial towers. By the window, Brolin looked at the distance and smiled at the corner of his mouth. There are 7 trial towers. Each tower has 7 floors, and each floor has a corresponding defending monster. You must pass constant killing to pass through layers. The one who has passed through the most layers is the first in this trial phase. Those who fail the trial will also be ruthlessly eliminated. I remember that in the original plot, only Bolin broke into the first floor of the 7th tower. Even if it was as strong as Luo Feng, it stopped on the first floor of the 6th tower. Brolin sighed. The difficulty of trying the tower, with the continuous increase in the number of layers, in addition to Bran, in the original story, everyone else fell on the first floor of the 6th tower, only Bran fell on the 7th, the first floor of the tower. From this we can see that Baron's strength is indeed far beyond other people. I don't know, I can reach the first floor. Brolin's eyes were bright. He has many mysteries of reincarnation eyes, and he is best at large-scale operations. To kill a large number of monsters in the trial tower, he has an advantage over others. After all, he once killed nearly 800 million people with a star burst. Chapter 49, Trial Tower. When Brolin and others rested and adjusted in the room, there were more than 1,000 immortals on the huge crystal square outside the 1081 building, including the 13 gods, who are standing on the square at this moment. Looking at a great figure in the void above, he looked respectfully. The Cyan figure is the person in charge of this genius war. The Cosmic Lord of the Virtual Universe Company exists, the Lord of the 9 Swords. You can start. In the void, Lord 9 Swords whispered, and the void around him was trembling. Glancing at his eyes, he looked at the 1081 building in the distance. Suddenly, an invisible wave of will spread and swept away. I felt this wave, and the thousands of immortals were all in my heart, and my face was shocked. Sovereign universe, this kind of existence is really terrible. Some immortal beings sighed secretly, at the same time they had hopes in their hearts, hoping that one day they could also step into this incredible state. The invisible wave of will issued by the Lord of the 9 Swords soon radiated into that building. At this time, the millions of geniuses in the 1081 universe, including Brolin, were instantly caught in whatever they were doing at the moment. In the state of unconsciousness, all eyes were dull, their bodies suspended involuntarily, and they converged toward Crystal Plaza. Soon, the millions of geniuses gathered in the square. At the same time, their eyes started to clear and they woke up from the unconscious. How is this going? I just practiced in my room, why did I get here? What the is going on? The people who recovered their consciousness were all very surprised, one after another. Brolin is also ugly, it is clear that everyone, including him, was controlled by someone's will for a moment. What a terrible thing, easily control millions of geniuses, and let them collectively fall into an unconscious state. At this moment, a loud sound rang from above them, and the space was trembling with the sound of this sound wave. Everyone was startled, then looked up. Welcome to you, join the genius battle hosted by my virtual universe company. His Holiness looked down with a smile on his face. What a terrible existence! Brolin's pupils shrank sharply. He can feel how terrible power is contained in the figure floating in the void. It is completely integrated with the surrounding void, as if he is the space itself. Brolin was shocked. Is this the Supreme Master of the universe, who fully grasps the existence of the laws of space? He is familiar with the plot, and with the respectful expression of the thousands of immortals around him, he naturally guessed the identity of the Lord of the Nine Swords, but also had to sigh, shocking the terrible place of the Lord of the universe. The remaining millions of geniuses are also powerful and shocked by the Lord of the Nine Swords, one by one very quiet. You are all elites selected by 1081 universe nations. Each 1000 nations have a total of 1081,000 people. They are all geniuses of my human race. The Supreme Master Nine Swords smiled. But even if you are all excellent, not everyone can join my virtual universe company. There are only 1,000 people at the core of my virtual universe company. When I heard this, all talented players were taken aback. The core layer of the virtual universe company only recruits 1,000 people. Doesn't that mean that it is necessary to eliminate 108 million people? This is too cruel. Looking around at everyone's expressions, Lord Nine Swords smiled slightly and continued to speak. Next, you will conduct a trial. My virtual universe has prepared 7 trial towers for each of you. Each tower has 7 floors, and each floor will have a powerful alien guard. All you have to do is keep killing and break through the trial towers. My virtual universe company will calculate your points based on your killing of aliens. The final result of this score, the top 100 people will directly enter the core layer of my virtual universe company. From the 101st to the 7,300th place, there will be a battle of Taiwan and the remaining 900 places. As for the 7,300 and later, all eliminated. After the words of His Holiness the Nine Sword Masters, millions of geniuses had different faces, and many people looked ugly. 1,000 out of a million people, this elimination rate is too high. Everyone felt the pressure. There are only 1,081 universe nations. Doesn't it mean that even everyone ranked first in the universe nation is not sure that they can pass this assessment? This, my strength, I can't even enter the top 10 in my 9-flame universe, it's over. No hope. Many people are desperate and feel that it is impossible for them to get one of those 1,000 places without that strength. But there are also many people with determined expressions on their faces. Kill enough aliens, I will get more points. I don't expect the points to enter the top 100, but at least I must guarantee that I have the opportunity to participate in the Battle of Taiwan. It started. Alas! After the announcement was announced, Lord Nine Swords left. And Brolin and others continued to return to their rooms, quietly waiting for the trial to begin. In the early morning of the next day, the prompt message of the virtual universe system was sent to everyone. Please note that the trial will begin soon and the collective transmission will start immediately. Please be prepared. When I heard the news, everyone paid 120,000 points of attention, and my heart was tense at the same time. An invisible wave came, covering all millions of contestants, but those immortal and servants had no effect. The light flickered, and millions of geniuses disappeared instantly, and were collectively transmitted to the virtual plane where the trial tower was located by the virtual universe. This is a huge meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, floating in the dark universe. A flash of light flashed, and Brolin's figure appeared here. This is the trial tower. Brolin looked away at the center of the meteorite, where there were 7 extremely tall towers with a length of more than 10 kilometers standing in 7 different areas. Looking down at the display on his wrist, Brolin carefully looked at the content of this trial. www.readwn.com Contestant, Brolin, points, 0, number, 002903. Experimental content, in this trial, participants need to pass through the trial towers guarded by layers. Each of the 7 trial towers has 7 floors. The first trial tower has a maximum of 10,000 points per floor. The second trial tower has 100,000 points per floor, the seventh trial tower has 10 billion points per floor. There are two ways to try the tower. One is to kill the alien guards and get the highest points directly. The other is not to kill the aliens, but they do not die within 10 days. They can also be transmitted to the next layer after the time is reached. Count of dead aliens. After all the participants have fallen, the trial is over. Seeing this last message, Brolin's face changed slightly. After everyone fell, this trial ended, that is to say, the Virtual Universe Company does not think anyone can pass these 7 trial towers completely. It's really difficult. You must know that Luofeng at this time has more than a dozen times the level of the 9th Order universe, but in the original plot, it also stopped at the first floor of the 6th tower. He is as powerful as Baron. He has approached 10,000 streamers and can form hundreds of avatars. His strength is almost comparable to that of the First Order Domain Master, and he fell on the first floor of the 7th tower. I can imagine how difficult it is to pass the 7 trial towers in full. In my current strength, compared to Nibiran, it is also very limited. It is too difficult to pass these 7 trial towers in full. Brolin lamented. However, I don't need to pass perfectly, as long as I perform better than Baron, they will be enough. As soon as Brobran's body shook, the whole man rose into the sky and flew directly to the entrance of the first trial tower. Chapter 50, Kill. Is this the first floor? Looking at the vast green grassland around him, Brolin inquired about the virtual universe information. The first tower, the first floor, the target, 10,000 blood woolen mammoths, for each kill, get a point, kill 10,000 to pass, or if they are still alive after 10 days, they will be directly transmitted to the next layer. Points are calculated based on the number of blood wool mammoths killed. Looking at the information on the display on his wrist, Brolin's mouth smirked a little smile, and her eyes were horribly murderous. Kill, start. In the distance, on the prairie, the sound of horror came, and a large group of mammoths covered with blood-red hairs whistled and rushed. These fierce beasts with tens of thousands of heads to reach the star level 9 ranks, have no wisdom at all, only no crazy attacks, but the force fluctuations issued are still overwhelming. Native chicken tile dog, it is vulnerable. Brolin sneered, these strengths are only ordinary star level 9 level blood wool mammoth, in his eyes no different from the ants. Shu'er Road opens. Vientian Tianyan. When Shu'er Road is opened, Brolin's original force level has skyrocketed to cosmic level 9. Vientian Sky triggered, the torrent of gravitational torrents directly pulled the 10,000 blood wool mammoth in front of him instantly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The majestic repulsive force exploded and shattered the 10,000 beasts. Participant, Brolin, points, 10,000. Go to the next level. A sound came from the virtual universe system on his wrist. Brolin looked indifferent, and said directly, enter. The second space is 10,000 nine-headed pythons. Unlike the previous blood-haired mammoths, they are no longer fierce beasts, but highly intelligent monsters. They belong to one of the 6 peaks of the primitive universe. Member. Each 9-headed python is only slightly stronger than the previous blood-haired mammoth. Although it has wisdom and is more difficult to entangle, for Brolin, it is still a spike. The first trial tower, Brolin soon arrived on the 7th floor. The first layer is 10,000 blood wool mammoths, the second layer is 10,000 nine-headed pythons, the third layer is 10,000 metal life dwarf warriors, the fourth layer is 1,000 cosmic exotic flying magpies, and the fifth layer is 1,000 the mech clan. On the 6th floor, there are 10 starry beasts king. The alien guards of the first trial tower are not very strong, and the realm is in the level of the star level 9th to the universe first level, and there is almost no difficulty for Brolin. This 7th floor should be the Zerg Mother's nest. Brolin stood in the empty space on the 7th floor and looked at the fortress-like mother's nest in the distance with surprise. On group warfare, the most terrible things in the entire primitive universe are the Zerg and the mech. Mechanics are good at large-scale physical cluster attacks, and Zerg can also launch clustered physical attacks, but compared to Mechan, Zerg can also launch group soul attacks. After all, every Zerg Mother Emperor is a born soul attack master, and has a unique advantage in the soul. Coming! In the distance, in the worm nest, Guangua flashed, and suddenly a large group of Zerg warriors were like a large cloud, killing Brolin vigorously. Sword Mantis, the original force level is about 10 times the star level 9th level. About 10,000 heads. Estimating the strength of the opposite Zerg, Brolin's mouth rose. At this moment, in the state of Shura Road, the cosmic level strong are all pinched to death. This 10,000 headed sword prays, and the combined force is 100,000 times the strength of the 9-star force of the star, which is 4 times the universe level 9. Boom! For a moment, the queen in the worm nest commanded the 10,000 Zerg warriors and launched a terrible collective attack. The horror of the original force shockwave poured out overwhelmingly. Such a powerful attack, any cosmic level existence must be evaded, and dare not take it hard. But Brolin is obviously strong enough. In Shura Road mode, he simply blocked the attack with the help of Susanoo no, who is not yet in full body mode. Vientiantianyan. He smashed the tens of thousands of Zerg warriors with a stab, and Brolin directly sucked over the Zerg mother's nest. The maggot mother's nest is terrible, and only in terms of its fertility, the body is not so strong. He smashed the mother's nest with a stab, smashing the beautiful queen in Susanoo's black palm. Jane also tried to use charm to reveal her pitiful appearance, and wanted to take the opportunity to launch a soul attack on Brolin. This made Brolin sneer. The queen's strength was not even at the cosmic level, and the soul attack barely dealt with the ordinary first-class level of the universe. Brolin was unmoved by the charm attack, and killed the Mother Emperor with a random blow. Immediately, he received a prompt from the virtual universe system asking if he would enter the next trial tower. Brolin did not hesitate at all. After all, Luo Feng and others in the original book broke into the first floor of the 6th tower. With his strength, it was impossible to encounter difficulties before then. Quickly, Brolin entered the first floor of the 2nd trial tower. The guardian alien is still the same, the only difference is that these monsters have a lot of strength. I glanced at the familiar prairie in front of me, and the fierce mammoth coming from the distance. In the first trial tower, the blood wool on the first floor is fierce, and the strength of each head is probably at the level of ordinary star level 9 stars, but in this 2nd trial tower, their strength is increased about 10 times. Each trial tower, 7 stories of aliens, the overall strength is on the same level, but their attributes are different. Brolin pondered. In the first trial tower, the first floor is a fierce beast with no wisdom, the 9-headed boa on the 2nd floor is an intelligent race, and the 3rd-level Tahara warrior is extremely intelligent. Flying magpies in the 4th layer are strange cosmic creatures. They are extremely fast and very difficult to entangle. The 5th-tier mech-type warrior is good at powerful long-range attacks. The 6th-level starry sky monster Kang, second only to the 12 peaks, is a terrible beast that can be called the domain master in adulthood. The Zerg Mother Emperor on the last 7th floor www.readwn.com can continue to generate a large number of fighters, which is enough to consume any opponent. This layer after layer, alien races are getting stronger and stronger, but their overall strength is still not obvious. For example, in the first trial tower, whether it is the Zerg Mother Emperor, the Star Beast, or the Blood Wool Mammoth, their own levels are about 9 stars of star level. The strength is only reflected in their racial talent on. But at this 2nd trial tower, their overall strength has suddenly increased by 10 times. If each trial tower is increased tenfold, then every alien in the 3rd trial tower will be comparable to the universe level. In this 2nd trial tower, the Blood Wool Mammoth's strength is 10 times the star level 9th level, and on the 6th floor, it is 100,000 times the star level 9th level, which is a level close to 4 times the universe level 9th level. Furthermore, the Virtual Universe Company has set up the aliens on the 6th floor, all of which can be used to display fields. This kind of strength is already in this genius battle, and the top 100 countries in the universe are in the top level of strength. Even the most powerful Death Baron, except Brolin, is just barely close to the first generation strength of the Domain Masters, like Luo Feng and Rong Jun. Their current strength is 20 to 30 times the cosmic level 9 ranks. Look. It's no wonder that everyone in the original book, except Buran, stopped on the first floor of the 6th tower. Brolin sighed. The strength of 10,000 heads is comparable to the blood-haired mammoths of the top 100 geniuses in each universe. Under such a siege, even the strength of Luo Feng cannot be maintained at all. As for the original book, Nibiran broke into the first floor of the 7th tower, and on this basis, he faced another 10 times stronger monster. Chapter 51, Break Through the Barriers. Every alien in each of the 7th trial towers has at least 40 times the strength of the cosmic grade 9th order force, which is almost as good as Luo Feng's. Brolin sighed. And not only the increase in the strength of the original force, but also the perception of the laws, have been set by the virtual universe system to the strength that can exert the original laws. It can be said that the first 3 floors of the 7th trial tower are basically siege of more than 10,000 Luo Feng, and it is no wonder that even a strong player like Baron has failed to pass. Brolin believes that he should be better than Berlan, but even he is a little speechless about the difficulty of the 7th trial tower. This virtual universe company really did not plan to let some of them pass all 7 trials. Tower. No matter what, do your best, not to go through all the trial towers, at least not lower than that of the Berlan. Brolin's eyes stood up, and the whole man killed the blood-haired mammoth group that had hit not far away. Go with. From the outside world, all cosmic peoples are watching this battle of trial towers. Brolin's killing process and specific details in the trial tower were only disclosed to a small number of internal members of the Virtual Universe Company. As for the entire human race, they can only understand the changes in the participants' points ranking. In the virtual universe, the more than 1,000 leaders of various universe nations who are watching immortality are standing on a crystal square, watching a large screen in the void, showing the performance of everyone in the trial tower. Amazing, the little guy who claims to kill God in the Witch universe is indeed fierce enough. Yes, he is now number 1 and his points are much higher than Nibiran. Haha, the of Death of Noah's universe is also very strong. These 2 little guys, but left the others behind. Many immortals are communicating with each other, lamenting. So far, the first and second points in the standings are Brolin and Brian, respectively. Both of them have now broken into the 5th trial tower. After them, the fastest third name, now only broke into the 2nd floor of the 4th trial tower. Brolin is currently on the 6th floor of the 5th tower, and Buran is on the 4th floor. Both of them are theoretically pressure-free before the 7th tower. The reason why Brolin is faster is that his reincarnation eye secretion is more suitable for mass killing, and the death brand needs to be divided. Pursued a phantom to hunt down. 13. You guys are doing amazing things in the Witch universe. Smiled immortally. Haha, this trial tower shows nothing. Facing other immortal praises, God waved 13 with a smile. This trial is obviously more beneficial to spiritual masters and warriors. The magical galaxy in your universe is beyond doubt, but this time the trial tower is obviously not his strength. Sure enough, in this trial tower, the mechanical tribe has no soul, and such adversaries can completely ignore the illusionist's magical attacks like the magical magician Galassi. This also leads to that, even if it is as strong as the magical demon Galassi, such a powerful illusionist who can kill most geniuses with one eye, is only struggling in the 3rd trial tower at this moment. Although this is a fact, seeing Brolin at the top of the list, God will still be in a good mood with a smile on his face. At this moment, the outside world, the entire Dry Witch universe is paying attention to this battle. When seeing Brolin's points ranked first, every citizen of the universe is very excited. 1081 universe nations, millions of geniuses, the first place is from the Dry Witch universe nations. How can this not make them excited and proud? At the same time, the official state of the Witch universe has produced a large number of promotional videos and put them on the virtual universe network to publicize the achievements of Brolin. As for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it is completely insane. Prince 9. Invincible 9 Princes. The pride of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Countless planets, countless empire citizens are in a frenzy. As a Heilongjian Empire, which is only a medium civilization country in the universe, there is no humble existence in the entire human 1081 universe. But now it is different, because of the terrible performance of Brolin. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire is now known by almost all human citizens of the universe. They all know that this talented war, there is an incredible talented player from this original the obscure star field. As for the imperial clan of the Black Dragon Mountain, a grand celebration was held. So that the ancestor who founded the empire, the immortal existence, left the sacred place Black Dragon Mountain and personally appeared at the celebration, claiming that the entire Black Dragon family is proud of Brolin. Even the lord and grandfather of Brolin, Hargrave, followed the increase in status. The lords of the empire began to show their initiative, even Tian Chen, the lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Virtual Universe Company. They all returned a large amount of wealth that had been pitted from Hargrave by using the crystal code of the Thunder Lord's inheritance, and even offered to apologize to Hargrave. At the same time that Hargrave was proud of the spring breeze, naturally, it was all because he had a peerless genius grandson who was almost certain to be able to enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Company. Some people are happy, and others are naturally worried. After learning about Brolin's record, the Earth, Hong, and Thor are all depressed. Because the Earth has already been targeted by the other party, the stronger the other party's displayed talent, the higher the future status and strength, which is definitely not a good thing for the Earth. I can only hope now, and the performance of the three sons is also dazzling enough. Hong sighed. What's going on with the three sons? How can the ranking be so low? Aside, Thunder God frowned. At this moment, Luo Feng is using his trial time to constantly hone his strength. Therefore, he is not eager to kill and go through the trial tower, which also leads him to be far behind. Trial space. This is the 6th trial tower. Brolin stood in the void and looked at the grassland below. Luo Feng failed at this level. The content of the trial tower is still the same. In the distance, 10,000 blood wolves scream, and the horror force shakes the space. Every blood wool mammoth has a level of strength comparable to 4 times the cosmic level 9. Brolin whispered. Now, if he faces a 10,000 headed life form with a level of life of 10,000 heads, that is 4 times that of ordinary humans. Some difficulties. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not yet strong enough to make me feel tricky. Suddenly, Brolin turned on the 6-way mode. Tenjin. He did not use Shura Road to strengthen himself, but instead used the Tenjin mode to elevate his will to the cosmic level. Earth Star. He yelled. A black gravitational ball was condensed out by him, and with a wave of his hands, the gravitational ball shot towards the sky. Taste the taste of my infinite monthly reading. Brolin's mouth twitched a wicked smile. All along, he used the Shura Road and Susanoo no Horai to kill him all the way with an absolutely powerful attack. But now he intends to change it. For mammoths with soul-like life, illusion attacks are undoubtedly an effective way to deal with large-scale opponents. Soon, the Earth-burst starcraft condensed a miniature moon with a diameter of tens of kilometers. The 9-hook jade reincarnation of Brolin's forehead wrote the chakras, printed the pattern of the hook jade on the moon, and launched unlimited moon reading. OM. The horrifying bloodshots flew across the huge blood-haired mammoth group. For a moment, all the blood-haired mammoth eyes turned into reincarnation eyes, stopped the pace, and stood still. Browlin suddenly showed a satisfied look. With his cosmic level will at the moment, his infinite monthly reading was performed, and all life with the level of will below the domain master level had almost no ability to resist. After all the blood-haired mammoths were caught in the illusion of infinite moon reading, Brolin switched from Tenjin to Shura, opened Susanoo no, and exploded to its peak. The terrifying black sword screamed and soon killed the 10,000 blood-wool mammoths who lost their resistance. Go to the next level. Chapter 52, 9 Sword Lord's Determination. Outside. At this moment, among the millions of geniuses, more than 100,000 people have been eliminated from the trial tower. At this moment, they are all gathered on the crystal square in the virtual universe, staring at the big screen, watching the situation of other players in the killing. Look, that killing in the Dry Witch universe, he has already passed the 6th trial tower. A sharp cry sounded, and then the whole square was bustled. What? Too terrifying. This guy, it's a pervert. Even the of Death brand broke into the 6th floor of the 5th trial tower, how could he be so fast? I failed on the 5th floor of the 4th trial tower. How strong is this guy? The tens of thousands of geniuses in various universes were sighing, surprised and shocked by Brolin's horrible performance. On the other side, the thousands of immortals are also communicating, and they keep expressing their emotions. Browling, Baron, these two little guys are really amazing. An immortal giant said. It's true that the two of them have left the others far away. So far, apart from Brolin and Berlan, the fastest one is the third player. At this moment, he only broke into the 7th floor of the 4th trial tower, far behind. These two people. I didn't expect this kind of genius war, such a character would appear. I have immortal emotion. Both Brolin and Berlan have been identified. They are both peerless geniuses in the first millennium. Even in the entire history of human beings, they can be better than the two of them, and only a handful of them, such as Koti, can be called a monster. Yes, it is a miracle that two geniuses appear in the same genius battle. Every genius war, there will be some peerless figures, but as strong as two of them, I am afraid that only one can appear in hundreds or thousands. This time, however, two appeared at the same time, so that these immortals are marvelous. From the current results of the trial tower this time, Baron is in a disadvantage. Yes, Brolin should be stronger. I just don't know, if the final fight against each other, who will be stronger, these two little guys. I'm looking forward to it. Alas! Virtual universe, in a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island, Lord Nine Swords sits high on the throne, staring at the large screen in front, which shows that Brolin has crossed the trial tower. This little guy surprises me again. His Holiness whispered, his eyes were brilliant. I didn't expect it to be more than just time and space. In the field of illusion, this little guy also has extraordinary talent. The reason why the Lord of the Nine Swords made such an evaluation is because he noticed the infinite monthly reading by Brolin. Using that small planet to project the illusion out of it, you can control 10,000 beasts with a strength above the cosmic level 9. The level of will of this little fellow is at most the cosmic level. To be able to do this step, the magical mystery must not be a ubiquitous one. I am afraid it is a super mystery that is also very famous in the universe. His Majesty the Sword Emperor has doubts, and as a supreme master of the universe, he has a wide range of knowledge, but he can't recognize the mysterious method that Brolin uses. Void Tower, or Sith's secret. There is no powerful magical effect that can match up. Forget it, no matter which secret method, just star-studded, this step can be done. This little guy's talent in illusion is equally amazing. The Lord of the Nine Swords is really amazing at this time, not only the amazing talents in time and space, but also the extremely terrible potential in illusion. Such a genius, as long as it does not fall, will be absolutely amazing in the future. Even if he can't be a lord, as long as he becomes immortal in the future, it will definitely be the level of invincible kings. This disciple, I'm going to fix 9 swords. There is a wicked spirit in his eyes. Of course he knows that there is already a respectable presence at the same level as Brolin, and more than one. I should know that in the original plot, even Burin, the space talent is extremely terrible, is considered to be qualified to be able to claim the position of the Supreme Lord in the future. There is still no universal lord to accept him as an apprentice. But Brolin is different. The Virtual Universe Company, like the Lord of the Nine Swords, has watched Brolin's high-level video games and believes that Brolin's space talent is even better than Berland. Even, his time talent is not weak compared to space. The reason why I have such an evaluation is that it is because of the Earth exploding star technique performed by Brolin. The mystery of time and space involved in this mysterious level of secrets, just revealing some micro-ends, has made these cosmic lords amazing. The way of time and space complements each other. In the eyes of the supreme masters of the universe, compared with Brand's simple specialization in the laws of space, a person like Brolin who has both the rules of time and space has a higher probability of becoming the supreme master of the universe. The most important thing is that the way of time and space is the greatest way to the Lord of the universe. A simple understanding of time or space can only stop at the supreme master of the universe. If you want to become the true master of the universe, standing at the pinnacle of the primitive universe, you can only fully understand the laws of time and space. The human race has tens of thousands of lords of the universe, but the master of the universe is no more than a dozen lords. It is conceivable how many lords are stuck at this step. Baron's talent in space is not even a high probability to become the supreme master of the universe. Brolin is considered to have a talent in space that is even stronger than Buran. The most important thing is that his time talent is no less inferior to his space talent. Conditions like this are far from being described as soon as 10 million epics come out. These characters will inevitably be scrambled for disciples by those powerful beings. The Lord of the Nine Swords is now determined to wait for the end of the genius battle, and he will immediately take Brolin down. To this end, he has made plans to offend any old guy. Trial in the tower. Brolin stood in the void, his eyes glanced away, and the group of hairs that exudes terrible breath was trembling. www.readwn.com, blasting the breath of the force of the earth and striking at him. This 7th trial tower is really abnormal. Brolin sighed in a low voice. He could feel that the strength of each of the 10,000 fierce horses in the distance would not be much worse than that of Luo Feng, who went all out. This strength, plus the number of 10,000, even Brolin felt a little headache. Sura Road, open. Susanoo can do it. Brolin instantly improved his strength to the strongest state. The black complete body must be able to stand up to hundreds of meters, standing in the void, emitting terrible fluctuations of the second level of the domain master level. Kill. With a low sip, Brolin's eyes became cold, and they rushed towards the herd. Boom! The terrible war broke out. Suzonengu kept raising his sword and slashing in the mammoth beast. The horrible force was stirred, and the earth broke apart. Shen Luo Tianzheng. In the battlefield, Brolin looked embarrassed, and various mysteries of the reincarnation eye were continuously displayed by him. The 4 shadows of the prison next to the grave were also joined at this moment, constantly killing. Pang! Suzonengu was surrounded by the mammoth beasts, and soon he was hit during the siege, and a lot of broken lines appeared around him. Brolin snorted coldly, the whole body surging force, and soon repaired the crack. My Suzuki can be both offensive and defensive. It not only has the second-order attack power of the Domain Master level, but also has a strong defense at the corresponding level. If the attack does not reach the Domain Master level, even my defense cannot be broken. His attack power is not far from Brolin's, but the round defense is much worse. This is why Brolin has the confidence and dares to say that he can surpass Berland. Chapter 53, Trial is over. Killing, crazy killing, for a full day, Brolin was fighting fiercely with this 10,000 blood wool. Finally, as the last mammoth corpse fell, Brolin suddenly took a breath. At this moment, the black mustaches were all rags, and they were almost disintegrating. This battle was the most difficult battle of his life. Such a long battle caused his power to be consumed greatly, and he could hardly maintain the sure road mode. At the same time, this battle also gave him strong vigilance. Basic battles in the past were basically quick battles, but this time, it was very expensive. Brolin muttered to himself. My body is still too weak, the level of life genes is too low, and the force of storage is too small. My disadvantage is obvious in the face of this war of attrition. His six-way mode needs to provide a large amount of force to maintain, only to fight. At the last moment his force is almost exhausted. Fortunately, before he exited sure road mode, he successfully killed the last blood. Mao Mammoth, otherwise, once there is no blessing from sure road, I am afraid he can't even beat a mammoth. Wait until the original force is restored, then go to the next level. After receiving the message from the virtual universe system prompting him to enter the next level, Brolin did not immediately reply, but stood in the void and restored his energy. The outside world, above the Crystal Plaza, more than 100,000 geniuses of all ethnic groups in the universe are silent, staring blankly at the big screen. He even looked at the more than 1,000 immortals. Suddenly, broke through. An immortal whispered, his expression was a little shocked. Awful. Another immortal sighed. The future is bright. In these great immortal perspectives, the difficulty of the seventh trial tower is simply not what these so-called geniuses can break through. Even if you change some ordinary human domain masters, you can't do this. Not to mention the star rating. However, Brolin just killed the past. The horrible black energy giant killed the quartet in the blood-haired mammoth beast, which brought shock to these great immortals. Kill God, it's too abnormal. Someone said in a whisper among 100,000 geniuses, his eyes were incredible. The seventh trial tower is simply embarrassing us. Another said indignantly. Yes, this difficulty, in addition to the pervert of killing God, who can break through, I am afraid that even the of death bran. Thousands of fierce mammoths, each one's strength is much stronger than mine, it is a bully. After a short silence, the crowd immediately boiled. On the one hand, the difficulty of the seventh trial tower really scared these geniuses, and even began to feel that the virtual universe company set the difficulty so high, it's just embarrassing them. On the other hand, Brolin's performance also shocked them. Such a terrible difficulty, but the of killing broke through the past with his strength, it was simply against the sky. He has entered the second floor. Someone exclaimed, and suddenly everyone's attention returned to the big screen again. The seventh trial tower, the second floor. The dark muster can rush back and forth among the nine-headed python group. These terrible monsters are stronger than the previous blood-haired mammoths. In addition, they have a high degree of intelligence and know how to cooperate with each other. Even more difficult. This battle is more difficult than before. In the end, Brolin failed to break through, and Suzuo was able to break the defense by a collective attack planned by the nine-headed python group. After killing more than 4,000 pythons, Brolin fell. Outside, in the quiet square, all talented players are looking at the big screen. Finally, failed. It turned out that he would fall. A few words came out before watching the terrible battle, which made everyone nervous and shocked. At the moment, with the defeat of Brolin, there was a feeling of relief. No way, the 9 pythons are monsters, and their wisdom is very different from those fierce beasts like blood-wool mammoths who only know crazy killing and will cooperate with each other. Nice, strong, intelligent, and good at knowing how to use tactics to cooperate, and killing God is not unjust. Despite Brolin's failure, no one ridiculed, because they all knew that in the face of the 10,009-headed pythons of the 7th Trial Tower, no one could stand up. Among them, many people may not even be able to defeat a demon python. Brush. With the flash of Wu Guanghua, Brolin was driven to this crystal square by the virtual universe system. Suddenly, around him, Lala suddenly pulled away a large group of people, all looking at him in awe. "Oh, lose!" Brolin chuckled, and then, regardless of the others, looked straight at the big screen in the void and watched the game of Berlan and others. At this moment, the second-ranked Buran is impacting the 7th floor of the 6th trial tower, and the third and subsequent people are still in the 5th trial tower. Brolin is only concerned about Bran alone. He only cares about one thing, that is, whether Bran will fall on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower like the original. Time has passed, and the trial tower battle has lasted for a full year, mainly because Luo Feng and a few others are making full use of the rule that each floor of the trial tower can stay up to 10 days and continuously improve yourself. Like the original plot, Baron fell to the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower. Now, only Luo Feng and the other two are still in the trial tower. Looks like no one can shake my number 1. Brolin smiled when he saw Berland falling on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower. The next step is to prepare the last one. Fight against Taiwan. The 4 secret realms of the Virtual Universe Company, Primitive, Early, Heaven, Earth, Eschatology, the final result of the battle between Taiwan and Taiwan, determine the final destination of Brolin and others. Unsurprisingly, in this genius battle, there will be 2 places in the original mystery. Brolin looked confident. His opponent was always only the of death, Bran, and only the other party could threaten him in the Battle of Taiwan. Others, even Luo Feng and Rong Jun, were not regarded by him. Soon, as Luo Feng and others successively fell on the 1st floor of the 6th trial tower, the trial was over. Millions of geniuses from various nations of the universe gathered on Crystal Plaza. Some people rejoiced, others were sad. The scene was bustling. "Be quiet!" In the void, the figure of Lord Nine Swords emerged and drank with a whisper, and suddenly a huge breath erupted, all of them trembled and calmed down. "This trial is over, I believe everyone already knows his place." The Lord of the Nine Swords looked around at everyone with a smile on his lips. "First of all, congratulations to the top 100 players in this trial. You have directly obtained the qualification to enter the core layer of my Virtual Universe Company. As for the players from the 101st to the 7300th, next you will fight in Taiwan and compete for the remaining 900 places." After the words of the Supreme Master of Nine Swords www.readwn.com, the entire body merged into the surrounding void and disappeared silently. On the square, the virtual universe system came, and in a split second, 7,300 players from the future were teleported away. The entire Crystal Plaza has only 7,300 players and more than 1,000 immortal beings. Those who are led by the immortal nations of the major universes begin to gather their own. Brolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, you all did well this time. God will 13 face the remaining dozen people in the Dry Witch universe, Shen said, especially Brolin, 1 trial number 1, fight for my witch universe. But his words suddenly turned, and his whole body agitated a sense of oppression, making Brolin and others look tight. Never have pride. This trial doesn't explain anything. Even if it is the first place, it doesn't mean that your strength can absolutely suppress everyone. Like the magical galaxy, his ranking is only over 100, but his strength, I dare say, of all of you, only Brolin can have a better grasp than the other. It is Luo Feng and Rong Jun, who will be very dangerous in the face of him. Can't be careless. Next, when the finals are decided, you will have a final matchup, that will determine your position in the Virtual Universe Company. God's words of 13 made everyone look astonished, and a sense of urgency emerged in their hearts. Brolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, the 3 of you don't need to fight against Taiwan. In the next time, you should make good adjustments. As for the others, I hope you will have the opportunity to change your destiny in the battle between Taiwan and Taiwan. Chapter 53, Showdown. Soon, the battle between Taiwan and Taiwan began. 7,200 people battled in batches. The winner stayed, the weaker eliminated, and the battle continued until 900 people remained. In the end, the number of 1000 Virtual Universe Company core members was fixed. At this moment, 1000 real peerless geniuses are standing quietly on the crystal square of the virtual universe, looking up at the blue figure in the void above. Very good, congratulations to everyone who joined my Virtual Universe Company and become one of the core members. His Holiness Nine Swords looked down. The core layer of our Virtual Universe Company is divided into 4 major mysteries, and the status from high to low is the original mystery, the primal mystery, the heaven and earth mystery, and eschatology. These 4 mysteries are different in terms of status and treatment. Next, the virtual universe system will select the strongest 100 people from the 900 people who won in the previous Taiwan battle, and play one-on-one against the top 100 players in the previous trial tower. Ranking: determine which mystery you belong to. As for the remaining 800 people, directly become a member of the eschatology. Wow! As soon as this remark was made, the pan was suddenly exploded in the square. What? Let the virtual universe choose the strongest 100 people, and others go directly into the worst end world secret. It's not fair. How does the virtual universe determine which 100 people are the strongest? No comparison, just let the virtual universe system choose? Unfair. Yes, it's not fair. Suddenly, more than 900 people in the square were stunned, protesting the decision of virtual universe. To shut up. Stop it for me. Aside, those immortals were all dull and drank directly, exuding powerful coercion. Can you comment on the decision of virtual universe? Everyone was stunned by the immortal breath, but their faces still showed dissatisfaction. Who is dissatisfied with the plan of my Virtual Universe Company and can opt out without any problem? At this moment, in the sky, the voice of Lord Nine Swords rang out, which immediately shocked everyone, and then trembled. I'm too cruel. I'm not convinced, just go, my Virtual Universe Company will never leave you. This is one of the 5 giants. Absolutely domineering. Regard your many geniuses, disobedience, you can leave, it is never rare for you. Such a statement, no one dares to disagree. At least you can stay in the eschatological realm. You may have a chance to rise in the future, but once you leave, you really have nothing. Very good, then you agree. Lord Nine Swords nodded, watching everyone's response. Next, the selected 100 people, the virtual system will notify you soon. As for those who have not been selected, you can leave the virtual universe. This competition, from 101st to 200th, will enter the end of the world with the 800 people before, and receive a reward of 10 mixed yuan units. The 11th to the 100th place will enter the secret world of heaven and earth and get a reward of 100 mixed yuan units. 3rd place to 10th place, will join the early mystery, get 1000 units of reward. As for the 1st and 2nd places, you will enter the original mystery and get a reward of 10,000 units. In the original Genius Wars, there was only 1 place in the original mystery, but given the special circumstances of this Genius War, 1 more place was given. After the Lord Sword of Nine Swords had finished speaking, his body disappeared immediately, leaving 1,000 people facing each other. The rewards are generous, and everyone is hot. We must know that a normal owner, all net worth is about 10 units of mixed yuan, a powerful immortal, has only about 10,000 units of mixed assets. The worst of this 1,000 people can also get the full net worth of a master. The strongest 1st and 2nd place can have assets that are comparable to ordinary immortality. In the next time, based on the performance of those 900 people on the platform, the virtual universe selected the 100 strongest people according to their own standards. Given the hardline attitude of virtual universe, no one dared to show dissatisfaction. In addition to Brolin and others, the 200 people in total will decide on which of the 4 secret realms they will enter through duel. On Crystal Square, Brolin and other 200 people who are about to confront each other have gathered together, and the immortals of their respective universe nations are also present. Silently, the figure of Lord Nine Swords slowly emerged from the void, watching everyone's figure and smiling. "I've seen the Lord." Everyone respected. "Okay, let's start the game." After honoring Zhu Jian, he nodded slightly and waved with one hand. In a split second, 100 giant dais appeared in the center of Crystal Plaza. "You 200 people, 2 by 2, the virtual universe will choose the best matching method based on your strength. Today, everyone will be determined." Soon, Brolin and others all received a message from the virtual universe on the screen of the wrist. "Calamar, from the universe of Thunderfield." Brolin sneered, "I haven't heard of it. I don't want to be strong." His opponent, which did not appear in the original book, should be a dragon figure. It is estimated that it belongs to a weaker level among 200 people. For him, as long as he did not meet Bran, no one else would pose a great threat to him, and he was completely fearless. At the moment, everyone knows their opponents, and their faces are different. "It's over, I actually met the lunatic of the Dry Witch universe." A handsome young man with elven ears had a ugly face. His opponent was Luo Feng. The other side ran into the 6th trial during the trial tower. The strength of the first floor of the tower is probably much higher than him, which makes him feel unlucky. "Haha, it's tragic that Kenpo even encountered the Death Bran." Several people laughed around a young man with a bitter expression. "You reading book www.yuyugonshu.com." The guy in Collarmo was also unlucky, and he met the killer in the beginning. Someone rejoiced. Strangling God Bran, killing Brolin, these two are recognized, the strongest of the crowd, no accident, these two will become the first and second in this genius battle. If you say this one-on-one matchup, the people most want to meet are definitely these two guys. Other people, if you are one-to-one, it is not necessarily who wins and who wins, but almost 90% of the people who meet these two people feel that they will definitely lose. "Competitors, please come to the ring." At this moment, the virtual system announced to everyone that the game would start immediately. Everyone flashed in shape and came to the ring, and an invisible energy barrier appeared, guarding the ring. "Start!" For a moment, fierce battles began to erupt on the 100 seats, and the strong force fluctuations continued to shake. The 70th platform. "Kill God, I admit that it is not your opponent, but I will never give up easily." On the opposite side, the skin was dark like ink, and there was a silver unicorn on the top of his head. "Don't talk nonsense." Brolin showed an impatient look with 6 scepters in his hand. "If you don't, you won't have a chance." "Abominable fellow." Collarmo growled, and then began to rush through the strong force. "I am not a ubiquitous generation. Let me see your strongest blow." He yelled, the sword in his hand slammed, and in a flash, thousands of huge blades were cut. The void bursts like fireworks. "Get me the strongest knife, flower burial." Thousands of horrific sword mangs spread like petals and scattered on the entire platform. There was nowhere to avoid. Chapter 54, Duel. "Flashy." Brolin sneered. Although the other side's knife covered a wide area, almost leaving him nowhere to hide, the power of those swords was not very strong. "It may be okay to deal with other people, you want to deal with me, think too much." Brolin's eyes flashed coldly. Behind him, 9 dark Chudayu instantly formed a ball, wrapping his body. Boom boom boom. A blade of light continued to fall on the shell formed by Chudayu, and soon it cut out a fine pattern. Brolin sneered in the ball shell. The power of Calamar's slow knife method is indeed much stronger than that of the previous Sword Witch universe. At least, it is impossible for the Sword Devil to destroy the shell formed by Chudayu to such a near collapse. To the point. Pang! A cricket rang, and Dayu's shell shattered, and the remaining hundreds of knife lights continued to chop down toward Brolin, who showed his figure. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin, who had already opened Shura Road, directly launched the god Luo Tianzheng. The horrible repulsion shook space and time, and the entire ring was covered by a terrible stand. Hundreds of diamangs were swept away in an instant, and the horrible repulsion pressed Colormo directly on the energy barrier at the edge of the ring. Impossible! Colormo was furious. Although he knew the opponent was strong, he did not expect that he would be so vulnerable. After all, I am also one of 200 people selected from 1,000,000 people, and my strength is definitely not weak. Brolin sneered. He hadn't used all his strength yet. At least, he hadn't even turned on Zuzuneng. It's weak. With a sigh of emotion, he slammed his strength, and suddenly Karimo felt that his body was almost crushed. Squeezed by that terrible repulsion and the energy barrier by the platform. Come on! In Colormo's horrified eyes, his body was squeezed into a thin piece of paper for a moment. Brolin number 70, Brolin wins. The mechanical sound of the virtual system sounded, and at the same time, the energy barrier by the platform disappeared, and Brolin flew down. At this moment, a total of 6 people, including him, have ended the battle. Among them, Bran and Luo Feng are impressive. He glanced casually at the rest of the people still fighting, and Brolin gave a disdainful smile. In this genius battle, there are only a few talents that can really be regarded as some talents. Berlan, Rong Jun, Luo Feng, Long Yun, Lightsaber Ai Chen, Magic Galaxy, Prince Su Ka brothers and sisters, Zhang Mo and Qian Shui, except for these few people, are not very amazing. Only Bran is an opponent I really need to take seriously. Brolin's eyes looked towards the white figure. He seemed to be aware, and Bran frowned, then turned back. With 4 eyes facing each other, both sides can feel that the other's body exudes strong war will. Kill God! Brian's eyes were bright. No matter how strong you are, I will not lose. He has always been a strong song all the way, he has never met his contemporaries and he can be compared with him. Before meeting Brolin, no one could even make him a little more serious. But he had to admit that Brolin, who was nicknamed God, was really a peerless figure enough to rival him. Even many people think that the other party is better than him. At least, he fell to the first floor of the 7th trial tower, but the other side broke through. The trial record of the tower is nothing, only a showdown on the stage can really make a point of victory. Bran said to himself. He is an extremely proud person, he will not think that he will be inferior to anyone until he really fights. Brolin read the meaning in Baron's eyes, and a meaningful smile crossed the corner of his mouth. In the original work, you tried the taste of failure after Luo Feng's late rise. But this time, you can taste this taste soon. Alas! The battle between Taiwan and Taiwan was all over soon, and 200 people eliminated half of it. The Lord of the 9 Swords stood in the void, looking down at the remaining 100 people. Congratulations, your victory this time means that you have already qualified to join the mysterious world of my virtual universe company. Next, the virtual universe system will choose the 20 strongest of you based on your performance in the competition just now. Fight the next batch of battles. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect this selection, but the virtual system still chooses it. However, with the previous statement of His Holiness the 9 Swords, no one dared to show dissent. I didn't show my best strength just now, will the virtual system look away? Damn, I knew I was going all out just now. Many people are upset, regretting that they did not do their best, fearing that the virtual system would underestimate their own strength, which caused them to not enter the 20-person quota. Now, I can read the name of the person, get out of the ranks. Lord 9 Swords looked down, and spoke majestically. Brolin, Baron, Longjun, Galas, Rongjun, Ai Chen, Uka. Soon, 20 places were determined. This virtual universe system is indeed extremely mysterious and powerful. Brolin sighed. These 20 people, in his opinion, there is no doubt that they are indeed the few who have extraordinary strength in this genius war. This virtual universe system can precisely locate the strength level of everyone with only a few ring games. It is really amazing. The above 20 people will have a 2-on-1 matchup. After the virtual universe determines your opponents, the last 10 will be decided. Suddenly, everyone looked different. Powerful like Brolin and Berlan, naturally, is calm, while others are nervous. "Don't let me run into those two perverts," said Uka, the prince of Wildcard Star. "Although I'm not afraid of these two people, it's always good to meet them later." On the other side, wearing a horned cap, the burly Long Yun Shensheng whispered to himself, www.readwn.com soon. Everyone has received a message from the virtual universe system and knows who their opponent is about to face. AI Chen vs Uka. Luo Feng's opponent is the magic demon Kalazi. Poor General Mo actually encountered the death Bran. My opponent is Rong Jun. Outside of the crowd, Brolin's eyes projected a ray of light, a sneer twitched from the corner of his mouth. As early as when he was in the Witch Universe country, Rong Jun vowed to fight for the first place in the universe. At that time, although he didn't know the existence of Buran, Brolin had already revealed his edge. In that case, dare to say so, in Brolin's view, it is obvious that he does not look at him. "I've wanted to learn from you for a long time." Brolin's eyes were air-conditioned, staring at Rong Jun, not far away, and the other party also responded, and quickly looked over. Both looked at each other, they both gave a cold hum. "Kill God, others are afraid of you, I am not afraid of you." Rong Jun grinned and laughed silently. He is very confident. Brolin and Buran are really strong, which can be seen from the ranking of the trial tower. But his true strength is definitely not weak, not to mention beating them. At least, there is still a fight. Although Bromlin showed disdain on the surface, his heart was also cautious. In the original work of Yuan, Rong Jun is among the top 3 stable people. The law of the origin of the earth and the law of the origin of the space are very powerful. Only Bran can suppress him. It looks like this battle, I need to go all out. Soon, the competition started, and all the contestants were in place on the 10 podiums. Start. Chapter 55, Fierce. Number 6 on the platform. Kill God, everyone said that this genius battle, you and Bran are the strongest, but I am unbelievable. Rong Jun smiled and opened his eyes with a joke. I will defeat you first, then defeat Bran, and prove to everyone that I am the strongest. Oh! Brolin sneered, relax, you won't have a chance to face Buran. Haha, it's useless to say more, let's fight. Rong Jun laughed, dragged by the earthy machete in his hand, and rushed towards Brolin. Brolin held 6 scepters in one hand and pointed at Rong Jun, with a look of disdain all over his face. Kill! With a loud yell, the breath of Rong Jun's law of body space suddenly erupted. For a moment, all 3 Rong Jun appeared and shocked them. This is Phantom. Many of the immortals who watched the battle below were astonished. This Rong Jun is stronger than before. God will be astonished in his 13 eyes. This trick was used by Rong Jun during the selection of the Dry Witch universe. At that time, he created a phantom body by virtue of the law of space, which was no different from the deity. For that battle, he defeated Luo Feng by virtue of that magical body. Now, he actually has a phantom again. His strength is stronger than before when he confronted Luo Feng. Sura Road. Suzu Nobu. Boom. In a split second, Brolin's combat power soared to the extreme. The black complete body must meet the energy giant, hundreds of meters away, standing on the platform and looking down at Rong Jun below. Brolin's mouth sneered in the diamond-shaped crystal at the center of his eyebrows. How many more phantoms? In the face of absolute power, everything is false. Raised her right foot, Su Zoneng stepped towards Rong Jun, and the horrible force shook the whole platform. Don't underestimate me. Rong Jun burst into drink. For a split second, the three figures turned into one, a more powerful breath appeared. He slashed out at a stroke, and the fluctuations of the terrible earth and air source law broke out. Pang! The tall Su Zoneng could be directly slashed on the foot with this horrible knife, and the entire lower half of the left leg was crushed directly. What? Browlin is surprised. I must know that at this moment, Suzuonengu, whether it is attack or defense, has reached the second order level of the domain master level, and it is absolutely powerful. Qi Rongjun's combat power is, in his estimation, the strongest, which is 50 to 60 times the combat power of the ninth order universe. There is still a lot of gaps compared to the domain master. After all, even Baron, the combat power at this time is about the first level of the domain master level, which is about 100 times the level of the ninth level of the universe. The power of this knife, I am afraid that it is close to the third level of the domain master. Brolin said in a deep voice. Ho! On the ring platform, a knife was cut out, but Rongjun was pale at the moment, his body was sweaty, and the arm holding the knife was shaking constantly. I know this guy's defense is amazing, but I didn't expect to be so strong. Rongjun growled, with an incredible look in his eyes. He was just a knife, it was his full blow to break his own limit. He has only been able to use this trick 3 times so far. After 3 times, he will run out of force and no resistance. Therefore, the power of this knife is absolutely amazing. This is why he has the confidence to face Bran and Brolin. Bran is good at the law of the wind and the law of space. He is extremely fast. Although my knife is very powerful, it is very difficult to hit him. In Rongjun's opinion, the Death Bran is more difficult to deal with than Brolin, because he is too fast and completely restrains him. But Brolin, so far has been a positive rigid type, which also allows him to use this knife without fear of hitting. It won't work, just one more. This knife will attack your body and see if you can stop it. Rongjun made a ruthless scream, and the whole person yelled. The original force of terror shocked him, and his appearance flashed directly to Suzuno almost overhead. Brolin's face changed slightly when he saw this. He naturally saw Rongjun's intention, and the other party wanted to attack him directly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Relying on the powerful force of complete body and strength, Brolin directly launched the god Luo Tianzheng. Immediately, Rongjun felt only a horrific repulsive impact on his body. This force field contains the laws of time and space, which actually affects the surrounding void. Rongjun's face changed dramatically. He does not have the vision of Lord Nine Swords, and his insights are far worse than those immortals. Although he has studied Brolin's tactics many times, he always thinks that Brolin's tricks are just a kind of original force shock only. Damn, this guy! He was bitter in his heart, feeling that he still underestimated the power of this god. Suzuninhu, the second-level master of the domain, launches the Hunyuan level mystery carried by the reincarnation eye. This is my Brolin. The most powerful whole card is. How powerful the mystery of Hunyuan level is. With Brolin's current level of life genes and the strength of the force in his body, it is simply not enough to exert the true power of these horrific mysteries of Shen Luo Tianzheng and Vientian Tianyin. But even so, with these mysteries, he can still hang any rivals of the same level. It's not even difficult for cross-tier operations. At this moment, the huge repulsion of Shen Luo Tianzheng, centered on Brolin, repels the entire space and time around him. At this moment, Rongjun maintains the position of raising a knife and resists hard. The sword in his hand is trying to slash down. He is confident, as long as this knife is split, he can definitely hurt the other party. Brolin sneered, a flash of light flashing in his eyes. The dark sword slammed the sword in his right hand. The black sword cut through the void, and severely chopped Rongjun in the sky. See if you can hide. Brolin sneered. Damn! Qi Rong yelled, with unwillingness in his eyes. He could only give up the offensive in his hand, his figure flickered, and he avoided the amazing terror. I fell on top of the ring, and his face became paler and shivering. The last blade www.readwn.com. Although it didn't hit in the end, it also consumed him too much power. At this moment, he has only the last blade. This time, you can't fail anymore. Rong Jun looked extremely dignified. He knew that the next blow, either he ended Brolin with a knife, or he missed, lost the resistance, and was defeated by Brolin. Decided the winning blow. Looking at you, it seems to be extremely expensive. Brolin looked down at Su Zoneng's head, looked at Rong Jun, teased, the power of the sword just now, if I guess correctly, you can only do it again. Want to win with me next? Brolin suddenly showed a cruel smile. Unfortunately, from the beginning I showed that trick, but you didn't notice it. I know that our victory is already doomed. What do you mean? Rong Jun drank. He didn't understand the meaning of Brolin's discourse. What did he do to show it, but he didn't notice it? You will soon understand. Brolin showed a disdainful expression. Come on, I won't do anything to stop you this time. Dark Susanoo even opened his arms and made a look of no resistance. Use your strongest tricks and let it go. Brolin laughed with a wicked smile. Seeing this scene, Rong Jun was completely stunned, and then his pale face began to become red. Are you insulting me? He yelled suddenly. Bien Rong felt that he had been insulted, and Brolin dared to look down on him like this, threatening to show no resistance and letting him do his best. Look for death. He was completely mad, and his breath was even more terrifying than before. Chapter 56, Shou Luo Feng. Outside the ring, the immortals who watched the battle were all serious, staring closely at the sixth ring where Brolin and Rong Jun were. Rong Jun, lose. Suddenly, an immortal sighed. Yes, lose. No way, the gap is too big. Many immortals have spoken one by one, but they all believe that Rong Jun will lose. What secret method is that? It's too weird. There was an immortal opening, eyes staring at the ring. This Brolin's means are endless. God will be 13 with emotion. The reason why these immortals will sigh like this is because, at their level, they all see that there are 4 unseen phantoms in the dark above the ring. At the moment, there are 4 Brolins hidden in the dark. Na Rong Jun could not detect the existence of the 4 ghost images at all, and he would be conspired soon. What is this? The 4 shadows, faintly faint in time and space, are completely integrated into the void. The strength of that shadow is probably about the 9th level of the universe. It's a weird trick. If I hadn't been so much stronger than that Brolin, it would be difficult to find those figures. Only by this hand, Rong Jun can't lose. Yes, the gap is too big. The immortal strongmen are communicating with each other, lamenting the strangeness of Brolin's means, marveling at his strength. On the stage. Go to death. Seeing Brolin's irresistible gesture, Rong Jun kept accumulating strength and planned to launch the strongest blow. Ha! Brolin chuckled, with a joke in his eyes. Who is the dead man, already destined? Kill. However, just when Rong Jun has accumulated enough strength to hit the strongest blow, the abnormal changes suddenly occur. Pang! A series of blood flowers splashed out. Wu Rongjun looked at his chest with an incredible look, only to see 4 blood holes appearing on his body before and after, and pierced him. What, the situation? He looked incredible. This silent attack came too suddenly, without any warning, and caught him by surprise. Is it you? He looked up and looked at Brolin, with unbelievable eyes. This weird means is definitely a ghost of the opposite guy. But Rong Jun did not understand how the other party did this, and put him to death silently. I said long ago that the ending is doomed at the beginning. Brolin sneered, it's strange that you have a low level of will. If your will and soul are sharp enough to reach the level above the domain master level, this trick may not work for you. Yet, evil. Rong Jun's face showed an unwilling look. Soon, when his body shook, he fell suddenly and his will left the virtual universe. Xi Brolin lifted Su Zonengu and landed on the platform, looking coldly at Rong Jun's body. The death of the other party is naturally the credit of the prison next to the tomb. At the very beginning, Brolin directly launched this trick, and when he saw 4 shadows appearing on the ring, Rong Jun was unaware of it. At that time, he knew that he was winning the game. As a mystery of the Hunyuan level, the round of the tomb of Hulun, unless the level of will greatly surpasses Brolin, it is almost impossible to find the existence of the 4 shadows. His true cultivation at this moment is infinitely close to the universe level, and the level of will is on the verge of transformation and sublimation. Unless the opponent's level of will surpasses the level of the domain master, it is impossible to detect this move at all. The battle is over, winner, Brolin. Hearing the sound of the virtual universe system, Brolin looked indifferent and flew away from the ring. At this moment, it is only Bran who has decided to leave the ring, and the others are still fighting wildly. Geely's gaze came, her face was covered with dignity. His space laws are very profound, claiming to surpass most of the Realm Master, and as a swordsman, his level of will is also very high, already comparable to the Realm Master level. Although he can't directly see the 4 ghost images of the prison next to the round tomb like those immortal strong men, he can also faintly sense their existence and location. Although I can feel the existence of those 4 hidden in the dark, but I really am very difficult to confront them. Bran sank in his heart. At this moment, he really feels that Brolin, who is said to kill God, is indeed extraordinary. Maybe, in a one-on-one matchup, he will really lose. In the distance, in the void, the figure of Lord Nine Swords is constantly switching between reality and reality, so powerful that he can fully control the space. After watching Brolin's game, he revealed his unabashed appreciation. "How many powerful cards do you have, this little guy?" Prior to that, Brolin had performed the round tomb in the virtual universe, but at that time it was not displayed in front of everyone. The 9 swordsmen and others could only watch it through video, so they could not detect the existence of the 4 shadows. But at this moment, seeing the terrible performance of the prison next to the round tomb, the 9 swordsmen and those immortal people all have an amazing feeling. This secret method is really incredible. The 9 sword lords are more like Brolin the more they look at each other, the talent of the other is really amazing, the means one against the sky. This kind of talent, no matter who it is, do not want to it from me. Alas! Each of the 10 Taiwan competitions ended one by one. In the end, 10 out of 20 were eliminated, and the remaining 10 stood quietly on the square. Sure enough, Rong Jun still lost. Luo Feng sighed. Although he defeated Galisai and won the first battle, his strength is at the level of Rong Jun, and he is even weaker on the front line. In the next duel, it is almost nothing to fight Brolin, no chance. These remaining people have different minds. Very good, 10 of you are the best in this genius battle. The Supreme Master of 9 Swords stood in the void, looking down, smiling at the corners of his mouth. You have all been qualified to enter the original mystery, and the next 2 are to choose the last 2 of you and join the original mystery. Next, it is still the virtual universe that selects opponents for you, the winner is promoted and the loser eliminated. After hearing these words, Luo Feng and 10 others were slightly agitated. Although the mystery of Taisha was very good, the original mystery will undoubtedly have a greater appeal to them. In any case, this final battle will go all out. Coming soon, the virtual universe system sent the message of the game to everyone. My opponent, Brolin. Luo Feng looked at the watch in his hand, slightly faint. Hello, scared me, but fortunately did not meet the 2 monsters. Wu Ka shouted aside. Qian Shui met Bran. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is estimated to be a tragedy. Everyone knows their opponents, and soon, under the instructions of the virtual universe, set foot on 5 daisies again. Luo Feng, I didn't expect it to be you. On the ring, Brolin looked at Luo Feng with an interesting look. I looked at the Son of Destiny in the original plot, the supreme existence of the future, the eighth great Hunyuan Lord, staring at himself solemnly at this moment. His heart had an unspeakable pleasure. You guy! Luo Feng gritted his teeth. He has nothing to do with this guy who forcibly seized the territories of the earth, and even threatened himself with the survival of the earth people. Why, seems to have a deep prejudice against me. Brolin shook his head. Is it because of the earth? It seems that I am very unhappy to take that territory. It's better than that. Brolin smiled, exposing white teeth. Let's make a bet. If you can win this battle, I will give you back the ownership of the previous continent. But if you lose, give me another piece of territories on Earth. How? When I heard Brolin's words, Luo Feng's body shook slightly, and his face was extremely ugly. You think too much, I can't bet on you with the Earth. Luo Feng said in a deep voice, flatly refused. Don't you want to, or dare you? Brolin chuckled. Luo Feng ignored. Brolin smiled indifferently, and he did not expect Luo Feng to agree to this gambling. The Earth is his hometown. With Luo Feng's character, it is impossible to use the Earth as a bet. Moreover, Luo Feng is really not sure and can win this victory. Chapter 57, Whole Card. No more nonsense. Brolin suddenly said coldly, take out all your strength, otherwise, you will lose badly. Luo Feng looked serious, and the Yan Shen soldiers behind him were taken into his hands, and at the foot, he was also stepped on by Tianzhuo, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Go with. Luo Feng drank, exhibited the moves of Yan Shen soldiers, and suddenly numerous golden swords appeared in the void, shooting at Brolin at an incredible speed. Brolin sneered, and the Taoist jade behind him merged into a black ball, enveloping him inside. Boom boom boom. Small golden swords constantly hit the shell of Chu Dayu, bombarding fine cracks. In the end, the shell of Dayu was broken. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Brolin drank low, terror repulsion erupted around him, and blasted the remaining golden sword. The terror repulsion did not weaken, but spread across the entire platform. The terrible force field shook time and space and rolled towards Luo Feng's figure. Luo Feng's face changed slightly, and Zhu Linliu's physical form was launched, leaving 9 magical bodies in place, but the real body was rushing towards Brolin's real body with the help of the acceleration of Wu Tianzhuo. Pang! Suddenly, silently, Luo Feng waved Yan Shen soldiers to block the invisible blow that suddenly appeared in the void, and the whole person began to retreat. Sure enough, my intuition is right. In the distance, Luo Feng looked dignified at the edge of the platform. At the beginning of the battle, he had already noticed that there seemed to be several figures hidden in the void on the ring. Just now, one of them had attacked him. If it was not his will, his soul acuity was extremely high, and he would almost got it. At this point, the force field of Shen Luo Tianzheng covered. Luo Feng used the Shen Shen soldiers to launch the force in his body. A dozen golden swords hovered in front of him and kept waving to build a golden defensive wall. With the repulsion of time and space that terror comes in. Deserves Luo Feng. In the distance, Brolin couldn't help but praise. Perhaps on the absolute combat power, Rong Jun is stronger than Luo Feng, but if it is more than the will of the soul, Luo Feng is definitely one of the best. Actually, I can detect the shadow of prison by my round tomb. Brolin was a little surprised. You must know that before his battle with Rong Jun, Rong Ke could not detect the presence of Brolin's shadow at all. This battle cannot be dragged. On the side of the ring, Luo Feng tried his best to resist the repulsive force of the god Luo Tianzheng. His expression was extremely serious. Only relying on the magic sword style of Yan Shenbing, you definitely can't win this guy. It seems I can only use that trick. Pang! For a moment, Luo Feng began to mobilize all his original forces. In front of him, the golden little swords exploded. The strong original force fluctuations directly repelled the surrounding space-time oppression forces. Then, beside him, 81 golden little swords re-illusioned out. Immediately afterwards, these 81 small swords perfectly blended together in the bright golden light to form a golden long sword with a length of about 1 meter. Assassination. It turns out to be a thorny sky. Below the ring, many immortals shouted in whispers, with shock on their faces. Even the 9 swordsmen in the void have amazing eyes. Zhang Yan's second most important force, the assassination style. Before that, Luo Feng, with his star strength, was able to perform the first fantasy sword style, which is very amazing, enough to make him qualified and a real genius in the universe. However, at the level of star level, the second most important aspect of Yan Shenbing, the stabbing sky, is completely different. The 9 great soldiers are so famous in the primitive universe, naturally because of their amazing power. Every piece of magic soldier and its cultivation secrets are of extraordinary origin. The founders are the existence of the famous town universe. For example, the soldiers in the hands of Luo Feng are the greatest elders in the history of the Golden Horn Group. The superpower of the universe hegemony was created by Herodo. Cosmic overlord, that is far beyond the supreme master of the universe, second only to the existence of the Lord of the universe. Is the weaponry secret created by such figures as ordinary? The top 10 secret methods of Zhang Yan's soldiers are harder than one. It is extraordinary to be able to cast the first one on the star, and the second one can be said to be against the sky. This Luo Feng has a deep understanding of Jin Zaiwen's law. Yes, you can show a thorny sky. Many great immortals are marvels, even for them, it is good to be able to use the first mystery of the mysterious soldiers when star rating. In their opinion, as long as this Luo Feng does not fall, the future is promising. On the ring, the golden long sword condensed by 81 small golden swords continued to tremble. Around it, the space was faintly shaking with the sword body. Kill. With Luo Feng's low drink, the golden sword shot out instantly, showing a stabbing strike. Facing this move, even Brolin was a little dignified. I thought that Rongjun's sword had been strong enough before. Now it seems that this second stabbing style of the soldiers, I am afraid that the attack power is even better. Brolin said secretly. Suzu Nobu. He has already started Shura Road, at this moment he is going all out. The complete black Suzuno can appear from the giant, and the huge body is almost full of the entire platform. Shen Luo Tianzheng. In the face of that terrible thorny sword, Brolin had to make a full shot. Boom! For a moment, the horrific space-time force field is full of the entire platform. As if I was plunged into a swamp, the speed of the golden long sword suddenly slowed down, although it was still rushing towards Brolin, but it was not as fast as before. Continue. Luo Feng's eyes were red at the moment. He constantly controlled the golden sword, continued to exert force, and beheaded towards Brolin. But all around, the air force field was too powerful at that time, the horrible binding force was blocking him, and the speed of the golden sword became extremely slow. Nearly. Luo Feng shouted in his heart. He saw hope and was unwilling to give up. The golden long sword is still stabbed in the direction of Brolin. He is sure. As long as the sword can stab the opponent, victory will belong to him. The scene was so stalemate. Brolin must always maintain the space-time force field of Shen Luo Tianzheng, and Luo Feng is fully controlling the golden sword and performing the stabbing sky. It really surprised me. Just then, Brolin said suddenly, I didn't expect you to push me to this point. I thought this trick would be used on Bran. He sighed slightly, then changed his look, exuding apathy. You should be honored. www.readwn.com. This trick is the strongest form I have studied in so long. I heard Luo Feng's words. Luo Feng's look changed dramatically, he realized that the opponent seemed to have an unused hole card. He blasted hard, hoping to pierce the golden sword into the opponent's body before the opponent had time to cast it. It's useless, the victory is already doomed, this time a genius battle, no one can beat me. Same level, I am doomed. Brolin was high above him, and he couldn't express his conceit. He held 6 scepters in his right hand and raised them high. Behind him, 9 lacquered black seeking Tao jade floated out and merged into the 6 scepters. The next moment, the black scepter began to twist, constantly changing its shape. In the end, a black sword appeared in Brolin's hands, exuding an extremely fierce atmosphere. Sure enough, the sword is the weapon that suits me best. Brolin looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes showing satisfaction. Grasp the black sword with both hands and slowly raise it to the top of his head. At this moment, the black Susuo Nenghu, who was 100 meters high, even grew a pair of black arms from his shoulders. A black energy sword with a shape that is dozens of meters in length and the shape of the sword in Brolin's hand appeared in the hands of Susanoo no. At this moment, Su Zuninju, a pair of arm controller Shen Luo Tianzhen's endless space-time force field, while the other pair of newly emerged arms are holding a lacquered black sword and holding up. Boom! A huge breath erupted from the black giant's body. The black flames burst into flames, surrounded by Susanoo, and looked far away, like a giant surrounded by black flames. Chapter 58, Genius War is over. This breath. Below the ring, all the immortal gods were shocked, and even the face of Lord Nine Swords had a touch of movement. How can this guy be so strong? Luo Feng stared round, staring inconceivably forward. This knife, I named it, please. Brolin looked down at Suzuo from the top of his head. Cut all things, seek the top of the extreme. Everyone who prevents me from taking the road to the top, whoever kills. The last word of screaming roared, Brolin's eyes shone fiercely, and the high handle in his hand was slashed down by the black sword formed by the 6 scepters combined with 9 seeking Tao jades. With his movements, the hundreds of meters of dark Suzuninj, and his arms violently forced, the tens of meters of dark swords cut through the void, led to boundless power, and fiercely directed below the platform. Rumbled. Boom! Endless black energy flow rages on the ring, terrible light hits the energy barriers around the ring, above the ring, everything disappears and is drowned in the endless black light. The terrifying momentum shook the platform and even spread to the outside of energy barriers. At this moment, the other 8 people who are dueling on the other 4 platforms are shocked by this amazing breath, stopped the fight, and looked at this side from afar, looking extremely shocked. What happened? What happened to that platform and you can't see it? That's the battle between the of killing and the lunatic. Everyone was surprised. They had been fighting for life and death. They didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. They were shocked at the moment and didn't know what happened. This breath is so scary. Are these 2 guys already strong enough? Can a lunatic be as good as a killer? Everyone was surprised, but soon came back to God. No matter what happens there, the most important thing for them now is how to defeat their immediate opponents. Quickly, on the 4 platforms, 8 people fought fiercely again. On the periphery of Huanta, many immortal and 9 swordsmen are indifferent, and their eyes are full of glory. With their strength, naturally it is impossible to see the scene in Taichung at this moment. The victory is divided. An immortal sighed heavily. As his words came to an end, on top of the ring, the black energy rays gradually converged. At this moment, on the whole platform, I saw a figure standing, it was Brolin, and Luo Feng's figure had disappeared. The game is over, winner, Brolin. With the sound of the system in the virtual universe, Brolin's mouth draws an arc. As for the founder, he exhibited his most powerful move at present, completely integrating the power of Chu Deyu and the 6 scepters into Susanoo no, and cut out his strongest sword. Even if Luo Feng's Yanshen soldiers are the second most important, stabbing the sky, facing his enlightenment, they are directly broken. Under the attack of power that almost surpassed the peak of the domain master level, Luo Feng's body annihilated directly, with no resistance at all. This little guy is absolutely the strongest in this genius battle. An immortal whispered outside the platform. Yes, Bran is not as good as him. The other immortals agreed. This sword will undoubtedly die under the master. Even if it is the real master, it will not be easy to do it. In the emptiness, Lord Nine Swords' eyes were dazzling, staring at Brolin's figure, his face showing unabashed appreciation. The strength of this little guy is not weaker than some of the domain masters in that original mystery. After Luo eliminated Feng Feng, Brolin flew away from the ring. On the other side, the 8 have not yet decided, and he is not in a hurry, watching the other people's battle situation with all their spare time. After a short while, Bran ended the battle first, and then, others also successively scored. Very well, your last 5 will compete for the 2 places in the original mystery. The Lord of the Nine Swords appeared, watching Brolin and others below. At this moment, Brolin, Berland, Longyun, Ai Chen, and Zhang Mo are left. Finally, in accordance with the arrangements of the virtual universe system, the 5 of them fought a battle against each other, and calculated points based on their respective victory and defeat results to determine the 1st to 5th places. In the end, it was no surprise that Brolin and Berland's victory far surpassed the other 3, winning 2 places in the original mystery. In the final battle of the 1st, Brolin relied on the strongest hole card to seek a clear cut. Successfully defeated Berland and became the 1st place in this genius battle. At this point, the genius war is over. Subsequently, everyone left the virtual universe. At the same time, the Virtual Universe Company also arranged a spaceship to go to various places in the primitive universe. The geniuses who will successfully join the virtual universe will be connected to the Virtual Universe Company, the real home base in China. Dry Witch Universe, Dry Witch Realm. On a floating island, a sword-shaped black spacecraft docked. At this moment, Brolin was standing by the door of the spacecraft cabin, looking at the old master who had traces of the laws of origin in his forehead. My name is Cambry, a member of Virtual Universe. This trip is to lead His Highness to my Virtual Universe base camp. The old man named Cambry smiled and saluted. Brolin nodded slightly, then walked into the black spacecraft by himself. Isn't that just joining the original mysterious realm, so proud? Behind the master and elder in that realm, the 10 domain masters all showed their embarrassment and were ashamed of Brolin's disregard for their actions. Genius, not really strong, what is it? Maybe the domain owner has fallen before he became a domain master. With these words, they only dared to say something in their hearts, and on the surface did not dare to say such words. You must know that Brolin is a member of the original mystery at this moment. What an extraordinary status is, far from being comparable to their domain masters and realm masters. If it were true, Brolin could clean them up fiercely inside Virtual Universe. In comparison, the elders in the realm were much more calm, and the smile on their faces remained unchanged. Of course, Brolin did not care about these people's thoughts. He has a system in his body. With the mode of humanity, it can be said that there is no bottleneck in cultivation. It is only a matter of time to become a great existence. The main domain owner of the cricket area www.readwn.com, he doesn't care about their thoughts or attitudes at all. Soon, the black sword-shaped spacecraft began to activate, and soon accelerated to the speed of light, and entered the dark universe. In the spaceship, Brolin was sitting on the sofa. Looking at it from the last time that he had veiled the apprenticeship of the Dry Witch Lord, the Dry Witch Lord has been cold to me. He smiled slightly and shook a glass of drink in his hand. The Lord of Witchcraft lived endless years, how could he not see that Brolin did not want to be his disciple, so after that, he no longer paid too much attention to him. This time, Brolin left the witchcraft mystery, and the Lord of Witchcraft was only giving away a resource in advance as a way to express one's goodwill and make a good destiny. If it is not necessary, even if the founder of the Great Axe wants to accept me as a disciple, I don't want to agree. Brolin sneered. He has a system in his body and can travel through all realms. What powerful secrets of Brolin cannot be obtained, and what treasures cannot be found? Among the worlds, there are many more powerful worlds than the original universe. The so-called strong in the original universe may not be worth anything in other worlds. The genius war is over. When I go to the original universe, I will immediately break through to the universe level and start the next adventure world. His Royal Highness. Brolin suddenly looked at it. My Highness, I will wait for this F-class spacecraft. Although it is fast, it will take 3 years to reach the headquarters of my virtual universe company. Well, Your Highness first followed me into the company's base camp in the virtual universe. The original mystery of His Royal Highness, the residence in the virtual universe, is also in my virtual universe base. Go and see. Chapter 60, Amayama. Will enter the virtual universe. Under the leadership of Cambry, Brolin came to a plain space where the headquarters of the virtual universe is located. This is Rainxiangshan. Brolin showed surprise. The place where he appears at this moment is exactly one of the headquarters of virtual universe in the virtual universe, Yuxiangshan. His Royal Highness also knew the existence of Yuxiangshan. On the one side, Lord Cambry was surprised, and secretly said that the peerless genius seemed to have an unusual background. This rainy mountain is my virtual universe company, where the core personnel below the immortal level are active in the virtual universe. Cambry explained to Brolin, the mountain is 89,000 kilometers in diameter and includes many areas, including the 4 secret areas. Brolin nodded, his face was silent, he knew the plot, and Yuxiangshan had no secret to him. The entire Yuxiang mountain is divided into 5 areas, which are the cultivation areas of the 4 secret areas, and the only public area. The 4 mysterious areas are all about the same size, but the numbers are different. Cambry sighed. The original mysterious place where the Highness was only about 120 people, while the original mystery was more than 1,000 people, and there were tens of thousands of heaven and earth people. As for the last eschatology, there are tens of millions of people. Brolin naturally knows why Cambry sighed. For the same size of cultivation area, the original mystery is only 120 people. Naturally, each person can occupy a large area, and the eschatology is full of tens of millions of people. The places that can be allocated are naturally very limited. In fact, it is more than a cultivation area. The cultivation resources of the original mystery are also much more than other mysteries. The fewest people often occupy the best resources. This phenomenon is very common in the entire primitive universe. His Royal Highness, look there. Cambry pointed at a direction in the endless clouds. Brolin looked in the direction of the other side, and saw an extremely huge island suspended in the endless clouds. That's Thunder Island, my virtual universe company's high level and above, and the residents in the virtual universe are all there. Cambry's eyes showed the yearning look. Is Thunder Island? Brolin whispered to himself. He naturally knew that there was the true highest level of the virtual universe company. On Thunder Island, at the foot of the mountain is the residence of countless immortals. On the mountainside, only the Supreme Master of the universe is eligible to build a palace there. Even if the king is invincible like King Jinyan, he can only stay at the foot of the mountain. In the original work of Luo Yuan, Luo Feng has the combat power of the Supreme Master of the universe at the immortal level, and the Lord of Chaos City ordered him to build a palace on the mountainside. Other Supreme Masters of the universe did not know the true strength of Luo Feng, and thought that he was not eligible to live on the mountainside. For this reason, there were no small waves. As for the top of the mountain, it is the greatest existence of the human race. Those who are universe masters and a small number of universe hegemons are eligible to live there. Thunder Island, soon, I will also have a place there. Brolin stared at the huge island in the sea of clouds, with an ambitious look in his eyes. My Highness, I will take you to the original mystery, where you have already arranged a residence for you. Cambry smiled. Brolin nodded, followed Cambry, and walked on a quiet bluestone trail. The path on the rainy mountain is itself attached to the space law by the virtual universe system. Walking on it, the real speed is much faster. As he walked, Cambry introduced. Brolin naturally understands that although they are walking slowly step by step at this moment, in fact, each step of them has touched the law of space and is actually advancing at a very fast speed. Otherwise, how long will it take to walk to a place with a diameter of 89,000 kilometers? Soon after, Cambry took Luo Feng to a vast area. His Royal Highness, this is the original area. Cambry stood on the blue stone path, pointing to a sign in front of him. My identity, I can only accompany His Highness to this place. It is impossible to enter with my permission. Thanks a lot. Brolin nodded, then strode in. His Highness Brolin, welcome to you, but I have been waiting a long time. As soon as Brolin walked into the primitive area, a black figure suddenly emerged from the void. This is a middle-aged man with a single-headed, red-skinned man. He is also a peak master with the forehead imprinted on the forehead. He looked at Brolin with a smile on his face. You are? Brolin said. My name is Ud, and I am responsible for the introduction of this primitive area. Specifically, I am responsible for introducing the situation to your new highness, like you. The man named Ud smiled. His Royal Highness. He pointed to the distance. This area is where many of His Royal Highnesses in the original mystery live in the virtual universe. His Highness, please follow me. He said. Ud took Luo Feng up, and flew towards the depths of the primitive area. This primitive area occupies 1/5 of the entire area of Yuxiang Mountain, but there are less than 120 His Highnesses living here. Therefore, the space occupied by each His Highness is huge. Including practice places, entertainment places, etc., it is estimated to be nearly 10 million square kilometers in size. Brolin listened to Ud's introduction and couldn't help smiling. He went all out to win the war of genius in the universe, for what? Isn't it just for the dolly cultivation of the virtual universe? Now he has joined the original mystery as he wishes, and the virtual universe company has not disappointed him, and paid great attention to his treatment. Your Highness, this is your training area. A moment later, Brolin came to a vast area. Below, a huge building stood tall, covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. His Highness Brolin. At this moment, the streamer passed by, and a purple figure appeared in front of Brolin immediately. www.uuganshu.com. Immortal. Brolin was startled, and from the other side, he felt the breath of the immortal spirit. Master Jess. Aside, Ud salutes the purple figure respectfully. The immortal deity, nicknamed Jess, looks similar to the earth, but there are some mysterious black lines on the face. He was wearing a purple armor, and was immortal. His Highness Brolin, I am your immortal guard, you can call me Jess. Jess the immortal said, in the future, you can find me no matter in cultivation or whatever. At this time, nearly 100 figures rushed quickly. Have seen His Royal Highness Brolin. More than 100 people stood behind Jace, respecting Brolin. They are like my Highness's guards, and they can order anything at any time, said Jess. Brolin nodded. According to the regulations of the virtual universe, every member of the original mystery would have a guard. Among them, including 1 immortal, 10 peak masters, and 100 domain masters. Such a powerful lineup is only available to members of the original mystery. To the early mystery of Luo Feng, the guard team is composed of 1 realm leader, 10 realm leaders, and 100 universe-level members. Let a great and eternal immortal power to guard, which shows that the virtual universe company attaches importance to the members of the original mystery. Of course, our deity is not in this virtual universe, but the original mystery in the true base camp of the virtual universe company. The immortal Jess laughed. I believe that after long, His Royal Highness can really meet us in reality. It's up. I'm looking forward to it. Brolin also laughed. Chapter 61, Select. Since Lord Jess is here, I will not disturb you. On the one hand, Lord Udis smiled slightly and turned away. His Royal Highness, I have sent you all the information about your living area through the virtual universe. Jess laughed. You are now a core member of my virtual universe company, and there is already a certain amount in the virtual universe. Permission, you can always check some information in the virtual universe. I won't bother. Jess and others said goodbye. Browlin nodded, then began to land, and entered the huge building below. Cultivation area, rest area, entertainment area. While watching the message from Jess, Brolin looked around in the building. He soon became familiar with everything and came to a study-like place. Opening a virtual screen on his desk, Brolin quickly entered the virtual universe system. His authority is quite high now. There are more messages in the virtual universe than ordinary citizens. This is the treasure house. As soon as he saw, Brolin opened the treasure house. Immediately, 8 major categories such as mysteries, weapons, creatures, and treasures appeared on the screen. Randomly opened the secret method class, and suddenly appeared numerous texts and pictures. 7 stars, eternal immortality, Deer's secret. Each powerful and well-known secret method in the universe appears on the list as if it is a big commodity. At first glance, there are tens of thousands of kinds. This is just the first page. It's a virtual universe company. Brolin lamented that each of these secret methods is enough to set off a reign in the primitive universe, and there will be countless immortal gods, willing to pay for the cost of life for such a secret method. But here at Virtual Universe, you just need to use so-called points to redeem it. As soon as I became a member of the original mystery, I was given 100,000 points. Obviously, this point is basically something that the Virtual Universe company has formulated itself. It is worthless. Really rich. Continuously opening up the big categories, countless powerful weapons, treasures appearing in front of him one by one, making him incomparable. At this moment, the Virtual Universe system sent him an email. Suggest me to use 100,000 points to exchange mysteries. Brolin smiled. There are 2 main news about the Virtual Universe system. One is to advise him on the use of points, and the other is to tell him that when he arrives at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe company, he will be strengthened to the 9-star level. Not only that, when Brolin stepped into the Universe level or even the Domain Master and the World Master level, the Virtual Universe company will directly promote him to the 9th class for free, saving him time to absorb the force of the universe. It is worthy of the Virtual Universe company, it is the wealth of money. Brolin sighed. His strength at this moment is only the 2nd order star. To become the 9th star, it must take a lot of time to absorb the force of the universe. Now with the help of Virtual Universe, he only needs to spend time to understand the rules. Buy secrets. Brolin whispered. I already have the avatar technique, life-saving is not a problem, the only thing missing is a powerful attack method. He sighed. Although he has the powerful secrets carried by the reincarnation at this moment, he cannot show their true power. For example, Shen Luo Tianzheng, as the Hunyuan level secret technique, theoretically its maximum power can even destroy the entire source world. However, this premises that Brolin can provide enough powerful power to support this trick. Hunyuan level mystery, once issued, will absorb endless power of Hunyuan from the body of the practitioner. With this power, the mystery can exert great lethality. But at this moment, Brolin has only star power. Where does the power of Hunyuan come from for a powerful secret technique like Shen Lushan Zheng? Therefore, he has always used the star's original force as the driving force to perform the Shen Luo Tianzheng. It is difficult to exert the horror power of this supreme mystery. His current situation is like a person holding an AK-47, but there are only some plastic bullets in his hand. If there are enough forces in my body, I can forcibly transform a hint of force. Brolin secretly said. Hunyuan level secrets such as the God of God Luo Tianzheng can transform low-level power into Hunyuan's power. Even though the cosmic force in Brolin's body is just a star, if he can provide an endless force, the secret method of Shenra Tianzheng can transform these forces into the power of the Hunyuan. With this transformed Hunyuan power, he can really perform this powerful secret technique. But the question is, where does Brolin have so many cosmic forces? How strong is the power of Hunyuan? Even the God of the universe can only be hanged in the face of even a trace of force from the source. Even at the peak of the mountain guest, the strength of the God King class is not an opponent of the power of Hunyuan. Brolin wants to rely on the stellar star force of the primitive universe to transform it into a trace of force. It is simply unthinkable. I am afraid that the force of half of the primitive space is not enough. The primitive universe is only one of the 3,000 dimensions of the originating continent, and the originating continent is only a source world. The power of Hunyuan is a force that transcends the endless Hunyuan space beyond the source world. Its strength is far beyond the level of the primitive universe. Even if the endless power of the entire Sea of Chaos is completely transformed into the power of Hunyuan, I am afraid that the number is very limited. In other words, it is almost impossible for Brolin to use the power of Hunyuan to increase the power of Shen Luo Tianzheng. The mysteries of Shenra O Tianzheng and Earth Explosion Star may have little effect before my early rise. However, once I become stronger and even wait for me to enter the level of Hunyuan, performing these mysteries is enough to suppress the haze in the same realm. Source strong. The secret method of this virtual universe has helped me a lot in the early stages, but once I become stronger, they will have no effect. As in the original work, Luo Feng created the ultimate mystery of the universe golden light at the immortal level. With this extremely high level of mysticism, he can kill the cosmic hegemons such as the Lord of Light with one stroke. www.readwn.com. But when Luo Feng stepped into the main level of the universe, the secret method was not so important to him. Even after he became the strongest person in the universe, he would not perform those secret methods at all, because the level was too low. In the primitive universe, with the improvement of strength and realm, the strong will continue to create higher-level secret methods, and those previous low-level secret methods will be abandoned because they have no value. Brolin's current embarrassment is that the level of mystery of the Hunyuan level is too high, and his strength cannot exert the true power of those mysteries at all. So at present, I need to learn some levels that are relatively low, can be really useful to me, and can be used to the most powerful secrets. The main reason why the high-level secret law will bring powerful power to the low-level life is that when the high-level secret law is launched, it can effectively transform the low-level power into high-level power. For example, if Brolin chooses to learn a secret method of immortality at this moment, when he launches this secret method, he can choose to convert his stellar star power into an immortal power in equal amounts. The mysterious tricks with the help of immortal divine power are definitely much stronger than he uses the star power. It is like the immortal power of a unit, which is about 100 times the power of the peak master. Although the order of magnitude is the same, the quality of energy is definitely different. It's as if it's also a kilogram of iron and glass. The two are smashed, and the broken piece is definitely glass. Similarly, the immortal divine power is much stronger than the power of the world master, and the energy purity is higher. The same secret method, one with double the power of immortal, and the other with 100 times the power of the Lord, whose power is stronger, it is obvious. Chapter 62, Arrivals. I currently rely on Shura Road in combat. Susanoo's absolute strength bonus, there is no real powerful attack method. Brolin groaned. My strongest method is to combine Qi Deyu with Su Zoneng and cut out the strongest sword, Seek Tao. The power of this sword can reach the strength of the Domain Master's peak at my constant star level. In fact, this Chu Deo is not really a secret method, it is all based on the power of Chu Deyu and the 6 scepters, just a simple power increase. I need to redeem a mystery now, a powerful mystery of immortality. It's best to use swordsmanship and incorporate it into Kaihudeo. Too strong mystery, at his current level, even if it is transformed into a talented mysterious pattern, he cannot exert the true power of the mystery itself, just like the Hunyuan mystery such as Shen Luo Tianzheng. It's not natural to be too weak. Comprehensive consideration, the secret method of immortality, is best for him now. Soon, Brolin searched. There are too many secret methods given by the Virtual Universe Company. You must know that the human race of the primitive universe is the peak group. There are more than a dozen masters of the universe. With so many powerful existences, how many secret methods have been created since the endless years? Even if it is a sword, there are countless. Too much, no, I have to choose well. For a long time, Brolin was immersed in countless secret methods, watching those introductions. Eventually he stopped looking through his eyes and stayed on a secret method. Cut star. Brolin drank. This is a very powerful knife secret in an immortal level. It was created by a strong king of Feng Wang. I have used this trick to have the immortal record of killing the king of the same level. To buy 80,000 points. 100,000 points is actually useless, and what you can buy is not a real treasure. In the original work, Luo Feng's master, King Jinyan, bought Luo Feng, a super-secret beast created by Herodo, the Golden Horn tribal universe overlord, and the 7 kills. The upper part of the secret law spent billions points. The secret methods above the level of the Supreme Master of the universe are all expensive. Brolin lamented. Comprehensive consideration, he still chose this king's immortal secret, cut star. A knife, the stars are broken. This star cutting, in the hands of the founder, the immortal king, is said to be able to completely destroy a huge star system with one stroke. It's decided, that's it. Brolin was decisive and immediately bought this secret method. Soon, the virtual universe system sent him an email, which contained the secret method chop star. Black Dragon. Brolin drank in his mouth. Soon, the black dragon who had not appeared for a long time flashed out of his body. Master, you haven't called the black dragon for a long time. The black dragon shook its tail in excitement. No need to say more nonsense, turn this secret method into a secret pattern map. Brolin had no time to chat with the black dragon and ordered directly. Yes, master. Heilong looked a little bit aggrieved, but he also understood that his master Brolin wasn't a good existence, and his character was extremely cold. Soon, after the Black Dragon launched the secret transformation function of the system, the powerful immortal sword of King of the Stars was transformed into a secret pattern and imprinted into Brolin's soul will. Success! Closing his eyes and feeling the golden secret pattern deep in the soul, Brolin's face showed an uncontrollable smile. He can already rely on the mysterious pattern to perfectly perform this immortal sword. This sword method needs the help of immortal gods to be able to exert its greatest power perfectly. A unit of immortal power is 100 times the power of the Peak Master, which is 2.56 million times the power of the Peak Master, which is 650 million times the Star Level 9 stage force. With my current physical force reserve, it is impossible to gather even a trace of immortal power. But when I step into the universe level and even the domain master level, my force will be enough to condense a little divine power, and then I will be able to exert the power of this sword. According to Brolin's estimation, after he became a cosmic class, he could simply perform his begging, and the power of the main peak of the world would erupt. At that time, he estimated that with the original force stored in his body, he should be able to condense some immortal power, so as to perform the trick of star cutting. As for the power of Hunyuan, which is needed by the Hunyuan secret, such as Shen Lushenzen, Brolin estimates that it is basically impossible to consolidate successfully before becoming the god of the universe. There are 20,000 points left. What do you buy? Brolin frowned. With the secret method, the so-called treasure is useless to me. Our weapons. Brolin groaned, and then shook his head. If it was a weapon, he now has a real super treasure. Ask for the Dao. It is the black sword that was formed by 9 Kaihudeo jade and 6 scepters. Regardless of whether it is Dayu or 6 scepters, it is a substance derived from the reincarnation Eye of Hunyuan level, which belongs to the level of Hunyuan. Similar to the sword saber Yuan Luo that Luo Feng got from the vein of the broken Donghe River, my seeking blade is also a super weapon that can accompany my continuous growth. The bright light in Brolin's eyes. In the primitive universe, the most powerful weapons, of course, are those treasures. Like a star tower, it is a god-class weapon, but there is another weapon that can compete with these weapons and even surpass them. That's Yuan Embryo. In the original work of Yuan Yuan, the Dian Donghe Vein once said that Yuan Embryo is an extremely precious treasure, which is extremely rare for the existence of the king level, that is, the of the universe. Because that is a powerful weapon that can grow with the weapon master. Even if it is a Xeon weapon www.readwn.com, although the power is very strong, but the grade has been fixed, at most it is the level of the void, there is no possibility of advanced. But Yuan Embryo can grow continuously. If the master of the weapon grows from weak to small, he will eventually become a weapon of Hunyuan level, which can always accompany the weapon master. Although I am not even Kong Bao, now my strength is constantly improving, and its power will continue to improve. Wait until I become the master of the universe, or even the strongest in the universe. The power of the Taoist blade is definitely not weaker than those so-called Xian Bao. The secret method already exists, the weapon is not needed. In this case, the points will simply be saved for future use. Brolin's eyes were deep, and in the next 3 years, he planned to devote all his body and mind to cultivation and break the universe level sooner. As long as he opens the next adventure world, he is confident that his strength should have a huge leap. For 3 full years, Brolin has been immersed in cultivation. After opening the human mode, his soul level has exploded to the cosmic level. In this way, he can better understand the cosmic level original laws. Time passed, and soon, 3 years elapsed. His Highness Brolin, we have arrived. Outside, Lord Cambry awakened Brolin during cultivation. Are you here? Brolin's eyes brightened. His Royal Highness, look. Kimberly waved, and suddenly the walls of the ship began to become transparent. This is the real home base of Virtual Universe. Brolin looked at the scene outside the spacecraft, showing a shocking color. Below the puppet spacecraft, it is a huge continent that is extremely huge and can't see the margins at a glance. Chapter 63, New Chaos City. This boundless behemoth floats in the void like this, occupying almost half of the universe. This is my Virtual Universe company's home base in the primitive universe. The diameter of the entire continent is tens of light years. Kimberly said with a frantic face. It's incredible. Brolin nodded. He naturally knows that this huge and unbelievable continent must not have been formed naturally by the universe, but must have been built by the powerful men of the Virtual Universe Company. Just like the lost of the protection of the greatest leader Hirodo, it can only be hidden in the Dry Witch universe. The Golden Horns is a tributary of the human race, and their Rizuo world is a world of countless immortals and masters. A giant continent built. Obviously, compared to the base camp of the Rizuo world and the Virtual Universe Company, it is a little witch. His Highness, according to the arrangement of His Holiness the Nine Swords, the first 1,000 players who joined our Virtual Universe Company in this genius battle will gather here. Kembri pointed outside the spaceship, where there was a colorful transparent corridor. There have been many people on it, and several of them have been seen by Brolin in the War of Genius. A strong man in a white robe stood on the colorful corridor and waved his hand in the direction of the spaceship. I see. Brolin nodded. Soon after, the spacecraft stopped, the hatch opened, Brolin floated out, said goodbye to people like Cambry, and flew towards the colorful corridor in the void. It's killing God. He's here too. Whispers whispered in the corridors, and at this time, many geniuses who joined the Virtual Universe Company arrived earlier than Brolin. His Highness Brolin, welcome. The white-robed master smiled. On the orders of His Holiness the Nine Swords, I am here to guide your highness. When everyone arrives, His Holiness will show up and personally you to the original universe. Browlin nodded, stood there casually, closed his eyes, but his will entered the virtual universe and continued to cultivate. Soon, the first 1,000 people of the Genius War arrived one after another, including Baron, Rong Jun, and Luo Feng. Look! At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and everyone looked at it. Is that a spaceship? I saw a spaceship slowly resembling a big blue fish landing slowly in the void. You guys, don't be surprised, it's His Excellency to pick you up. The white-robed master immediately explained. The strange spaceship stopped, and the figure of Lord Nine Swords slowly emerged from the void. Suddenly invisible coercion permeated the entire universe, and everyone was in awe, and bowed their heads involuntarily. Everyone, board the ship! The words of Lord Nine Swords sounded, echoing in the void. 20,000 people all boarded the strange spaceship in the shape of a big fish in an orderly manner. Into the cabin, everyone was amazed. The exterior of the spacecraft didn't look large, but the internal space was tens of square kilometers in size. It was another cavernous sky. I'm going, it's worthy of the spaceship of the Lord. It's awesome. In the crowd, Ka, the Prince of Wildcard Star, stared round. Even the spaceship of my father's emperor is not a grade at all. Crazy, let me tell you, this spaceship is definitely beyond the F-class, it is the legendary G-class spaceship. Ka whispered to Luo Feng, who looked around with the same look in astonishment. G-class spaceship? Luo Feng was shocked. Even the meteor star in his hand was just an F-class spaceship, but even so, he was already his fallen immortal teacher. Hu Yanbo exhausted all the assets were built. It is conceivable that the preciousness of the G-class spacecraft is definitely only accessible to the strongest in the universe. More than that. Ka continued, do you know why this ship looks like this? Luo Lufeng continued to shake his head. This is because this spaceship is definitely a strange creature. Fusion creature. Luo Feng was surprised. Yes, and only strange creatures of immortal level can be fused with the spacecraft. Ka shook. Immortal level. Luo Feng's mouth was almost closed, and he could only sigh that the hand of the Supreme Master of the universe was so big. It is about to enter the initial universe. When you shuttle, there may be some discomfort, you are ready. The front of the spacecraft, the Supreme Master Nine Swords said. Ill. Everyone was puzzled. I heard that the time velocity of the original universe is not the same as that of the original universe, so when the universe shuttles, there will be time disturbances, which will cause discomfort. Ka explained to Luo Feng. Soon, the spacecraft started under the command of Lord Nine Swords. On the outside, a spaceship shaped like a big fish traveled along the colorful corridor. Everyone in the spacecraft felt very uncomfortable in an instant, all of them were pale. Is this the feeling of time disorder? Brolin gritted his teeth among the crowd. This feeling is indescribable, as if being restrained by someone's heart, the whole soul is constantly trembling, and almost everyone has an uncomfortable look. This feeling comes fast and goes fast. Here! Suddenly someone in the crowd yelled. At this moment, through the outer wall of the spacecraft that has become transparent, everyone can see the scenery outside the spacecraft. This is too incredible. Is this the original universe? Everyone was stunned, staring at the outside of the spacecraft. The black universe is no longer around, but a chaotic scene, the terrible grey-white airflow is everywhere, and at the top of the space, there is a black, mysterious golden lines densely surrounding the void, exudes the mysterious rules of mystery. The initial universe is an imperfect universe, in the initial stage of the evolution of the universe. In front of the spacecraft, the Lord Nine Swords slowly opened his mouth. Those golden lines are the external manifestation of the law of the universe's origin. Only in the original universe www.readwn.com the primitive universe has evolved to perfection, all laws are restrained. Everyone was shocked, staring closely at the golden lines. According to the words of the Lord of the Nine Swords, those were the external manifestations of the laws of the universe and contained incredible mysteries. In the primitive universe, how difficult it is to understand the laws of the universe, because the laws are introverted. But here, those extremely mysterious laws are directly presented to everyone in the form of secret lines. Next, I will take you to Chaos City. Said Lord Nine Swords, that is the true cultivation holy place for my human race. I heard that everyone looked forward to it. How fascinating is the sacred place of cultivation of the pinnacle ethnic group. Quickly, the spacecraft was shuttled in an endless stream of chaos. This initial universe is a small universe of the original ancestors. Brolin stared at the chaotic airflow outside the spaceship. The original ancestors were suppressed at the beginning, and the small universe is not perfect. The power of these chaotic airflows should be no better than the chaotic airflows in the universe. You must know that the cosmic sea is a terrible area that only the Lord of the universe can enter. The chaotic airflow in it can completely obliterate any existence below the Lord of the universe. Only a few cosmic hegemons who have the strength to almost rival the Master of the universe can exist in the universe. Flying quickly, everyone can see that in the endless chaotic airflow, an ancient and magnificent building group appears in the field of vision. Is this the Chaos City? Someone whispered to himself, wondering in his eyes. Large buildings stand in endless chaos, old and magnificent, exuding the vicissitudes of time. Reached the tall gate of Chaos City, and the spacecraft slowly dropped. Chapter 64, Storm. Go down. Inside the cabin, Lord Nine Swords spoke. He, Brolin and others stepped off the spacecraft in turn, and soon a figure in a white robe came towards them. I am the special envoy of Chaos City who is in charge of attracting everyone this time. The white-robed lord smiled. In the next time, I hope that everyone can listen to my command. After all, Chaos City is my humanity. Don't mess around. Everyone has no objection, kidding, who dares to chaos in Chaos City? Very good, then, everyone, please follow me. The white-robed master turned and walked along the street. 1,000 people like Brolin followed closely behind him. The streets of Chaos City are quaint, with a width of about 100 meters. From time to time, you can see the strong people of the human race walking around, all of which exude a breath of surprise to Brolin and others. The weakest are the masters, most of them are immortal. Among the crowd, Wu Ka said beside Luo Feng. This chaotic city is indeed a holy place for human beings, and there are so many powerful people. Luo Feng also sighed. On both sides of the street, there is a house. On the roof of the house, practitioners can be seen everywhere. They are all meditating and enlightening, and some understand what they are, and they will also paint it on the side. In the sky, there are more and more figures standing, watching the lines of the original laws of the void. Look, it's the seedlings of this genius war. In the void, a strong presence noticed Brolin and others. Hey, I heard that this session is going to be too good, and there are two peerless figures. Yes, I heard that this year's first place has been followed by many big names, and they want to earn money. Is there such a thing? Those old guys have high eyes. Alas! Below you, in the Chaos City, the messenger of the leading white-robe Chaos City led the way and introduced the situation of Chaos City to Brolin and others. Some buildings on both sides live, some are empty. Soon you can choose one yourself. Every house has countless masters since the endless years, many strong people feel the cultivation here. Look above the platform. The white-robe messenger pointed out, almost every platform has the mark left by the strong, or the sentiment or the secret method. You can watch these things at will, I believe it will be of great benefit to you. Browling and others listened while watching. You all have the qualifications to practice in Chaos City, but only 30 years. During this period, you must not violate the rules of Chaos City, otherwise, the consequence will be deportation. The messenger of the white robe seriously said. Next, I will take you to choose the Chaos Steel. Chaos Steel? What? Suddenly many people were asking questions. My Chaos City, the most important reason for being called a holy land for human practice, is because there are 52 Chaos monuments. Everyone was surprised. The origin of the name of the holy place in Chaos City turned out to be the so-called Chaos Steel. The 52 Chaos monuments are created by the greatest and most incredible 52 powerful beings in the history of our human race, and the path of cultivation of these 52 great beings is recorded above. It's no exaggeration to say that if you can understand any chaotic monument, you can become the existence of the Lord of the universe. You can open up a universe alone and stand on top of the primitive universe. What? Everyone was surprised. I only have Brolin's indifferent look. He is familiar with the plot, so naturally he won't be surprised. He knows that the 52 Chaos monuments are all the most powerful people in the human race. They have recorded their cultivation methods for future reference. Among them, the most powerful one is the Great Axe Chaos Steel, which is the practice method of the strongest level in the universe, and is reserved by the founder of the Great Axe. Unfortunately, the path to the strongest in the universe is the only one. Drawing on the Chaos monument of the founder of the Giant Axe, you will never be the strongest in the universe. Brolin said to himself. The second place is the Cosmic Chaos monument of the Lord of Chaos, which illustrates the space-time avenue leading to the Lord of the Universe. Other chaotic monuments are either the Law of the Universe Master, or the cultivation path of the very strong universe hegemon. If these chaos monuments can really understand as the messenger said, it shows that the level of practitioners is no less weak than the creators of these chaos monuments, and they will inevitably become stronger than the level of the Supreme Master of the universe. How can the chaos monument be so easy to understand? Brolin sneered. After a short while, the messenger of the white robes led everyone towards the city's main government. Just then, the shock happened. Wester. A terrifying roar came from the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread across the chaotic city. That's it. Brolin and others turned their heads, and all of them were filled with surprise. I saw the distant sky. 2 giants came towards Chaos City one after the other. The 2 giants are hundreds of meters tall and emit a terrifying immortal breath. The powerful waves even impact the chaotic airflow around them. Is it Wester? In Chaos City, the strong men who were meditating in the houses or on the rooftop were all shocked and followed one by one. He's hunting down Labo. It's crazy. Following Chaos City. Many powerful beings shook their heads, booing one by one, and also surprised by the bold actions of these 2 guys. You must know that it is strictly forbidden to kill and fight in Chaos City. This is a great sin. Wester, you lunatic. The immortal deity, Labo, who was being hunted down at the front, turned his head and scolded at this moment. Go to death. Behind him, a Tauren's immortal eyes let out a crazy killing. City Lord, save me, it is Wester, he is going to kill me. Labo shouted, rushing towards the City Lord's government. Behind him, the Tauren Wester followed closely. The battle between the 2 immortal gods and the turbulent waves suddenly struck Brolin and others who were also marching toward the city's main government. Not good. Everyone was frightened, pale, feeling the immortal breath that was constantly sweeping, and their bodies were shaking. Immortal levels, compared to them, are too powerful, completely irresistible. Humph. Just then, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. A rumble of humming sounded in Chaos City, and then, in the sky, countless chaotic airflows began to gather, and instantly became a huge chaotic palm. Gently grasping the chaotic palm, he held the 2 immortal gods, Wester and Labo, hundreds of meters tall, in the palm of his hand. I took it with me, and the immortal energy fluctuations that they emitted were instantly annihilated. Boom! The breath of horrible power erupted, and the chaotic palms shook suddenly, and the bodies of the two immortal gods were completely wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the silky dots condensed, and the bodies of the two immortal deities appeared in the void again, but they were both pale and the body was extremely weak. This subdued two immortal deities in one move. Someone in the crowd said in surprise. Brolin rolled his eyes instantly. The Lord of Chaos shot it himself, and subdued the two immortal gods who reluctantly sealed it. This scene has already appeared in the original plot, and the last two immortals were each held in the prison of stars. This is the Lord of the Universe. After this episode, Brolin's eyes have endless ambitions. Although he is familiar with the plot, in the final analysis, he has not seen the real peak power shot. Today, the Lord of Chaos suppresses the two immortal actions without showing up, completely igniting his inner ambition. Soon I will become such a great existence. Brolin snarled inwardly. In the future, I will be stronger. One day, even the Lord of the Universe, I can only stand in front of me. Soon, the storm calmed down completely. The emissary of the White Robe continued to lead the people towards the main city of Chaos City. Chapter 65, Chaos Monument. The magnificent city main mansion covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Brolin and others led by the White Robe messenger shuttled through the city mansion, and soon came to a corridor full of murals. I have a total of 52 Chaos Monuments in Chaos City, each of which represents a unique cultivation path. The murals in this corridor are to introduce the characteristics of each chaotic monument. You have half an hour to watch these murals and learn about each chaotic monument to choose the one that suits you best. After the messenger of the White Robes finished speaking, they turned and retreated to the side, and Brolin went into the corridor one by one and began to carefully watch the mural on the corridor. Ancestral Chaos Monument. Juyu Chaos Monument. Sujin Cheo Steel. The Chaos Monument of Eclipse. The introductions to the Chaos Monuments are detailed on a mural. Big Axe Chaos Monument. Browling's figure stayed before a mural. Although I got the system, my understanding is still at the original level, far less than Luofeng's. What I can rely on is to use the system's talent conversion function to convert a variety of secret methods into a talent secret pattern, so I can use it naturally. If you really want me to comprehend the mysteries, or even create mysteries, it is embarrassing me. Brolin is very self-aware. For him, there is no difference in choosing the 52 chaotic monuments, because no matter what one is, it is impossible for him to comprehend anything. Unfortunately, this chaotic monument is an elaboration of rules. It is not a secret method, and it cannot be transformed into a talented secret pattern by the system. Brolin was a bit sorry. Soon, half an hour had passed, and the messenger of the White Robe came in front of the crowd. Send me the name of the Chaos Steel of your choice, using a virtual universe system. Brolin and others all sent the selected name of Chaos Steel to the other's mailbox according to the other's words. After a while. Very good, your choice. I have already sent it to the top of my virtual universe company, and then I will take you to truly understand the Chaos Monument. When the messenger of the White Robe finished speaking, he led the crowd and walked towards another place in Chaos City again. Soon, they came to a long corridor. Here, on both sides of the corridor, there are ancient bronze gates. On top of the bronze gates, ancient characters such as Mother and Juyu are carved. The most weird thing is that there is a three-eyed old man standing next to each bronze door, exactly the same. Master Candle. The messenger of the White Robe respectfully saluted the old man. The old man with three eyes looked at Brolin and others with a smile. These are the seeds of this genius war. Exactly. The messenger of the White Robe smiled, and then turned back and introduced, this is Lord Candeli. Every figure here is a clone of Lord Candeli. The Lord is the guardian of the Chaos Tablet, already this has been guarded for millions of years. I've met Lord Candri. Everyone was surprised and saluted quickly. No need to be polite. Kandri laughed. Now that you're here, see which one of the secret rooms is empty, and hurry in. Remember, each of you only has 7 days to get to know the Chaos Steel, and as soon as time comes, you must come out immediately. Soon after, everyone went into the corresponding secret room according to their choice and went to see the Chaos Monument. Brolin entered the back room of the Great Axe Chaos Steel. For him, the 52 Chaos Steels are no different. Anyway, with his understanding, it is impossible to understand anything. In this case, he simply chose the largest Axe Chaos Monument. This is the Monument of Chaos. In the huge back room, a huge stone monument with a height of 100 meters stands. On the monument, there are 10 pictures. It can be seen that each is a giant man, holding a huge axe, waving constantly. Is the 10 paintings the Tao of the founder of the Great Axe? Brolin whispered to himself, then stared at those pictures tightly. Soon, he felt the difference in the gods. The giants in the 10 pictures seemed to come alive. Brolin just felt in front of himself that there was really a giant who was waving the giant axe in his hands. Open up the world. He felt the infinite law of the universe from the picture of the steel. I was immersed in the rules, and Brolin gradually felt that he was the immortal giant in the picture, holding an arcane great axe in his hand, and exuding the mighty power from one split to the next. This immersion quickly disappeared in 7 days, and Brolin did not return to God until he was teleported out of the back room. Is this over? Brolin was startled. He felt like he had a dream, in which he turned into a giant god, but the dream was so short. I didn't realize anything useful at all. He growled in his heart. After the depressed mood continued for a while, he was relieved. Forget it, I am already talented. This huge Axe Chaos Monument is the highest level and the most esoteric one. It is normal to understand nothing. He comforted himself. This time in Genius Battle, he can get the first place, which is relying on the system, relying on the secret technique of reincarnation. As for his talent, he can't compare with Luo Feng and others. Moreover, I don't need to comprehend these chaotic monuments at all. With the system in place, I am destined to get 9 supreme Hunyuan mysteries, and I will become supreme existence sooner or later as I go through the adventures of the world. At this moment, everyone outside the back room is assembled. Brolin's heart felt a little different, and he turned around to look at it. He saw that Luo Feng was eagerly looking at him in the distance. Seeing this, Brolin immediately laughed. On the other side, Luo Feng is full of ambition. This time watching Juyu Chaos Monument, my gain is really too great. The 30 years of training in Chaos City will definitely make my strength reach a higher peak. Chaos City is really an amazing place. Maybe, this opportunity can give me another chance to challenge this guy. Luo Feng stared at Brolin, with a raging war in his eyes. After losing to Brolin with genius at the beginning, in the past 3 years, he has been continuously training hard, and his strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. This time he realized the Chaos Steel, he was very rewarding. And he had a deeper understanding of the rules. He believes that in the near future, he will have enough strength to challenge Brolin again. Next time www.readwn.com. Look who the loser is. Luo Feng doesn't like Brolin. He still remembers what the other person said when he first appeared in front of him. He just regarded me as a sharpening stone on the road of his strongman. Once my strength can't keep up with his pace and there is no way to stimulate him, he will start to fight the earth. Luo Feng will never allow this to happen. He can only continue to work hard to catch up with Brolin. Until one day, he completely surpasses the other party, suppresses it, and solves the potential danger of the earth. As everyone gathered, the messenger of the white robe came over. Yes, my mission is over. Next, I will take you out of the main city of the city. You can find an ownerless house in the Chaos City to live and start your own cultivation. Do not forget, after you go back, you must enter the virtual universe and apply to enter the sky bridge. Tongdian Kiao. Everyone was puzzled. You will understand when the time comes. The white robe messenger did not explain too much. Soon, under the leadership of the messenger of the white robe, the people left the city's mansion, and they scattered separately, looking for their own home. In a simple building, Brolin sat cross-legged, and his consciousness sank into the virtual universe. Apply to enter the sky bridge. Soon after, Brolin discovered that he had come to a vast place. This is a plain space in the virtual universe. A beautiful island is located above the endless ocean. Around the island, there are 52 channels, and each channel extends a bridge to the depths of the blue ocean. Brolin at this moment is standing on the square in the center of the island. Chapter 66, Sky Bridge. Kill God. A small voice sounded, and there were already several figures standing on the square, one of which was Uka, the prince of the wild card star. I didn't expect you to choose the great axe Chaos Steel. Uka said in surprise, and then nodded. Yes, with your talent, naturally you want to choose the most powerful and profound Chaos Steel. Brolin was silent and did not respond. At this moment, a strange man in the distance wearing a black star robe with 4 ears but no nose came over. I'm Baffin, the custodian of the Tongdian Kiao Plain, and welcome everyone. Baffin, the custodian, smiled. I've seen the Lord Overseer. Uka and others are saluting. Oh, you are the first person in this genius war, nickname Brolin to kill God. Brolin looked up and down, the warder Baffin laughed. I didn't expect that the prince would know me. Brolin said for a moment. Your fame is not small, I believe there will be a lot of big people to send you emails soon. Supervisor Baffin winked at him with a smile. You have to make a choice and make a decision. Browling for a moment, did not understand the other party's meaning. Okay, not much to say, next I will introduce the mystery of this flyover to you. Baffin will not continue to say more. My Chaos City has 52 Chaos Monuments, and each Chaos Monument here corresponds to a sky bridge. The role of this bridge is to strengthen your understanding of the Chaos Steel. Generally speaking, the deeper you understand the Chaos Steel, the stronger your strength will be. How to judge your strength? That's through the bridge. For example, here is the Giant Axe Bridge that corresponds to the Giant Axe Chaos Monument. There are 32 layers. You can rely on your own strength to constantly challenge the level of the bridge. As long as you defeat the guardians of each layer, you can enter next level. In theory, as long as your strength is comparable to immortality, you can at least cross the 10th floor. If you can cross the 18th floor, it is almost invincible in immortality. If you can break through the 21st floor, it means that your strength is no less than those of the universe nations of our human race. You already have the strength to open up a universe nation and really stand at the top of the universe. As Baffin's words sounded, the eyes of everyone became more and more bright, and their expressions became more and more excited. Well, I won't say much nonsense. What about the Tongdian Kiao? Let's everyone experience it for yourself. Supervisor Baffin smiled slightly. Go away. Uka shook her fist, the figure flickered, and she entered the sky bridge, and the others followed her. The difficulty is not low. Brolin whispered. In the original work of Wu Yuan, when all the geniuses crossed the bridge for the first time, everyone except Bolan and Rongjun failed on the first floor, even Luo Feng was not spared. In the original book, Buran rushed to the 3rd floor in one breath. With my strength, I don't want to be lower than this. He smiled slightly, his figure flashed, and it disappeared. In the dark void, Brolin's figure appeared directly. Like the genius battle, my star-studded 2nd tier body is set to star 7th tier. Choose your opponent, warrior, master, or illusionist. Black void space, came the inanimate mechanical sound of the virtual universe system. I choose martial arts. Brolin whispered. Among the 3 major occupations, warriors are undoubtedly the strongest attackers in terms of comprehensive combat power. Brolin's words were finished, and a dark figure appeared slowly. This is a mysterious figure with a black mask, holding a giant axe in his hand, flashing black light. The battle is starting, Shen said, mysteriously, and the figure flashed, and then killed Brolin. Brolin sneered. Behind him, 9 Chudayu instantly merged into the 6 scepters in his hands, and then turned into a black sword with a length of more than 1 meter. Let me see, how powerful is the power of star cutting? Brolin growled. His current strength is not enough to condense immortal power, so he cannot use the immortal blade to cut the star to the extreme power, but rely on the star's original force to cast this sword. The power is still good. Shura Road opens. Instantly raised the strength to the 9th level of the universe, Brolin launched a talented secret pattern, and suddenly a dark and terrible blade cut through the void. I beg the Deo to wave, and the star secret mystery to be launched. The endless force gathered on the blade, and the terrible razor blades turned into the same thread, cutting off the void. OM! The space shook under the power of this knife. The black figure holding the giant axe was swept by the black blade in an instant, the whole body was cut in half, and then smashed in the void. Tester, the first pass. Will you enter the 2nd floor? Brolin stood in the black void, looking at the shard of the mysterious figure that was slowly disappearing in the distance. The gatekeepers of the Tongtian Kiao are really scary. Brolin sighed. This first layer of guardians, with a single strike, the power has reached the level of the Domain Master, plus the opponent uses the mysterious rules of the Axe and Chaos Monument, the power is even more amazing. It's a pity, I still can't get my sword cut. Just now he raised his original force to the 9th level of the universe, and exerted his power to chop the stars. The power of that sword is not much weaker than the Kaihudeo chop that he fully exerted in the Genius Battle, which is close to the destruction of the Domain Master Peak. Force. The original begging of the Tao was the strongest blow under the triple blessing of Shura Road, Susanoo Nobuyuki, and Chi Deo. But at this moment, Brolin hasn't turned on Susanoo no, so he estimates that the current star cutting method has increased his strength by about the same as Susanoo no, with an amplitude of about 200 times. By the time I reach the cosmic level and go all out, I should be able to gather a little immortal power. Brolin said to himself. When he reaches the cosmic level, the Virtual Universe Company will promote him to the 9th level of the universe. Once the Shura Road is opened, he can soar to the 9th level of the Domain Master level. With the addition of Su Zonenghu and Chu Deo, his strength has definitely reached the level of the Master. At that time, desperately exhausting the original force in all the body, he can condense some immortal divine power with the help of the star-cutting secret method. By then, the amplitude bonus of the star strike will be stronger. Go to the next level. Is still a black void. Choose your opponent, the challenger. Brolin heard that he still chose a warrior. When you first break through the flyover, you can pass the first floor, you are very good. The figure with a black mask on his head appeared and said such a word. But that's it. The mysterious figure shot instantly, the giant axe in his hand crossed the mysterious trajectory, and one axe split out, as if a storm of thunder swept out. Go with. Very powerful, this trick is much stronger than the first layer, close to the 6th level of the Domain Master. Brolin whispered to himself, but there was indescribable confidence in his eyes. He is still the same as the first floor. After opening Shura Road, he cut off the immortal seal of the king with the help of the Taoist blade, and cut the stars. No surprise, in the face of Brolin's power to reach the top of the Domain Master's secret method, this layer of mysterious figure still failed to hold up. The axe blade storm was smashed by Brolin, and the mysterious figure was also killed by a blow. Go to the next level. As the bridge crosses the plain, Baffin, the Watcher, is looking at a virtual screen in front of him, with a smile on his face. Deserves to be the first in this genius battle, and even passed through the first 2 floors so quickly. Baffin's eyes had a sense of appreciation. The sword method should be the top-ranked secret king of the immortal level cut star. Among the primitive universe human beings, most of the powerful weapons used are war knives. Therefore, the most secret methods of knives are: cut star is the secret method of the feudal king level, and its master's previous record is quite prominent. In the immortal secret method, the power is also at the forefront. Therefore, this secret method also has a lot of fame in the universe. Many powerful virtual universe companies have learned this secret method. It's incredible that StarCut can play this kind of power just by star rating. No wonder so many big people are staring at you and want to earn income. But those great beings are so concerned about this little guy, they have informed me early, and once he comes across the overpass, he must send the video as soon as possible. Baffin felt. Chapter 67, Shock. The fourth floor of Tong Tong Bridge. The star level can reach the fourth level. Your talent really surprised me. The mysterious figure, exactly the same as the first 3 levels, looked at Brolin, and could not help but sigh. You can do this, plus you know more than 10 people in history. I'm really honored then. Brolin laughed. But you will stop there. The mysterious figure finished, and the huge axe in his hand began to wave. Boom! Suddenly, a ghost of the world appeared behind the opponent. Among the ghosts of the world, an immortal axe was more in the heavens and the earth, as if to split the heavens and the earth. World projection? Real world master? Brolin was taken aback suddenly. The guardian of the fourth floor actually showed the real world master combat power, and even world projection was used. In front of this move, you have no chance. The mysterious figure drank. Behind him, the huge axe in the projection of the world was continually condensed, as if to really emerge from the virtual shadow of that world. Fight! Brolin gritted his teeth and instantly raised his combat power to the extreme. Shura Road, Su Zonangu all opened, raised the Kaihudeo blade in his hand. The star strike is ready. Dead! The mysterious figure shouted. In the shadow of the world behind him, the horrible axe that had almost turned into a real object was tens of kilometers in size. Boom! The huge axe waved violently, and a terrible axe blade nearly 100 kilometers long whistled out. The power of terror shattered the void, the dark void was illuminated, and everything was covered by the light of this terrible axe. Kill! Brolin looked the same, and the Kaihudeo blade in his hand was cut off instantly. The giant Su Ziuohu could make the same action, and the powerful sword light cut through the void and chopped forward. My sword is cut, and the power has also reached the main level of the world. The only drawback is that there is no blessing from that world projection. If you fight hard, you may not lose. Brolin's eyes were bloodshot. The terrible sword light, facing the terrible axe, the two approached quickly, and the surrounding space was constantly broken. Boom! Finally, the fierce collision of the two together, the dazzling light will illuminate the entire sky of the fourth floor of the sky bridge. It's blocked. When everything calmed down, the mysterious figure opened mysteriously, eyes staring at the figure in the distance. In the distant void, Brolin stood, with a smile on his face. Blocked. It seems that you are not as strong as I imagined. Brolin chuckled, and then his eyes flashed fiercely, holding a begging blade, his figure flashed instantly, and his complete body was fully capable. The same disappeared. Boom! The fierce battle broke out. Brolin went all out and killed the mysterious figure together. This battle is extremely fierce, and it is the most difficult battle of Brolin's lifetime. My combat power is worse than this guy to some extent, but the fighting skills are far worse than the opponent. During the killing process, Brolin found that the opponent's combat experience was extremely rich, and various techniques were used to kill him. Had it not been for the surprise that he repeatedly relied on Shen Luo Tianzheng and Vientian Tianyin to control the space-time force field, he would have been defeated. But Brolin didn't know that the mysterious figure was much more surprised than he was. Is this really a Starbreaker? He couldn't believe that a star-studded guy could fight him to this point. How long, since the creation of the Tongtian Bridge, in the endless years, he can fight to this point in the Star, he is the second. The horrible assassination continued, and the surrounding space was constantly shattered and broken. Do not. Finally, after more than an hour of slaughter, Brolin finally seized the opportunity, and when using the reincarnation eye secrets to manipulate the space-time force field to cause trouble to the other party, a single strike of the star was severely split into the mysterious figure on the body. Boom! The mysterious figure burst instantly, and the body was completely dissipated in the power of the main level of the realm. Tester 4th floor, pass. Listening to the sound of the virtual universe system from around the void, Brolin suddenly smiled when the force was almost exhausted. Finally, 1. Are you going to the next level? The voice of the virtual system sounded again. Alas! This little monster. On the bridge surface, the guardian Baffin stared at the screen, his eyes rounded. He was really scared. The battle between Brolin and the 4th level gatekeeper saw him from beginning to end, without letting go of any details. The 4th layer guards but has the first order strength of the master, plus the secret method of casting is derived from the huge axe and chaos steel. The real combat power is absolutely amazing. This little guy is so star-studded that he could fight with the gatekeepers for so long, and finally managed to break through. Inconceivable, inconceivable. He booed again and again. In history, almost all geniuses in human history have been here since the creation of the Tongtian Bridge. Endless years, how many amazing characters, but just like the gatekeeper, can reach the 4th floor in the Star, the total does not exceed 10. As for successfully crossing the 4th floor? 1. Before this little guy, there was only one. Baffin whispered. It seems my human race is going to make a great presence again. In his opinion, Brolin's performance is absolutely promising as long as he does not fall in the future. Wu Hongxing can defeat the Lord of the Realm, and when he becomes the Lord of the Realm, wouldn't he be able to kill even the immortal? Interesting, this is a great show. The keeper, Baffin, suddenly burst into a narrow smile. Those lords are staring at this little fellow. Unfortunately, they still underestimated him, and with his current performance, I am afraid that it will be enough to shock the great universe master. The Lord of the Universe will come forward in person, and those honorables, I am afraid there will be no chance. Alas! Brolin's series of performances in the Sky Bridge were all quickly sent by email to those concerned venerable beings. Unsurprisingly, Brolin's performance completely caused a shock. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, in a palace on the mountainside. Above the throne, the figure of Lord Nine Swords blends into the void, and his eyes are staring at the video in front of the void. I'm not surprised that this little guy can cross the first 2 floors of the overpass and even the 3rd overpass. But, I didn't expect him to break through the 4th floor. And it turned out to be a star-level realm, fighting with the gatekeepers for so long, and broke through with absolute strength. The face of His Holiness the Nine Swords was full of shock. He was really surprised. The Star defeated the gatekeepers of the Tongtian Bridge at the main level of the world. There is only one person in the history of human genius who can do this. That person is not K Yan, but the talent is equally amazing. www.readwn.com. The performance before the realm of the realm is even worse than that of the realm. Unfortunately, the realm of the realm is not as good as the real people of the realm. The talent of this little guy has exceeded my expectation. The Supreme Lord of the Nine Swords said with regret and unwillingness in his eyes. He intended to pay Brolin a large disciple and recruit him as his disciple. After some cultivation, this little guy may be able to rank among the lords like him in the future. But now it's different, Brolin's performance is much better than he expected. Such a character is not something he can solicit anymore. The great masters of the universe will inevitably come forward in person. Such good seedlings must invest in the best resources, and they can never be given to the supreme existence to cultivate. It's a pity, I plan to wait for him to pass through the sky bridge, and I will send an email." Sovereign Zhujian sighed, "It seems that there is no need to do more. But okay, my disciples, those old guys don't even want to get in touch." He sneered. Such a talented Brolin, that should be paid attention to by the Lord of the Universe, there is no chance for the Supreme Master of the Universe. At this moment, on the mountainside of Thunder Island and in the palaces of many lords of the universe, many powerful beings are all showing annoyance. Pity. So genius, missed me. I am afraid the Lord of the Universe will come forward, I have no chance. Facing the kindness of the Lord of the Universe, that little guy would never choose me to wait. The great existence of a lord is all boo. I thought I had the opportunity to accept a disciple who may become a lord in the future, but I did not expect that the other party's talents were more extraordinary than they thought. It was enough to shock the Lord of the Universe. Chapter 68, Chaos Lord. Chaos City, a huge city main house. In the endless chaos market, countless huge corpses are floating up and down, which are alien enemies killed by the owner of Chaos City since endless years. Can save corpses in the hands of the Lord of Chaos. These strong men were extremely terrible beings during their lifetime. Most of them were honorable life, and a small number of them even existed, such as Hirodo's cosmic hegemons. Even if they are dead, these corpses still exude immortal power. On the towering throne, the body of the Lord of Chaos is extremely majestic and perfectly fits into the surrounding void. The existence of the Master of the Universe is already the Master of Time and Space. Oh, funny little guy. The majestic Chaos Lord, looking at the message sent by the virtual universe system, also had a rare smile on his face. Brolin, it should be the little guy who is the first in this genius war. It is really extraordinary, it should be some amazing opportunity. He is the master of Chaos City. He is also the master of a universe. He can easily master time and space. After each genius war, those geniuses will have the opportunity to come to Chaos City for 30 years. On the one hand, although it is to better cultivate them, the more important point is to identify whether there will be aliens in these geniuses. In the original universe, the Lord of Chaos has the rights granted by his ancestors. With the ability of the Lord of the Universe to master time and space, he can easily see through the souls of all people to see if there is an alien in it. Because, whether it is an alien or a slave to an alien soul, the soul will change and it will no longer be a human soul. That little guy's body is indeed a bit mysterious. Chaos City Master said to himself. When Brolin and others first arrived in Chaos City, the Lord of Chaos City had already observed them carefully. Among them, Brolin's body made him feel very interesting. After all, with the reincarnation I strengthened to the level of Hunyuan, and the pillar strength of the ten-tailed person, and the existence of Chu Dayu on the body, Brolin's body is indeed very strange. Originally the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, his talents were equal. Later, he was said to have cultivated a special secret method, which led to a big change of body shape. And he suddenly rose in the genius battle. The Lord of Chaos City naturally does not believe that the practice of special mysteries leads to changes in body shape. The entire primitive universe has not heard of any mystery that can make a mediocre person become a peerless genius in tens of millions of times. The evolution of the universe is so mysterious, any miracle will happen. This little guy should be lucky and got some kind of adventure. Chaos City sighed. And this adventure is absolutely extraordinary. It's incredible how talented I was to realize that star cut in just 3 years. The Lord of Chaos is the helm of the Virtual Universe Company. He can know many things through the Virtual Universe system. He knows far more than His Holiness, such as Lord Nine Swords. According to the information of the Virtual Universe system, the secret method of cut star is that when Brolin stepped forward to the original universe, he used the points obtained from the Genius War to obtain it in the Virtual Universe system. In the Sky Bridge, Brolin relied on the talented secret pattern to make this secret method perfect. But in the eyes of Chaos Lord, this is terrible. In just 3 years, at the level of the star level, I can perfectly grasp a secret method of immortalizing the king. This talent, no one will believe it when it comes out. According to the performance in the Genius War, it seems that this little guy also has extremely amazing talents in time and space. This point is even more important to the Lord of Chaos. The law of time and space is the avenue that leads directly to the Lord of the Universe. The Lord of the Universe is the real pillar of a group. My human race has cultivated no more immortality, and even the Supreme Master of the Universe is far less than a Master of the Universe. Chaos Lord lamented. The Lord of the Universe has infinite power, almost standing on top of the universe, and has the power to resurrect living beings in time and space. This ability is vital to a group. Only the ethnic group that owns the Lord of the Universe can be called a powerful ethnic group in the primitive universe. How important is a genius who has the potential to become the Master of the Universe? The Lord of Chaos City is extremely clear. Have an unknown adventure, but in any case, he is a member of my humanity, not an alien, and has never been enslaved by an alien. The Lord of Chaos City sank. He has already explored the talented souls of Brolin through one side of space and time, and has not found any signs of infiltration by aliens. Whatever it is a good thing for me to get it. The great existence of such universe masters as him exists. The level of seeing things has long been sublimated to the level of ethnic groups. It is impossible to be as immortal as ordinary humans. For the personal self-interest, start with the same race. At the level of the Chaos Lord, what he cares more about is the continuous cultivation of the younger generation, making the strength of the entire humanity even stronger. Even if there are really amazing adventures for later generations, the ultimate achievement surpasses him. The Lord of Chaos will only be happy. Happy humans will add another pillar of optimism. This little guy is worth a huge price for my humanity to cultivate. So talented, being a disciple is considered a pass. The Lord of Chaos chuckled, but then, a little sadness appeared in his eyes, as well as the violent murderous intent of the riot. Looking at Brolin's peerless style, the owner of Chaos City suddenly thought of his own excellent disciple, but he was calculated by a foreigner and permanently fallen, Yan. That is a little apprentice he loves and values very much. His talent is also very amazing. Unfortunately, he was permanently killed by strangers in strange ways. Even if he reversed time and space, he could not be resurrected. Interracial. The chaotic city owner's eyes overflowed with murderous spirit, and the entire chaotic market shook, and countless corpses burst into blood mist in an instant. Since the original ancestors were suppressed, the demons and robots have continued to confront our tribe, killing countless years and accumulating endless grudges. My human race, if you want to continue to be strong in the primitive universe, you must have a rising generation from generation to generation. The reason why the human race can become the pinnacle of the primitive universe depends on the advantage of quantity. Among a large number of human beings, there will always be several talented existences. Once they grow up, they are the backbone of the entire race. Obviously, Brolin at this moment has been regarded as worthy to be cultivated by the Lord of Chaos, and has the opportunity to become the seedling of the guardian of the human race in the future. The 5th floor of Tong Tong Bridge. Choose your opponent. Musha. Brolin is standing in the void. The Shura Road mode and Suzuninju have both been turned on, and the whole person's combat power at UU Reading Book www.uuganshu.com is at its peak. It's incredible that a star can break here. The future is boundless. As soon as the black mysterious figure appeared, it sighed. Although you said so, but I still have to kill you. Brolin smirked. You can give it a try, I hope you can really do it. The mysterious figure suddenly laughed. Come on. Cut stars. Brolin yelled, and used his current strongest means to cut out his strongest sword. Shiu Luo Deo, Su Zonangu, Seek Deo, Star Cut Mystery. This is my peak hit, and the power has definitely reached the main level of the second level. Brolin roared in his heart. On the fourth floor of the overpass, he used this trick to block the horrible blow of the mysterious figure. "Is this all your strength?" The mysterious figure stood still and said, "It is really amazing to be able to perform such a blow at your level. However, this fifth floor, you are afraid you will not be able to get through." His words were over and he lifted the huge axe in the hands of the mysterious figure. OM. For a moment, countless axe blades rushed out of the giant axe, covering half of the void. The endless axe blade, like the same tsunami wave, roared from the other side of the void, and the void was smashing and spreading around it. Just like the waves extinguished a flame, Brolin's star-cutting knife was directly crushed by this terrifying axe blade. In the eyes of Brolin's anger, the terrible axe blade completely annihilated his body directly. Chapter 69, Select. On the plain of Tongtong Bridge, on the island, Brolin's figure appeared instantly. Out. Failed to kill God. The fifth floor is so perverted, who can pass the star rating? Suddenly, the geniuses of Brolin who were watching a lot were all talking. Little guy, lose. Baffin, the keeper, came over and smiled at Brolin. Too strong, not an opponent. Brolin nodded. The strength of the fifth-level gatekeeper, according to Brolin's estimation, I am afraid that he has reached the fifth level or higher level of the main level. With his current strength, he is definitely not an opponent of the other party. After all, the second order and fifth order of the masters are only 8 times the difference in power alone. Don't worry about it, you've done a good job. Baffin suddenly exclaimed, you know that your performance has caused a shock at the top of my virtual universe company. Look at your email. If I guessed right, there should be a lot of great messages sent to you now. When Brolin heard what he said, he immediately checked his virtual universe mailbox. At this glance, he was suddenly taken aback. The Lord of the Dragon Walk, the Lord of the Bing Feng, the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven, there is still the Lord of Chaos. Brolin is a bit shocked, a bit of great existence, the weakest are the top universe overlord level. The highest levels of the virtual universe company, the existence of the masters of the universe, all sent emails to him. Suddenly, all want to accept me as a disciple. Brolin was shocked. He is a great being, standing at the pinnacle of the entire human race, but at this moment, he is showing goodwill to him and revealing his willingness to accept the disciples. I thought that by my performance, at most, I was accepted as a disciple by the Master of the Universe. Brolin said to himself. He didn't know how amazing and incredible it would be to be able to play out of the main battle power at the star level and master the immortal powerful secrets perfectly within 3 years. Brolin's performance can already leave a strong mark in the entire history of human genius. Even the great Cosmic Master and the top Cosmic Masters who are comparable to the Cosmic Master, when they are star-studded, they cannot do better than this. However, the most important reason that attracted so many lords of the universe is the time and space talent that Brolin showed in the Genius War. The mysterious gods such as Luo Tianzheng, Earth Explosion Star, etc. Although Brolin can't exert their true power at present, they still have the infinite power to control the space-time force field. I have seen the 9 swordsmen and other people who have seen Brolin's performance of these secret operations, and felt the mysterious time and space emanating from these secret operations, shocked by Brolin's talents, and thought that they were honorable seedlings. After Brolin had just crossed the sky bridge and caused a big shock, and shocked many high-level companies of the virtual universe, the owners of the universe began to investigate Brolin's past, and naturally saw these reincarnation secrets. Unlike Lord Nine Swords, he just understands the laws of space. Many masters of the great universe have mastered the laws of space and time. His understanding of time and space is far superior to that of the universe. Several universe masters of the virtual universe company, including Chaos City Master, have felt the incredible fluctuations in the laws of space and time contained in the Shenra sky sign and the Earth exploding star. That is a mysterious rule of time and space that even the masters of the universe feel mysterious. These kinds of secret methods are definitely not simple. The owners of Chaos City all think that these secret methods should be related to the adventures that Brolin got. But being able to perform this mysterious method of manipulating the space-time force field perfectly also shows that Brolin really has extraordinary talents in space-time together. This is why www.readwn.com so many lords of the universe favor Brolin so much. Who doesn't want to accept a disciple who hopes to become the master of the universe in the future? Even if this hope is not great, it is definitely worth a try. I remember in the original book, the Lord of Chaos only initially accepted Luo Feng as a named disciple, and after Luo Feng passed the test, he became an official disciple. But now the email from the owner of Chaos City will directly accept me as a formal disciple. Brolin's mouth was raised. It seems that the Lord of the Universe really attaches great importance to him. Is the Lord of Chaos, if I agreed to be his disciple, wouldn't it mean that I would be Luo Feng's brother in the future? Brolin smiled a little. If it comes to strength and power, the owner of Chaos City is second only to the founder of the Giant Axe. Naturally it is the best choice for worship. It's a pity that the owner of Chaos City is too fair, and everything is public affairs. Moreover, there are too many disciples and the resources are scattered, so I can get very little. The most important thing is that if Luo Feng in the future really becomes my mentor, once I have to do something with him, I will become fettered because of my identity. After all, my brother bullied my brother, but it wasn't so nice. I have a system at hand. For me, a teacher who is powerful enough is far less than a lot of resources, which can make me rise quickly. What I need is not a teacher who can guide me to practice, but a collaborator who can provide me with a lot of resources. Brolin's look was so simple. Although the Lord of Chaos was strong, he was not his proper teacher. He already has other candidates in his heart. Lord of the Eclipse Palace. Chapter 70, Top Universe Overlord. The Lord of Heaven Eclipse Palace is a top universe overlord of virtual universe. The so-called top universe overlord refers to those who are still at the level of the supreme master of the universe, but the real combat power is already comparable to the existence of the master of the universe. There are only 3 such beings in the entire human race. Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven, Lord of the Ancestral Tree and Lord of the Star Prison. These 3 super-existent, the strength can easily kill ordinary space overlords. The status of top universe overlords is special, because they are not the masters of the universe, so they can be resurrected after reversing time. But the Lord of the Universe is dead, and no one has the patience to resurrect them. But the strength of the top universe overlord is not much worse than the average universe master, so when some dangerous things are not convenient for the universe master, the top universe overlord can have nothing to worry about. Therefore, the 3 lords of the Eclipse Palace, in the human race, are extremely close to the Lord of the Universe. Brolin did not choose a top universe master such as Chaos City Master, but chose a top universe overlord. Naturally he has his consideration. First of all, so many great beings have sent me emails. The Lord of the Universe is not a minority, and even the Lord of Chaos. When the Lord of the Heavens Eclipse Palace competed with many lords of the universe for his disciples, it was obviously not dominant. Normal people would choose the existence of the Chaos Lord as a teacher. But Brolin still chose him, which definitely gave him enough face. Look, this peerless genius puts so many disciples of the Lord of the Universe off, they must be my disciples. This is called face. Powerful to their level, the most important thing is a face. It's like grabbing a favorite girl from a group of better rivals than you. It will make you feel a sense of accomplishment, and at the same time, will care more about the girl who chooses you, making you feel that you can't live up to each other's affection. Similarly, once Brolin chooses the Eclipse Master as the teacher, the other party will definitely spend a huge price to train him. After all, they have chosen you among so many strong ones, how can you not let people down? Second, what Brolin currently needs is not a teacher who is strong enough. He grows on the system. He has the system, and he can continue to grow. He doesn't need a smart teacher like the Lord of Chaos to point him at all, and his true qualifications are actually very average. What he lacks are only those resources that can greatly shorten his rise time. With these resources, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace can also give him. Brolin can be sure that once he chooses the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven, the other party will definitely pay great attention to him and will spend a lot of time to train him. And Chaos City Lord, on the one hand, the other party is too impartial, and there are many disciples. In terms of resource allocation, it is destined not to lean too much on him. According to the original works, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace not only has good face, but also protects others. In Ebera's book, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace and those of the universe bet, seeing whether Luo Feng's talent is better or Rong Jun's achievement is higher. In order not to lose the gambling contract and lose face, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace deliberately opened a small stove for Luo Feng, who went to the Blood Luo mainland and explained to him the Chaos Monument. From this we can see that the Lord of this Eclipse Palace is indeed not as unselfish as the Lord of Chaos, but has selfishness towards his own people. But isn't such a teacher the best teacher? What's so good about a teacher who doesn't take care of himself and who is fair and private? I put these aside, the most important point is that Brolin did not intend to be Luo Feng's brother at all, because this status will make him bound to do things in the future. After all, it's not good to say things like bullying. It's decided, choose the Lord of the Eclipse Palace. Brolin quickly responded to many emails one by one. Facing the Lord of the Universe, such as the Lord of the Chaos, he declined them euphemistically. Only the email from the Lord of the Eclipse, he expressed his admiration, saying that he would become disciples of each other. Tongtian Bridge Plain. When I saw Brolin with her eyes open, the guardian on the side of Buffin smiled suddenly. How's the choice? There should be many great beings emailed. If you don't know who to choose, I can advise you. He said with a smile. What are there? Thank you for your kindness, but I have made my choice. Brolin smiled, and then withdrew from the virtual universe. Oh? This little guy turned me down. At the Chaos Market, the owner of Chaos City received a reply for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. He didn't care about this result. Even if he could not become his disciple, he was regretted, but he was accepted by the master of the universe of other virtual universe companies www.readwn.com, and it will naturally be well cultivated. He is very important to the overall situation of the people. He always stands at the height of the ethnic group when he sees things. He never seeks personal gain for himself. In his opinion, as long as Brolin's seedling can be cultivated enough, no matter who he becomes a disciple. On the top of Thunder Island, in the palaces of many other lords of the universe. This little guy didn't choose me, it is probably that he chose Chaos. The Dragon Lord smiled. I knew I couldn't beat Chaos. This little guy is quite knowledgeable, knowing that Chaos is the best. The other universe masters of the Virtual Universe Company, after being rejected, all took it for granted that Brolin chose Chaos City Master. Chaos, I still haven't argued with you. In the virtual universe, the Lord of the Dragons said with a smile. That little guy didn't choose me. The Lord of Chaos was a little surprised, then shook his head. What? The Lord of the Dragons walked slightly. It's impossible. This time only I waited for a few of the virtual universe companies to send emails. The other four forces haven't had time at all, but I have already contacted other people and they have not been accepted by that little guy. As soon as this word came out, the Lord of Chaos was also stunned, and many lords of the universe were not selected. Alas! A distant mysterious universe, above the Blood Luo world, in a huge eclipse palace. Haha! A man in black armor, whose appearance is quite similar to that of the Earth's human beings, but the Lord of the Eclipse Palace with a mysterious pattern on his face, looks at the distant void and laughs. I didn't expect that so many lords of the universe came forward, and even the Lord of Chaos was among them, but this little guy finally chose me. Chapter 71, Worship. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace is in a good mood at this moment. It is undoubtedly a matter of being able to surpass many universe masters among competing disciples. Although the status of the top universe overlord is almost comparable to that of the universe, it is still a bit worse than it really is. The ability of the Lord of the Universe to reverse time and space is too important for the development of an ethnic group and has an irreplaceable effect. He is not the master of the universe, after all, it is not the true pillar of the sky of a group. But since the endless years, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace has been trapped at this step and cannot escape, which makes him take a sigh of relief. Although many masters of the universe attach great importance to him, he still cannot truly enter the highest circle of human beings, and is faintly excluded. This gave him a fire in his heart, and he always secretly competed with the masters of the universe. And this time Brolin's choice can be said to make him feel happy and let out a serious blow. However, although the heart is very happy, the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven still has some doubts. He does not understand why Brolin did not choose the Lord of the Universe, such as the Lord of Chaos, but was willing to worship him as a teacher. Although his strength is not much weaker than some of the Universe Masters, but he really has to be compared and has to admit that the Universe Master is still stronger than him in all aspects. I'm really interested in this little guy's idea. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, in the magnificent palace where the Lord of the Eclipse Palace is located on the mountain. Brolin stood in the broad hall, looking calm. Above the grand hall, there was no figure above the dark throne. It's weird that the Lord of the Eclipse Palace called me here, but people are not there. Although Brolin was calm on the surface, he was a little confused. Suddenly, OM! An invisible wool descended into the hall, and the immense coercion caused Brolin to cold sweat for a moment. The horrible wool fluctuations shook in the hall, and he even felt that he was about to faint, as if he was suffering the most terrible wool attack. No, I can't resist it. Brolin gritted his teeth, and the next moment he opened Tenjin without hesitation, raising the level of wool to the peak of the universe. But even so, he still feels like a lone boat facing the storm, and will capsize in the endless ocean of wool at any time. Fun! At this moment, a voice sounded in the temple, and then, the invisible wool coercion retreated instantly like a tide, and Brolin was relieved. At this moment, a black figure appeared on the throne, and his eyes stared at Brolin the Highness, his lips faintly smiling. Meet the Lord of the Eclipse Palace. Brolin naturally understood who the person appeared at the moment and immediately bowed and saluted. Interesting. Above the throne, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace said, "It is possible to raise the strength of will to a level in an instant. Your opportunity is really special. He is a top universe overlord. How broad is his knowledge? He can naturally see that Brolin's real will strength is only constant stars, but he doesn't know what method can be used to raise the level of will in a moment, which is incredible. The creatures of the primitive universe are mainly composed of the will, the soul, and the body. The body is the foundation and the will is the most mysterious. The stubborn can easily perform physical attacks and soul attacks, but the use of will is not so profound. Powerful as the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven, or even the Masters of the Universe, that is, at most, exerting such means as willpower coercion, bullying some weak people. In the original work, after the founder of the giant axe fell, when many ethnic groups in the primitive universe attacked humanity together, Luo Feng asked the mountain guest to use the blood on the wings of Wu Yu to create ancient eyes and launch a will shock, but he was put down. Lord of the Universe. It can be seen that the will attack method is an extremely powerful method for most of the current primitive universe strong. The side also shows that the level of will is extremely mysterious, and few strong people can study it thoroughly. Therefore, it is possible to instantly increase the level of will. This means that the entire primordial universe, the Lord of the Eclipse, has never heard of this ability. Originally, he was extremely optimistic about Brolin, but now he attaches more importance to Brolin. I'm confused. Why do so many powerful beings want to accept you as an apprentice, but you have chosen me? The Lord of the Eclipse said with a smile. Although I ask myself that my strength is not weak, such existence as the Lord of Chaos is stronger than me. I want to know why. Brolin's face remained unchanged. He naturally guessed that the Lord of the Eclipse would have such doubts. After all, Brolin's choice was indeed unreadable. The reason why I am willing to worship you as a teacher is because I respect you so much. Brolin said the words he had long thought about. You are the top universe overlord, and in the realm of the Supreme Master of the Universe, your combat power is comparable to that of the Universe Master. Naturally, it is extraordinary. In my opinion, you are more admirable than the Lords of the Universe. I believe that in the future, when you completely step into the realm of the universe, your strength will go further and truly become the pinnacle of my human race. Brolin worked hard to make his look a little excited, and then fell low-head. In the grand hall, there was some quietness. You know a lot. The Eclipse Master suddenly spoke. It is quite difficult for him to know information about the strength level of the top Universe Overlord and Universe Master. However, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace does not intend to delve into it, after all, no matter who has his own secret. Suddenly, the Lord of the Eclipse sent a sigh. Master of the Universe, when will I be able to take that step? I was trapped in the endless years of the Supreme Master of the Universe. How did he not want to become the true Master of the Universe? Although he has a very high status, he is considered to be the Master of the Universe, but after all, he is not at that level. You have more confidence than me. He suddenly smiled, looking at Brolin below, with admiration in his eyes and even a touch of love. That being the case, I ask you, would you like to be my disciple? Brolin heard that, immediately kneeling on one knee, looked up at the throne. Disciple is willing. Very good. The Eclipse Master smiles. www.readwn.com I Eclipse, then accept your disciple. Disc Brolin, meet the teacher. Brolin exclaimed. Haha. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace laughed. You worship me as a teacher, and I naturally have to fulfill my duties as a teacher. I have watched all the fighting videos since your Genius War, and your performance in the Sky Bridge not long ago. Your talent is really amazing. At least, when I was a star, I couldn't do it like you. The Eclipse Master sighed, looking at Brolin, his face was full of appreciation. It's amazing to be able to understand the secret method of star cut in 3 years. At present, you have no shortcomings in the secret method. At least, cut star is enough for you to use the master level. The only thing you are missing right now is the level of life. To be precise, the strength of the force in your body is far behind your rule. Brolin's face was shocked. The strongest at the top level of the Universe Overlord is indeed wicked. The Lord of the Eclipse can see Brolin's biggest problem at a glance. The accomplishment in the secret method is enough. Cut star as the king level secret skill, the power is absolutely powerful. But he is just a star, the force in his body is too weak, and he is far from being able to exert the true power of the powerful mystery he has mastered. For example, immortal, an immortal level mystery, requires immortal divine power to motivate it in order to exert its maximum power. At this moment, even if he pulls out all the elements of the whole body instantly, he cannot transform a trace of divine power at all. As for the mysterious art of Hunyuan, such as Shen Luo Tianzheng, the power of Hunyuan is needed to spur it. This is even more unnecessary. Chapter 72, Lifting Means. Please help me. Brolin said suddenly. There are nothing more than 2 methods. The Lord of the Eclipse Palace laughed. First, you fully understand the principle of the origin of the universe, step through the realm step by step, improve the level of life, and wait for you to enter the main level of the world, and the internal force will be transformed into the power. You should be able to barely exert the power of that star cut. The second method is to improve your genetic level of life. I heard 2 ways of the Lord of the Eclipse, and Brolin looked slightly. I have the human path in the 6 modes, which can forcibly lift the soul to another level. Using this secret technique, I am destined to have no bottleneck in cultivation. Among Brolin's 6 paths, the human path is arguably the most important ability for him. Forcibly elevating his soul to a great realm is too important. Primitive universe system, the path of cultivation of the strong, is nothing but the realization of the laws of the universe. From the line star to the constant star, all the way to the master, and even immortality, it is accompanied by the deepening of the understanding of the rules. For example, Brolin is a star at this moment. If he understands the laws of the universe level, his soul will immediately rise to the universe level, which will drive his will and body into the universe level. Soul is the core of life. The stubborn ones are like this, step by step to realize the higher level of the original law, make the soul sublime, and drive their own realm. But Brolin is different. Although he is now a star, he can directly upgrade his soul level to the cosmic level by opening the human path in the 6 modes. What does this mean? Other life can enter this state only after understanding the laws of the universe level. But he can, after entering this realm, understand the laws that belong to this realm. In other words, other creatures use the star-like soul to perceive the universe-level origin laws, and he uses the universe-level soul to perceive the universe-level origin laws. Which one is easier? No doubt, after raising the soul to the cosmic level, understanding the mysteries of the corresponding laws will become a matter of course for him. All he needs is to spend time to absorb those law mysteries. And after he truly understands the rules of the universe, he can completely become a universe-level existence without relying on the human mode. Waiting for him to enter the cosmic level, his human mode can also elevate his soul to the domain master level. In other words, on the way to cultivation, Brolin has no so-called bottleneck. The law realization is just a time-consuming thing for him. If he and the Lord of the Eclipse Palace are both at the pinnacle of the Supreme Master of the universe, he will not have the other side trapped in this realm, struggling without breaking through. He only needs to open the human path and elevate the soul level to the universe's main realm. After spending a lot of time, he will definitely be able to fully understand the laws of the universe's main level, and truly enter that realm completely. Unfortunately, that way, although it is safe, it will take too long. He has been using the human mode to break through the universe, but with the current progress, it will take at least 10 years to completely break through. Let him break through to the master in one breath? I'm afraid it will take more than a century. If it is someone else, only one epoch can break through from the star level to the main level. It is naturally crazy to be happy. But for Brolin, who can open the world, this speed is a little too slow, he can't stand it. At the same time, the second method mentioned by the Lord of the Eclipse of the Heavens had already been considered by him. Raise the level of life genes. He whispered in his heart. In the primitive universe, creatures such as humans have a low level of natural genes. Even if there are precious treasures in the universe that can improve the level of genes, they can only increase their level of genes to 100 times the ordinary level. After that, no matter what method you use, no matter how much treasure you spend, you can't continue to improve the genetic level. This is a rule of the law of the universe. 100 times, too low. Brolin secretly said. In the original works, Luo Feng relies on a very high level of life genes to be able to have a huge body, so that he can run across the universe without fear. Although the level of 100 times is very high, even 10 times higher than that of the golden horned monster, it is not a level at all compared with those special lives that are thousands of times more gene level. Unless it breaks through to the level of the Lord of the Universe, at that step, the limit of 100 times the genetic level will no longer be there. The Lord of the Universe has mastered time and space. They are the masters of time and space. 100-fold restriction on the genetic level has no effect on them. They can spend a lot of treasures and push their own level of life to a very high level, even to the most perfect level. 10,081 times. It is too early for Brolin to become the master of the universe. But in addition to this method, the only method can only rely on the 9 secret recipes left by the mountain guest to Luo Feng. This is a mysterious king-level mystery, which completely violates the laws of the universe, and allows the creature to be raised 9 times on the basis of the original genetic level, each time being a multiple of ascension. In Luo Yuan's work www.readwn.com, Luo Feng uses this secret method to raise his genetic level to the perfect level, which is 10,081 times, so that he has a huge body at the immortal level. In Brolin's view, he has the help of a system against the sky. In the future, his genetic level of life must not be lower than Luo Feng. He also had the attention of Luo Feng's secret code, but in the end he still had some scruples and was afraid to get the attention of the mountain visitors. After all, this is a former king, a powerful existence of the universe level. God knows if he will have any terrible means to deal with himself. Before the rise, the person Brolin didn't want to face was the mountain guest. The other person in the primitive universe simply had the same existence. In the Great Hall, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace saw that Brolin was lost in thought when he heard his words, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tour. The main Eclipse Palace spoke, instantly awakening Brolin from contemplation. This first method requires you to constantly understand the rules. Above the throne, the Lord of the Eclipse continues, it takes a long time and is difficult. As for the second method, it consumes more resources. However, those resources are nothing to the teacher. The Eclipse Lord chuckled. The treasures that raise the level of life genes are extremely precious, even the immortal can hardly bear it. That is, the Supreme Master of the universe is willing to use treasures to strengthen the genetic level. In the human race, it has basically reached the level of the Supreme Master of the universe. And the genetic level has been strengthened to 100 times. Although the expended resources make the existence of the Supreme Master of the universe painful, the improvement of the life gene is too much to improve the strength, so every Supreme Master of the universe would rather spend a great price. Chapter 73, Storm. Of course, although the resources for improving the level of life genes are huge, they are really nothing to the top universe overlords such as the Lord of the Eclipse, and their strength is so high that I am afraid that they have a few precious treasures. The ordinary universe lord, it is good to have a set of treasures, even if the universe hegemon, it is only 1 or 2 ordinary treasures. Treasures to enhance the genes of life, I will prepare for you. Said the Lord of the Eclipse, I will order you to send you to the original mystery, and after you leave Chaos City 30 years later, you can get it naturally. In these 30 years, your main energy should be put on the rules of enlightenment and the monument of chaos, and strive to break through to the universe level as soon as possible. Disciple understand. Brolin showed joy. Sure enough, there is a difference between teachers and no teachers. As soon as he worshipped the Lord of the Eclipse Palace as a teacher, he got a treasure that enhances the genes of life. I do not know how long it will take for him to obtain such resources, at least until he becomes immortal. Above the hall, the Lord of the Eclipse Palace looked at Brolin and continued to speak. Secret method, the genetic level is not a big problem. As for the treasure weapon, your current level is still too low. Even if I give you a powerful treasure, you can't cast it. You don't have to worry about it. When you step into the main level of the realm, I will naturally prepare a powerful weapon for you. The Eclipse Master laughed. At present, the most important thing is to improve your own realm. After your realm is elevated and the force in the body is strong enough, the powerful weapon secrets will be able to exert real power in your hands. Brolin nodded and said yes. Well, I won't waste your time. Chaos City is a good place to cultivate. You must make good use of it for 30 years. In addition, if you have time, you can go through the overpass, and every time you cross the floor, you will have an opportunity to learn about the Chaos Monument. Go, if there is anything you don't understand, just come to this Thunder Island to find me. Disciple understand. Brolin retreated, and then the figure flashed, and then left the palace of the Lord of the Eclipse. Chaos City, the residence of Brolin. The unwillingness was pushed out of the virtual universe, and Brolin's face suddenly showed an unbelievable joy. My teacher is really generous. Not only give me resources, help me to increase my life level to 100 times, but also promise me that I will give me powerful weapons. Treasures raised 100 times at the genetic level, that's a treasure that is enough to make the ordinary universe distressed. As for the weapon, even the Lord of the Eclipse Palace felt that it was a powerful weapon. How could it be the level of heavy treasure? Maybe it is ordinary treasure. Although I have the weapon of Qi which is almost equivalent to the embryo of the dollar, this is a growth weapon after all. When my strength is not strong enough, the power is also very limited, and it is far worse than the gem. Of course, it is not that the level of Chu Dao is low. On the contrary, it is more precious than any treasure in this primitive universe. A treasure that can grow infinitely with the master, and eventually can even become a weapon of Hunyuan level. Are those precious treasures comparable? Now, I have no worries about mysteries, weapons, and levels of life genes. Brolin's eyes were bright. The most important thing for me now is to improve my own realm, break through the universe at an early date and start the next adventure world. Identified my goal, Brolin immediately opened the human path, elevated the soul level to the cosmic level, and began to perceive the cosmic level origin law with the help of the ubiquitous rule lines of Chaos City. While Brolin was concentrating on cultivation, the outside world was very lively. What? Brolin worships the Lord of the Eclipse Palace as a teacher. Is that the little guy in this genius war? How is this possible? In Chaos City, there are many powerful people, and immortality is not in the minority. Anyone who knows the existence of the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven will be surprised when they get the news. How does the Lord of the Eclipse of Heaven exist? That is a great powerhouse comparable to the Lord of the Universe. How can it be possible to accept a star-rated little guy as a disciple? In their opinion, although Brolin is extremely talented, he is not far enough to attract the parents and children of the Eclipse Palace to accept him as